Choice surpasses effort. The martial artists have fought tooth and nail for the terrestrial treasure tree, yet the divine aquatic herb remains neglected. Having traversed into the life of a fisherman, Liang Qu acquires the water's cauldron, harnessing the innate talents of the water monkey to command aquatic beasts, embarking on a journey to ascend to greatness. From the water monkey to the majestic water king, I shall henceforth reign over the vast tides. On the shore, the people kneel in reverent supplication, offering tributes. We beseech the water deity for protection. Alas, must you continue to offer sacrifices to me, a mere mortal? I am not a water deity. Chapter 1. The Struggle for Existence. In Shun, within the Jianghuai wetlands, lies the city of Yixing. The polished bluestone slabs reflect the moonlight like mirrors, while fallen leaves twirl gracefully without accumulating on the ground. The wind sweeps across the expansive river, flowing through the rooftops, sending delicate tendrils of air into the crevices of doors. The grasses, stirred by the wind, stand crooked yet resolute. Inside the earthen dwelling, the once lifeless youth, Liang Qu, begins to awaken. I am so hungry. Liang Qu opens his eyes, his gaze unfocused, feeling an agonizing hunger gnawing at his insides, curled up on the wooden floor. Liang Qu. Is he also named Liang Qu? My mother perished in childbirth. My father succumbed to illness a month prior. What a dismal beginning. I possess but a single boat and a humble abode. Wait, the boat has been stolen. That scoundrel Zhang took advantage of my youth. How revolting. Has a toad truly become a spirit? Enduring the pangs of hunger, Liang Qu sifts through the fragmented memories that flood his mind, bewildered. In the Jianghuai wetlands, sustaining countless fishermen, I have inexplicably become one of them? The murky waters, the blaring police sirens, the searing pain in my nasal membranes, the bright beam of a flashlight casting a large glow on the water surface. This is not a dream. I truly drowned while attempting to save someone. Indeed, I had been burning the midnight oil, laboring until the witching hour, lacking the strength to save anyone, plunging headlong into the depths. What a pity I have no children otherwise. I could have secured some extra points for the college entrance exam, gaining an advantage at the starting line. Liang Qu collapses onto the bed, feeling an overwhelming weariness rising from the depths of his soul, as if the past 20 years had left no trace, akin to autumn leaves falling to the ground. With nothing gained, nothing cherished, and nothing accomplished, life feels utterly meaningless. Gurgle. Well, perhaps it is not entirely devoid of meaning. I am simply insatiably hungry. Driven by hunger, Liang Qu's instinct for survival awakens. His high myopia is miraculously cured by this journey through time, as if a layer of mist has been wiped away, revealing a remarkably clear surroundings. Yet, upon surveying his environment, he sees only a bed, a stove, and an empty jar. The haunting memories return. Begone, you harbinger of misfortune. Do you still seek to borrow grain? My family can barely feed 6 mouths. You know the autumn taxes are imminent. And oh, I must find some water first. The pain in his stomach constantly stimulates his brain. Liang Qu grimaces and struggles to rise from the wooden floor, weakly propping himself against the earthen wall, swaying as he steps outside. However, after just a few paces, he finds himself gasping for breath, compelled to sit on the threshold to rest. This is utterly exhausting. Cold sweat beads on Liang Qu's forehead. His palms weak and trembling, he cannot fathom his own frailty. Is it possible that I am to perish once more upon my arrival? A chilling fear grips his heart like an iron vice. The notion that one who has died once is unafraid of death is a mere fallacy. The fear of death is ingrained in our very genes. Clatter, clatter. Wheels rumble over the bluestone bricks, producing a distinctive sound. Someone approaches. His heart nearly leaps from his throat. Ignore them, just go around. How unfortunate. Do not let the ghost of starvation ensnare you. He cannot hear the exact words exchanged among the drivers, only the sound of the wheels fading into the distance. He wishes to seek a well, but he lacks the strength to take another step. Shui, why are you sitting here? Shui, who? Is that me? As he glances over, a dark-skinned man stands beside him. Liang Qu exclaims, Uncle Chun. Memories flood back. The man before him is Chun Xinjiang, his neighbor. Right? I am Shui, sharing the same name in 2 lifetimes, simply because Chu contains the character for water. The locals affectionately call him Ashui. Liang Qu takes a deep breath, feeling disinclined to seek assistance after the earlier encounter, and casually replies, "I'm just tired from walking and stopped to rest." "Where is Uncle Chun? At the town?" "Yes, with the fish being plentiful these days, he surely went to the town." "I don't rent a boat. I can sell to whomever I please." "But why are you here, sitting at the door? Are you not afraid of the chill?" Chen Qingjiang curiously approaches, but upon seeing Liang Qu's emaciated figure, he is taken aback. How could this be? In a shock, he suddenly recalls that Liang Qu's father has passed away and that they must be out of food. He instinctively reaches into his pocket, hesitating momentarily. In his possession is a pancake, a reward from traveling several miles to sell his catch in the city, earning a few extra coins, and he had intended to share it with his crying son. Night has fallen, and the pancake, still warm in his embrace, is now about to be given to another. To say he feels no pang of loss would be a lie. "Father, why doesn't Brother Shui play with me anymore?" "Because Brother Shui's father has passed away, and he has no time to play with you." "Why'd he leave?" Chen Shun, the eldest son of Chen Qingjiang, only 6 years old, has always enjoyed playing with Liang Qu. Chen Qingjiang recalls that when he was around the same age as Liang Qu's son, he too loved to play with the children, and in this moment, it feels as though their shadows have merged. Sigh. Chen Qingjiang pulls out the pancake, unwrapping the oil paper. "Ashui, please eat." "Uncle Chun." This? Liang Qu's throat tightens. He thought he was at the end of his rope, yet suddenly, a glimmer of hope appears. He wishes to say something, but the rich aroma of wheat is simply too tantalizing, causing him to tremble as he reaches out to accept it. His cracked lips bleed, the metallic taste mingling with the fragrance of wheat and oil as he shoves it into his mouth. The little saliva left in his mouth is squeezed out, blending with the pancake, sliding down into his stomach. Liang Qu swallows a few bites and feels invigorated, quickly expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Chen Qingjiang dusts off his pants and prepares to leave, his heart growing heavier. If it is this difficult now, how much worse will it be once winter arrives? Perhaps I should discuss with Adi about sharing some grain? But just recently, Airbow fell ill. Can we spare any? The sound of straw sandals scraping against the muddy road gradually fades away. Ah, that is truly delicious. Liang Qu finishes the last bite of the pancake, gazing at Chen Qingjiang's retreating figure, yet he cannot bring himself to call out. In recent years, peace has reigned, and a stone of rice costs about 1,000 coins. Uncle Chen's family comprises 5 mouths to feed. 1 elder, 2 youths, and a wife. They require at least 4 stones of rice per season, totaling 33 coins a day just to meet their basic needs. With spring fishing, autumn harvesting, summer nurturing, and winter survival, during the bountiful autumn when the fish are plentiful, Uncle Chen's daily income is roughly 80 coins, which sounds decent, yet is woefully inadequate. Cloth, salt, and vegetables all cost money, and the fishing tax surpasses that of agriculture. Moreover, there are various miscellaneous expenses, not to mention the dock fees amounting to 2 coins per day and up to 4 during the flood season, with winter income sharply reduced if illness strikes during that time. Even a single pancake is likely a hard-earned morsel that Chen Qingjiang managed to spare for his child, yet it has now become a lifeline for Liang Qu. Truly, adversity reveals true feelings. The night sky is adorned with a plethora of shimmering stars, radiating brilliance. In this smog-laden small town, such splendid scenery is a rarity, serving as a constant reminder that this is an entirely different world. Leaning against the wall, Liang Qu feels the tide of loneliness wash over him. He currently possesses no fishing skills and has no means of livelihood. He cannot fathom how to survive, nor can he shamelessly utter words of gratitude. As for leveraging modern technology for profit, that too seems implausible. Casting a cursory glance at the desolate streets, he notes that many homes feature stepped gable walls, a characteristic indicating that the architectural productivity of this era has advanced to a notable degree, allowing brick and stone structures to replace ancient earthen constructions. Thieves no longer need to extend outward to shield against rain, and in a bid to prevent the spread of fire, the walls have become higher than the eaves. The fact that brick and stone construction has become prevalent suggests that Deshun's productivity is at least comparable to that of the Ming and Qing dynasties in his previous life. The original self was at the very bottom of the social hierarchy, having rarely encountered anything of value. However, Liang Qu understood that items such as white sugar, refined salt, horseshoes, steel, and soap were fundamentally unrelated to him. Furthermore, this world was complex. He recalled a formidable figure from the neighboring town who could punch through granite as tall as a person truly extraordinary. Yet, having connections proved futile. Why did ancient people favor sons? One could discern this from the seized ships lacking a strong laborer would render a household vulnerable to bullying. If ships could be taken so easily, what hope was there for accumulating cash? The plight of orphans in ancient times was akin to climbing to the heavens for survival. If they were not sold, they simply awaited death. Damn it, why was he starting as a fisherman, especially one whose boat had been stolen? A farmer would have been preferable. How challenging it was. Just then, a surge of profound energy pierced Liang Qu's mind, and countless memories swirled within him, akin to the refreshing sensation of consuming an entire pack of mint candies on a summer day. What on earth was happening? Liang Qu found himself at a loss. Fortunately, this sensation arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, and as the peculiar thoughts in his mind gradually subsided, it was as if the clouds dispersed, revealing a clear sky. A uniquely shaped large cauldron materialized in his consciousness, adorned with an intricate tapestry of mysterious patterns that left him astounded. It was named Maiden, Chapter 2, Mastery over the Waters. Shiding, the cauldron that governs the waters of the world. An inexplicable stream of information flooded in, shocking Liang Qu to the core. His golden finger had manifested. The cauldron had an ancient design, a deep blackish hue, and a square shape. Since Zai Ding resided in his mind, there was no means of comparison to assess its size, yet it emanated a powerful presence. The surface was etched with numerous designs, the most prominent being a giant ape, a coiled celestial dragon, and various other mythical creatures, including beings with human heads and avian bodies, or dragon heads and human forms. On the opposite side, there was a dark-robed emperor, a striking image that nearly occupied half the cauldron's surface, followed by a formidable warrior wielding a spear, accompanied by a multitude of human-like figures. One side depicted beasts, while the other portrayed humans. Just as Liang Qu pondered this, his attention was drawn elsewhere. Master of the Cauldron, Liang Qu available Zai Ling, Water Monkey White acquiring. Acquired. Would you like to refine it? Zai Ling, Spirit of the Waters. Refining the Zai Ling grants access to its destiny, bloodline, and talents. It truly was a golden finger. But why a water monkey? Was it because he drowned? A popular phrase floated through Liang Qu's mind. Old man, subway, mobile phone. No, it must be unrelated. He shook his head vigorously, refocusing his attention. Refining the Zai Ling to refine or not to refine. He glanced around the walls and felt his recently filled belly. Was there really a choice? Having come this far, how could he resign himself to being an ordinary person? After all, everyone possessed 2 eyes and 1 mouth. Yet some were of noble blood, while others were of lowly lineage. Some feasted on meat broth, while others went hungry and faced scorn. That he could not forget that martial artist who could punch through a towering boulder. What exactly was a martial artist? Refine. As Liang Qu made his decision, a half-real, half-ethereal white spirit monkey emerged from Zai Ding, diving into his body as if frolicking in the air. A wave of warmth surged from Liang Qu's spine, spreading through his limbs and bones. If his life had initially been a flickering candle in the wind, this warmth was akin to replenishing a substantial portion of the wax, steadying him once more. Yet, before he could fully grasp the sensation, it vanished without a trace, leaving him wanting more. Refinement successful. Master of the Cauldron, Liang Qu refined Zai Ling. Water Monkey White fusion rate. 5 essence of the waters. None rivers favor. None. Evaluation. The water monkey Zai Ling originates from the great master of the Huaiwo vortex, capable of awakening the potential of insignificant beings. Consuming the essence of the waters can enhance the fusion rate of the water Zai Ling and improve its quality. By the way, who is the master of the Huaiwo vortex? The name sounds familiar, and where can I obtain the essence of the waters? Liang Qu's mind was still occupied with questions, but he was not in a hurry. He would take it step by step and first discover what the water monkey truly was. Water Monkey White, a water spirit monkey, favored by rivers, possessing the ability to control water. Current fusion rate is low, can reduce water consumption physical. Exertion allows control of 30 pounds of water flow, detailed perception within 3 meters, vague perception within 5 meters, and reduces presence in the water. Consuming the essence of the waters may upgrade to Zhe Ling Zhe Ruan Blue, allowing for water surfing and to Water King Monkey Purple, capable of stirring the seas. Liang Qu was filled with delight. This Zhe Ling had a formidable name, but its abilities were even more impressive. He was truly a natural in aquatic endeavors. The Jianghuai water system stretched for thousands of miles, nourishing billions of lives. The Jianghuai wetlands were a vast super lake spanning 3 counties, teeming with various spiritual plants, precious fish, and countless minerals. However, treasures hidden beneath the water were notoriously difficult to obtain. The depths harbored great monsters, and human warriors struggled to contend with them. Additionally, the murky depths concealed spiritual opportunities, making treasures elusive. Only occasionally could a fisherman fortunate enough to find success in shallow waters managed to acquire 1 or 2. Just last month, someone at the neighboring dock caught a tiger-headed fish, selling it for an exorbitant price of 3 taels and 5 coins. If he truly possessed such abilities, would he not have exclusive access to an undeveloped treasure trove? Moreover, controlling 30 pounds of water flow at just 5% will that amount to at least 600 pounds at full fusion? To an ordinary person, he would be akin to a god of water among men. There were even other Zhe Lings to be acquired. Upgrades. If this white Zhe Ling was already so formidable, how incredible would it be to evolve into the blue or purple variants? The notion of stirring the seas was truly intoxicating. White, blue, purple. What lies beyond? For a moment, Liang Qu felt an intense yearning for the so-called essence of the waters. Yet regrettably, there was no means to acquire it at present. He would have to address that. In the future, as for why the artifact had chosen him, Liang Qu believed it to be a reward from heaven for his brave deeds. What else could it be? Did it favor his malnourished state, or the fact that he could barely afford food, or that he was orphaned? With his limited abilities, why overthink it? Having received this golden finger, Liang Qu could no longer afford to sleep soundly. Previously, he had no skills in fishing, struggling to make ends meet, shunned by those around him. Yet now, with the capability of this 5% water monkey, few fishermen in Yixing City could surpass him. A bright future awaited him. To the dock. The moon was dark, and the wind howled as the street-side buildings stood in orderly rows. Liang Qu looked around, surveying this unfamiliar world. In all of Yixing City, there was only this one true street, stretching from the city center directly to the sole dock at Shangrao, the path paved with neatly arranged bluestone slabs, while the rest was merely yellow clay paths trodden by feet, with most residences built along this thoroughfare. It was indeed a humble place. As far as Liang Qu knew, there was a bustling large town adjacent to Yixing City, and further afield were counties, prefectures, and provinces. He found it unsurprising this world was evidently ancient, where the city was not larger than the county, but resembled a market slowly evolving into a residential area, much like the Zhengte city in Water Margin, which, despite being called a city, was merely a riverside village thriving on the river's bounty. Once he acquired the means, he was determined to explore this world. Upon reaching the dock, Liang Qu, panting, scanned the water's surface along the riverbank. As he approached a certain shallow area, a flash of intuition struck him, and his gaze fixed on a specific spot. A tiny fish, no larger than a thumb, suddenly surfaced to breathe. Inspired, Liang Qu extended his hand, attempting to catch this timid little fish. The small fish, startled, turned to flee, but in that instant, an unusual pressure from the water surrounded it. By the time the pressure dissipated and it sought to escape, the fish was already in Liang Qu's grasp. Truly impressive. Liang Qu cupped a handful of clear water, watching the small fish swim energetically while his eyes sparkled. He licked his lips, dipping his hand into the water. The moment his palm met the lake, the little fish, swaying its tail, attempted to flee. Yet, as the water pressure surged once more, it found itself captured again. After several attempts, Liang Qu finally gained insight and stood up. The little fish, no larger than a thumb, can be controlled by the slightest current. Its physical exertion is manageable. Yet an extensive use of water flow in a short span becomes quite taxing. Regrettably, Ling's degree of fusion is too low. Her method of controlling the water flow is rather rudimentary, limited to merely squeezing. She cannot yet transform the water into a blade, let alone manipulate blood. However, such feats may be attainable in the future. In the midst of the reeds, Liang Qu shed his garments and gradually waded into the water. The moment he submerged, he felt an extraordinary chill. In the deep autumn night, the waters of Xiao are undeniably frigid. It was in such waters that his father succumbed to the cold. Is this the advantage bestowed by proximity to water? Liang Qu secured his hair and plunged headlong into the river. The ripples spread, shattering the moonlight. In pursuit of a better existence, he focused his mind and diligently searched for fish. The underwater realm was dark and profound. Utilizing his sensory abilities, he could detect living creatures from 5 meters away. Yet fish would only sense his presence within a meter and a half. Along his journey, Liang Qu sighted many fish, yet none bore a significant market value. Having recently consumed a baked pancake, he was not particularly hungry. His physical frailty had accumulated over time, and he knew that one cannot gain weight in a single breath. Thus he refrained from attempting to catch any fish. After surveying the surroundings and having taken a breath, Liang Qu finally identified a suitable target. A sizable yellow croaker, approximately the length of an adult's forearm and weighing around 3 gene. The yellow croaker is a species unique to the Jianghuai region. Its nourishing properties not exceptionally pronounced, yet its flesh is undeniably delectable. Many discerning diners would pay a handsome price for it, and this particular specimen could fetch between 70 to 91. As the saying goes, 1 gene of fish requires 10 gene of strength. This coincides precisely with Liang Qu's limits of water control. Particularly, the yellow croaker is scaleless, unlike ordinary fish that are slippery and difficult to grasp. With this thought in mind, Liang Qu approached cautiously, swimming to a distance of about 1.5 meters, the threshold of concealment, before suddenly launching forward. Startled, the yellow croaker attempted to flee, yet Liang Qu's fingers remained relaxed, and the surrounding water pressure instantaneously confined it to its spot, rendering it immobile. He paddled forward, his fingers like hooks, ensnaring the scaleless yellow croaker, and emerged from the water, threading it onto a reed leaf through its gills. 80 when secured. Chapter 3. Subduing the ZHPL-ing. Is this it? 80WN, just like that? The daily toil of a fisherman? Liang Qu felt a surge of excitement. Acquiring 80WN so effortlessly was truly irresistible. However, he was undeniably fatigued. Controlling the 30 gene of water flow felt akin to sprinting 1,000 meters, and his stomach began to grumble once more. After merging with ZL-ing, his physical prowess had seen a slight enhancement, but his foundation remained too frail, still quite weak. With the night still deep, Liang Qu resolved to rest for a moment before attempting once more. Uncle Ch's meager 80WN was due to the burden of children and elderly relatives dependent on his care. Liang Qu, unencumbered, found this income substantial, hoping that tonight he might experience a second stroke of fortune. Half an hour later, Liang Qu entered the water again. Relying on the innate abilities of the water monkey, he found his stamina conservation remarkable. Swimming 100 meters consumed energy akin to walking 200 to 300 meters. His breath-holding duration extended to an astonishing 7 minutes, not in stillness, but while in motion, a feat truly breathtaking. Alas, it seemed his luck for catching Huaiwo had waned. After several breath exchanges and meandering for nearly half an hour, he encountered only a single Huaiwo, valued at around 100 WN. Though not as prized as Huaiwo, this fish was sizable, weighing 10 gene. The heft of a 10-gene fish could unleash nearly 100 gene of force in a sudden burst. Given Liang Qu's current condition, coupled with his limited 30-gene water control, subduing it proved quite challenging, rendering him merely a spectator as it swam away. It seemed prudent to bring a spear next time to tackle larger fish, though the price of dead fish paled in comparison to live ones, and he lacked a fishing net. As Liang Qu pondered in the water, he unwittingly swam far and found himself in a shallower area of the riverbed. To his astonishment, he discovered lotus roots. Stepping onto the riverbed, he sensed the presence of plant stems and, upon closer inspection, realized they were indeed Liang Qu. How could lotus roots thrive at such depths? Liang Qu was filled with wonder. Regardless of whether they floated, stood, or sank, aquatic plants rely heavily on photosynthesis and respiration, both of which become increasingly difficult in deeper waters. Lotus roots, known for their high light and respiration requirements, typically cannot survive beyond 2 meters of water depth. Recognizing the anomaly of the Liang growth environment invigorated Liang Qu. While plants generally depend on these processes, certain extraordinary species defy this norm. This world is indeed infused with extraordinary powers. The fact that these roots could flourish at such depths indicated their exceptional nature. He recalled tales of Lord Ho from the neighboring town, who possessed a cold pond, several dozen meters deep, harboring Ing, which purportedly extended life and attracted 2 martial artists. Could it be that he had stumbled upon something similar? Liang Qu swiftly followed the growth pattern of the lotus roots, discovering that they were quite substantial. After swimming for over 10 meters, he had yet to find their end. Just as he was about to continue, a vague, large shape suddenly emerged in his senses. What could it be? It was enormous. Liang Qu quickly halted, maintaining a safe distance. The creature showed no reaction, seemingly unaware of his presence. Faced with what might be a treasure plant, Liang Qu hesitated but ultimately chose to remain, cautiously circling to enhance his underwater perception. The creature lay concealed in the silt, elongated, measuring at least 2 meters. It was not a fish. It bore 4 limbs, a long tail, and a slender form. The outline he could discern from 3 meters away was quite vague, yet the image was strikingly clear. It was a zhp-ling. The term zhp-ling, commonly used, refers to crocodiles, but it is the fisherman's collective term for all crocodiles in the region. In the vicinity, the most prevalent species was likely the Tihu, which Liang Qu had seen in his past life. It was not particularly large, reaching only 2 meters as an adult and weighing over 30 kilograms. This size was not particularly daunting for an adult, and its weight would have been a critical vulnerability on land. However, submerged, and especially considering Liang Qu was merely a malnourished youth, the weight was less significant. Moreover, the Tihu was lying next to the Liang. Could it be aware of the benefits these roots provided? Liang Qu concentrated, noticing signs of disturbance in the silt, revealing several chewed sections of lotus root. This was troublesome. The zhp-ling would undoubtedly object to his removal of the roots, as it had clearly established a lair here. Yet, perhaps there was a way to attempt it? After careful consideration, he deemed the endeavor not entirely futile. His mind was not clouded by greed. He remembered a survival streamer named B.F. Ing he admired, who had imparted knowledge about various creatures, including a crucial weakness of crocodiles. While they possess formidable bite strength, their jaw tension is remarkably weak. An adult could hold a crocodile's snout with one hand, rendering it unable to open its mouth, thereby diminishing its ferocity significantly. However, only humans possess the precise dexterity to grasp objects. Even monkeys, with their shorter thumbs, cannot achieve such precision, which is why crocodiles seem invincible in nature. Liang Qu's water control abilities were sufficient to subdue the relatively small crocodile before him. Furthermore, it was late October, and the water was quite cold, unfavorable for ectothermic creatures, likely causing the crocodile to be sluggish or even in a state of dormancy, which might explain its failure to notice his approach. With favorable conditions aligning, it would be unwise to remain idle. If he could control it, such a large creature could assist him in fishing, sparing him the daily burden of diving into the water. He had no desire to become an old fisherman, always yearning for more. Liang Q's mind sparked with an even bolder idea. More information flooded in. Blood runes could dominate aquatic creatures, applying a blood sigil to them, with a chance of becoming their master. Remarkable. Ing possessed such capabilities? Enlightened, Liang Qu realized the immense potential of Ing. If known in the outside world, it would surely attract fierce competition. He could not let the zhp-ling slip away. Having a subordinate would be immensely beneficial. And the crocodile, with its 4 limbs, would be far more agile than other fish as an ally. Resolute, Liang Qu located a jagged stone at the riverbed, roughly the size of a human head, and attempted to bring it closer to the lurking zhp-ling. After confirming its snout's position, he struck forcefully. The river water was manipulated to part, reducing resistance, as the stone cleaved through the rushing current and struck the slumbering crocodile. As the weather grew colder, the crocodile's blood flow slowed, rendering it even more sluggish, especially when ambushed during sleep. The creature froze for a moment, then sensed the sharp pain of the blow. Opportunity. Liang Qu lunged forward, positioning himself behind the HP, using the stone to obscure its line of sight. His right arm bulged with veins, and with a swift motion, he drew his left hand across the jagged edge, letting droplets of blood disperse into the water. The crimson essence mingled with the currents, and the scent of blood ignited the crocodile's ferocity. It thrashed, attempting to open its jaws to bite, but before it could, a torrent of water ensnared its upper and lower jaws. Pressed by the stone and restrained by the water, the ZHP-ling found itself unable to open its mouth, thrashing wildly in futile struggle, its tail striking the rocks with the force of iron. Liang Qu's body tensed as if strung to the limit of a bow, every muscle coiled tightly, veins bulging, desperately suppressing the ZHP-ling. Cold sweat was whisked away by the water. Having manipulated 20 gene of water twice, he had expended tremendous energy, yet he dared not pause. With 3 fingers bleeding, he swiftly traced a line across the crocodile's back. The blood, under the influence of some peculiar force, coalesced and adhered to the scales, imprinting a sigil upon them. In the darkness, the bloodlight flared, causing the ZHP-ling's pupils to dilate, as a surge of primal mental energy surged into Liang Qu's mind. If controlling the flow of water is a physical strain, then at this moment, managing the Zhu Pelong is a mental exhaustion, akin to enduring several sleepless nights, only to be compelled to solve a series of mathematical problems. Liang Qu's head throbbed painfully, nearly leading him to faint. Fortunately, a beast is, after all, a beast, incapable of contending with an intellect that is continually evolving. Within just a few breaths, a wondrous mental connection manifested in his mind. The Zhu Pelong's once dull gaze became animated, though devoid of its prior ferocity, now revealing a hint of liveliness. Zaiding shone once more with brilliance. Dominion over the water beast Huaiwo crocodile established. Evolution possible. Liang Qu was filled with joy. Success. Zhu Pelong, accepted as a loyal companion. Chapter 4. The Foundation of Existence. Dominion over Huaiwo crocodile established. Evolution possible. Evolution? Clutching his heavy head, Liang Qu could scarcely examine the details. He hastily resurfaced for air, gasping for breath for a quarter of an hour before he felt somewhat better. It seemed that dominion must not be recklessly employed. Overuse might lead to foolishness, and failure would be perilous. However, the possibility of evolution presented by Zaiding piqued Liang Qu's curiosity. The Huaiwo crocodile, at 2 meters long, seemed to have reached its limits. Could it truly evolve further? He communicated once more, and Zaiding radiated brilliance. 80 points of water essence can be consumed to evolve Huaiwo crocodile into Jiao Mu crocodile. 80 points? Is that excessive or insufficient? Liang Qu had no frame of reference, especially since he currently possessed not a single point of water essence, compelling him to temporarily abandon the notion. After a brief respite, he returned to the water, eager to inspect what he suspected to be a precious plant, the lotus root, the highlight of his recent endeavors. He pried a section from the mud and encouraged the Zhu Pelong to approach and sample a piece. The creature paddled over with its small claws, shaking its head and swallowing eagerly. Liang Qu sensed the joyful emotions of the Zhu Pelong through their mental link, and, combined with the evidence of lotus root gnawed upon at the surface, he was convinced of its worth. It was indeed beneficial and non-toxic. The crocodile's presence was no mere coincidence. With confirmation in hand, he hesitated no longer, breaking off a piece, wiping away the mud, and ensuring that controlling the water flow wouldn't lead to inhalation before biting into it. After such laborious efforts tonight, the pancake he had consumed had long been digested, and his stomach growled once more. Were it not for the slight enhancement of his physical constitution from refining with Zailing, he might have resembled a flickering candle in the wind once again. Liang Qu had no desire to endure such torment again. Hunger is one of the most challenging afflictions in the world. Once consumed, the lotus root transformed into a warm current within him, and, astonishingly, the 3 fingers he had previously injured while establishing dominion were visibly healing at an observable pace. Truly a precious plant. Liang Qu was overjoyed. Though it appeared that this plant was somewhat restorative in nature, he had sustained no significant injuries, and its energies were directed toward remedying the deficits left by prolonged hunger. Even without a mirror, he could perceive an enhancement in his vitality, no longer resembling the emaciated figure that had once inspired avoidance from others. Regrettably, he lacked a deeper understanding. Perhaps its utility extended beyond mere healing? Water Essence 01 Water Essence. Is this truly the water essence? Liang Qu widened his eyes in disbelief at the notification before him, astonished to have acquired the coveted water essence so easily. He had initially anticipated that obtaining a restorative plant would be a delightful surprise, but he could never have foreseen that the delight would go beyond that. Wait a moment. If one section of lotus root is 01, then consuming the entirety must yield several? Liang Qu was ecstatic, digging up a few more sections and consuming them all at once. However, upon experimentation, the results were not as he had hoped. Indeed, water essence could be acquired repeatedly, but not from all lotus roots. Only those near the Zhu Pelong's position yielded such essence, while those further away did not. He resolved to first test how much the 02 water essence could enhance his compatibility. Liang Qu mused at present. The assistance of the Zailing water monkey proved greatly beneficial. Having just refined it, he had become so formidable, transforming from a flickering candle to one no longer concerned about basic sustenance. What might he achieve upon full compatibility? As for the Zhu Pelong's evolution, being a formidable aquatic beast, it was certainly advantageous, but with the comparison provided by the lotus root, Liang Qu realized how exaggerated the 80 points of water essence were. It was utterly insufficient, and he could only seek opportunities in the future. A thought crossed his mind, and Zai Ding suddenly trembled, releasing a few pale blue light points. A spectral image of a spirit monkey appeared behind him, the light points seemingly finding their direction, swirling into the form. Master of the Ding, Liang Qu, refined Zailing, water monkey, white, compatibility, 5, water essence, none, river's favorability, and a dominion over water beasts, Taihua crocodile, evolution possible. Evaluation, the water monkey Zailing originates from the great lord of Huaiwo Vortex, capable of igniting the potential of insignificant and weak individuals. Was there no immediate increase? Liang Qu gazed at the arrow indicating compatibility, frowning slightly. Fortunately, he could indeed sense a growing affinity for the aquatic environment, suggesting that the fusion process would not take long, which was somewhat satisfactory. The acquisition of water essence was simpler than he had imagined. There was no need for haste, as it would eventually accumulate. Zhang Shun, the skilled fishmonger, could remain underwater for 7 days and nights. Surely, as a water monkey, he could manage 3 days and nights without difficulty. With this thought, much of Liang Qu's initial anxiety about arriving in this otherworldly realm dissipated. Regardless of how indifferent the previous world had been, witnessing someone on the brink of starvation made a couple of steamed buns seem insignificant. Here, however, the scarcity of resources rendered apathy the norm, compounded by the absence of family and friends. Initially, he felt a profound sense of disorientation and unease. A renowned centenarian once said that the essence of life is to find peace. Relying on his newfound water abilities, Liang Qu had at least secured a foundation for his existence. As he surfaced to breathe, he looked at his newly acquired companion, the Zhu Pelong. Though its skin was tough and its flesh resilient, it had sustained no real harm for being struck by a rock. At present, it lay quietly in the water, indistinguishable from a household dog, and even through their mental link, it exhibited greater awareness than a typical pet. Evolution was unlikely. 80 points of water essence was far too much, but nonetheless, it remained the Zhu Pelong, undoubtedly a capable hunter. Observing the sluggish movements of the Zhu Pelong, Liang Qu slapped his forehead. Oh no, it is truly going into hibernation. Success or failure is often a matter of circumstance. His new companion, hindered by the cold, moved sluggishly due to thickened blood, conveying a distinctly lethargic emotion. It was not that it couldn't spring into action, but rather that its normal state was such. Assisting in fishing might prove to be quite challenging. With the cold rendering it immobile, he decided to let it stay here, serving as a guard to devour any small fish or shrimp that dared to trespass. The Zhu Pelong, having received a name, wagged its tail and burrowed into the mud. Once the water and mud settled, the area appeared as it had at the outset, leaving no hint of the precious plant hidden beneath. At the banks of Zaiyi, the Zaiyi Huangyu was not the sea fish of the past. It perished upon exposure to air. Liang Qu used reeds to tie its head and tail together, employing a traditional fishing technique to ensure the fish remained alive and fresh for an extended period. As he walked along the path, Liang Qu felt a sense of joy, perceiving that he was not merely carrying a fish, but rather a heavy bag of copper coins. To thrive, one must possess a certain degree of fortune. Just hours earlier, he had felt lonely and lost, yet now life did not seem so bleak. At the very least, he was better off than the majority of ordinary citizens in Yixing City. 81 was no small sum, but as winter approached, he would need to acquire 2 sets of clothing. His current attire was tattered, along with salt, rice, soap pods, stools, pots, and bowls. Liang Qu suddenly felt that 81 might not be as substantial as he had thought. However, with newfound capabilities, life would surely improve. Now, another pressing issue remained. He lacked a boat. Those who think not of the future will encounter troubles in the present. Having refined the water monkey Ling, his underwater abilities had significantly improved. He could catch good catches without a boat, but without cover, suspicion would inevitably arise over time. No matter how exceptional one's fishing talents or knowledge of fish movements, it would be absurd to be so conspicuous. Without a boat, would he truly have to rely solely on diving to fish during the biting cold? His own family had possessed a boat, but regrettably, it had been seized by the notorious rogue, Lai Tuzhong. Lai Tuzhong was infamous in Yixing City, relying on a few days of martial arts training to bully others, leaving no one willing to confront him. After the demise of Liang Qu's father, the family's most significant asset, a black canopy boat, naturally caught his eye. He seized upon the pretext that his father had borrowed money for drinking during his lifetime, now demanding repayment. The fishing boat was the lifeblood of the fishermen, serving as their home and source of livelihood, with their possessions largely stored aboard. Who would seek out a rogue for a loan? Yet, due to the intimidation from Lai Tuzhong, no one dared to support the orphan. They could only acquiesce to the situation. Even more infuriating was that, after the fact, Lai Tuzhong returned, claiming the boat was insufficient to settle the debt, and mercilessly seized the last of his 3 dough of rice. Such actions amounted to a form of utter annihilation. All these dire circumstances had been forced upon him by this scoundrel. While contemplating this, Liang Qu unknowingly arrived at his doorstep, only to find someone waiting for him. "Young master, have you considered the matter?" Gazing at the 2 figures loitering at his door, Liang Qu furrowed his brow. Who were these 2 from Binhao? Why were they prowling around his home at such an hour? At the entrance stood a middle-aged man and a lean young servant, the former having just spoken. His fair complexion and tidy attire suggested he was no ordinary commoner. Liang Qu's mind raced as he searched for recognition of the evidently influential man. On the other hand, Zheng Xiang, seeing Liang Qu's silence, assumed he was still deliberating. He waved his hand, prompting the young servant to raise a burlap sack and open its mouth. Zheng Xiang rolled up his sleeves and plunged his hand inside. By the moonlight, Liang Qu was astonished to see him retrieve a generous handful of gleaming white rice. Liang Qu swallowed hard, the pain in his stomach from earlier still lingering as a psychological shadow. Zheng Xiang slowly poured the rice into the sack, stating, "What do you say? If you acknowledge our Lord Zhao as your adoptive father, this dough of fine rice is yours, and your future meals will be of equal quality." Adoptive father? Upon hearing this term, Liang Qu's mind seemed to click into place, but not in the sense of willingly accepting the title of adopted son. Rather, he connected the dots of the entire situation. The middle-aged man before him was none other than Zheng Xiang, one of the stewards from Lord Zhao's estate in the neighboring town of Pingyang. Their purpose was painfully clear: to purchase a servant. Given the circumstances, it was evident who the intended servant was. As for why they framed the purchase as an adoption, it was due to the decree from the Emperor of Deshun forbidding private slavery, leading many wealthy families to adopt servants as foster children, provided they had a notarized witness, reminiscent of practices in later times. Logically, considering the dire straits he found himself in, selling himself could indeed offer a means of survival, especially with a steward and fine provisions on offer, affording him a modicum of dignity. However, therein lay the crux of the issue. Who would be so earnest in recruiting a servant? Rumor had it that Lord Zhao had a penchant for handsome young men. Upon arriving, Liang Qu had quickly noted that the youth he had assumed the identity of not only shared his name, but bore a striking resemblance to him, an almost parallel self. Though he had spent years fishing alongside his father, his skin had darkened, yet his features remained strikingly handsome. With some care, he would indeed be quite presentable. This realization sent a shiver down Liang Qu's spine, provoking a visceral aversion. Have you come to a decision? Zhang Xiang inquired once more. During their last visit, he had been met with reluctance to make a choice. Yet now he was confident that if Liang Qu rejected their proposal, he might soon find himself starving at home. Zhang Xiang had even summoned individuals from the teeth merchant to serve as a guarantee, preventing Liang Qu from selling himself only to turn around and report to the authorities that he had been coerced into servitude by the Zhao family. It was not that the Zhao family feared legal action. Rather, who would willingly invite trouble? Addressing the matter would require a significant expenditure of effort. The young servant from the teeth merchant chimed in. Indeed, young master, to serve in the Zhao estate would be a blessing few common folk could ever hope to attain. Why endure the struggles of the present when you could enjoy a life of ease? Liang Qu was left contemplating this, his expression fluctuating between uncertainty and resolve. While he understood that he had the freedom to refuse, it was inherently flawed for a weaker individual to defy a stronger one. The most pressing concern was the numerous inconsistencies throughout the situation, teeming with suspicion. How had the Zhao family learned so swiftly of an orphan struggling to survive in Yixing City? Was there a connection between Lai Tuzhong and the Zhao family? It seemed imperative that he become a martial artist. Only then could he extricate himself from their grasp. With these thoughts weighing heavily on him, Liang Qu fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, amidst the astonished gaze of passing fishermen, he sold the yellow fish he had caught to the most opulent tavern in Yixing City, earning 80 winning copper coins. It was still far from the time for fishing taxes and various dues, and having never rented fishing rights from his ancestors, he was free from exploitation and debt. Furthermore, with Yixing City being in close proximity to the large city, boasting good security and devoid of fishing tyrants, the money he earned would largely remain with him. Had he been in a remote mountain valley, the scenario would have been dire, with fishing tyrants and landlords stripping him bare, perpetually teetering on the brink of civil unrest. With his earnings in hand, Liang Qu sought out an inexpensive inn, ordering 2 pounds of meat, a bowl of rice, and a plate of vegetables to indulge in a hearty meal. Yet, the smallness of Yixing City meant that word of his catch spread rapidly, and soon, many were arriving to inquire about fishing locations, hoping to test their luck, which became quite bothersome. Hey, you're too ruthless, a young man exclaimed, baring his teeth. Liang Qu remained unfazed. There were only so many peers in town, and he recognized Li Libo among them, though they were not particularly close, especially since his family had never lent him grain. While there was no lingering animosity, the agricultural society left everyone struggling, making it perfectly reasonable for him not to lend. The only resentment stemmed from a few relatives who, not only refused to lend, had also spoken out of turn, which was indeed vexing. I already told you. It's 3 miles to the right of Zhao Hangbu, near the reed marsh. I don't believe you. You must be lying. If there were a place to catch yellow fish, you wouldn't tell anyone, keeping it to yourself. Li Libo, seeing he would gain no meat, poured himself a pot of tea, drinking alone. He was a layabout by nature, and upon hearing of Liang Qu's catch, he had come to seek a free meal. Li Libo's eyes brightened. Is there such good fortune? Quick, tell me. What do you know about the martial arts schools in Pingyang town? Li Libo scrutinized Liang Qu, grinning. Well, everyone has dreams of becoming a martial artist. But you've come to the right person. Enlighten me. Pingyang town has 3 martial arts schools, the most formidable being that of Lord Yang, as the other 2 are run by those of humble origins, while Lord Yang is a retired military officer. I, Li Libo, am about to apprentice under Lord Yang. You? Liang Qu feigned skepticism. Li Libo, indeed, became agitated, spilling forth all he knew, allowing Liang Qu to gain a clearer understanding of the extraordinary hierarchy of this world. It is rather straightforward. One begins by honing the foundational skills, followed by a medicinal bath, then more refinement, another bath, and ultimately, one confronts the final challenge. The 4 minor trials, skin, flesh, bones, and blood, must all be successfully navigated to attain the title of a martial artist. Until that point, one is merely a martial practitioner. It is said that further realms exist beyond, yet such knowledge is not meant for the common folk. The recruitment process at the Martial Arts Academy is not particularly arduous. It does not require examination of one's innate talent, but rather one's monetary means. The Martial Academy run by Lord Yang charges 7 taels of silver without accommodation or meals, 10 taels for lodging and meals, and 20 taels for lodging, meals, and medicinal baths, a price slightly higher than the other two establishments, yet fitting for its superior reputation. 7 taels of silver is not an insurmountable sum. Liang Qu pondered, does this mean that you do not speak of it outside? In 2 months, my family will send me to the Martial Academy. Li Libo boasted, once I arrive, I shall surely surpass that ragged Zhang, who has merely dabbled in the arts, and not be easily defeated. Chapter 6. The hatred of the stolen boat. Zhang the Ragged was a tyrant, raiding fish from one household today and another tomorrow, though not in excess. It was simply a nuisance. Every fisherman in Yixing City had felt his oppressive hand, and no widow had escaped his lewd advances. He had become a universally despised pariah. While no one dared to confront him openly, Li Libo privately expressed his disdain. Liang Qu's expression shifted, and he inquired, when was it that you were struck? Perhaps this morning? For when I last saw him, there was a significant bruise around his eye, and he was limping heavily, evidently beaten. Who would dare to strike him? I do not know. Li Libo shook his head, then added, truthfully, he is not that formidable. He was expelled from the Martial Academy after merely 2 days for causing trouble. What could he possibly learn? He likely cannot even construct a proper fade. Yet no one has dared to expose his facade of a paper tiger. Liang Qu cast him a sidelong glance. If you say so, why do you not expose him? Even if he is but a paper tiger, his size is still intimidating. Li Libo chuckled. But today he secretly left the boat. I suspect he fears retribution and intends to recuperate on the lake. Were it not for my fortuitous timing while relieving myself in the reed marsh, this matter might have gone unnoticed. You are the second to know? Liang Qu understood. Have you finished asking? I have shared so much. The meat is all yours. Huh, generous indeed. Thank you. My family has not indulged in meat for quite some time, while saving money. Heh. Wait. Liang Qu pressed down on the plate. What now? Do not speak of Ragged Zhang's injury to anyone, understand? Oh, why? Do you truly wish to eat meat? All right, I shall not speak of it. Please release me. On the waters of Zhanghuai, a small skiff lay quietly at rest upon the lake surface. Zhang Tiniu reclined within, his multitude of warts and scars prominently visible. The once menacing visage of Ragged Zhang now resembled a plucked chicken, his countenance weary, and the bruising around his eyes elicited mockery. How could he have suddenly returned to life after yesterday's debacle? Curse that Zhang Xiang. His blows were excessively brutal, my kidney. Zhang Tiniu groaned, clutching his abdomen in dismay. Having committed numerous and scrupulous deeds, he dared not remain at home to recover, fearing retaliation. Instead, he paddled his small skiff to the safety of the lake. Zhang Tiniu sighed. Here is the only place I am safe. Not necessarily. As his heart raced, Zhang Tiniu was caught off guard by a splash of water to his face. The water seemed alive, desperately seeking entry into his lungs. Involuntarily, he gasped, filling his lungs with water, making it difficult to breathe. Then, he noticed a figure climbing aboard from the edge of the boat, hair cascading, who swiftly rose and delivered a fierce kick to his groin, unleashing an indescribable agony. Confronted with the swollen visage of Ragged Zhang, Liang Qu did not relent. Gripping a stone tightly, he summoned all his strength to strike the wart-riddled head. Thud! Zhang Tiniu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Seeing him motionless, Liang Qu discarded the stone, which clattered against the boat's floor, rolling into the corner. Was it truly this simple? With a mere flick of his hand, the once tyrannical Ragged Zhang, who had attended the Martial Academy, lay defeated? Liang Qu gasped for breath, staring at his hands, and at the dissipating water droplets from Zhang Tiniu's face. Before coming here, he had meticulously devised a plan, yet the execution was astonishingly effortless. It took him considerable time to recruit accomplices, and he had even prepared for the possibility of injury. Carrying a piece of lotus root in his bosom and heating water for those unable to move, stealthily lying in wait beneath the surface. Yet, none of it was necessary. The ability to control water is an extraordinary advantage against an ordinary person, as long as one seizes the moment to cover the opponent's mouth and nose with water. No matter their prowess, they are rendered helpless. Gazing at the unconscious Ragged Zhang, Liang Qu extracted a hemp rope from his waist to bind the man's hands and feet. Upon searching his person, he discovered an unexpected bounty of 2 taels of silver. Tidying the skiff, Liang Qu secured any sharp objects, then retrieved a length of rope to reinforce the bindings. Finally, He paddled the skiff to a remote area of the reed marsh. After resting in the marsh and consuming a few bites of lotus root to regain his strength, Liang Qu once again splashed water upon ragged Zhang's face. Zhang Tiniu slowly awakened, his vision swaying among the reeds, and in the distance, the sunset painted the sky crimson. He coughed several times, expelling a considerable amount of water, which seemed to aggravate his wounds, sending waves of pain coursing through him, overshadowing all previous injuries. After a moment of confusion, Zhang Tiniu turned his head, his eyes bloodshot. "It's you." Upon receiving a glare, Liang Qu delivered a swift kick to Zhang Tiniu's abdomen, nearly causing the man to suffocate. The excruciating pain in his belly finally made Zhang Tiniu realize his predicament. They were clearly in the reed marsh, isolated from human presence, and any act of violence would go unnoticed. Rapidly, he shifted his demeanor. "Brother Shui, I was wrong to strike you. It was well deserved. I preferred you in your earlier rebellious state." "Are you jesting, Brother Shui?" Zhang Tiniu forced a smile, his heart gripped by fear. He never anticipated that his assailant would be Liang Qu, a mere wastrel who could barely afford a meal. What transpired to evoke such a transformation? Just the other day, he had appeared utterly lethargic. And that water control, could it be sorcery? Liang Qu sat at the bow of the boat, his shoe tip nudging Zhang Tiniu's head. "Speak. Where's my black awning boat? Where has it gone?" Zhang Tiniu stammered until Liang Qu lifted his foot as if to kick. Only then did he divulge. "I sold it." "Sold it?" Liang Qu quickly pressed. "To whom did you sell it?" "To the Yulan." "What a disaster." Liang Qu felt a surge of rage, wishing he could drown Zhang Tiniu right there. Had he sold it to any fisherman, it would have been manageable. But to the Yulan, a place where scoundrels like Zhang Tiniu became organized. The Yulan was a place dedicated to renting fishing boats and equipment. But the rental prices were exorbitantly high, often binding those who rented boats into a lifetime of servitude, subjected to their exploitation. In Yixing City, it was relatively better. In other areas, the Yulan was akin to a fishing tyrant, making it imperative to rent, regardless of one's will. Seeing Liang Qu seethe with anger, Zhang Tiniu quickly begged for mercy. "Fishing boats are hard to sell, and I urgently needed money for drink. I had no choice but to sell it at a discount to the Yulan." "How much did you sell it for?" "4 taels." "What the hell? Selling my black awning boat for the price of a skiff?" Liang Qu landed 2 more kicks. The bitter, sweet taste flooded his throat, and Zhang Tiniu longed to speak, yet Liang Qu offered no opportunity. Only after the beating did he manage to gasp out, "I still have 2 taels left in my pants pocket. Damn, it turns out that 2 taels were originally mine." Liang Qu recalled the silver he had found on Zhang Tiniu, feeling utterly exasperated that the wool had indeed been pulled from his own sheep. As I suspected, Liang Qu's conjecture proved accurate. The information had indeed come from Zhang Tiniu. Originally, Zhang Tiniu, after seizing the boat, noticed that Liang Qu had a pleasing appearance. Having long heard of Lord Zhao's fondness for handsome young men, he perceived yet another lucrative opportunity and directly informed the steward of the Zhao residence, Zheng Xiang. Subsequently, Zheng Xiang's visit ensued, and upon meeting Liang Qu, he found Zhang Tiniu's words to be true. However, Liang Qu expressed a desire to deliberate further. The deal fell through, and Zhang Tiniu received no reward. Nonetheless, Zheng Xiang, unwilling to have made the trip in vain, subtly suggested that Zhang Tiniu assist Liang Qu in reaching a decision promptly. In pursuit of his reward, Zhang Tiniu audaciously visited Liang Qu's abode and forcibly took the few remaining measures of rice he had, calculating the opportune moment before reporting back once more. Consequently, Zheng Xiang felt deceived and confronted Zhang Tiniu that very night, delivering a severe beating. Although Zheng Xiang was merely an ordinary man of no imposing stature, he was an associate of the Zhao household, and Zhang Tiniu dared not retaliate. Afterward, he had no choice but to retreat to his boat to nurse his wounds, inadvertently granting Liang Qu an opportunity. Chapter 7. Revenge. Liang Qu ground his teeth in anger. Zheng Xiang and that wretched Zhang Tiniu were no good. Last night, Zheng Xiang left in such haste, not even taking the yellow croaker. He genuinely believed the other party simply wished to conduct business, even if it involved personal liberties. Yet, Deshun was not an egalitarian society, and the final straw was placed by that treacherous servant. Brother Shui, I have said all that I needed to say, and I promise to repay the debts in the future. Please, I beseech you, let me go as if I were but a fleeting thought. Zhang Qinyu, barely clinging to life after his torment, finally mustered the strength to utter a coherent sentence. Upon catching Liang Qu's gaze, he hastily forced a smile. Liang Qu appealed d'hésitant, displaying a semblance of compassion. Zhang Qinyu felt a flicker of joy within. Just as he was about to plead further, he noticed the figure beside him had suddenly vanished, replaced instead by an ominous shadow looming overhead. He looked up in confusion and let out a terrified scream as he beheld an upside-down face approaching. Its dark eyes fixated on him. Amidst disheveled hair, the face grinned silently, revealing rows of menacing white teeth as if poised to sever his throat. Brother Shui, what is the meaning of this? Do not frighten me. Zhang Tinyu's heart stopped, and in terror, he stumbled backward, unintentionally stepping into the water. Liang Qu, fixing his gaze on the bloodied Zheng Xiang, retracted his smile. You just witnessed my control over water, did you not? Control water? What control? I know nothing. Zhang Tinyu stammered, his fear palpable. It matters not whether you saw or not. Liang Qu rose, the setting sun casting elongated shadows upon the boat. The river breeze rustled the reeds, scattering the fluffy blooms. As Zhang Tinyu saw that dreadful visage recede, his taut heart began to relax. Yet as time passed, the shadow enveloping him intensified his unease. He craned his neck upward, only to glimpse a dark figure surrounded by a golden halo. He shifted slightly downwards for a better view, but in a daze he spotted a mocking face, and higher still, a hefty stone raised aloft. Zhang Tinyu's pupils constricted. His throat quivered, but before he could react, the metallic scent surged forth. Bang, 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 splash. A tremendous wave erupted from the reeds, and amidst the white foam, hints of dark red appeared. Shadows swam beneath the boat, as Zhu Pelong swayed its tail, dragging the corpse bound with the deadly stone into the depths. After dealing with everything, Liang Qu collapsed onto the boat, his heart racing, saliva thick as glue. He raised his hand and saw it trembling, his nails stained with blood. For the first time in his life, a series of lethal actions flowed seamlessly from his hands. Zhang Tinyu had gone too far. If he did not take advantage of this moment of weakness to end his life, even if he managed to save money through fishing, once Zhang Tinyu healed, he would surely return to haunt him. Liang Qu leaned over the edge of the boat, retching, but only a bit of bile escaped. Even with justifications and a firm resolve, when it came time to act, his mind went blank. And he continued until the back of Zhang Tinyu's head was completely caved in, blood and flesh a gruesome mess. The waters of Jianghuai were teeming with predatory fish. Drawn by the scent of blood, it would not be long before Zhang Tinyu's traces vanished entirely from this world. At this juncture, the once grand boat had been reduced to a mere skiff, and now it was inexplicably under the watchful eyes of the Zhao household. It remained uncertain whether Lord Zhao was involved. The entire affair, though seemingly orchestrated by Zheng Xiang and Zhang Tinyu, was merely one side of Zhang Tinyu's narrative. Whether Zheng Xiang sought to curry favor with Lord Zhao or acted under his orders was unclear, and a steward would hardly reveal such intricacies to a beggar. The former was manageable, but the latter posed a problem. Lord Zhao, now in his 60s, was repugnant. Liang Qu, having lived nearly 40 years across his past and present, remained a virgin, while some older men had grown weary of the mundane and sought out perversion. The only consolation lay in the 2 taels of silver jingling in his pocket. Unable to offend the Zhao household, he resolved to quickly gather 7 taels of silver to study martial arts at Yang's martial arts school in Pingyang town, aiming for a respectable status. Yet, how could he use this skiff openly? Time flew swiftly. At the mist-laden dock, shadows stirred. Midnight was the perfect time for fishing, as fish gathered to forage. And seasoned fishermen would take this opportunity to untie their boats. Liang Qu looked up and smiled. Uncle Chun. This Uncle Chun was not the same as Chun Qingjiang, who had delivered cakes upon his arrival. There were many families with the surname Chun in Yixing City, and this was another acquaintance. Noticing several fishermen scattered nearby, Liang Qu recognized the moment had arrived. He feigned sorrow, his expression laden with grief, as if on the verge of tears. Uncle E, you know. A month ago, my father. A few passionate words intermingled with sighs, and Liang Qu recounted the plight he faced after his father's death, detailing how Zhang Tinyu had oppressed him. He made slight modifications in certain areas, such as transforming Zhang Tinyu's outright theft of the boat into a forced exchange of a skiff. After hearing the tale, the fishermen present bore no suspicion. In fact, they found it entirely reasonable. The forced seizure of fishermen's boats was akin to murdering their parents. Zhang Tiniu had not widely publicized his actions, thus few were aware. And those who were did not know the details of the supposed exchange. Zhang Tiniu was a bully who feared the strong and seldom provoked the influential. It was only because Liang Qu was an orphan, utterly alone, yet possessed a fine boat, that Zhang Tiniu acted so recklessly. That Zhang Tiniu had done numerous wicked deeds was evident. It was high time he faced justice. Indeed, he comes daily to steal from my fish basket. I wish I could strike him dead with a paddle. Zhang Tiniu was tall and robust, a solitary man unafraid of trouble, while others had families to support and were reluctant to involve themselves over one orphan. The fishermen glanced at the catch, which consisted of grass carp and white catfish, valued at around 30 to 41, and nodded in agreement. Afterward, they ceased their small talk and set out to fish. Liang Qu's anxious heart finally settled. Severing ties with Zhang Tiniu completely would only appear contrived. If someone were to scrutinize the entire affair from beginning to end, they would undoubtedly find it peculiar. For instance, if it was indeed an exchange, why would Zhang Tiniu choose to sell the boat? Even the most idle person would not leave no room for negotiation. While explanations could be provided, the logical chain would remain tenuous. Yet, people also shunned excessive self-awareness, believing others paid close attention to them. The world does not revolve around anyone. Concerning matters unrelated to oneself, memories of trivial events and other individuals are often hazy, easily redirected with slight guidance toward an entirely different narrative. No one would suspect a young boy capable of such audacity, possessing the ability to ambush a robust man. As long as a seed was planted without obvious flaws, it could sprout into an established fact. Chapter 8. The storm subsides, and the underlings are recalled. Upon returning to the dock, Liang Qu paid 2-1 for the docking fee and sold all his catch to the fishery, earning 18-1. The fishery essentially functioned as a lending organization, providing boats and fishing gear while collecting fish as interest. Thus, aside from leasing fishing equipment, they also assumed a portion of the duties of fishmongers, akin to distributors. At this hour of the night, the streets remain alive with shops still open for business. For the presence of customers determines whether a store thrives. As long as fishermen venture out to sea, there will undoubtedly be trade to be had. Liang Qu, feeling quite famished, chose to stop at a modest eatery and ordered the usual trio: 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable, and a bowl of rice. With no oil, salt, or firewood at home, preparing a meal would require an array of ingredients, making dining out a more practical choice. After all, the impoverished earn only meager wages, and a meal costs a mere 18-1. There is no rush to save money. First, he must restore his strength. While he may not swim swiftly, his presence alone serves as a deterrent, providing some assistance in fishing endeavors. At dawn the following day, Liang Qu made his way down the street to seek out Li Libo, a fish vendor, to confirm that no information had been leaked. Ah, Shui, you look quite well today. Care for a fish to boost your health? Perhaps a fish head soup? Said Li Libo, grasping a large white catfish by its gills. Let us speak seriously, Liang Qu replied, squatting beside him. About yesterday, I asked you not to mention it. You haven't tea, have you? Li Libo pauja, momentarily bewildered. Then smacked his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. Rest assured, it's just between us. No third party knows. But why the secrecy? You'll find out in a couple of days, Liang Qu said, not revealing too much. As the informed party, even if Li Libo could guess the truth, he would not dare to speak of it. After reiterating his request and receiving an affirmative response, Liang Qu happily selected a fish from the stall and handed over 10 copper coins. That is too much. Consider it a treat. I'll buy you a drink. Li Libo mused, puzzled, but he swiftly accepted the coins with delight. For several days afterward, Liang Qu adhered to the routine of a typical fisherman, heading out to sea each day, with his daily catch averaging about 31. The steward of the Zhao residence, Zhang Xiang, had not sought him out again, which provided some relief. The disappearance of Lai Tu Zhang caused no ripples. Being a solitary figure, the townsfolk of Yixing were even less concerned. Perhaps it would only be during the autumn tax collection that someone might notice his absence, but that was still a month away. As for Li Libo, he had long forgotten the incident, believing that Lai Tu Zhang was merely recuperating in hiding. Finally, Liang Qu, who had been anxious for days, began to lower his guard and focus more on his own well-being. Aside from enjoying a meal at a restaurant each day, he relied on the precious Bo Shiliang lotus root. Having consumed over 10 segments, he had acquired 13 units of water essence, all dedicated to enhancing his fusion level. While healing treasures may be rare, Liang Qu prioritized the present. The stronger he became, the less susceptible he would be to injury. Master, Liang Qu, refining water spirit. Shui Hozi, white, fusion level, 65. Water essence. None, river's favor. None, water beast domination. Taiwa crocodile. Evaluation. The Shui Hozi water spirit derives from the great master of the Huaiwo vortex, capable of igniting the potential of the weaker beings. The process of enhancing the fusion level using water essence took approximately an hour. With 15 units of water essence, Liang Qu raised his fusion level to 65, enabling him to command 40 gene of water flow power and extend his underwater activity to over 10 minutes. His perception range remained unchanged, yet his physical attributes saw a slight improvement. The consumption of water essence did not diminish the effects of the lotus root. Thanks to his youth and the substantial intake of lotus, Liang Qu's body had regained considerable health, no longer teetering on the brink of collapse after a few strenuous efforts. He was now ready to dominate another water beast to assist in fishing. Liang Qu could sense the limit of his mental endurance, approximately 2 to 3 moments of immobility. To be prudent, he could still dominate another water beast of similar capability. As autumn brought the chill, the Zhu Pelong moved sluggishly, making fish catching a daunting task. Were it not for Liang Qu's guidance, it would have already succumbed to winter slumber. Now, with the combined efforts of man and beast, they did not target the more valuable fish species, managing only about 31 of catch each day. It was not out of desire to capture pricier fish, but rather a concern that constant fishing would raise suspicions. Should they pursue, it would be wise to aim for fish like the tiger head perch, measured in silver. As they paddled near the lotus root waters, Liang Qu struck the water-s surface with his paddle. Responding to the call, the Zhu Pelong emerged, adorned with a few strands of aquatic vegetation, scratching its back with its hind claws and blinking its eyes. Liang Qu shed his clothing, grasped a wooden spear, and submerged himself into the water. The Zhu Pelong swirled around him, its long tail undulating as it accompanied him, with water plants drifting along the current. Together, they explored their surroundings. In the dim light of the water, the shallows revealed glimpses of the riverbed and aquatic plants, while deeper waters plunged into darkness. Thus, they relied heavily on their senses to navigate. Schools of common fish darted past, but Liang Qu remained undeterred. His aim today was to find a reliable companion. He maintained a careful watch on his direction, steering clear of deeper waters. While the shallows occasionally harbored larger aquatic beasts, none exceeded 4 meters in length, ensuring safety. The deeper waters, however, were notorious for harboring all manner of monsters, as recounted by the older fishermen. After searching for nearly an hour with the Zhu Pelong, Liang Qu had yet to yield any results. Though larger fish were present, they were not of the predatory variety. He remained undiscouraged. A fisherman might sit all day by a pond with rod in hand, and this was merely the beginning. Just as he dove again, a massive shadow brushed against the edge of his perception, vanishing in an instant, along with a nearby grass carp. How swift! Liang Qu gasped, tightening his grip on the spear and urgently summoning the Zhu Pelong for protection. The fleeting glimpse he had registered indicated that the shadow measured at least 2 meters in length. A formidable creature indeed. The Zhu Pelong swiftly flicked its tail, circling Liang Qu to shield him from a sudden attack. Initially, he believed it to be mere coincidence, yet the shadow curved back, reappearing within his sensory range, beginning to circle around him. As it brushed against his perception, it occasionally ventured within a 3-meter radius, and Liang Qu finally discerned its identity: a 6-whiskered catfish. At 2 meters long, the 6-whiskered catfish was a rare sight. Its temperament was fierce. During an attack, it would first sweep its pectoral fins to create a whirlpool, disorienting its prey, before unleashing its enormous mouth to suck in its catch like a vacuum. It was rumored that a child from Yixing had once drowned and fell victim to this very fish. Undoubtedly, the 6-whiskered catfish now regarded Liang Qu as its next target. What audacity! At 2 meters long and nearly 50 kilograms, it dared to assault a man alongside a crocodile. A sliding maneuver, perhaps? This fish fits the bill perfectly. It shall be mine. With a splash, the catfish rolled near the surface, prompting Liang Qu to command the Zhu Pelong to charge. Though the crocodile moved slowly, its attacks were swift, akin to a dagger plunging into the heart, halting the circling six-whiskered catfish in an instant. The catfish attempted to evade, but the Zhu Pelong kept pace, and at the moment they brushed past each other, it swung its powerful tail like a pendulum, striking the catfish on the head. Liang Qu held his breath, heart racing, intently observing the unfolding battle. In the brief moment when the catfish struggled to free itself, the water currents suddenly ensnared its tail fin, an exquisite ambush. The six-whiskered catfish lost its balance, and seizing the opportunity, the Zhu Pelong sank its teeth into the fish's tail. The catfish thrashed violently, trying to shake off the crocodile, while Liang Qu, gripping gravel, pierced his fingertip, blood mingling with the water as he propelled himself toward the catfish's back. With his hair flowing like ink, he arranged his fingers in a precise arc, inscribing a water domination symbol. Chapter 9. The ferocious six-whiskered catfish. The water cauldron shimmered with spirit light, and the blood released into the water coalesced under a mysterious force, gradually etching itself onto the smooth back of the six-whiskered catfish. The river symbol glowed ominously in the murky depths, and the catfish, frantic in its struggles, suddenly froze. An overwhelming mental force surged into its mind, and Liang Qu felt as though his skull had been struck by a heavy hammer, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. As warmth flooded his nasal passages, he realized blood was trickling forth. This attempt to dominate the six-whiskered catfish was proving far more perilous than that of the Zhu Pelong. Despite the slight difference in size between the two, the semi-hibernating Zhu Pelong lacked the fierce determination of the Lu Su catfish. After a tense standoff lasting several breaths, the mental will within Liang Qu's mind rapidly waned. The character's symbol faded beneath the catfish's skin, disappearing from sight, only to be replaced by a distinctly different mental connection. Success. Liang Qu, feeling utterly fatigued, displayed a hint of joy, accompanied by a trace of apprehension. The Lu Su catfish's resistance had proven unexpectedly formidable. His previous success with the Zhu Pelong had indeed been a stroke of luck. Fortunately, once the connection was established, life and death rested firmly within his control, with no possibility of betrayal. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. The Zai Ding emanated a radiant glow. Lu Su catfish has been dominated. Evolution is possible. 80 points of water essence can be consumed to evolve Lu Su catfish into Hu Tu catfish. This evolution prompt was familiar. Yet Liang Qu lacked sufficient water essence and would have to defer the matter for another time. Exhausted from his struggles, he promptly summoned the two beasts, grasping one in each hand, urging them to surface for air. With a splash, Liang Qu wiped the water from his face, inhaling deeply as the pain and dizziness in his mind swiftly dissipated, akin to sipping an icy soda on a sweltering summer day. The day was still young, and utilizing the sunlight, Liang Qu observed the imposing forms of the two beasts, a surge of pride and security welling up within him. With their assistance, even someone as formidable as Lai Tu Zhang would find himself easily subdued should he fall into the water. Yet, gazing at the gaping wound on the Lu Su catfish's tail, Liang Qu felt a pang of sympathy. After all, they were now his own. Previously unable to move and contend with the Lu Su catfish, he had been unharmed, but the catfish bore a substantial scar. This was an advantage of immobility. The Zhu Pelong, though less agile and enduring than typical fish, compensated with high attack power and substantial health. Since you are so portly, I shall henceforth call you Fei Nianyu, dear fatty. This lotus root, though devoid of water essence, still possessed healing properties, albeit significantly weaker. Upon consuming it, the tail wound of Fei Nianyu healed at a visibly gradual pace. Fatty rolled in the water, circling around Liang Qu. The mental link proved beneficial to the water beasts, at least from Liang Qu's observations. Those linked exhibited increased intelligence and a certain capacity for thought, no longer mere wild creatures. With Fatty's confirmation, Liang Qu neglected to close the boat's rear cover, instead lying down, draping himself with a layer of straw raincoat, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Establishing the mental link had drained him considerably, and he desperately needed rest, eager to see what awaited upon waking. As dusk fell and the river breeze stirred, the water shimmered with glimmers of red light. Liang Qu, groggily opening his eyes, beheld the sun setting in the west, realizing he had inadvertently slept until dusk. Not waking naturally, but rather being roused by a fish leaping and splashing against his face. Perplexed by the slick mucilage on his skin, he sat up, staring in astonishment at several large fish jumping within the boat. The waterproof compartment at the rear was astonishingly filled with fish. From time to time, fish leapt from the narrow opening, either diving back into the water to escape or landing within the boat. The very fish that had startled Liang Qu was among them. Overcome with immense surprise, Liang Qu realized that even if these fish were common, they must still be worth a considerable sum. Were all these Fatty's catches from the day? At that moment, Fatty surfaced, opening his wide mouth to expel 3 more large fish, water and foam cascading forth. Liang Qu queried, "Did you catch all these?" Fatty swayed his body and bobbed his head. It was a collaboration with the immobile one, and these were not the entirety of their haul. Several fish had already leapt away. Liang Qu, absorbing the information through the mental link, suddenly comprehended. The immobile one, though less agile and slower, could effectively block paths, complementing Fatty's efforts splendidly, and together they had caught nearly 50 large fish near the Lotus Root waters, including one valued at 31. The total worth of the boat's catch amounted to 131, though the immobile one had strayed from the task of fishing. It was insignificant in light of their substantial bounty. "Well done, you two." Liang Qu praised them repeatedly before hastily gathering the fish, placing them into the compartment and covering it with a lid, also diving into the water to break off 2 pieces of lotus root as rewards for the 2 beasts. He felt no remorse over the 100 pieces he had acquired, devoid of water essence. He also checked on Fatty's wounds, which had mostly healed, leaving only a scar. The rewarded beasts rolled and twirled in the water, creating a flurry of white foam before finally diving away, joining together near the lotus root to guard their precious vegetation. The catch was so abundant, weighing at least 100 jin, that it was impossible to move it all at once. Liang Qu called for the fishing dock's assistants to bring fish baskets to help. The assistant, Lin Songbao, chuckled. "Are you back to sell fish again as Shui?" Lin Songbao, the second son of Lin Di, the dock manager, worked part-time as an assistant. "Otherwise, how would I dare use your fish baskets? Wouldn't that leave me skin alive?" Everyone knew that Shui's words hinted at Lin Songbao's business acumen, yet Liang Qu was not swayed. He urged him to hurry and fetch the baskets. It appeared today S catch was considerable. He needed 3 fish baskets. Lin Songbao, carrying the baskets, approached the boat, and upon opening the lid, was astonished to see the crowded fish. "You caught all these?" "Indeed." Lin Songbao surveyed the haul, estimating its value to exceed 101. Only a select few skilled fishers at the dock could reliably catch such a quantity, not to mention Liang Qu was still underage. Even if it were mere luck in encountering a school of fish, it was still quite remarkable. "It seems we may have another skilled fisherman at our dock." Putting aside his teasing, Lin Songbao offered compliment. Recently, Liang Qu's father, Liang Dajiang, had passed away and his boat had been sold. It was initially thought that the orphan would simply await his demise, yet he had unexpectedly survived thanks to a small boat, and today he had made a notable catch. There were many orphans in Yixing City, either selling themselves or begging. Liang Qu was the first to carve out a niche for himself. As Lin Songbao emerged from the dock with 3 overflowing fish baskets, numerous fishermen paused in their tracks. Chapter 10, Bounty. The 3 baskets brimming with fish attracted the attention of many fishermen, especially when the most conspicuous catfish was revealed, sparking a flurry of murmurs. "Whose boat is this? Did they stumble upon a school of fish? What incredible luck! Oh, and there's even catfish. I don't recognize them, but they seem oddly familiar. Only a handful of renowned fishers at the dock would be capable of such a catch, and this boat doesn't resemble theirs. Isn't this a Shui's small boat? The one that rascal insisted on swapping. Who is a Shui? Don't you remember? The son of Liang Dajiang. The rather handsome one. Is he still alive? I thought he had become an orphan. The last time I saw him, he was begging for grain and was turned away." "Hush, he is doing quite well. What nonsense are you spouting?" Hearing this, the fishermen present were taken aback, clearly surprised that an orphan could manage to survive on his own. It was indeed a rarity. Pity, such an unfortunate child, yet it seems he can sustain himself. "It's not easy. Our dock might just produce another skilled fisherman." After a moment of reflection, the fishermen expressed their admiration while exchanging a few remarks. and upon seeing the fish baskets being carried into the fishing dock, they gradually dispersed. Orphans struggle to survive, although it is a rarity for one to endure alone. Ultimately, it is not their concern, merely a matter of joining the fray. Could it be that they shall achieve great success in the future? Meanwhile, Lin Baosong weighed the fish and calculated the accounts. With the addition of the striped fish, it totals 132 won. How about 135 for you? Just give me one small piece of silver and 10 won. One small piece of silver. Lin Songbao fell into contemplation. In recent years, prices have remained stable, and the official rate indicates that one tael of silver can be exchanged for approximately 1,000 copper coins. However, silver maintains its value. 1,000 copper coins certainly cannot equate to one tael of silver, but rather 1,000 won or two would suffice. Exchanging 135 won for one small piece of silver yields a slight profit. Accept it. Upon exiting the fish shop, Liang Qu habitually visited the tavern for a meal, indulging in the same 3 dishes while pondering. He had already accumulated 2 taels and 3 coins, yet still required 4 taels and 7 coins to gather enough funds for the martial arts academy. If he could save 100 won daily, it would only take 2 months, though it would be too conspicuous. Any endeavor must involve a gradual process of improvement. With the assistance of the fat catfish, Liang Qu's daily catch surpassed that of the average fisherman. However, just a few days prior, he was only earning 30 won daily. Such a sudden increase seemed rather peculiar and warranted an adjustment period. As for why he sold over 100 won today, who does not have a lucky encounter when stumbling upon a school of fish? Just like catching yellow croakers, it matters little the first couple of times. Only after numerous attempts does one require a suitable excuse. Moreover, as autumn approaches, taxes loom large. 2 months is far from sufficient. Failure to pay taxes would result in being conscripted for labor. Oh, the absurdity of this feudal society. Liang Qu harbored clear aspirations for his future. He must learn martial arts. This journey was not merely to behold the vastness of the world, but also due to the looming threat of the Zhao family. The cursed old tyrant hung over him like the sword of Damocles. How splendid it would be if he could catch a tiger grouper. He recalled that someone at the neighboring dock had caught a 5-pound tiger grouper last month, which a martial artist had purchased at a staggering price of 3 taels and 5 coins at the market. This fish possesses remarkable benefits for physical conditioning. A single fish could save a martial artist over a month's worth of training, perhaps even more precious than the rare lotus root he had discovered. Just as Liang Qu contemplated whether to spend time allowing the 6-whiskered catfish to search, a sudden commotion erupted outside, only to quickly subside. Another quarrel. Such is life in a small town. When one household raises their voice, the neighbors hear every word. Liang Qu mused that once he had money, he would buy a large courtyard, a tenantry residence, and hire 10 beautiful maidens, all with slender waists and long legs, fair skin and lovely features, serving tea with grace and charm, living like a gentleman. Bang, bang, bang. The knock on the door interrupted his daydreaming. Liang Qu rose in surprise. Could it be Zheng Xiang again? Who is it? It is I. The visitor's words were somewhat vague, yet Liang Qu hurried to open the door, for he recognized the voice too well to forget. Upon opening the door, he saw Chun Qingjiang with a grim expression, shoving a small cloth bag into his hands before turning to leave without uttering a word. Uncle Chun, what is this? In an instant, he comprehended everything. To sell more fish, Uncle Chun walked several miles to the town daily. He was a good man, likely unaware that Liang Qu had acquired the means to support himself. Still believing life remained arduous. Such unnecessary concern. Liang Qu sighed. He would never forget that piece of bread. Without it, he might have starved at home. For the pursuit of martial arts demands silver for autumn taxes, leaving him with no time to take action. The recent argument must have been between Uncle Chun and his wife. Liang Qu felt a surge of shame. Aunt Dee sat sulking in the corner, avoiding her husband's gaze, engrossed in untangling threads. As for the rice delivery, under normal circumstances, she would not refuse. However, their youngest son had fallen ill recently. Though he had recovered, their savings had vanished and autumn taxes loomed. 3 taxes for 3 individuals. Was this not akin to putting on a brave face? For a time, the couple exchanged no words. The flickering candlelight cast a dim red glow upon the walls. After a long while, Chun Qingjiang suddenly stood, the wind from his movement causing the candle flame to bend low, almost causing Aunt Dee to prick her hand. She looked up in indignation, only to find her body suddenly feel lighter. Aunt D, in a daze, flushed with embarrassment. What do you intend to do? Chun Qingjiang embraced his wife, lowered his head, and blew out the candle, gruffly stating, Sleep? The children are already asleep. 2 little piglets, what is there to fear? Aunt D's mind went blank, her face flushing, the anger from earlier dissipating. When dealing with women, this is the way to go. Initially, she thought it was unwise for the couple to quarrel, intending to apologize, but was instead met with this awkward scene. For the next half-month, Liang Qu sold fish at the dock, gradually increasing his daily catch value from 41 to 81, establishing himself as a promising young fisherman. Ordinary fishermen earned around 60 to 70 when daily. Seasoned fishermen like Chun Qingjiang could reach 81, with a few exceptional talents achieving 101. At just 15 or 16, Liang Qu had attained such results. Undeniably remarkable, and he quickly gained a reputation at the dock. Everyone was astonished that an orphan could achieve such success. What surprised them even more was that in addition to garnering envy from fellow fishermen, Liang Qu unexpectedly caught the eye of matchmakers. I have already stated that I have no plans for marriage at the moment. Liang Qu swiftly untied the ropes and fled in his boat, escaping under the disappointed gaze of the matchmaker. His retreating figure exuded a sense of urgency, prompting the fishermen on the shore to assume he was merely shy, and they began to jest. Do not tease a shui. He is still a fledgling. He likely does not yet understand the charms of women. What a pity. Why not introduce me? You, an old bachelor, go away. Liang Qu had never anticipated that after showcasing his fishing talent at the dock, he would become a sought-after catch in the marriage market. It was not until he had rowed far from the dock that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon reaching the lotus root waters, he struck the surface of the water with his paddle. The sizable, pig-headed dragon slowly surfaced, flicking its tail upon seeing the boat and resting its claws on the edge. Noticing that no one was around, Liang Qu took the fishing net and a filled pig's bladder and submerged into the water. Man and beast searched for the elusive Ape. Liang Qu's maximum daily catch was approximately 151. However, he could only present 80 when publicly, so he dedicated the remaining time to seeking rare fish, with the fat catfish working tirelessly. Yet, rare fish were elusive. For several days, he found nothing, until just now when a Fei linked his thoughts, announcing that he had located a treasure fish. Chapter 11. The Cowhorn Pomfret. The underwater world was silent, sunlight scattering into fine lines. The fat catfish lay motionless in the mud, its olive-brown skin nearly blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. Were it not for Liang Qu's ability to sense its presence, one would hardly notice the ferocious predator lurking there. Upon seeing Liang Qu's arrival, the fat catfish flicked its tail, stirring up a small cloud of dust, and blew a bubble. Following its direction, Liang Qu looked to see 2 pomfrets nestled together beneath a rock covered in seaweed. Yet curiously, both fish bore a pair of small horns on their heads. Treasure fish, without a doubt, were treasure fish, resembling pomfrets but adorned with horns. Any ordinary person could discern their extraordinary nature at a glance. Liang Qu, originally a lowly fisherman, had often heard tales of treasure fish but had seldom seen one. Not only he, but most fishermen in Yixing City shared this experience. Nonetheless, fishermen possessed their unique methods for identifying treasure fish. Namely, such fish must exhibit unusual features. Much like the 72 black spots on Han Gaozu's thigh or Xiang Yu's heterochromia, the tiger grouper caught at the nearby dock bore divine patterns resembling tiger stripes, leading the capturing fishermen to declare it a treasure fish, which was eventually proven true. Gazing at the pair of fish, Liang Qu felt a surge of excitement. He could hardly believe that the treasure fish he had sought for several days had appeared in pairs today. A Fei truly was a harbinger of good fortune. 2 mola mola were blissfully unaware that they had drawn the attention of an observer, playfully frolicking beneath the rocks, concealed behind the stones. A person and 2 beasts lay in wait, refraining from making any hasty moves. After a prolonged observation, Liang Qu discovered a cave nestled beneath the rocky outcrop where the fish were playing, which might serve as their nesting site. To prevent any potential escape routes from the nest, it was imperative to wait for the fish to emerge before attempting to capture them. Liang Qu instructed the fat catfish to take a circuitous route and lie in ambush on the opposite side, while he secured one end of the fishing net to the tail of the pig dragon, separating himself and the beast as they gradually spread the net. The fishing net was indeed a precious resource. Liang Qu had not possessed one before, and this particular net was borrowed from Li Libo in exchange for a meal. What followed was a period of silent anticipation. Should he find it difficult to endure, Liang Qu would resort to the inflated pig urine bubble, covering his mouth to breathe. The gas within had a pungent odor, but for the sake of the treasured fish, all was worth the sacrifice. After a brief wait of nearly half an hour, during which the pig urine bubble deflated, the mola mola finally stirred, gradually drifting away from the cave, seemingly in search of food. Once the two fish ventured several meters away from the entrance, Liang Qu recognized the opportunity and swiftly signaled the fat catfish to strike. Responding to the command, the fat catfish, hidden beneath the silt, undulated its body, contorting into a curve before springing forth, creating a significant splash of mud in the water. Now it was the moment. Liang Qu leapt into action, the pig dragon swaying its body as they both pulled the fishing net upstream, the net unfurling like a grand curtain, perfectly ensnaring the fleeing mola mola. A tremendous force surged through the rope attached to the net. The strength was remarkable. 1 pound of fish equated to 10 pounds of force. This fish must be thrice its weight. Liang Qu swiftly employed his water control ability to restrain its momentum. The fish boasted 2 prominent horns, and the net, woven from coarse fabric, was far less durable than the nylon fibers of later times. Tearing the net would be disastrous, as losing the fish would be of greater consequence than any financial loss. Once the fish was completely trapped, Liang Qu grasped the net, now a ball, and swiftly ascended the fishing boat, locating the net's opening and depositing both mola mola into the fish basket. The horned fish exhibited a fierce temperament, thrashing violently within the dry confines of the basket, causing it to tilt perilously, prompting Liang Qu to steady it with his hands. With his palms resting on the rim of the fish basket, he gazed at the 2 mola mola, their small horns protruding from their heads, overwhelmed with excitement. Afe, you have done remarkably well. With this success, his timeline for the plan was significantly shortened, yet he pondered the actual worth of these prized fish. Surely, they must be worth several taels of silver. Even if his martial skills fell short, he would not need to worry about the autumn taxes. Regrettably, they appeared quite delectable. Previously, while submerged in the water, Liang Qu had not perceived their allure, but now, having caught them, he felt an intense attraction, akin to a famished man encountering a fragrant bowl of rice. Despite not being particularly hungry, the sensation was undeniable, serving as yet another testament to the value of these prized fish. Should he dare to consume one? The allure of the prized fish was compelling, and a bold thought emerged in Liang Qu's mind. He consulted with the immobile and Afe, discovering that this fish did not seem to exert a strong attraction on them. After all, if the fish naturally drew the attention of other aquatic beasts, how could they possibly survive? Liang Qu's thoughts immediately turned to the Zaiding. Perhaps this creature held significance for it, as the prized fish might embody the essence of the waters. As the notion unraveled, Liang Qu found himself increasingly unable to resist. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to experiment with the slightly smaller mola mola. Commanding the revered essence of the waters sounded exceedingly worthwhile. Carefully, he extracted the smaller fish, which weighed approximately 1 pound, while the larger one weighed around 3 pounds, significantly larger in size. The horns atop the fish's head were remarkably hard, as tough as fine steel and exceedingly sharp. His decision to retrieve the net was indeed vindicated. Had he hesitated, they might have escaped with a mere tug. Lacking a knife on the boat, Liang Qu resorted to a shard of stone to gut the fish, the scent of fresh blood wafting through the air, eliciting joy from the 2 beasts guarding the vessel, who now sensed the intense allure of the catch. The pig dragon and fat catfish had exerted considerable effort in capturing the prized fish, and Liang Qu generously offered the fish's entrails and scraps to them. Without a hint of disdain, they swallowed the offerings whole. He wondered if consuming the prized fish would bring about any changes in the 2 beasts. Initially, the idea of nurturing them back to health had crossed his mind, and the boat housed a small furnace that could be utilized. Previously concerned about the potential consequences of killing, Liang Qu had prepared various supplies on the boat, including fire starters for a quick escape. Uncertain whether the essence of the prized fish would diminish through cooking, he decided to lightly cook a piece, and after ensuring it bore no parasites, he took a bite. It was exquisite. An unprecedented sweetness flooded his mouth, the texture delightfully firm and tender. Lacking the usual garlic and ginger, it was entirely devoid of any fishy taste, standing in stark contrast to ordinary river fish, and there were no bones. The flavor was so delightful that Liang Qu consumed it eagerly, finishing a substantial portion, leaving only the spine, which was too thick and tough, after sucking the marrow clean and discarding it for the pig dragon and fat catfish. The only remnants of the fish's existence were the two small, horn-like bones. Within his mind, the Zay Ding once again radiated a cerulean glow upon seeing the information. Liang Qu nearly consumed the 3-pound fish entirely. The benefits were comparable to 18 pieces of exquisite lotus root, if the small fish yielded such results. The larger one must be 3 times as potent, perhaps offering 54 units of water essence. With the current integration level at 65 and the addition of both fish, he could directly surpass level 10. Yet Liang Qu restrained himself, acknowledging that the ability of the prized fish to augment the essence was already sufficient. His foremost priority remained the path of martial arts and the imminent Zhao residence, becoming a martial master, earning vast wealth, dwelling in luxury, and indulging in beautiful concubines. Reciting the 3-character mantra in his mind, Liang Qu directed all the water essence towards enhancing the integration of his Zayling. As the fish meat digested, it began to exert its own effects. A warm sensation radiated from his stomach, spreading throughout his body. Liang Qu leaned over the side of the boat, his complexion visibly flushing as warmth enveloped him, his blood coursing through his veins like a torrential river, every cell rejoicing exuberantly, breathing deeply and fervently. Chapter 12. Windfall. His skin had become smoother, and his physique slightly more robust. After a little over an hour, as the warmth in his stomach dissipated and he digested most of the fish, Liang Qu peered into the water for a close comparison and noticed he appeared more handsome. While his skin remained somewhat dark, it had become significantly smoother, exuding an aura of valor. Clenching his fist, he could distinctly feel an increase in strength, as if he were a force of nature in motion. If one were to say that Liang Qu had previously grown up on coarse grains and vegetables, after consuming the prized fish, he had transformed into someone nourished by meat, eggs, and dairy. Though both paths led to healthy development, the inherent quality was entirely different, and his spirit was markedly elevated. The sensation of vitality coursing through him was simply magnificent. He leapt higher, ran faster, and breathed more easily, as if his entire body had been liberated. No wonder a single prized fish was coveted by martial masters. It was truly a divine substance for fortifying the body and nurturing the spirit. If he were to obtain 100 of them, he might not even need to enter a martial arts school, effortlessly advancing through the trials of flesh, blood, and bone. However, before he could reach the shore to pay the docking fee, he caught sight of a large crowd gathered on the bank, bustling with excitement. What day was it? Liang Qu set down his oars, grasped a pole to steer closer to the dock, where someone approached to collect the fee. He retrieved 2 coins from his pocket and, clutching the fish basket, scanned the crowd, quickly spotting the tall figure of Li Libo. Indeed, wherever there was commotion, he was present, a true connoisseur of ancient amusements. Pulling him aside, Liang Qu inquired, "What is happening?" Unfazed, Liang Qu pressed, "You still haven't told me. What is the situation with so many people gathered here?" Your timing is impeccable. Someone at the dock has also caught a prized fish. It resembles a black fish, but is entirely tinged with red, weighing 2 pounds, 3 tails, and 6 qian. Someone caught one before. It's called a Hong Lu. It sells for 1 tael of silver per pound. Li Libo was brimming with pride, as if the precious fish was caught by him, entirely oblivious to the changes in Liang Qu's expression. The precious fish was neither abundant nor scarce. At a dock, there were always a couple of fortunate souls each month. However, Liang Qu did not anticipate the serendipity of encountering it just as he intended to sell. Fortunately, it was of no consequence. The demand for the precious fish far outstripped supply, and such an encounter would not be detrimental. Perhaps the martial artist might buy 2 at once, and in his joy, offer a bit more silver. Noticing the crowd around him, Liang Qu cleared his throat and exclaimed, "Our Shangrao dock has truly been favored by the river god, catching 2 precious fish in a single day." The nearest Li Libo winced at the shout, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Chun Jiachong only caught 1 precious fish." Just then, the attention of the crowd shifted, and Liang Qu lifted his fish basket, holding the fish by its gills and raising it high. The second fish I speak of is not his. It is this one. A wave of astonishment swept through the onlookers, transforming the previously unified crowd into a dual focal point. Isn't that just a pomfret? No, look closely. It has horns on its head. Indeed, it does. This is unmistakably a precious fish. As the surrounding individuals confirmed the discovery, the already lively dock erupted with even greater excitement. More and more people gathered, eager to behold the esteemed precious fish. Previous tales of precious fish spoke of their extraordinary colors and patterns. Yet today, there was an anomaly, one with horns. Who caught it? It was Huaiwo, the son of old Liang. He is an exceptional fisherman, reeling in over 30 fish each day. Old Liang? The one who passed away last month? What extraordinary luck. The old Liang family is certainly not doomed. Incredible. One precious fish could sustain me for several months. If I could catch one, I would die without regrets. If you did catch one, it would be the old madam in the alley profiting from it. Ha ha. The crowd buzzed with excitement. After all, it was exceedingly rare for a dock to yield 2 precious fish in a single day, and everyone sought to bask in the shared good fortune. As Liang Qu surveyed the scene, he noticed the envy and unabashed desire in the eyes of those around him. He never imagined that the descriptions from novels could be so vividly real. Huaiwo, I have an unmarried daughter at home. How about I offer her to you? Your family is not worthy of such a handsome young man. Come to my home and behold my daughter. Enough of that. Lao, your girl is already 18. Do you not understand that a girl 3 years older brings fortune? Chen Qingjiang could support an entire family, and Liang Qu, with his handsome looks and remarkable fishing prowess, was a prize catch, making him the object of desire for families with daughters. Reflecting on the carriage that had once avoided him upon his arrival, Liang Qu felt the essence of the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Yet he bore no resentment. The plight of the impoverished often bore such inevitabilities. Liang Qu encountered Chen Jiachong, who had also caught a precious fish. In his 20s, tall and dark-skinned. No fisherman was fair-skinned. Chen Jiachong was renowned at Shangrao Dock for his fishing skills, surpassing even Uncle Chen, earning over 100 when each day. Upon seeing Liang Qu, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction at losing the spotlight to two, though he maintained a smile. This was the pleasure of the countryside. If one lived better than another, it was a source of comfort. Otherwise, it was discontent. Liang Qu recalled an uncle who, after graduating from a prestigious university, wore a perpetual scowl because he outperformed his grandson, incessantly proclaiming that expertise surpassed mere education, only to later lament that connections mattered in the real world. The two men exchanged glances at their precious fish. Chen Jiachong's fish resembled a black fish, but was entirely crimson, akin to blood. The martial artist is coming. The martial artist is here. Make way, make way. The martial artist has come to see the precious fish. The crowd parted, and Liang Qu and Chen Jiachong looked up to see 3 men approaching, all tall and with erect postures, clearly distinguished from the common folk. Is this a martial artist? Surely, they must only be martial practitioners? Only those who had broken through 4 barriers could be considered martial artists. Those who had not were merely practitioners. In Pingyang Town, few martial artists existed, and the common folk, lacking knowledge, often conflated the two, perhaps aware but still using the same term. The leader introduced himself as Hu, having come from Pingyang Town to Yixing City on business. Hearing of the precious fish at the dock, he was compelled to take a look and, if true, would consider purchasing it. Chen Jiachong promptly beckoned. Martial artist, take a look at mine. Master Hu approached Chen Jiachong, glancing at the red blood perch. How much does it weigh? Chen Jiachong nervously replied. 2 jin, 7 liang, 6 qian. Will you sell it for 3 liang of silver? Sell, sell, sell. Chen Jiachong beamed. 3 liang of silver could sustain him for over a year. Last month, a 3 jin, 6 liang tiger fish at the neighboring dock fetched only 3 liang. Thus his red blood perch was evidently worth more. Master Hu paid for the fish without weighing it, clearly confident that Chen Jiachong would not deceive him. He then approached Liang Qu, astonished to find the pomfret with 2 horns. Niu Jiaozhong? Quite rare. How much does it weigh? Liang Qu, observing Master Hu's expression, lowered his head slightly and responded, 3 jin, 2 liang, 1 qian. He had already had it weighed while the crowd was gathered earlier, so there was no error. 6 liang, 5 qian. Will you sell it? 6 liang? Chen Jiachong halted in his tracks, and the surrounding fishermen fell silent. An atmosphere of tense silence lingered, followed by hushed whispers. 6 liang, 5 qian. Is it really 6 liang, 5 qian? What a surprise. That's not just fortunate. All are precious fish. Yet why is Ashua's so valuable? So exceptional? It was evident that everyone was taken aback by Master Hu's offer. Nearby, Li Libo calculated with his fingers and was startled. Chun Jiachang's red blood perch weighed 2 jin, 7 liang, 6 qian, yielding only 3 liang of silver, which amounted to a little over 1 jin, 1 liang. Yet Liang Qu's Niu Jiaozhong, 3 jin, 2 liang, 1 qian, astonishingly fetched 6 liang, 5 qian. This totaled to over 1 jin, 2 liang, nearly double the red blood perch. Wait, why did I say the red blood perch only earned 3 liang? Li Libo fell into silence. Meanwhile, Liang Qu was enveloped in immense joy. He had initially thought that a single precious fish would significantly reduce his time to enter the martial arts school. But he never imagined it would completely fill his progress bar, adding the 2 liang, 8 qian of silver he had saved over the past few days. Liang Qu's total wealth had surpassed 9 liang, 3 qian. Not only had he met the minimum requirement of 7 liang to join the martial arts school, but he also had sufficient funds for the autumn taxes. As for any reluctance to sell, it was entirely absent. The martial artist's willingness to offer such a distinct price indicated that he was not taking advantage of the rural fisherman's ignorance regarding the Niu Jiaozhong. Otherwise, he could have easily offered a price similar to that of the red blood perch. Furthermore, a few liang of silver was not a large sum for a martial artist. Chen Jichang earned 100 won a day, totaling 3 liang a month, and only appeared less affluent due to high living expenses. If he were to be pressured into a lower price, it was unreasonable to assume that conditions would change upon reaching Pingyang town. Fishermen were not foolish, nor were martial artists. Directly selling would save them a considerable journey. Sell? Of course, I will sell, but I have one question for Master Hu. Liang Qu steadied his heart and posed a small request. Master Hu responded succinctly, asked, why is it that, despite both being precious fish, the price of Niu Jiaozhong is double that of the red blood perch? The nearby fishermen perked up their ears, all curious. The world of martial artists was ultimately shrouded in mystery and allure. Possessing knowledge unknown to others was undoubtedly gratifying. Upon hearing Liang Qu's inquiry, Master Hu remained patient and explained, the horns of the Niu Jiaozhong can be used in medicine, crafted into pills that enhance vital energy and assist in breaking through blood barriers. I am currently facing such a barrier, so it holds great value for me. So that is the reason. Liang Qu recalled the pair of small horns he had previously preserved, grateful that he had not discarded them. Hu Wushi, with genuine sincerity, expressed his gratitude. Everything that followed transpired smoothly. Liang Qu presented a fresh and vibrant bullhead fish, and Hu Wushi tossed a bag of silver coins his way, departing without even requesting the cloth bag. Before he left, he called out, in the future, if anyone manages to catch another one of those rare fish, let me know, and I assure you, you won't regret it. The fishermen at the dock cheered in unison. With the 4 crucial aspects of skin, flesh, bones, and blood, Hu Wushi had evidently reached the 4th level of proficiency, and crossing this threshold transformed him from a mere title of Wushi into a person of tangible skill. Indeed, a few precious fish were of paramount importance, Liang Qu mused. Once Hu Wushi departed, the fishermen on the dock no longer restrained their voices and began to congratulate Liang Qu on his fortuitous luck, with some even attempting to touch him, hoping to gain some mystical blessing. Over the past half-month, Liang Qu had caught a yellow fish, a spotted fish, and now a precious fish, making him seem like a walking embodiment of fortune. Amidst the crowd's adulation, Liang Qu held tightly onto his money pouch and did not refuse their enthusiasm. Fishing, compared to farming, is fraught with uncertainty. Therefore, fishermen often possess a stronger belief in the existence of mysterious forces. The many rituals in Yixing City are predominantly led by affluent families, utilizing livestock for their ceremonies. Of course, in this world, the presence of martial artists is a phenomenon beyond the ordinary. Whether or not there exist those indescribable elements, Liang Qu could not say for certain. In a moment, the spotlight on the dock shifted to 2 individuals who had caught precious fish. Yet it was Liang Qu who overshadowed them all. Chun Jichang stood on the periphery of the crowd, feeling the weight of his coin pouch, filled with reluctant envy but unable to change his circumstances. He could only walk away alone. Once the commotion settled and the fishermen dispersed, Li Libo exclaimed, by my mother, 6 tails, My family has never saved that much. He chuckled. You must treat me to a meal. Liang Qu, having already intended to celebrate his unexpected windfall and his impending entry into the martial arts academy, felt invigorated and agreed. The two went directly to the tavern, ordering a chicken, a platter of lamb, a platter of pork, and a jug of warm wine, spending 100 coins for a delightful feast. Though Liang Qu was not accustomed to drinking, he indulged today, as Li Libo, a seasoned fisherman, could drink heartily. With spirits high, they enjoyed their repast together. Once they had eaten their fill, Li Libo, with a rosy face, glanced around and asked softly, When do you plan to go to the martial arts academy? Liang Qu smiled. How did you know I was going to the academy? While his original self was solitary and had no close acquaintances at the dock, Liang Qu was different. He was generous and had treated Li Libo to meals on 2 occasions. Thus their relationship had grown considerably closer. It's obvious. You asked so many questions last time that even a fool could see your intentions. But it's normal. Who has dreamed of practicing martial arts and becoming a wusher? That is, a person above others, unlike us mud-legged fishermen who always smell of fish. Li Libo spoke with envy, for becoming a wusher would mean receiving government subsidies, elevating oneself from the lower ranks, freeing one from the arduous life of fishing, and escaping the persistent fishy odor that clung to one's being, a scent that even soapwort could not wash away. The Dacian dynasty had only been established for 60 years, and in recent times it enjoyed favorable weather. While it could not be said that people went hungry, the daily struggle for sustenance was undeniably exhausting, and no one wished to live such a life indefinitely. Every young man in Yixing City under 20 harbored dreams of possessing extraordinary talents, gaining the favor of a master, and becoming a legendary figure. Unfortunately, the vast majority could not surpass the daunting threshold of 7 taels of silver, even if they could afford it. The disparity between wealth and martial skill ultimately limited their prospects. Initially, Li Libo thought Liang Qu was just another dreamer, but today, a single precious fish had changed his perception. 6 taels and 5 coins, almost enough for the threshold. This young man might actually be on the verge of entering the martial arts academy with him. Yet it seemed too coincidental, mere days after his inquiry. Liang Qu had come into a windfall sufficient for the academy. Additionally, it had been over half a month since he last saw Lai Tuzhong. Something felt amiss. Li Libo sensed the discrepancy, but could not quite articulate it. He simply felt that in all of Yixing City, there was no one quite like Liang Qu. Indeed, Liang Qu had a modest inheritance left by his father, sufficient for his needs. He felt no reason to deny it. Li Libo, with a knowing expression, threw his arm around Liang Qu's shoulders and laughed heartily. That's great. I was worried about being bullied at the academy, but now we can be brothers. Agreed. Chapter 14. Entering the martial arts academy upon returning home, Liang Qu poured out the 9 taels and 3 coins he had saved, along with the 127 copper coins he carried, which constituted his entire fortune. The silver coins rolled across the hard wooden bed, clinking together with a delightful sound that grew increasingly intoxicating. After 26 days in this world, nearly a month, he had finally saved enough to learn martial arts and glimpse one of the most profound aspects of existence. It had not been easy, indeed, far from it. Liang Qu incessantly rolled the silver coins in his hands, gazing at their alluring, bright sheen, momentarily resonating with the essence of the famous miser, Grang Tai. However, the purpose of spending this money was to secure a better future, to earn more and live a better life. Taking a deep breath, Liang Qu set aside 7 taels of silver, placing them into the small pouch gifted by Huaiwo, which he carefully tucked into his bosom. Yixing City is a sizable market. It is not just Lai Tuzhong who is a rogue. Among thousands, there are bound to be some unscrupulous characters. Yet, he was no longer the orphan struggling to survive. He would surely command some respect now. The remaining 2 taels and 3 coins, along with the 127 copper coins, were buried beneath the rice jar, reserved for the autumn tax collection. The Dacian dynasty had implemented a land tax system, eliminating the head tax, thus simplifying taxation to some extent. However, various local taxes still existed and accumulated to a considerable sum, all of which needed to be prepared. Otherwise, failing to pay would result in being conscripted for labor, an outcome far worse than the loss. Once the taxes were settled and he entered the martial arts academy, he would have more flexibility. His first purchase would undoubtedly be a mattress, for sleeping on a hard wooden bed was exceedingly uncomfortable. Liang Qu, filled with excitement, did not sleep until late into the night. The next morning, Liang Qu, sporting slight dark circles under his eyes, encountered Li, who bore the same signs of fatigue. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter. What time did you sleep last night? Around the second watch. How about you? Around the ugly hour. Liang Qu teased. No wonder your dark circles are worse than mine. Li snorted, glancing around cautiously, and whispered, Have you brought the money? Yes, Liang Qu nodded. He had risen early that morning, eager to reach the academy and pay the fees, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications. Once the payment was made, even the most audacious of rogues would not dare to confront the martial artists. As for Li, today was not originally intended to be his day to join the academy, but seeing Liang Qu's urgency, he decided to accompany him, and his father had consented. Following the road, the two made their way to the entrance of Yixing City, spending 10 coins to hire a cart to the neighboring Pingyang town. The road was uneven, lined with dense trees. On a sunny day, it was manageable, but Liang Qu imagined that few would dare traverse such a path on a cloudy night. He felt a tinge of anticipation for the arrival at Pingyang town. In his memories, Liang Qu, like Chen Xingjiang, had trudged several miles with a fish basket on his back to sell fish in Pingyang town, a scene starkly different from Yixing City. Freshly roasted chestnuts, fragrant and tender, sweet and delightful. Sheep's blood soup, fresh sheep's blood soup, osmanthus buns, steaming hot osmanthus buns. The clamor of street vendors permeated the long street, which, though paved with blue stone, was significantly broader than that in Yixing City, with narrow paths on either side also laid with stone rather than dirt. The storefronts lined the street in a staggered fashion, their eaves connected, and various stalls had set up colorful canopies outside their shops to vie for customers. 2 guests, please. They are quite fragrant. I'll take 2. Liang Qu tossed a coin and received 2 osmanthus buns, tossing one to Li. Hiss, hot, hot. Li juggled the buns in his hands, and after a brief cooling period, took a bite, savoring the fragrant taste. Liang Qu had tasted osmanthus cake, but had never tried the buns. Upon biting into one, he found it did not meet his expectations, falling short in comparison to the products of modern industry. The prosperity of Pingyang town surpassed imagination, with throngs of pedestrians, almost rivaling the bustling scene of Beijing depicted in the Qingming Shanghai Tuesday. It seemed that the productivity of this world was more advanced than one might assume. One could only wonder what the capital of DSHN looked like. As Liang Qu pondered, he had unknowingly followed Li to the Yang family martial arts school, which, while lacking ornate architecture, occupied a large area adjacent to Pingyang town, backed by cedar forest, with a stone wall and a courtyard where people frequently entered and exited, possibly indicating accommodations of a 10-tail standard. At the entrance of the martial arts school stood a long table where a young man, upon noticing the visitors, rose to intercept them, clasping his fists in greeting. I am Xiang Changsong. You two appear unfamiliar. May I inquire as to your purpose? Are you here to study martial arts or visit friends? Li, being the elder, stepped forward and, with a semblance of formality, replied, Greetings, we have come to learn martial arts. Are you aware of the cost for martial arts training? We are somewhat informed. 7 taels, correct? Indeed, 7 taels does not include food and lodging. 10 taels covers accommodation and meals, while 20 taels encompasses food, lodging, and medicinal soup. 50 taels includes all of the above, plus medicinal baths. The training period lasts only 3 months, and, of course, the instruction is the same. How much you learn depends solely on your own efforts. Should you still be unable to break through the 4 barriers of skin, flesh, bone, and blood after 3 months, you will need to pay tuition again to continue. Liang Qu was taken aback. 50 taels for advanced medicinal baths would require capturing 10 fish, a sum that ordinary folks could never accumulate in a lifetime. The training period made sense. If one lacked talent, it was unreasonable to expect to stay indefinitely. Interestingly, the Yang family martial arts school was well equipped, with a professional guide at the entrance who exhibited a friendly demeanor, showing no sign of disdain despite the fishy smell clinging to the two. This was rather different from the novels, where pretentiousness and face-slapping were the norms. Lilibu nudda rapatali, understood. We will only register for the 7-tael option. Xiang Changsong showed no hint of contempt and pointed to the long table he had just vacated. In that case, please come here to register, providing your name, age, and place of origin, along with your payment. The two approached and relayed their information. After Xiang Changsong recorded their details, he read it back to them. The written language of this world was pictographic and surprisingly similar to that of the previous one. Initially, Liang Qu was taken aback, but he soon grew accustomed to it, concealing his literacy and merely nodding in agreement like Li Libo. Once confirmed, Xiang Changsong led them into the martial arts school, passing through a corridor to the payment area, where they submitted the paper containing their information. After verifying the silver, Xiang Changsong handed them 2 wooden tokens, one for each. The entire process of becoming disciples seemed second nature to the martial arts school, indicating they had hosted many apprentices before. Liang Qu examined the wooden token he received. It was simply engraved with his name and the date of enrollment, which would become invalid after 3 months. The number of people at the Yang Family Martial Arts School was not excessive. It seemed that recognizing apprentices depended largely on facial memory, rendering anti-counterfeiting measures unnecessary. Congratulations to both of you. From this day forth, you are disciples of the Yang Family Martial Arts School, and you may address me as Brother Xiang. Xiang Changsong smiled and continued. I will take you on a brief tour to familiarize you with the environment and introduce some fundamental concepts of martial arts to aid your understanding of the path ahead. Thank you, Brother Xiang. Chapter 15. Skin, Flesh, Bone, Blood. The foundation of martial arts is divided into 4 barriers: skin, flesh, bone, and blood. I'm sure you have heard of these. To clarify, it is not as complex as it may seem. It fundamentally revolves around the basic principle of refining. Refining? Yes. Refining, striving to enhance one's strength to an immeasurable degree, such that a mere touch could injure, a mere collision could be fatal. This is what defines a true master. Liang Qu, following behind Xiang Changsong, could not help but grimace upon hearing this. So, achieving sainthood through the physical body, but how does one refine? The elite athletes of his past life had taught Liang Qu that the human body has its limits, without special methods. It was impossible to rely solely on the body to break stones. Xiang Changsong's next statement confirmed this point. Of course, an ordinary person has a limit to their refinement. Being able to withstand 10 adversaries is already remarkable. To break through this limit, 2 elements are essential: methods and medicine. Methods and medicine? Indeed. The method refers to the techniques provided by the Yang Family Martial Arts School, such as the 3 fist techniques you will be given, which serve as a ladder for advancement. Liang Qu inquired, and what a medicine? Xiang Changsong explained, methods pave the way for ascension, but the path is steep, perilous, and arduous. Thus, you will require support to ascend quickly and steadily, preventing falls that could lead to disastrous consequences. This is the role of medicine. Since you have come from Yixing City, you must have heard the news of the 2 precious fish caught at the docks yesterday, correct? Liang Qu clasped his fists. Brother Xiang, to be frank, one of those precious fish, a cow-nosed ray, was caught by me. Weighing over 3 pounds, it sold for 6 taels, and with some savings, I managed to gather enough silver to learn martial arts. Xiang Changsong paused, realizing that the 7 taels paid earlier likely came from the sale of that fish, smiling. Brother Liang, you are indeed fortunate. Those precious fish are precisely the medicine we need. A single fish can equate to a month's worth of effort. Additionally, there are precious meats and herbs. Anything that aids in strengthening our vitality and enhancing our abilities is considered medicine. Many methods come with accompanying prescriptions, working in tandem to yield results greater than the sum of their parts. For instance, our 3 fist techniques have their own prescriptions. Other methods can benefit from our prescriptions, but the effects are not as pronounced as those who practice the 3 fist techniques. Of course, if one is truly at a loss, consuming more meat can also be beneficial. Hearing this, Liang Qu's mind began to race. While he had no access to precious meat, he was well-versed in procuring precious fish and herbs. The waters of Zhanghuai were abundant with valuable fish. He could easily find 2 precious fish within days, and over time. Wouldn't he soar? However, Li Libo beside him remained somewhat silent. Xiang Changsong noticed this and was not surprised. Many believed that entering a martial arts school would guarantee success, which was a grave misconception. Those who grow strong from meat fare better than those raised on meager rations. You 2 hail from ordinary families, and perhaps you feel a bit disheartened. He did not seek to discourage them, but rather offered comfort. Brotherly need not be disheartened. The absence of medicine does not doom your path in martial arts. Success lies within one's efforts. Nothing is absolute. There are extraordinary talents in this world who can advance swiftly and steadily without the aid of medicine. Thank you, Brother Xiang. I shall remember that. Xiang Changsong nodded, continuing to guide the two deeper into the school. The so-called skin, flesh, bone, and blood represent the 4 stages of martial arts in the early phase. Each breakthrough grants different enhancements and elevates our capabilities. As Xiang Changsong elaborated, Liang Qu gained a more profound understanding of these barriers. To summarize, breaking through the skin barrier leaves the body seemingly unchanged but renders the skin as tough as leather, significantly increasing defense. Breaking through the flesh barrier greatly enhances strength, enabling one to lift a person with a single hand effortlessly. Breaking through the bone barrier allows for a more reckless release of power, achieving feats that can truly shatter stones. Breaking through the blood barrier is akin to a steel automobile fueled by diesel, enhancing capabilities across the board. If one can break through the skin barrier within 3 months, they may remain in the school for an additional 2 months. Should one achieve this within 50 days, there may even be a chance to gain the favor of Master Yang and become a true disciple, learning even more profound techniques. A series of words invigorated Li Libo, stirring his emotions and even prompting Liang Qu to hasten his quest for martial prowess. At this moment, Xiang Changsong came to a halt, declaring, "This is the training ground, the primary venue for our exchanges." Within the training area, approximately 30 individuals were present, some practicing stances, others lifting stones, and a few engaged in paired drills. The youngest appeared even more tender than Liang Qu, while the eldest seemed to be in their 30s. Predominantly men, there were also a handful of women, creating an atmosphere akin to a grand gymnasium. Liang Qu's eyes sparkled with envy, even if these 30 individuals were merely paying the basic tuition of 7 taels. That amounted to over 200 taels, more than enough to purchase a substantial estate within a year. This was a conservative estimate, factoring in transient populations and those not present at the training grounds. The figures could be even more staggering. He pondered when he might also find a way to earn passively. At the end of each month, for 5 days, Master Yang would personally instruct martial arts, welcoming any inquiries. "We can only see Master Yang at the end of the month." Li Libo was taken aback, having assumed that joining the martial academy would grant him immediate access to masterful instruction. "What do we do in the meantime?" Liang Qu curiously glanced over and was astonished to find that the martial artist who had purchased fish from him the previous day, Master Hu, was indeed present. Such coincidences were rare, yet unsurprising given the limited number of martial artists in Pingyang Town. Taking advantage of Master Hu's approach, Xiang Changsong explained, "In our daily practice, you will be guided by Master Hu, who is a direct disciple of Master Yang. He will serve as the martial instructor during the mid-month shifts. Master Hu is erudite and possesses profound martial skills. According to protocol, you will be learning under him from now on. Now that you are acquainted, I must return to my duties at the entrance. Take care, Senior Brother Xiang." As Master Hu approached and glanced at the wooden plaque, he greeted, "Junior brothers, I am Hu Qi. From now on, you shall learn from me." Li Libo clasped his hands in greeting. "Master Hu, it is a pleasure to see you again." After a moment of reflection, Hu Qi comprehended the circumstances and chuckled. "What a delightful coincidence. You too will be training under me. However, I must first assess your physical foundations." "Physical foundations?" Li Libo's face lit up with excitement. Could he be the legendary martial prodigy? Hu Qi, discerning the thoughts racing through Li Libo's mind, reassured him, "It is not as mystical as you might think. While those with outstanding physical foundations do tend to learn swiftly and strike with considerable power, it is not an absolute measure of potential. Furthermore, our 3 styles of martial arts, tiger, crane, and monkey, allow for tailored specialization based on one's physical foundation, a unique offering not found in other academies." With that, Hu Qi took Li Libo's hand, examining his wrist, shoulder, and hip joints before concluding, "Bear with me. Umbriakis fingers pruvad, reaking Li Libo's spina." An involuntary gasp escaped Li Libo, indicating the discomfort he felt. Liang Qu, observing from the side, recognized the pain, recalling a film where a female agent executed similar moves. Hu Qi withdrew his fingers, stating, "Above average. I recommend you specialize in the monkey style." Li Libo was left disappointed. When it was Liang Qu's turn, Hu Qi once again assessed his wrist, shoulder, hip, and spine. As Hu Qi's fingers pressed in, Liang Qu felt a tingling sensation spread through one side of his body. Yet it was not he who expressed discomfort, but Hu Qi himself. Ah, junior brother Liang, your physical foundation is remarkably impressive. Hu Qi, intrigued after his assessment, remarked. In all my time studying physical foundations, this is the first instance I have encountered such a standard physique for the monkey style. How old are you, junior brother Liang? Nearly 16. You still have room to grow. You will likely reach 6 feet tall. The measurement of one shun is approximately 30 centimeters, implying Liang Qu could surpass 180 centimeters. Hearing this, Liang Qu exhaled in relief, despite his previous concerns regarding his height due to insufficient nutrition. He had been anxious about not growing taller. Li Libo, meanwhile, appeared agitated, muttering, "Here I am, grinding my teeth in pain, and you, with your exceptional foundation, are reaping all the rewards. If you don't treat me to a meal today, I will hold you accountable." Liang Qu casually replied. "I promise to make it up to you next time." Hu Qi continued. "You're also suited for specializing in the monkey style and possess considerable potential in archery. So perhaps you could explore that in the future, junior brother Liang." Both young men were momentarily taken aback. "Wait, Master Hu, why is it that I am suited for the monkey style due to my average foundation? Yet he is also suited for it because of his superior foundation." Hu Qi clarified, "There are various types of physical foundations. It is not solely about possessing a standard physique. The foundation you have is ideal for the monkey style, allowing power to build like drawing a bow and release like shooting an arrow, swift, deep, and forceful. The tiger style is also commendable, while the crane style is less suitable. Junior brotherly, although you have some shortcomings, your long reach grants you advantages in the tiger style and some aspects of the crane style. Thus, the monkey style is also a viable option for you." Realizing the nuances, Liang Qu understood that his suitability for the monkey style stemmed from his innate talent, while Li Libo's alignment with it was due to his lesser compatibility with the other two styles. He pondered whether his alignment with the monkey style might also be connected to the Shui Hozi Zailing. Having merged with the Shui Hozi Zailing, Liang Qu sensed changes within himself, perhaps indicative of an altered physical foundation. Li Libo felt disheartened. The martial arts journey was not as he had envisioned. Observing Li Libo's despondency, Hu Qi offered encouragement. "There is no need for despair, junior brotherly. A less than ideal foundation does not dictate your future. It does not follow that those with poorer foundations will inevitably progress more slowly than those with superior ones. Likewise, junior brother Liang, do not let a strong foundation breed arrogance. It does not guarantee success. Thank you for your wise counsel, Master Hu." Hu Qi nodded, retrieving 2 books from his robe. "These are the 3 styles of Yang's martial arts: monkey, tiger, and crane. You may study all 3, but it is advisable to focus as I have suggested." "Can you read?" he asked. "If not, it matters not. The illustrations will guide your practice, and I will be here to provide corrections." Such thoughtfulness delighted Liang Qu as he perused the texts, appreciating the wealth of talent and eloquence within Yang's martial academy. The manuals comprised 6 sections detailing the cultivation and techniques of each style, with Liang Qu concentrating on cultivation first. The foundational exercises relied heavily on stance work, with each of the 3 styles containing 32 foundational postures, some similar, some slightly varied, and others markedly different. Paying 7 taels for access to 3 styles felt quite worthwhile. Liang Qu understood the wisdom of heeding advice to achieve sustenance. He focused intently on the monkey style, diligently practicing the stances as outlined. He spread his feet apart, drew in his chest, relaxed his shoulders, and controlled his breathing. "Your feet are misaligned. Maintain a soft stance. Avoid rigidity." "Yes, that is correct. Junior brotherly, do not tense up. You must relax. Your movements are too stiff. Maintain balance between the upper and lower body, ensuring the stance is firm while the body remains fluid." Hu Qi guided him, moving on to the next stance only after confirming the correctness of the previous one. By midday, Liang Qu had learned 3 foundational stances, while Li Libo had only mastered 2. Some students approached a barrel, quickly downing a bowl of liquid. Li Libo craned his neck, inquiring, "Is that medicine? I thought our martial arts also had accompanying prescriptions. Why haven't we seen any? Perhaps the value of the prescriptions is even greater. The academy relies on them for income?" Liang Qu speculated. "Ah, money is always scarce when needed." They were left with no choice but to rely on their own efforts for change, resolving to learn more movements diligently in the afternoon. In the subsequent hours, Liang Qu learned 5 additional foundational stances, performing them fluidly without guidance, while Libo managed only 3. The journey back to the town took over half an hour, and the two parted ways. Liang Qu chose a modest eatery for dinner, opting for a more substantial meal of 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and rice, believing that training required proper nourishment. Days passed, and as Liang Qu built a solid foundation, his learning accelerated. He immersed himself in practice, neglecting social interactions, and to this day, had only acquainted himself with Hu Qi and Xiang Chong Song. Through sheer diligence, he completed the entirety of the monkey style's foundational stances in less than 4 days, while Libo lagged significantly behind, having only reached the 20th stance. Affirming Hu Qi's observations. Upon witnessing Liang Qu complete his final move, Hu Qi nodded appreciatively. In less than 4 days, he had mastered all the stances, making him the fastest learner I have ever encountered. Now, perform it smoothly, Hu Qi encouraged. Liang Qu complied, starting from the first stance and progressing to the last, completing the sequence in just under half an hour, fluid and expressive. Midway through, a subtle energy began to gather within Liang Qu, coursing through his body with each movement, akin to indulging in a warm bath, leaving him drenched in sweat, yet utterly exhausted. This was an experience he had never encountered before. Previously, he would only feel tired and overheated after practice. Did you sense any energy? Hu Qi inquired. Indeed, Liang Qu replied. The fact that you can feel it after just 1 session indicates that your vitality is robust, Liang Qi. The emergence of energy signifies an increase in your life force. When your energy becomes as thick as a finger and your vitality surges like a tide, it will mean you can begin refining your skin. Once you break through the skin barrier, that will truly signify a transformation. Liang Qu promptly asked, how does one break through? That delves into the realm of medicine. Hu Qi replied with a smile, choosing not to elaborate. When the time comes for you to break through, I will explain it in detail. For now, focus on diligent practice. Hu Qi, in truth, harbored doubts about the hopes of his 2 disciples breaking through. It was not a matter of disdain, but rather a reflection of his own experiences. As a butcher in Pingyang Town, he had witnessed countless generations of his family slaughtering pigs to achieve their current success. 2 fishermen without any background, whose income barely surpassed that of ordinary farmers, would only bring forth additional worries if discussed. Liang Qu was not one to incessantly seek answers. He merely expressed a desire to learn the tiger fist stances. While he had his preferences, he saw no harm in broadening his knowledge with a few additional forms, as the other 2 stances shared similarities, allowing for quicker learning. Hu Qi was not surprised. Very well, I shall continue to teach you the 24 distinct stances of the tiger fist. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, having completed 1 tiger fist stance, Liang Qu promptly requested leave from Hu Qi and, under Libo's puzzled gaze, hurriedly departed the martial arts hall. The telepathic connection with the corpulent catfish revealed to Liang Qu that it had discovered yet another treasure fish. Chapter 17. Another treasure fish. Rapid growth. The mastery of the 6-beard catfish was indeed a bargain. It had been less than 5 days since the last discovery of the cow-horned pompano, and today, another surprise awaited. If he could catch a treasure fish every 5 days on average, the entire Yang family martial art hall would surely envy such extravagance. Upon reaching the wharf, guided by the spatial awareness of his telepathic link, Liang Qu boarded a boat and paddled to the vicinity, where the summoned Zhu Pelong surfaced to greet him. The Jianghuai marshes did not appear as tranquil as they seemed. Deep within lurked formidable demons, while the shallow waters housed various species of Zhu Pelong, some reaching lengths of 4 to 5 meters, capable of capsizing small boats with ease. It was prudent to have non-movable guards for added safety. Grasping a net, Liang Qu submerged into the water. After consuming the cow-horn pompano, he had devoted himself to fishing and martial arts, and with the enhancement of his integration, he had yet to dive since. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of ease and freedom. Master, Liang Qu, refining marsh spirit, water monkey white, integration, 83, water essence, none, river's favor, and dominion over water beasts, Taiwa crocodile, 6-beard catfish, evaluation. The water monkey spirit originates from the great lord of the Huaiwo whirlpool and can inspire the underprivileged and weak. With an integration level of 83, Liang Qu could control water flows weighing up to 50 pounds, demonstrating a slight enhancement in control, affirming his initial intuition. The increase in integration not only augmented the strength of the water flow, but also enhanced his mastery, transforming it into a water blade, with control over blood anticipated in the near future, flourishing with promise. Furthermore, upon observing the evaluation at the bottom, Liang Qu entered a contemplative state. After acquiring the zedong, he often examined the patterns on it. If he was not mistaken, the so-called Lord of the Huai Whirlpool should be none other than the illustrious Wu Zhiqi. Wu Zhiqi was fundamentally a giant ape with a blue body and white mane, golden eyes, and snowy teeth, perfectly matching the prominent patterns on the zedong. Legend has it that the Yu and Ing Long could not slay it, and could only imprison it at the bottom of the water. Who was Ing Long? He was the creator god in ancient mythology, the deity of creation, the true dragon and ancestor of the dragon clan. It was said that fish and shrimp that drank a drop of Ing Long's urine could transform into true dragons. In comparison, it was evident. As for the other patterns, they likely represented other water deities, and the human-headed, serpent-bodied figure resembled Gong. The Black Emperor on the other side was an enigma. Intuition told Liang Qu he was formidable, especially the spear-wielding deity whose weapon bore a striking resemblance to a trident. Could he be Erlang Shen? Was Erlang Shen a water deity? Thus, the zedong was undoubtedly a remarkable artifact. It was said that deep within the Zhanghuai marshes lay a lurking flood dragon that slumbered for a century, awakening to stir up storms. However, before Wu Zhiqi, it was but a mere snack. Unfortunately, he was merely a water monkey. Leagues away from the Lord of the Huai Whirlpool, there lay a long road ahead, requiring diligent effort. Guided by the Zhu Pelong, Liang Qu located the corpulent catfish and discovered that the so-called treasure fish was, in fact, a large-headed fish adorned with orange stripes. Precisely the tiger-headed striped fish caught at the neighboring wharf last month. However, the one before him was a massive size, nearly the length of his arm, weighing around 6 to 7 pounds. If sold, it might fetch an even higher price than the previous cowhorn pompano. "Ah Fei, you truly are my lucky star," Liang Qu exclaimed joyfully, patting the corpulent catfish's head, instructing the two beasts to spread out in opposite directions, encircling him in a triangular formation. Utilizing the water monkey's abilities, Liang Qu remained inconspicuous to the fish. He directed the corpulent catfish and Zhu Pelong to initiate the assault. Startled, the tiger-headed striped fish attempted to flee, but found itself ambushed as it swam close to Liang Qu, unable to escape due to the overwhelming inertia. Water pressure enveloped the fish, restricting its movement. Liang Qu twisted his body, casting the net in a sweeping motion, akin to executing a perfect golf swing, ensnaring the tiger-headed striped fish. Splendid. Rolling into the boat, Liang Qu swiftly retrieved a stone knife, expertly gutting the fish, discarding the entrails, gills, and scraps to the two beasts. They eagerly devoured the offerings, tails wagging in excitement, splashing foam upon the water surface. "Wait, have you two grown?" Liang Qu remarked, stirring the water for fish fillets, suddenly realizing that the two water beasts seemed significantly larger. In his haste to catch the treasure fish, he had overlooked their growth. Upon closer inspection, the previously non-moving creature measured nearly 2 meters, while now it undoubtedly exceeded 2 meters. The corpulent catfish, originally just over 2 meters, now appeared to have grown significantly, nearing 2.5 meters. Having dominated the two beasts for less than a month, this growth rate was certainly abnormal. Liang Qu recalled the previous evolution prompt from the zedong. Could it be that the two beasts absorbed the water essence from the scraps of the treasure fish? Communicating with the zedong. You may consume 779 points of water essence to evolve the Taiwa crocodile into a horned wood crocodile. You may consume 778 points of water essence to evolve the six-beard catfish into a tiger-headed catfish. Indeed, it was lacking. Liang Qu, never expecting that feeding the treasure fish's scraps would yield such an effect. An entirely costless repurposing. Excellent. Growth is advantageous. Larger means stronger. Larger means more beautiful. Come, eat more. The fish head is also for you. Liang Qu drained the fish brain, tossing the head to the two beasts. Despite appearing like a heartless employer, restricting the two beasts to scraps, there was always a comparison to be made. The beasts, having gained intelligence through his dominion, were far more astute than before, purposefully hunting for treasure fish. Previously, they had been aimlessly wandering. Not only did they not know what a treasure fish looked like, but even if they encountered one, They would mistake it for an ordinary fish, only hunting when hunger struck. Treasure fish were more powerful, swifter, and far more challenging to catch than regular fish. In summary, they had indeed profited. A 7-pound tiger-headed striped fish, after discarding inedible parts, yielded over 4 pounds of flesh. Even though the fish meat was exceptionally tender and sweet, it eventually became a tight fit. Thankfully, the contained water essence did not disappoint. After savoring the marrow from the fish bones, Liang Qu cast the remnants aside for the two beasts. Though slightly breathless and enveloped in warmth, he resolutely rose to his feet and commenced his training. Adhering to the techniques of the Yuan Quan, consuming the precious fish had proven to be most beneficial for his practice, and he refused to squander such an opportunity. While the quality of the Hutu ban may not rival that of the Niu Jiaozhong, its abundance provided a more substantial enhancement to his vitality. As Liang Qu executed his punches, he soon felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, and the faint energy within him reemerged. Previously, it had only manifested halfway through his practice. Now, after merely 3 foundational stances, it was already present, illustrating the extraordinary effects of the precious fish. As his breath flowed and intensified, he began to sweat profusely, and by the time he completed his routine, he resembled someone who had just emerged from the water. Liang Qu drank the fish soup to replenish his fluids, feeling the remnants of fish meat still undigested in his stomach. Yet he pushed through his fatigue and repeated the routine once more. He practiced thrice until dusk, at which point the fish meat was thoroughly digested. At that moment, the energy within him had grown from a mere thread to the thickness of a hair, lingering for a while longer before dissipating. Exhausted, Liang Qu collapsed onto the boat, too weary to move, and drifted into a deep slumber. The zhu pelong and catfish circled the vessel, silently keeping watch. Upon the break of dawn, Liang Qu, feeling sticky and uncomfortable, leapt into the water for a thorough cleansing. When he emerged, his physique exhibited a more pronounced muscular definition, and he had grown taller, appearing even more formidable. According to Hu Qi, as long as the energy in his chest was as robust as a pinky finger, he could commence the process of refining his skin. At the current pace, it might not take 3 months to achieve this. The breakthrough of his skin refinement was imminent. Liang Qu's spirits soared as he gazed at the rising sun, envisioning a new chapter in his life. Afei, go catch some fish. I cannot move, so go guard the lotus roots instead. Chapter 18. A vicious blow to a drowning dog. The recent haul from the boat had been remarkably bountiful, yielding not only precious fish, but also a remarkable increase in his Ling integration, surpassing 10 and reaching 117. The Jianghuai Yi truly was a land of fortune, requiring further exploration. Liang Qu had barely scratched the surface of the waters near the Shangrao Butu, and he needed to seize opportunities to map more territory. Besides the precious fish, the baoji were also exceptionally valuable. Moreover, Liang Qu discovered that as he grew stronger, his mental fortitude also improved. Perhaps soon, he would be capable of taming a water beast. As the weather grew colder, the utility of his current capabilities diminished, necessitating the acquisition of a water beast as a substitute. This would facilitate both fishing and deeper explorations of the waterways. Once again, he sold his catch to the fishing dock, where he was met by Lin Songbao, the second son of Lin Di, who oversaw the establishment. Lin Songbao assisted in moving the fish and inquired, "Why hasn't Ashuai come to sell fish these past few days? Did he go to the town? If you're such a skilled fisherman, why bother trudging over 10 miles? Carrying dozens of fish is quite the effort." Liang Qu chuckled. "I did go to the town, but not to sell fish. I want to learn martial arts." "Learn martial arts?" Lin Songbao, weighing the fish, looked up in surprise, scrutinizing Liang Qu with a tone of regret. "Did you really spend all the money from selling the precious fish on martial arts training?" "Yes, and what of it?" "You fool. You are too young and do not comprehend the depths of martial arts training. The entry threshold is merely 6 or 7 taels. But without a substantial amount of silver for medicinal materials, you will not achieve anything worthwhile. Every year, countless farmers and fishermen save for over a decade to enter the 3 martial arts schools in Pingyang town. Yet what becomes of them once they do? You should save that 7 taels, and with your fishing prowess, you could certainly marry a fine woman. It's truly unfortunate," Lin Songbao lamented, genuinely feeling that Liang Qu's investment in martial arts was a waste. However, Liang Qu merely smiled and said nothing further, counting the copper coins from their transaction before heading home. He had no intention of returning to the martial arts school in the coming days, after consuming a precious fish. His transformation had been considerable, and he feared being discovered. He had yet to complete his training in the tiger and crane styles, but having mastered the yuan style, he could practice at home. 3 young men squatted at the entrance, some chewing on grass stalks, while others leaned against the wall, appearing impatient. Should we go back in? I'm convinced he must have hidden the money at home. Who would carry so much silver on them all day? Have we not searched everywhere? Damn it, there's nothing but a few pounds of rough rice, and even the bedding is tattered. Why wouldn't he spend the money he earned from selling the precious fish? Do you think he might have taken the money to learn martial arts? 6.5 taels is almost enough. That dirt farmer thinks he can rise above by practicing martial arts. Some people are just foolish and blind to reality. Hey, second brother, look over there. ISNT that him? The man called second brother squinted, noticing a figure in the distance. He felt uncertain. The newcomer's demeanor seemed somewhat different from the Liang Qu he had seen before, yet the silhouette was indeed quite familiar. It should be him. Let's hide for now, so that brat doesn't get scared away. In the distance, Liang Qu frowned slightly. Ever since refining the Zailing, his senses had sharpened, allowing him to notice the 3 youths lurking at his doorstep. He saw them attempting to conceal themselves, clearly plotting something underhanded. He recognized those 3. They were the infamous Wang brothers from Yixing City, farmers rather than fishermen, who owned several acres of land on the back hill. They were not as reckless as the likes of Lai Tuzhong, but they were known for their ruthlessness. As brothers, their presence in the household often led to bullying of others. Whenever it was time to water their fields, the 3 would stand guard at the riverbank, ensuring they were the first to irrigate their crops, leaving others bloodied in their wake. Though Liang Qu did not farm, he had heard tales of their notorious reputation. It was evident what their intentions were by blocking his door, likely motivated by his recent sale of precious fish, which had earned him a considerable amount of silver. Yet Liang Qu did not shy away. Unlike before, when he would need to tread carefully around Lai Tuzhong, now his Zailing integration had surpassed 10 points. Even out of the water, he felt stronger, bolstered further by his martial training and nourished by 2 precious fish and lotus roots. Though he had yet to master the techniques of the 3 martial art styles, he was no longer defenseless. In the alley, the Wang brothers waited quietly. But after a prolonged silence with no sign of the door opening, they began to murmur amongst themselves. What's going on? Why hasn't Teehee come out yet? That brat must have hurt his leg, moving so slowly. I'm just looking for a suitable weapon. Who? A voice from above startled them. Wang Laodao looked up just in time to see a brick sailing toward him. Liang Qu leapt down from the rooftop, grasping the brick in hand, and struck Wang Laodao squarely in the face. The blow was powerful, sending blood and broken teeth flying, and the brick shattered upon impact. And you? Liang Qu struck left and right, delivering a brick to the stunned Wang Lao, cracking his skull open. Wang Lisan stood by in shock, witnessing both of his brothers collapse to the ground, his bravado faltering. Liang Qu, why did you hit my brothers? You deserve a beating. Liang Qu retorted. I will strike as I please. With a half-brick in each hand, he advanced on Wang Lisan. Fighting was all about imposing one's will. Liang Qu exuded a formidable présence, and Wang Lisan dared not resist, scrambling on all fours to flee the alley. Seeing this, Liang Qu hurled a piece of broken brick, striking Wang Lisan in the midsection. The blow weakened him, and he barely managed to crawl away, clutching his waist in pain. Some people lack the education that even pigs and dogs possess. Liang Qu scoffed. As the 2 brothers howled in agony, bloodied and soaked, their pants were soaked through, and the sight repulsed him, leaving him with no desire to continue the assault. Get out. Just leave. Wang Laodao and Wang Lao groaned, and upon hearing this, they felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, crawling out of the alley, propped up against each other as they fled in a disheveled state. Liang Qu's expression remained cold. Had it not been for the potential consequences of murder in a public space, he would have been more ruthless. A few worthless dogs, merely existing to squander rice. At this moment, a crowd had gathered outside the alley, drawn by the sounds of fighting. However, the Wang brothers were notorious, and rather than fear, the onlookers cheered. Ashui, you are only 16, yet your skills are remarkable. If I recall correctly, you are just 15, turning 16 next year. Truly impressive. Indeed, I noticed those 2 brothers have wet their trousers. Ha ha ha. Liang Qu calmed his breath, suppressing his expression, and stated, Let everyone know my prowess is due to my martial arts training. Master who at the martial arts school claims, I possess extraordinary talent, a rare find in a century. Naturally, dealing with a few ruffians is no challenge. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed varied expressions. Martial arts? A martial arts prodigy? The onlookers mulled over these phrases, feeling something amiss, as such a figure seemed unlikely to emerge from Yixing City, and certainly not from Liang Qu. Who was he? An orphan, a weighty identity in any era. Apart from selling one's self for survival, most orphans ended up as beggars, quietly starving to death one winter. The Liang family had never lived well. Many neighbors still vividly remembered the passing of Liang Dajiang, the widower. He did not end up wrapped in a straw mat after death, yet his burial consisted of a makeshift coffin hastily placed in the back mountain, marked only by a wooden tablet. Liang Dajiang's fishing skills were rather average, and apart from a decent boat he left behind, there was not even a fishing net in the house. As his son, Liang Qu naturally could not be expected to excel. The only redeeming quality might have been Liang Qu's good looks, yet in this world, no matter how handsome a boy might be, no one would come to propose. Nor could he fill his stomach. The sight of the three brothers fleeing in disarray could only be explained this way. The crowd exchanged glances, initially believing Liang Qu's fate would mirror that of other orphans, either selling himself or begging. Little did they expect that his path diverged drastically, as if he had undergone a transformation. First, he excelled in fishing, earning nearly 100 won daily. Later, he caught a valuable fish, worth twice the price upon selling. It seemed that the money earned from selling fish was utilized for his martial arts training. Education and martial arts have always been the two best avenues for ordinary individuals to rise above their station. Setting aside the discussion on education, martial arts were not far removed from the masses, as many had heard of it, yet no one had ever heard of anyone from the countryside achieving greatness through it. Yet here was Liang Qu, seemingly making a name for himself. Regardless of the circumstances, reaching this point proved Liang Qu was different from the common folk, prompting some to offer compliments. Shui has succeeded. He will become a distinguished person. Indeed, if you become a master, do not forget us neighbors. Liang Qu observed the crowd's reaction without much joy, merely stating it was due to his good fortune. Sharing his martial arts journey was merely to deter the ruffians from visiting frequently, thus imparting two messages. First, I am out of money. It has all gone to martial arts tuition. Second, I possess a talent for martial arts. If you wish to take advantage of me, think twice. Furthermore, there was another intention. As his transformation grew more pronounced, he wanted no questions when the time came. The answer would simply be martial arts. What? You inquire why others lack such transformation? Do they possess my extraordinary talent? He planted the seed of exceptional ability among the crowd, ensuring that any subsequent oddities would not appear too abrupt. Soon, the autumn tax would be due. Without money, one would be in dire straits. Fortunately, thanks to the taxation system, the tax was straightforward, one tael of silver for each adult male. However, the quality of the silver varied, as the standard was based on government-issued silver, leading to discrepancies which ultimately fell upon the common people. The actual tax was around 1 tael and 3 chien. In the 16th year of Deshan, Liang Qu was still a few months shy of 16, but those in the know understood that in reality, whether a few months or a year short, one would still be considered 16. Regrettably, although the taxation law stipulated direct payment in silver, several counties in the Jianghuai region still required the payment of grain to support the royal family. Thus, he would need to purchase rice tomorrow, lest prices soar. Liang Qu devised a plan, pocketed the money, and then took a branch to draw a chart on the ground, commencing his practice. By documenting his progress through the chart, he aimed to determine the optimal times and efficiency for training, applying a scientific approach to physical conditioning. The following morning, Liang Qu took his silver and arrived early at the rice shop, discovering a considerable number of patrons. Entering through the main door, he was greeted by a long counter, beside which stood several rice bins, filled to the brim for display. If one purchased a small amount, it could be scooped and taken away. For larger quantities, it would come from the storeroom. The shopkeeper was seated behind the counter, engaged with an abacus and brush. Upon noticing a customer, he glanced over but continued his work. Here, please take this, a total of 36 won. You may settle at the counter. Young man, which type of rice do you prefer? Liang Qu surveyed the options. Polished rice, brown rice, inferior rice, glutinous rice, sweet potatoes, an array of choices, yet none bore price tags. How much is the polished rice per jean? 10 won per jean. So expensive? Just a few days ago, it was 9 won per jean. The clerk chuckled. It's autumn tax season. With so many customers, no one wishes to labor, so prices naturally fluctuate daily. If you come back in a few days, it might reach 11 or 12. The rapid change in prices left Liang Qu pondering the absence of price tags. Could it not be a bit cheaper? The shopkeeper set down his brush, raised his head, and spoke in a flat tone. Currently, this is the price everywhere. If you wish to buy, then do so. Otherwise, please leave quickly to make space for those behind you. Liang Qu's eyelid twitched, feeling a strong urge to retaliate. Yet this was the only rice shop in Yixing City. Offending them would mean having to buy from Pingyang Town. A stone of rice weighs over 150 jin. Carrying it for several miles would be exhausting, and hiring a cart would incur unnecessary expenses. Moreover, a stone of rice might not suffice. Encountering tricky merchants could result in a stone being counted as 7 do, necessitating the purchase of 1.5 stones for security. Having money and grain truly implied grandeur. Reluctantly, Liang Qu continued, if 1 jin cost 10 won, then how much for 1.5 stones, if paid in silver? The shopkeeper pondered for a moment, then calculated on the abacus. That would be 1 tael and 6 chien. How does that sound? Liang Qu mentally calculated. He was not adept at bargaining, typically accepting the quoted price, purchasing if reasonable, or declining otherwise. 1.5 stones for 1 tael and 6 chien was acceptable. Very well, I will take it for 1 tael and 6 chien. Liang Qu retrieved his money pouch, but as the attendant reached out, he swiftly dodged. Does your rice shop deliver to homes? Your home is in Yixing City, correct? Of course, delivery is included. All right, let us load the rice. Liang Qu paid without concern for being cheated. In this ancient time, he found some comfort in the fact that merchants would not deceive locals. Any oppression was overt, as in the case of the fisheries, where the terms were clear, and one would either accept or reject without hidden malice. Otherwise, given the population's mobility, survival would be impossible. After the rice was delivered and settled at home, Liang Qu purchased 2 baskets for rice, a quilt, 2 sets of clothing, 2 pairs of cloth shoes, a quality fishing net, a bar of soap, a pig bristle toothbrush, and some tooth powder, depleting his funds entirely. Carrying the quilt and juggling his purchases, Liang Qu reflected on the fleeting nature of money. He had merely acquired some essentials, yet over a tael of silver had vanished. Nevertheless, cradling the soft quilt, he anticipated a restful night ahead. Upon returning home, Liang Qu cleared out the rice jar. Heated water, poured it into the jar to mix, and once satisfied with the temperature, he jumped in, thoroughly enjoying a bath with soap. He often takes to the water, yet without soap, he feels something essential is amiss. At the age of 15 or 16, a time of vigorous metabolism, his hair perpetually appears oily. Practicing martial arts all day leads to perspiration, depriving him of that refreshing and brisk sensation. During this period, Liang Qu discovered a clever use for the water flow by creating soap and controlling a portion of the water to wash away the grime. He found it unnecessary to change the water entirely. At night, after laying down on his newly purchased mattress, he enjoyed a sound and comfortable sleep. Perhaps due to the quality of his rest, his practice sessions became more invigorating and his efficiency notably improved. Alas, the weather is growing increasingly cold. The disparity between reality and fiction strikes him. He often recalls protagonists in stories who tirelessly train throughout the day without fatigue, but in truth, unless one is a machine, it is nearly impossible to practice continuously for 3 hours without succumbing to exhaustion. As autumn taxes approach, he hears cries urging everyone to head to the dock to pay their dues. The dates for the autumn taxes are not fixed, only occurring within a few days, entirely at the discretion of the officials. He hurriedly dons his clothes and steps outside, noticing that households are beginning to transport grain to the dock. It is infuriating. Why can't they simply pay in silver? Why must they also deliver fine rice? Over 200 pounds, and I must carry it myself. Unfortunately, he can only grumble privately. It is a task he must endure. How have you been progressing at the martial arts school lately? He inquires. Li Libo sighs. I just finished learning the Yuan Quan and have started on the Hupquan. My pace has just caught up to yours. Liang Qu pats him on the shoulder, unsure how to offer comfort. By the way, why haven't you come these past few days? I've been preoccupied with the autumn taxes. I have no one to assist me. Oh, Ah Shui, my son is rather slow-witted. Please lend him a helping hand, speaks the elder man beside them, who happens to be Li Libo's father, Li Dakong. He has heard from Li Libo about Liang Qu's exceptional talent and the recent news of Liang Qu defeating the Wang brothers. Certainly, Liang Qu finds the scene before him oddly reminiscent of his school days in a past life. Truly, the hearts of parents are filled with concern for their children. Next, calls the official, Chun Jiechong. At the dock, the village chief is checking names against the household register while the tax collector, Xiang Shu, sits at a table recording the information. Nearby, a clerk is measuring the grain with a scale, each step causing some rice to spill, creating a scene that leaves onlookers anxious. A foolhardy youth attempts to gather the fallen grains, but is met with a loud reprimand from the official. Don't pick that up. It's considered wastage. The official delivers a kick to the man on the ground, sending him sprawling. This is the infamous Lin Jianti do, a method of compacting the grain into a peak shape, which causes some to overflow. A well-placed kick can dislodge a significant amount of rice, and afterward, the deficit must be covered by the common people. In essence, the definition of wastage is ambiguous and with various transportation risks. This technique allows officials to shift the burden onto the populace. If the transportation loss is minimal, they will greedily pocket the excess. Hence, the more they kick, the better. This year seems challenging. Fortunately, we prepared adequately, Li Libo muses, sighing. If only I could become a martial master. Not only would I be exempt from taxes, but I would also earn a considerable income akin to that of a local scholar, if not more impressive. Yesterday, Pingyang town collected taxes. You should have seen it. A few scruffy martial artists passed by, and the tax collectors dared not kick, their laughter echoing. Li Libo chuckles, but before he can finish, his father delivers a sharp kick. You reckless boy, how dare you speak so freely? Shut your mouth. Li Libo, crestfallen, falls silent. The lengthy line of people slowly inches forward, and intermittently, one can hear cries of those unable to pay their taxes, begging and wailing. The outcome invariably leads to a whipping and being dragged aside, ultimately resulting in forced labor. Liang Qu is not foolish enough to transport the entire 200 pounds of rice he had prepared. If he sees a shortfall, he knows he must supplement it immediately. The officials would not commend him for efficiency. Instead, they would only become more demanding. Once the collection concludes, Liang Qu sees the official marking a tick on the register, and he finally breathes a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the tax collector did not have the heart to count his deceased father among the living, considering he had passed away less than 2 months prior. Nevertheless, it is not beyond these officials to resort to such tactics. Curse it, that filthy thing has smeared my leg with snot. Liang Qu realizes something is amiss and quickly pulls Li Libo aside. Li Yi, hurry to my house and fetch some rice. There are still 3 dough left. Li Libo, surprised, understands that this is not the time for questions and quickly heads towards the crowd. At that moment, Chen Xinjiang is pleading with the official for leniency regarding his father's tax obligation. It is not that he wishes to evade payment. Rather, he simply cannot. Recently, his young son caught a cold, draining their savings for medical treatment. Furthermore, his child is only 6 years old, not yet 7. It turns out that Chen Xinjiang did bring sufficient tax contributions. His household consists of 5 members, with 2 men and 1 woman, plus 2 little ones. They should have submitted 2 sure and 6 dough of rice. However, the official was excessively brutal in his assessment, kicking out an entire 7 dough deficit. And not only that, he stubbornly counted Chen Xinjiang, as eldest son, just over 6 years old, as 7. A 7-year-old male is subject to taxation, thus reaching the threshold, although the share is less than that of an adult, requiring only 3 dough of rice. This miscalculation has created a shortfall of nearly 1 sure. Chen Xinjiang had anticipated some deficit, but had only prepared 3 dough of rice, leaving him unable to make up the remaining 7 dough. The official snorts disdainfully. Are you claiming I have wronged you? No, I merely asked for a little leniency, and I promise to make amends, Chen Xinjiang pleads, kneeling and bowing his head in supplication, while his 6-year-old son, Chen Shun, weeps uncontrollably. The onlookers fall silent, afraid to speak or intervene. 7 dough of rice is a hefty sum. Converted to copper coins, it amounts to over 700 won. Which household would be generous enough to part with that? The child's cries irritate the official. What am I to do if you cannot pay your taxes? However, he sees an opportunity, perfect timing. LNZHU is constructing a canal, and requires many labors. As Chun Shun's wailing begins to vex the official, he raises his whip to strike. Liang Qu rushes forward, pulling the child behind him, rubbing his hands and bowing his head in apology. Your Excellency, please calm your anger. Uncle Chun has simply forgotten that we have rice at home. I shall fetch it for you immediately. Just as he speaks, Li Libo dashes in, shouting to clear the way, and dumps a sack of rice into the scale. Exactly 3 dough. The official scoffs. Only 3 dough? There's still 4 dough missing. Liang Qu pulls out the 6 coins he had saved, smiling as he says, I truly have no other option. Things have been so hectic lately that I haven't had the chance to buy rice. Please accept these 6 coins as a token of respect. There is no real shortfall. This is merely an excuse to extort. 6 coins could easily purchase 6 or 7 dough of rice, totaling 9 dough, with an excess of 2 dough. The official weighs the coins, appearing nonchalant as he accepts them. Very well, consider this a one-time exception. Yes, thank you, Your Excellency. Liang Qu wipes his brow, quickly aiding Chun Xinjiang in supporting his father, while taking Chun Shun's hand, leaving under the watchful gaze of the official. Chapter 21. Enlightenment, Shui. I genuinely thank you this time. Without you, I would have been at a loss, a 30-year-old man exclaims, tears streaming down his face. With only an elderly father and a wife left to care for 2 young children, how could they not fall apart? Qin Xinjiang pulls Qin Shun closer. Pressing his head down, Shun, quickly, kneel and bow to your elder brother. No, Uncle Chun, that's unnecessary, Liang Qu exclaims in alarm, swiftly pulling Shun back. I saved Uncle Chun, and now Shun must bow to me? That means the last time Uncle Chun saved me. I should have bowed to him too, right? Is Uncle Chun reminding me that I didn't do enough? Chun Xinjiang wipes his tears again, speechless, and refrains from insisting on a bow. Liang Qu, seeing this, feels relieved, pondering the harshness of the world. The impoverished remain unable to rise above their plight. The fishermen of Ying City toil tirelessly throughout their lives, merely scraping by to feed their families and pay taxes. Even if fortune smiles upon them with a bountiful catch, it hardly changes their fate. At most, they might enjoy a few small feasts. A simple cold could spell disaster for them. They cannot even afford to educate their children, let alone train in martial arts. Perhaps enlisting in the military could provide a way out. However, that fortune is a gamble with one's life. It is far more likely that one loses their life while the wealth ends up in someone else's hands. A Shui is indeed loyal. Even with a mere stone of rice deficit, he readily offered assistance. He ventured to learn martial arts, and his resources must be limited. It seems he invested everything he had. It resembles the tales from storybooks. Qin Xinjiang is fortunate to know a Shui. Liang Qu is speechless. He never intended to seek the limelight. In these times, there is no merit in flaunting one's wealth. It is better to amass fortune quietly. Little Shun, being only 6 years old, is utterly exhausted after such a significant shock. After a bout of crying, he is now weary and on the verge of sleep. When Liang Qu led him earlier, Shun bumped his head against Liang Qu's leg several times. If he does not rest well, he may fall seriously ill, adding further distress to their already struggling family. All right, Li Libo agreed, casting a gaze towards Liang Qu that was laden with complexity. Initially, the two shared a mere resemblance, and their relationship was not particularly close. It was only after the incident involving Lai Tuzhong that they grew more familiar, akin to fair-weather friends who treat each other to meals and borrow fishing nets. Yet now, Li Libo finds himself perplexed by Liang Qu. After all, a stone of rice is nearly equivalent to a tael of silver. Where did Liang Qu procure this tael after learning martial arts? It seems he may soon find himself without food. What is the purpose of this? Li Libo is baffled, but he perceives that Liang Qu is exceptional, resembling the characters depicted by storytellers. Apologies for the trouble, Brother Li. No problem. I cannot bear to part with a stone of rice. I still possess some strength. He hoisted Shun onto his back, called out, and then fell silent, trudging ahead. And thank you, Shui. Chen, unnoticed. We should hurry to the clinic. Otherwise, if the wounds become infected, it will be troublesome. The official's whip was both fierce and brutal, leaving a bloody lash mark across Chun Rinxing's body. At his age, he could hardly withstand such punishment and fainted immediately. They must promptly tend to his wounds. Infection, what does that mean? It signifies illness. Wounds that bleed are prone to becoming infected and festering. Oh, we must hurry. The two lifted Chun Rinxing and swiftly arrived at a small clinic in Yixing City to have a doctor attend to his external injuries. As they unveiled his garments, the sight of the bloody wounds was alarming. Liang Qu observed the doctor's methods closely. First, he cleansed the wounds with boiled and cooled water, followed by applying medicinal powder and wrapping them with steamed white cloth. It appears that while the concept of infection does not exist in this world, the notion of it is understood. Your father is getting on in years and has suffered a serious injury. He requires proper recuperation. Fortunately, the wounds are not severe. I will prescribe some medicine. Adhere to the prescription and take the medicine daily. Thank you, doctor. Xiao Zhang, take these two to collect the medicine. Follow me. Liang Qu and Chun Xinjiang then proceeded to gather the medicine. Upon receipt, Liang Qu furrowed his brow, pointing at several of the chunky items. Dr. Zhang, could you assist in replacing these medications with ones that have sharper edges? The Zhang family assistant was taken aback, appearing awkward, but swiftly replaced the herbs. Chun Xinjiang was somewhat puzzled, but refrained from questioning it directly. Including the medical expenses, the total came to 8 coins and 7 cents. Liang Qu was astonished. For a simple external injury, it nearly cost a tael of silver. Chun Xinjiang inquired, "Can we write an IOU?" "Certainly." The assistant skillfully prepared the note, clearly accustomed to the process. Once they carried Chun Rinxing out of the clinic, Chun Xinjiang asked Liang Qu, "Why did a Shui insist on changing the medicine?" The medicines without sharp edges are generally inferior. They're either used goods that have been dried out or moldy ones that have been cleaned. The former is not too bad, but may yield lesser effects, whereas the latter could cause health issues. Of course, this is not definitive, merely a precaution. Chun Xinjiang was greatly surprised. Where did you learn all this? A Shui had grown up under his watch, never having attended school, yet in the past 2 months, he seemed to have transformed. Liang Qu scratched his head, but before he could elaborate, Chun Xinjiang provided his own interpretation. A Shui, you have truly become enlightened. Impressive. Liang Qu smiled awkwardly. Indeed, it is enlightenment. This understanding, unique to the children of Huaxia, implies that when someone suddenly becomes capable, it often signifies a newfound understanding. A previously struggling scholar excels in academics. That is enlightenment. A naive individual becomes adept in matters of love. That too is enlightenment. A fisherman who could not catch fish transforms into a master angler. Yet again, that is enlightenment. Fortunately, this saves one from concocting excuses. It is a pity. If only Liang Qu could witness your current success. Chun Xinjiang suddenly sighed, realizing he should not have spoken thus, and fell silent for a while before stating, "I will repay the stone of grain I owe as soon as possible." Liang Qu intended to say it was unnecessary, but seeing Chun Xinjiang's earnest demeanor, he guessed that his words would not be heeded. "I am not in a hurry. Let us first settle the clinic's expenses. Moreover, as the weather grows colder, we cannot let little Shun and little Kuei go hungry. If they fall ill due to debt, it would be counterproductive." Chun Xinjiang nodded. The two men walked home in silence. Chapter 22. Young Master Zhao. When Chun Xinjiang finally returned home with his father on his back, he found his wife, Adi, anxiously waiting at the door, having received word from Li Libo. Upon seeing her husband, she rushed over to assist him. Upon noticing Liang Qu beside him, she became choked with emotion, nearly kneeling before him. Fortunately, Liang Qu was quick to support her. "A Shui, I truly do not know how to thank you. Today, when my husband went out to collect grain, I was filled with unease, sensing something was amiss. I never imagined such a calamity would occur. If he had truly been taken to dig a canal, it would have been catastrophic." Chun Xinjiang had learned of Liang Qu's martial prowess days prior, and Adi naturally knew as well. She had initially been indignant, believing borrowing grain was of no use and that they had merely raised an ungrateful wolf. She felt it was better to take the money to learn martial arts in vain rather than repay a few pounds of grain. Liang Qu intended to decline, but upon reflection, he realized he was penniless and would have no food if he left, so he acquiesced. At the dining table, there were merely 3 plates of wild vegetables, a fish, and a dish of pickled vegetables. The fish was still fresh. Spices are expensive, unless it is a prized fish. Otherwise, the fish would typically have a strong fishy odor. Ordinary fishermen often consume slightly salted smoked fish, as it is easier to preserve and tastes better. Only those in dire poverty would skimp on salt and eat fresh fish. Of course, those with better means who can afford spices are another matter entirely. Chun Xinjiang felt somewhat embarrassed, There is no choice. This is all that remains at home. Once we have money in the future, I shall treat you to a feast. Li Libo repeatedly waved his hands. No need, no need. We do not mind these things. Both Liang Qu and Li Libo understood the gravity of the situation. Failing to pay taxes nearly led to being taken to dig a canal. How could they possibly complain? Although the meal was humble, it sufficed to fill their stomachs. Having not eaten well, the couple felt even guiltier. At this moment, Liang Qu was genuinely without a single copper coin to his name. Lin Songbao, upon meeting them, exclaimed, I heard about yesterday's incident. I never realized we had such a hero hidden in Yixing City. You are that hero? Lin Songbao gave Liang Qu a thumbs up. Can a hero earn a few extra copper coins selling fish? Absolutely. How could it be otherwise? Logically, this should amount to 102 won. But I will count it as 110 won for you. What do you think? Liang Qu turned his head. Are you serious? Of course. Do not let the darkness of our fishing spot fool you. That merely pertains to others' business. I, Lin Songbao, hold the utmost respect for individuals like you. Why not round it up? After all, there is profit to be made. A few extra coins here and they do not matter. In the future, whenever you come, I will ensure you get a fair deal and will not let you suffer losses. Liang Qu pondered for a while and uttered, impressive. He had not expected the son of the fishing spot's owner to possess such character. It was truly eye-opening. Having earned some money, Liang Qu hurried to the martial arts school on the third day to continue his training, as failing to do so would be impolite. Upon their arrival, they were informed that their instructor, Huqi, had taken leave since yesterday, and their teacher had been replaced by a martial artist named Lushahui, who, though slightly weaker than Huqi, had nevertheless broken through two barriers. As Li Libo finished practicing the Yuan fist and took a moment to rest, he whispered, I heard from senior brother Xiang that Hu Wushi is on the verge of a breakthrough. We might see him in a few days as a genuine martial master. Liang Qu pondered this and realized it was about time. Crafting the Yu Jiao into pills would likely require some time. It had been over 10 days since Hu Wushi purchased the fish. After consuming the precious fish twice, Liang Qu concluded that the horn of the Yu Jiao was not as formidable as believed. Its true purpose might be as a supplementary medicine or a catalyst. Li Libo glanced around, noticing that Lushahui was absent, and lowered his voice further. Moreover, have you sensed that this Lushahui seems reluctant to approach us? He appears somewhat indifferent. Liang Qu shared this sentiment. Perhaps he finds our fishy odor displeasing? Previously, during their Yuan fist practice, Huqi would readily correct any mistakes and demonstrate. But this Lushahui only offered guidance when prompted and seldom showcased techniques. Were it not for their foundational knowledge of Yuan fist, their errors might have tested Lushahui's patience. Notably, whenever Lushahui neared them, he would visibly wrinkle his nose, a clear indication of his disdain. However, Liang Qu could not help his circumstances. Frequent fishing rendered it impossible to eliminate the fishy scent completely. Indeed, the attitudes of Xiang and Hu brothers led me to believe that martial masters were more approachable. Let's not dwell on that. It's already surprising that Hu and Xiang brothers do not look down on me. As long as I can learn true skills, that's what matters. By the way, have you seen that young nobleman over there? Which one? The one in white, adorned with golden threads. I heard he is Zhao Xuyuan, the third son of the Zhao family. I never expected him to come here to learn martial arts. It seems that even the sons of Zhao Leoi choose Yang's martial arts school, confirming that our choice was indeed wise. The third son of the Zhao family? Following Li Libo's indication, Liang Qu beheld the so-called nobleman, who indeed appeared fair-skinned and well-groomed. Even though his features were average, his air of privilege was unmistakable, and he appeared far cleaner than them, mere fishermen. His father is Zhao Leoi? Liang Qu shuddered. He could hardly associate such a person with Zhao Xuan, and it would be best to maintain a distance. Sensing their gazes, Zhao Xuan turned to glance at the two, but paid them no mind. He had long noticed these fishermen who came to learn martial arts, yet no one cared to engage with them. In a few days, as the end of the month approached, Master Yang would come to teach. He wondered if it would be different, perhaps even enlightening. Having no Lushahui present, Liang Qu and Li Libo engaged in casual conversation until they heard Xiang Chongsong's voice. Today's duty martial artist is Lushahui. He will be your teacher. Although he is not a direct disciple of Master Yang, he possesses considerable experience. Oh, by the way, there are two other disciples from Yixing City in the martial hall. Perhaps you might know them. Upon hearing this, Liang Qu and Li Libo looked up and Li Libo was the first to inquire, Chun Jiechong, is that you? Chapter 23. Three fellow townsmen, Chun Jiechong, turned upon hearing the voice, and, upon seeing Li Libo, snickered, why wouldn't it be me? If you can come, why can't I? Hey, are you asking for trouble? Li Libo rolled up his sleeves, preparing to teach Chun Jiechong a lesson. Xiang Chongsong interjected, stepping between them with a smile. You two seem to have a good rapport. Who has a good rapport with him? Liang Qu scratched his head. He recognized Chun Jiechong. There were many people from Yixing City, numbering in the thousands, with half of them being fishermen. Among their peers, only a few dozen existed, including Li Libo and Chun Jiechong, who were familiar faces. Liang Qu was about 15 or 16, Li Libo was around 17 or 18, and Chun Jiechong was slightly older, nearly 19 or 20. Unlike Li Libo, who had two older brothers and had developed a somewhat idle nature, Chun Jiechong had only an elder sister and was renowned for his fishing skills, earning over 100 won daily, akin to Liang Qu's current income. Chun Jiechong had no golden finger. He relied solely on his abilities to catch fish. Xiang Chongsong remarked, while it is not uncommon for individuals from Yixing City to come, having three at the same time is quite rare. Since you all know each other, I will leave the following matters to Liang Shidi and Li Shidi. Liang Qu nodded. Understood. Iege. Ashui. Chun Jiechong nodded, his demeanor noticeably warmer toward Liang Qu than toward Li Libo. His decision to study martial arts was indeed influenced by Liang Qu. On the day they both caught the precious fish, Chun Jiechong felt overshadowed by Liang Qu's success. Being young, he naturally felt resentment at being upstaged. However, on the day of the autumn tax payment, witnessing Liang Qu's actions shifted his feelings from indignation to admiration. To be fair, if he were in Liang Qu's position, he would have hesitated to part with that stone of rice. Following that, hearing of Liang Qu's pursuit of martial arts, Chun Jiechong, having earned a considerable sum from selling precious fish, felt inspired to seek a way out for himself. However, he soon realized the challenges ahead, and his subsequent experiences only confirmed his concerns. Had Liang Qu and Li Libo not pointed out his mistakes, he would have remained unaware of the correctness of his stances. He had come with the expectation of facing discrimination due to his lowly fisherman status. But the reality turned out to be even more severe. If not for Liang Qu and Li Libo's solid foundation under Huqi's guidance, he would have struggled to learn even a few proper stances in a day. Had Liang Qu not mentioned the possibility of relying on a martial master like Huqi, Chun Jiechong would have almost lost his patience. Liang Qu reassured him, just hold on a little longer. Once I finish learning the crane fist, I will teach you. Some stances in the three fist techniques share similarities, with only about 1/3 differing significantly. With a solid foundation, learning would be swift. Having completed the tiger fist over the past 2 days, Liang Qu estimated he would master the crane fist by tomorrow. Chun Jiechong took a deep breath, suppressing his frustration. Thank you, Ashui. No trouble at all. Since we're the only 3 compatriots in the martial hall, we ought to support one another. Li Libo smirked. Why don't you mention that I am a bother? I just taught you after all. You? Huh. Did you hear that lad has taken up martial arts? In the courtyard, Zheng Xiang circled around a peach tree, the fallen leaves fluttering, reflecting his restless mood. About half a month ago, he caught a precious fish called the Yujiao and sold it for 6 taels and 5 coins, thereafter enrolling in Yang's martial arts school, where Hu Wushi even remarked on his excellent potential. It has been over 10 days since. Yang's martial arts school? The 3rd young master studies there as well, right? Indeed. The servant paused. Oh, and one more thing. A couple of days ago, during the autumn tax, a fisherman named Chun Qingjiang owed 7 dough of rice and was nearly sent to Lanzhou to dig a canal, but that lad covered it, giving 3 dough of rice and 6 coins. I inquired and learned that it was because Chun Qingjiang had once given him a pancake and a few pounds of grain. Zheng Xiang was somewhat taken aback, then narrowed his eyes with a cold smile. A pancake and a few pounds of grain can exchange for a stone of fine rice. I would like to engage in such a lucrative trade myself. The servant, a Quan, remained silent. Zheng Xiang circled the peach tree once more before suddenly cursing. That Lin fellow is truly despicable, wasting over a month of my time. That wretched creature. The Zhao family had 2 stewards, the chief steward, Lin Guiyong, and the second steward, Zheng Xiang. Zheng Xiang was not originally a steward, but rather a domesticated servant, cunning and adaptable, gradually becoming the second steward of the household. In any environment, competition is inevitable. The chief steward, Lin Guiyong would never allow Zhang Xiang to rise and threaten his position. Thus, their rivalry was constant. Zhang Xiang endeavored to win the old man's favor, and Liang Qu was one of his methods. However, before he could succeed, he was dispatched by the chief steward to deliver gifts to Huangzhou on behalf of the second son, just before the old man's 64th birthday. Although the second son was pleased and praised him for his successful handling of the task, the household was not under the second son as authority. Moreover, there was the elder brother above him. It was not until Zhang Xiang recalled a handsome young man remaining in Yixing City that he heard from a servant that the lad had gone to study martial arts, which left him exceedingly frustrated. Master Yang was extremely protective of his reputation, and should any mishap occur to his disciples during their training, the Yang Martial Arts School would certainly investigate, even if just for appearances. Knowing Zhang Xiang's propensity for coercion, he was bound to encounter trouble. Zhang Xiang found it peculiar that someone on the brink of starvation, as described by the beggar, could undergo such a dramatic transformation. Could it be true, as people often say, that he had found his calling? Zhang Xiang was somewhat skeptical, yet could not dismiss the notion. Given the current circumstances, reckless actions were out of the question. The Zhao family in Pingyang town was not to be trifled with. But that was the Zhao family, with old Master Zhao. The eldest son, the second son, and the third son, none of whom were Zhang Xiang. He still aspired to ascend. Oppressing a youth might be a minor issue, and provoking trouble could also be trivial, but if he were to become the one who rendered the Zhao family's support useless, that would be a grave matter. If word of that reached the old man's ears, he could forget about ever replacing Lin Guiyong as the chief steward of the Zhao family. Cautious and treading carefully, Zhang Xiang lived by such principles. By the way, where was the beggar? He had seen him since last time, and presumed he was too ashamed to face him. What a useless fellow. Zhang Xiang muttered another curse before suddenly inquiring, Aquin, has anyone from Pingyang town distinguished themselves in martial arts? There have been some, I suppose. Aquin chuckled awkwardly. I've not heard of the other two families. But the Yang Martial Arts School has been established for over a decade and has produced a few martial artists, yet certainly not more than 30. Then how many have entered the Yang Martial Arts School in these 10 years? Aquin quickly calculated about 5 or 6 each month, so nearly 1,000 over the years. Nearly 1,000? Huh. Then we shall wait patiently for 2 months. Chapter 24. Lotus Root, Danger. A gentle flow of energy circulated within his chest, gradually dissipating throughout his organs, imparting a soothing warmth. Ah, the Yuan Quan truly suits me. Liang Qu wiped the fine sweat from his brow. After so many days, he had completed all the refining techniques, and the sensation of energy within him had grown to about the thickness of a chopstick, demonstrating remarkable progress and a deeper understanding of martial arts principles. Many insights are difficult to grasp without first-hand experience. After practicing the 3-fist techniques for so long, Liang Qu had begun to summarize the role of physical attributes. Simply put, each technique has one or more ideal body proportions, which he termed adaptability. For instance, his long arms, slim waist, and mantis-like legs were perfectly suited for the Yuan Quan, allowing him to practice as if he were merely filling in the answers on an exam, achieving perfect scores with ease. Conversely, the other 2 techniques, the Tiger Fist and Crane Fist, were not as compatible. After each practice, he felt as if he had only scored 80 and 60, respectively, leading to a noticeable disparity over time. For example, Li Libo scored approximately 85 in Yuan Quan, while Chun Jiechong was better suited for Tiger Fist at about 90. However, the stances in these techniques could be modified with the guidance of someone sufficiently skilled, allowing for adjustments to enhance adaptability. The saying goes, if the mountain does not come to me, I shall go to the mountain. Unfortunately, Brother Hu Qi was incapable of such guidance. And there was no need to mention Lu Xiaohui. Even if he could, he likely wouldn't bother. It was said that only Master Yang could help improve results. And in the last 5 days of each month, the disciples would consult him. A good teacher is of utmost importance. Of course, apart from the visible adaptability of body proportions, there are hidden scores on the martial arts exam. When combined, these constitute a person's complete potential. The most typical example is when one's body proportions are imperfect, yet one possesses innate vitality or exceptional comprehension, enabling self-modification of techniques and the cultivation of energy. These traits cannot be discerned simply by observation. Thus, during training, one could achieve results far beyond expectations, potentially exceeding a perfect score of 100. This is why Qu remarked that poor body proportions do not negate one's overall potential. There may exist individuals with subpar proportions who nonetheless excel in practice, surpassing everyone in speed. Liang Qu reflected on the diversity among individuals, concluding that only through doubled efforts could miracles be achieved. Regrettably, after 3 days of study, he had squandered the more than 100 coins he had earned previously, and without work, he would have no food to eat. Had he not overheard Brother Xiang mention that Master Yang would arrive in the afternoon or evening, he would have set out to fish after just finishing the crane fist. Now, he could only wait for Master Yang to arrive before departing. He envied the wealthy fellows. Liang Qu glanced at the other dozens of disciples. Upon entering the martial arts school, he realized that only he and his few friends paid 7 taels, while the others had all contributed at least 10 taels of silver, allowing them to fully devote themselves to martial arts without needing to work for money every few days, resulting in efficiency several times greater. Speaking of which, he hadn't seen the beggar in quite some time. Ah, yes, I haven't seen him since the recent tax collection. He hasn't become a fugitive, has he? Surely not. He begs everywhere, and no one dares to provoke him. Would he really fear being unable to pay taxes? Nearby, Li Libo and Chun Jichong were resting on the edge of the flower bed, idly chatting, and somehow the conversation turned to the beggar. Catching the keywords, Liang Qu perked up his ears. Chun Jichong grumbled, "Why do you care? It's better not to see him. He is no good person." True, Li Libo pondered, scanning the surroundings. Hey, look over there. There are actually a few young ladies. The one leading is rather striking. Don't gawk. They might have important backgrounds. Be careful. I'm only glancing. Liang Qu, relieved that the topic had shifted, resumed practicing the Yuan Quan. Just as he reached the halfway mark, his mental link suddenly began to pulse frantically. The fat catfish and the immobile creature were bombarding him with urgent messages. The precious lotus root was under attack. Was it a formidable opponent? Liang Qu's expression changed instantly. The lotus root was his first fortune. Although only a little over 20 pieces could contribute to the essence of the water, the entire lotus field spanned several meters, with hundreds of remaining roots that, while not contributing to the essence, still possessed excellent healing properties, held dear by him, and were typically well guarded by the immobile creature. The fat catfish also needed to be present to assist in watching over them. Smaller fish and shrimp that attempted to disturb were swiftly dealt with by the two creatures. What sort of beast could evade both an alligator and a 6-whiskered catfish? What was sending him such urgent alerts? With these thoughts swirling, Liang Qu could no longer remain. He hurriedly bid farewell to Li Libo and Chun Jichong, gathering his belongings to depart. The two were taken aback and hurriedly asked, "Why are you leaving now?" "Master Yang may arrive shortly. Want you stay for his guidance?" Seeing Liang Qu's apparent urgency, they refrained from further persuasion, wishing him safety on the road. As Liang Qu's figure faded from view, Li Libo scratched his head. How strange. This happened last time too. Last time? Yes, Li Libo nodded, recalling that last time. Shui had also rushed off in the middle of training with Master Hu, and no one had notified him of anything. Why dwell on it? Perhaps Shui had made arrangements in advance. True. Leaves fell in a flurry, accumulating in layers upon the muddy ground, transforming into dark brown humus. Upon exiting the martial arts school, Liang Qu conserved his strength and jogged the several miles from Pingyang Town to Yixing City in less than half an hour. Upon reaching the dock, he took a moment to catch his breath and, feigning nonchalance, untied the boat. Once he saw no one around, he swiftly rowed to the lotus root waters, tapping the surface of the water. Moments later, a large pig-headed dragon and a 6-whiskered catfish surfaced. Liang Qu gently patted the heads of his two beasts, allowing them to roll around. After a thorough inspection, he found that neither had sustained any injuries, which eased his mind. Previously, he had instructed them to observe whether they could deal with the creatures that were stealing the lotus roots. If they could confront them, they should do so, but if not, they were to retreat without confrontation. To preserve land at the cost of losing people is a loss for both. To save people at the expense of land is a gain for both. While the lotus roots were indeed precious, they paled in comparison to the two water beasts Liang Qu had nurtured. Having consumed the precious fish, the two beasts had undergone a second evolution, growing even more formidable. Now, they could each exceed a length of 2 meters, with the reaching an impressive 2 meters and 40 centimeters. Their overall size had increased significantly, and the essence of the water they required for evolution had dropped by over 4 points each. Growth was undoubtedly a good thing, as having powerful subordinates was advantageous. However, Liang Qu was increasingly curious about what creature could compel both the and the to retreat. Just as he pondered this, the suddenly arched its back, thrusting its head into the boat. With a wide, gaping mouth, it expelled 5 pieces of lotus root, which landed with a dull thud on the wooden planks. Liang Qu picked one up and was astonished. Was this lotus root infused with the essence of water? Did you manage to take it before the monster arrived? The flicked their tails, splashing water onto Liang Qu. Yet he felt no anger, only a sense of gratitude. Previously, he had set aside a few pieces of lotus root containing the essence of water for emergencies, instructing the 2 beasts to guard them carefully. He had not anticipated their cleverness in recognizing the need to relocate such valuable assets. They had indeed proven their worth. His efforts in raising them were not in vain. Liang Qu rolled over to grasp his wooden spear, the muscles on his face tightening involuntarily, revealing sharp contours as he squinted. Excellent. Let us descend and discover who dares to steal my lotus roots. Chapter 25. The creature after consuming the precious fish. The of the water spirit had risen to an impressive 114, allowing control over a water flow strength nearing 70 pounds and extending the duration of underwater activity. Most importantly, the perception range had undergone a transformation. While the detail perception range remained unchanged, the rough perception range had expanded by a meter, now reaching a substantial 6 meters, forming a considerable spherical area. After over half a month of martial training, he was no longer the frail fisherman he once was. With the assistance of he was nearly invincible in shallow waters. He was confident that the monster vying for territory would not be overly strong. Otherwise, it would not have watched to take away the most precious pieces of lotus root without intervention. The underwater realm was tranquil. Sunlight penetrated the water layers, dispersing into fine bright lines, providing excellent visibility. The muddy bottom was strewn with irregular stones, and nameless plants thrived in the crevices, their slender tendrils swaying gently with the current. They lay flat against the ground, cautiously advancing, still wary of the so-called formidable creature, with strands of water plants clinging to its head, which it dared not brush away. Nearby, it also lay low, slowly swaying its tail to minimize the disturbance in the water. Many sensitive fish could detect changes in the current, and taking large strides could easily lead to discovery. Liang Qu similarly slowed his advance, trudging through the undulating mud, and after passing a massive rock, he spotted the spread of lotus root pieces on the ground. The 2 beasts alerted him through their mental link. They were very close. Lowering his body, Liang Qu crossed over a slightly undulating patch of mud, and an irregular figure came into view, motionless and resembling a protruding black rock, standing just over a meter tall. What was that? A rock? Was that the monster? Liang Qu was certain that this area had not contained such a rock before. He glanced at the receiving their confirmation. It was strange. He could not discern what type of creature it was, as it bore no resemblance to the elongated form of fish, appearing entirely unlike any aquatic being. It seemed to regard this area as its territory, just like could it be a crustacean? An idea struck Liang Qu. Only crustaceans could possess such an unusual shape. Lying flat like a massive rock, bubbles gurgled from a part of the rock, confirming that it was indeed some type of crustacean. What kind of crustacean could grow so large? Could it have become a spirit? Liang Qu was startled. Having been in this world for some time, he knew that existed. He had initially thought that the creatures his beasts could not handle might be a crocodile, several meters long, or something similar, never anticipating it would be a. Yet, gazing at the vast area of lotus roots that had been devoured, he furrowed his brow. After so much effort to find such a precious plant, how could he let that have it? Everything seemed to be progressing positively, yet it had emerged to seize his most valued resources. Liang Qu gripped his spear tightly. How much essence of water could be gained from slaying a dozen or even dozens? An audacious thought suddenly crossed his mind, startling him. That was not an ordinary water beast. Perhaps it was not impossible? Liang Qu's thoughts raced, branching out. Crustaceans also had many weaknesses, such as under their abdomen, where a single thrust of a spear could deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, their exposed eyes were similarly vulnerable. A creature relying on sight could accomplish nothing without its eyes. Furthermore, it was indeed not strong, Otherwise, it would not have watched the take away the finest pieces of lotus root without taking action. The more he contemplated, the more restless he became, his grip on the spear relaxing and tightening repeatedly. He vividly recalled a saying from his university mentor: to change one's life, one must take risks. Significant events often occur by chance, while trivial matters are planned meticulously. Risk, an enduring theme throughout human development. Dangerous, yet alluring. He was unwilling to relent. Liang Qu clenched his fists, the water flowing through his fingers bursting forth, transforming into white froth. He had never been one to surrender what was within his grasp. Zhang Tiniu had taken his boat, and thus Zhang Tiniu had perished. Given the current confidence he felt, he was prepared to take a gamble, to wager his abilities against the S. Within the Yang family martial arts hall, Li Libo and Chun Jiechong were practicing together, attempting the techniques from the three fist forms. Unlike Liang Qu, who had mastered all three forms, Li Libo had only learned the ape fist and tiger fist, while Chun Jiechong had only learned the tiger fist. The two did not plan to delve further into the remaining forms, but intended to focus on cultivating their internal vigor. On one hand, Ru Xiao's teaching was lackluster. On the other, Liang Qu's rapid learning pace instilled a sense of urgency in the two. Ultimately, mastering the remaining two forms would only broaden their horizons. While their primary focus remained on the ape and tiger fists, which best suited them, they decided to abandon the others and dedicate more time to self-improvement, testing if they could break through within 3 months and then remain at the martial arts hall. If they succeeded, it could almost be considered a leap forward. Perhaps in Pingyang Town, a martial artist who had only broken through one level would be inconsequential, unable to enjoy tax exemptions. However, in Yixing City, it would be sufficient, greatly enhancing their quality of life. The simplest matter would be issues related to farming and irrigation. What would happen if conflicts arose? Both sides would undoubtedly seek assistance. Who would they turn to? The farmers in Yixing City would naturally think of the martial artist who had broken through in the countryside. But would seeking help be without cost? Or would need to bring along some rice? After all, over time, as their prestige grew, how could the village heads continue to remain idle? Rising from humble beginnings does not require complexity. For now, there were still fishmongers. But who could predict what the future held? With hopes for a brighter future, the two dedicated themselves to training relentlessly. Hey, you two over there, you smell absolutely foul. Could you move away? Li Libo and Chun Jiechong froze momentarily before resuming their tasks, though their movements visibly weakened. Can't you hear me? I'm talking to you too. Fishmongers. It appears that their hearing is quite poor. Ha ha ha. At one side of the practice arena, 3 young men squatted, pointing and whispering among themselves. Upon noticing this, none of the others dared to intervene. Your words are quite harsh, Lu Tinkai, another approached. Hearing this, Li Libo and Chun Jiechong felt a sense of relief, exchanging glances. Oh, the young man referred to as Lu Tinkai tugged at his pant leg, sitting with his legs spread on the bench, shifting downwards. He tilted his head and asked, "Can you not smell that sweatingy?" Indeed, it was true. The young man, who initially seemed to be dissuading them, suddenly burst into laughter, then let them get lost. Li Libo and Chun Jiechong were taken aback, their jaw muscles tightening, a mix of shame and anger flooding their hearts. Each time they visited the practice arena, they chose the corners, careful to avoid the crowd, yet they had never faced such humiliation. Clearly, there is no grievance between us. So why how about this? Lu Tinkai suddenly stood up and strode toward the two. Li Libo and Chun Jiechong then realized this man was terrifyingly tall, nearly 6.5 feet, forcing them to look up at him. Lu Tinkai towered over them, grinning widely, revealing his stark white teeth. As a measure of your tolerance for being allowed to remain here, how about 2 taels of silver from each of you? Beside them, Lu Xiaohui seemed to regard the scene as inconsequential, focusing instead on lifting a stone block. Chapter 26. Chaos U. Li Libo's eyes turned red, and he instinctively stepped forward. Chun Jiechong hurriedly pulled his compatriot back. Hold on. Brother Xiang and the others are not here. Suddenly, Li Libo recalled that Xiang Chongsong had also left during lunch, leaving the entire martial arts hall devoid of any direct disciples. Brother Xiang? Is your reliance solely on Brother Xiang? Surely you do not believe he would aid you? A flutter of anxiety struck Lu Tinkai, fearing the two might report him, which would spell disaster. Yet, he had navigated such situations before and was adept at manipulating the narrative. You think Brother Xiang would say a few kind words to you and elevate your status? Do you honestly believe he would punish us for the sake of 3 peasants? Unless he is willing to expel us all for your sake, Libo and Chun Jiechong felt a weight in their chests as they recalled their identities. Fisherman. Would Brother Xiang really assist a few fishermen? Even if he did, it was unlikely he would directly expel Lu Tinkai. Since they had just paid their autumn taxes and were accustomed to dealing with influential figures, they believed much of what Lu Tinkai said, their expressions darkening. Seeing their reaction, Lu Tinkai felt a sense of relief and seized the moment, stating, "You two reek of fish," making it impossible for everyone to concentrate on training. Isn't it only right to contribute some money for everyone to enjoy some fermented milk? Chen Jiechong felt uneasy but retorted angrily. "We always maintain a distance of at least 5 meters from you. Even if we do smell a fish, you wouldn't be able to detect it. Apologies, but do you not realize that practicing martial arts enhances the 5 senses? Our sense of smell is simply more acute. Won't be done. And what if we refuse to pay?" "Refuse?" Lu Tinkai raised an eyebrow, lazily turning away, clasping his fists. "Lu Shi, might I spar with the two of you?" Li Libo and Chun Jiechong were horrified. Lu Tinkai was a seasoned fighter, nearing the threshold of a critical advancement. How could he dare? Moreover, Lu Xiaowei, who already harbored disdain for the two, would surely relish this opportunity. Not to mention, the martial arts hall permitted sparring, and sustaining minor injuries was commonplace. However, to their surprise, Lu Xiaowei frowned upon hearing this. He did not care for the 3 fishermen from Yixing City, despising their odor, yet he had no intention of intervening. Why would a fighter on the brink of a breakthrough concern himself with 3 fishermen? Their presence held less significance to him than air itself. Lu Tinkai had chosen the wrong person to provoke. Lu Xiaowei tossed aside the stone lock and exited the practice arena, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding drama. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. Lu Tinkai watched Lu Xiaohui's retreating figure, his mouth twitching. Fortunately, he possessed a thick skin and was unfazed, believing his plan remained under control. Lu Xiaohui's indifference was, in fact, a boon, so he turned and rolled up his sleeves, ready to spar with the two. With the 2 disciples unwilling to comply, he thought he must take the initiative for their mentors. Chun Jiechong felt as though he were facing a formidable enemy. But his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Li Libo dashing forward, picking up something from the flower bed, and swinging it down toward the back of Lu Tingkai's head with great force. Bang! A dull thud resonated throughout the practice arena. Everyone stood frozen in shock. Lu Tingkai felt a dizzying sensation, his vision blurring. He staggered and turned around, looking down to see the stone Li Libo wielded, then touched the back of his head. His fingers stained with bright red blood. He wanted to curse but found his mind muddled, his steps faltering as he leaned against the wall. Xue Dingyi and his companions were momentarily stunned, finally snapping back to reality to shout, "Get him! Wait!" Lu Tingkai, cornered, realized that a one-on-one sparring match had morphed into a brawl. All he wanted was to make some silver, not to be expelled from the martial arts hall. He opened his mouth to stop Xue Dingyi, but his head throbbed painfully, rendering him speechless. He never expected Li Libo to be so audacious as to strike him. Chaos erupted instantly. "Be careful." Chun Jiechong yanked Li Libo back just as someone pulled a wooden stick from the weapon rack, aiming to strike Li Libo down. Underwater, Liang Qu took a deep breath from the inflated pig's bladder, tying it around his waist. The rock remained motionless, and, as his perspective shifted, he gained a deeper understanding of the creature, especially upon noticing the 2 protruding stalks atop the rock, clearly its eye stalks. An obvious weakness, Liang Qu thought. He cautiously moved closer, using the chaotic rocks as cover, when suddenly the creature that had been lying on the ground sprang to life. Liang Qu froze, minimizing his presence. He could not move. Most crustaceans possess acute tactile senses, able to detect vibrations through their tiny claws and ascertain the presence of nearby creatures. Moving now would only expose him. The once united rock split into 2 smaller chunks, which opened to form 2 pincers, lifting the larger rock slowly. Liang Qu then realized that part of the rock was buried in the mud. Once the rock fully stood, it formed a structure slightly wider at the top and narrower at the bottom, standing nearly 1.7 meters tall. Liang Qu, observing from the shadows, felt an odd sense of familiarity. How reminiscent of a fearless war machine. The creature before him resembled a crab with an elongated upper body, adorned with 2 large pincers, while its lower body resembled the crab legs of the war machine, complete with a fringe of crab fur resembling a belt. He had not anticipated a crab-like creature to take on such an unusual form. Its size was even greater than he had imagined. He initially thought it would be about 1 meter, but it was nearly his height, coupled with a width exceeding 1 meter, giving an imposing presence. Once the crab-like creature stood, it remained still, while Liang Qu remained motionless in the corner, silent as a stone. Both creatures lay flat on the ground, concealed in the mud, perfectly blending into their surroundings with impeccable camouflage. In that moment, the underwater situation changed, yet remained unchanged. Both creatures stood immobile like rocks, while only the water plants swayed gently with the current. Liang Qu fixed his gaze on the crab-like creature, but suddenly his vision cleared, and he could see unobstructed into the dark depths. "Run!" Liang Qu mentally shouted, quickly retreating as the pig dragon catfish rolled and sped away. In the next instant, a colossal figure appeared in his peripheral vision, plummeting rapidly. The heavy crab leg plunged into the mud, stirring up a torrent, as if a gust of wind had suddenly swept through the water, kicking up silt to his waist. The massive crab claw cleaved through the water, emitting a sound akin to the tearing of fabric as shattered white foam danced around the formidable pincers, crashing down upon Liang Qu's head. The piercing shriek of the creature, slicing through the fluid, instilled terror. Liang Qu sidestepped, managing to control the water flow, as if two opposing forces were at play, one pushing the crab's claw aside, while the other propelled him away, both narrowly evading each other. The claw struck the rocks, toppling boulders half his height, displacing water with a thunderous crash. The wind surged violently, sending dust spiraling to heights beyond a man's reach. What a ferocious blow! Liang Qu's pupils constricted sharply, and just as he evaded, the giant claw pierced through the brown murk, sweeping towards him. The water surged forth like a serpent, agitating the entire expanse, as Liang Qu raised a spear to block, manipulating the water behind him to cushion his fall, sending him tumbling through the air. The Zhu Pelong and the hefty catfish attempted to intervene, but were too late. In the next moment, these scattered small hands converged with an unseen force, spreading towards the crab monster's eyes to obscure its vision. Chapter 27. The battle, just as the crab monster was about to charge again. Liang Qu deftly directed the muddied water to obscure its sight, rotating the flow to constrict like a noose. His fingers clenched tightly, yet the anticipated sensation of the crab monster's eye being crushed did not materialize. Instead, the crab monster flailed its claws wildly, sending debris flying, and the entire underwater realm became murky. Though its eye was not crushed by the water, it felt intense pain. Liang Qu leaped again to evade the attack, catching a glimpse of the hefty catfish pursuing from behind. What an opportunity! In its frenzied pain, the crab monster was oblivious to the catfish that had just swum beside it, opening its maw wide to swallow the murky water and viciously bite down on one of the crab's compound eyes. The eye stalk was torn from its socket, dragging out pink flesh and nerves. Blood gushed from the hollow eye socket, and the intensified agony nearly drove the crab monster mad, with the protruding eye stalk emerging as its most significant weakness. Unfortunately, the crab monster's eyes were too widely spaced apart. Even the catfish's large mouth could not encompass them entirely. After successfully biting, the catfish swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the incoming strike of the giant claw, and then exerted its utmost strength to flee. The crab monster, now consumed by rage, instilled an uncontrollable fear in those who dared look upon it. It disregarded Liang Qu entirely, charging after the catfish, shattering rocks in its path, causing the entire underwater environment to tremble. The scene descended into chaos. No one expected the crab monster to be so terrifying. Liang Qu's heart raced wildly, but upon witnessing the fleeing catfish, he hesitated not. Channeling all his power into the spear, his muscles vibrating like waves, tightening like iron wires before bursting forth. As the crab monster stumbled mid-charge, one of its legs became ensnared in the mud, losing control and breaking under the force of inertia. Bubbles erupted from its mouth, the relentless torment stimulating its nerves intensely, causing it to abandon the catfish and turn its wrath upon Liang Qu. The giant claw swung, coming straight at him. Should he be caught, he would undoubtedly be cleaved in two. Fear gripped Liang Qu as he tightened the muscles in his left leg, attempting to leverage the scattered rocks to evade, yet missed his footing. His foot sank into the mud, and though there was a reactive force, it paled in comparison to the rock. At the moment he stepped into the mud, Liang Qu's heart nearly leaped from his chest, adrenaline surged, and cold sweat poured forth uncontrollably, leaving him no choice but to brace himself with the spear, exerting all his might to push himself away. But this time, the giant claw came from an angle, far less forgiving than before. Crack! The spear shattered into 2 pieces, yet the claw's momentum remained unabated. Fortunately, the force of the water finally took effect, shifting Liang Qu a few feet away while the claw grazed past him. Mud erupted everywhere, and the ruptured pig bladders resembled deflated balloons, while air bubbles raced to the surface. Liang Qu gasped for breath, an intense pain igniting in his abdomen as if a layer of skin had been flayed away. Yet he dared not linger, rolling to the side and clinging to a rock to escape. Meanwhile, the fleeing catfish decisively turned back. In this moment of reversal, Liang Qu found himself desperately fleeing, navigating through the rocky terrain. Above, another of its eyes had vanished. The returning catfish employed the same tactic, devouring the crab monster's remaining eye, then diving down, swiftly evading the sluggish Zhu Pelong. Though the crab monster remained silent, Liang Qu surmised that it was in considerable pain as bubbles erupted from its mouth. The trio of Liang Qu and the 2 beasts evaded the rampaging crab monster and regrouped. Elsewhere, the Yang family martial arts school was embroiled in chaos. The 3, alongside Lu Tinkai, seized wooden sticks and charged at Li Libo and Chen Jiachong. Chen Jiachong pulled Li Libo aside, evading one strike, yet could not escape the remaining assaults as the sticks struck him like they aimed to shatter his bones. Damn it! Chen Jiachong, older and steadier than Li Libo, stifled a mix of inferiority and helplessness, but as the shadows of the sticks fell, the humiliation ignited a fierce rage within him, for he was still barely 20. Gritting his teeth, Chen Jiachong focused on one particular stick, seizing it as it descended, and launched himself forward with all his might. Schwedingy was taken aback, colliding with him as they both fell to the ground, grappling fiercely. The remaining 2 attempted to intervene, but Li Libo seized the chance to tackle one, while the other, rushing to help, was unexpectedly kicked in the calf and toppled as well, drawn into the fray. Everyone clung together, rolling and exerting every ounce of strength to claw, kick, bite, press with elbows, and thrust with knees, relying solely on sheer ferocity and their capacity to endure pain. Rage ignited the fighting spirit within their blood. Schwedingy swung his elbow, splitting the corner of Chen Jiachong's eye, while Chen Jiachong's hand clamped tightly around Schwedingy's throat, nails nearly breaking the skin, leaving raised welts. As another assailant rained blows upon his head and face, yet he paid no heed. What is the best way to engage in a brawl? It is to latch onto one opponent and pummel them until they are left bedridden for at least a month. Lu Tinkai and Schwedingy were forever etched in Chen Jiachong's memory. No matter how others struck him from behind, his sole focus was to annihilate Schwedingy. Chapter 28. The Slaying of the Crab's Spirit. The midday sun blazed even brighter, yet could not penetrate the swirling dust. Broken fragments of stone jutted into the mud, while water plants rooted in the crevices were forced to abandon their growth, drifting away with the gentle waves. The entire underwater realm transformed into chaos under the battle between Liang Qu and his companions, resembling the aftermath of an underwater earthquake. Liang Qu emerged at the surface, gasping for air, tilting his head back, his tongue parched as if it might crack, his chest heaving violently. Strings of water droplets cascaded from his damp hair, mingling with cold sweat, splashing off his chin. The tidal waves lifted Liang Qu, surrounded by dazzling glimmers. He inhaled deeply, filling his lungs with copious amounts of oxygen. As his heart strained to distribute it throughout his body, the flush in his face rapidly fading and his numbed mind regaining vitality. The crab monster's relentless assault was unyielding, and minutes of battle consumed oxygen almost equivalent to that of an ordinary minute. He glanced down at his waist, where a gash nearly a palm's width had been inflicted, stretching from a few inches beside his navel to the small of his back. A large section of skin had been torn away, yellowish fluid oozing from the edges, exposing vibrant red muscle tissue at its center, blood flowing incessantly, causing cold sweat to bead down his brow while he felt a lingering dread. Splash! The plump catfish surfaced, dragging the garments of Liang Qu left on the boat, which he gritted his teeth to receive. He tore the fabric into strips, binding them around his waist, preventing the relentless water from washing over his wound, and the excruciating pain finally began to subside. The rapid beating of his heart finally found a semblance of calm. If only he had an iron fork, he could have intercepted the crab monster's strike, thus avoiding injury. The waves battered against Liang Qu's chest as he retrieved a broken spear, its wooden handle poking several long wooden splinters. Liang Qu extended his palm to snap the protruding splinters, neatly arranging the broken ends, and after taking a deep breath, he plunged down once more. The crab monster, though severely wounded, still clung to life. He could not afford to let it recover. Beneath the water, the previously swirling dust that had risen to 4 or 5 meters had settled to around 2 meters, yet the crab monster was nowhere to be seen. However, under the search of the plump catfish and the jus pelong, its trace was soon uncovered. When Liang Qu finally spotted the crab monster, his eyes glistened with fury. With an abundance of lotus root fueling his recovery abilities, the crab monster's severed appendages were sprouting new granulations, even fresh antennae emerging from its eye sockets. The regenerative capacity of crabs was formidable. Liang Qu dared not allow it to consume anything further, lest all his efforts be rendered futile. Moreover, those lotus roots belonged to him. Once more, Liang Qu surged forward as he landed on the ground. He noticed the newly grown antennae of the crab monster twitching in his direction. With its eyes and stalks entirely destroyed, it could not regrow new eyes. Only additional antennae in the eye sockets, but that was the case for ordinary crabs. Liang Qu could not guarantee that this crab monster would behave similarly. It was imperative to eliminate it before the eyes could regenerate. Almost simultaneously with Liang Qu's emergence, the crab monster erupted in rage, charging towards him. Liang Qu braced himself. Long before the crab monster had pursued him and the plump catfish, he had discerned that it was not particularly intelligent, resembling a minor game antagonist easily drawn into enmity. The crab swung its severed limbs, barreling toward him like a war chariot, the turbulent water crashing against him as if he stood on the brink of an erupting volcano. Liang Qu leaped, manipulating the water flow to create a disturbance on the opposite side. The giant pincers clamped down indiscriminately toward the water flow, slicing through it but grasping nothing. The crab monster shook off its massive claws, exposing its vulnerable white abdomen. Now is the time. Every muscle in his wrist, elbow, waist, and legs tightened, contracting, and then rapidly expanding. He stomped the ground, stirring up dust, the long hours of training grounding him like a rock, propelling his body forward with a piercing force. The tip of his spear, having made a small breach, vanished from Liang Qu's sight. He clenched his teeth, blood seeping through the cloth at his waist, trailing fine red threads in his wake. Just as he landed again, the crab monster reacted, redirecting its giant claw. Yet, it was too late. The spear, over a meter long, was thrust upwards into the crab monster's navel, penetrating effortlessly through its most vulnerable and lethal area. It was still a female crab. Gazing at the round cap of its abdomen, Liang Qu mused that when dealing with crabs, merely pressing against the navel and driving a stick inside would cause it to perish instantly and without pain. Thunderous, the claw, raised above, descended slowly with the support of the water, slicing past Liang Qu's head and landing on either side. The enormous creature crashed into the mud, sending up a cloud of dust like a stone wall rising from the earth. Beside him, Jus pelong and the plump catfish widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to comprehend the spectacle. They could not fathom how such a colossal monster had been vanquished by Liang Qu, especially when moments ago it had been fleeing in terror. The two beasts felt an even deeper reverence, recognizing him as their divine progenitor who had awakened their intelligence. Upon delivering the final blow, Liang Qu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, as if his body were ensnared in a cocoon of numbness, a profound fatigue enveloping him. The wound at his waist gaped wider, blood oozing forth. Liang Qu fought against the encroaching sleepiness, his hands reaching out to either side until he grasped a solid object and unhesitatingly shoved it into his mouth. The healing power of the lotus root activated. The gaping wound on his abdomen gradually ceased bleeding. His dizzy head returned to normal, and his weary body regained some strength. Liang Qu grasped the edge of the boat, supporting himself as he shifted upward, gently leaning against the partition. The wind stirred up waves, the tide lapping rhythmically against the hull, glistening in the light. As a low-flying eagle swooped down to snatch a small fish leaping from the water, the cool breeze whisked away the dampness. his wet hair swaying with the cadence of the wind. Ah, to think he could slay such a formidable creature. What were the likes of Lai Tu Zhang and the Wang brothers compared to this? Suddenly, they seemed as trivial as children playing house. His chest expanded with newfound confidence, as if the path ahead held no challenges. Chapter 29. Counting the gains, having laughed, Liang Qu found himself panting, the wound now seeping blood, intensifying his pain. He took a moment to steady his breath, sitting upright and untying the fabric at his waist. Hiss! Liang Qu's lips twitched. The coarse burlap was saturated with blood, hardening rapidly in the cool breeze, having become firmly adhered to the scabbed wound. To tear it away would mean forcibly ripping off the scab. Yet he had no choice. The rough burlap not only bore dried blood, but it also soaked in a great deal of mud and sand during the battle, which could lead to infection if left embedded in the flesh. Liang Qu lamented his poverty. If only he could afford silk, he would not face such issues. Smooth silk would be far more comfortable against the skin, and in the event of injury, he could easily tear off a piece to use as a bandage. After thoroughly cleansing the wound once more, Liang Qu bit into a piece of lotus root imbued with the essence of the waters, watching as the wound at his waist gradually healed. Fortunately, it had only affected some muscle and skin, not severe, and the lotus root acted swiftly. After waiting for a brief moment, the blood-red muscle tissue was no longer visible. The dermis had completely regenerated, ceasing the bleeding, covered by a thick layer of scab, leaving only a slight pain and intense, itching sensation. The overwhelming itch made Liang Qu long to peel off the scab, but he knew it was a sign of rapid cellular division filling the wound. He resisted the urge, merely scratching gently around the edges of the wound. After all, the itch was far preferable to pain. With no pain to stimulate his brain, Liang Qu felt entirely at ease. It was as if a severe abdominal cramp had suddenly vanished. Although he had merely returned to normal, the contrast made him feel inexplicably refreshed, as if floating on clouds. With his wound nearly healed, Liang Qu could hardly contain his eagerness to plunge back into the water. Just how much essence of the waters could such a creature provide? In his previous life, he had lived over 20 years without ever encountering a king crab, let alone consuming one. Now he was faced with a super giant crab that dwarfed a person, an enticing prospect indeed. Returning to the depths. The two beasts guarded the corpse of the crab monster like loyal hounds, one resting atop a nearby rock, the other submerged in the mud. Upon seeing Liang Qu, they rose and shook off the dust, displaying the same excitement. According to past patterns, their divine progenitor would reward him with the leftover scraps he did not want. And this crab, being so enormous, surely had plenty of them. However, the two beasts were mistaken. Liang Qu intended to share the succulent crab meat with them, but not out of sudden generosity. The sheer size of the crab monster rendered it impossible for him to consume all of it alone before it spoiled. Together, he and the two beasts began the arduous task of dismembering the massive crab monster. Below, unable to move, they clamped down on the crab's legs, twisting and tearing them apart. It was far more challenging than lifting heavy burdens at a construction site. Liang Qu is fast flushed, bubbles escaping from his lips as he exerted every ounce of strength to lift it incrementally. Crack, crack. The flesh and sinew inside tore away from the shell, the resistance lessening as he pushed with all his might, ultimately wrenching it free and completely removing the back shell. In an instant, a colossal crab, its yellow roe as large as a human arm and wide as a head, came into view, dazzling Liang Qu's eyes. What have you discovered? Liang Qu received a message via the neural link, halting his actions. The Zhu Pelong's upper body was in a semi-upright position, pointing with its short claws at the abdomen of the crab monster. Following the direction of the immobile claws, Liang Qu was astonished to find that beneath the carapace of the crab monster's forebody lay numerous fist-sized, translucent orbs, over a dozen in total. Could these be crab eggs? Liang Qu was taken aback and hurriedly lifted the carapace to examine one of the orbs closely. The crab egg was substantial, nearly the size of an adult's fist, translucent and orange-yellow, resembling the Dragon Balls from Dragon Ball. Due to its size, the tiny crab monster inside was clearly visible. Unlike fish, which undergo external fertilization, crabs fertilize internally before laying eggs. Thus, any eggs held must be fertilized. The juvenile crab monsters looked almost identical to the adult, with an upright upper body and 6 legs on the lower half, resembling a fearless war chariot. albeit with a milky white shell. Normally, crabs carry thousands of eggs, but here there were only 13, which Liang Qu surmised was due to the crab monster's transformation. After gaining strength, the crab monster naturally evolved from being an opportunistic creature that relied on quantity to win, to a strategist that meticulously valued each life. Otherwise, millions of crab monsters would have long since overrun the Jianghuai wetlands, leaving humanity with no chance of survival. A bold idea crossed Liang Qu's mind. Could he dominate the crab eggs? Directly controlling the crab monster seemed impossible. The mental shock would likely incapacitate him. However, surely he could manage the unhatched offspring. His mental link capacity was approximately 2 to 3 immobile entities, with the Fei Nianyu being somewhat more formidable. After dominating 2, only 0, 2 to 0, 3 of the capacity remained. Though the space was limited, controlling a fertilized egg should pose no challenge. There was no rush. He decided to wait until he finished consuming the meat of the crab monster. Having arrived at Zai in haste without breakfast, Liang Qu's stomach growled with hunger. Once cooked to perfection, he extracted the crab roe and meat, forming 2 meatballs of equal weight. Aquatic creatures decay rapidly post-mortem, especially crustaceans, due to their high internal moisture and bacterial content. Once dead, the balance of their bodies deteriorates, leading to complete spoilage within hours. Liang Qu's stomach had a limited capacity, necessitating the swift selection of valuable parts for immediate consumption. He devoured the 2 meatballs, savoring the rich flavor of the golden crab roe and the sweet, delicate taste of the snowy crab meat. The first part indicated the consumption of crab roe, while the latter signified the crab meat. Indeed, the value of the crab roe was higher, though its intake level was alarmingly excessive, nearly equivalent to half a precious fish. With this validation, Liang Qu's eyes gleamed with excitement. He immediately dove into more crab roe, discarding the remaining crab meat to the 2 beasts. Fusion. Enhance the fusion ray for me. Liang Qu zealously feasted, watching the zedong emit a continuous glow, an unprecedented sense of fulfillment swelling within him. He was on the verge of becoming invincible. In a frenzy of consumption, Liang Qu wielded chopsticks to scoop up the crab roe, simultaneously extracting the meat from the crab legs to feed the 2 beasts. Lacking hands and faced with the crab's formidable shell, the immobile creature struggled to bite through, while the Fei Nianyu found it nearly impossible. They relied entirely on Liang Qu, their master. He worked efficiently, alternating between eating and extracting the meat. After a quarter of an hour, he let out a resounding belch. Having reached his limit, he could no longer force any more down. Consuming solely crab roe had proven excessively rich to the point of nausea, and he had already begun to feel overwhelmed halfway through. However, the 2 beasts had particularly large appetites and were voracious. Liang Qu wished for them to eat more, amassing water essence to expedite their evolution into the Jiaomu Yi and Hutu Nian. The very names of their evolved forms sounded impressive and promising, suggesting that once they achieved that state, defeating a crab monster would not be nearly as arduous as today. In a moment, Liang Qu became a free laborer, simultaneously extracting meat and preparing it for drying on the boat's bow, employing high temperatures to eradicate bacteria and prolong preservation. Anything he could not process immediately was tossed to the 2 beasts. Thankfully, the crab monster was sufficiently large, allowing him to extract the snowy crab meat without having to crack the shell. Once fully emptied, he spared no part, even washing and cooking the gills, typically considered waste. As the beasts showed no disdain, before gaining intelligence, they had devoured crabs whole, neglecting any cleaning, let alone after washing them once. After the feast, Liang Qu assumed a fighting stance, aiming to hasten digestion, and after half an hour, he resumed eating. The water essence absorbed alongside each intake was consumed to enhance the fusion rate of the water monkey spirit. Almost every quarter hour, the fusion rate on the panel would rise incrementally. Countless luminous particles radiated from the zedong, gradually merging into the ethereal silhouette of the spirit monkey. Unbeknownst to Liang Qu, a faint white-haired silhouette of the spirit monkey began to materialize behind him. The immobile creatures and the Fei Nianyu swam frantically, attempting to expend their internal energy. Yet when the silhouette emerged, an inexplicable sense of reverence washed over them, causing them to cease their movements. The 2 beasts scanned their surroundings, unable to locate the source. But upon noticing Liang Qu squatting at the boat's bow, They understood where it came from. The divinity had grown increasingly formidable. Simultaneously, Liang Qu's body underwent profound transformation. The elevation of the water spirit's fusion rate not only enhanced his innate abilities, but also improved his physical attributes. It was precisely this enhancement that had previously prevented him from succumbing to exhaustion when he first ventured into the water to dominate the Zhu Pelong. By around 4 in the afternoon, having prepared 4 meals consecutively, Liang Qu, bare-chested on the boat's bow, was drenched in crimson sweat. His body temperature surged dramatically, yet oddly. He felt no discomfort. Sweat poured out and evaporated, leaving only salt and oil behind. Liang Qu was compelled to exert himself with a monkey fist to expend energy. The breath within him surged rapidly, each moment amplifying his vitality. With each breath, he expelled white mist like arrows from his mouth and nose. Contracting and expanding, it rolled ceaselessly. At a certain moment, Liang Qu even felt a scalding liquid coursing through his mouth and nose, nearly erupting. But his relentless punching kept the heat at the brink of explosion. It was unbearable. Liang Qu struggled to suppress it, fearful of spitting blood. A continuous flow of vitality surged forth, initially akin to the thickness of a chopstick, now blossoming to the width of a pinky finger, and it continued to grow. According to Hu Qi, he had reached a level capable of refining skin. Yet Liang Qu had no idea what to do next. Damn it, had he known, he would have asked him sooner. Why did he always act so cryptic at crucial moments? A wave of intense heat washed over Liang Qu, clouding his mind. He endured the discomfort and channeled the internal energy toward this surge of breath. Grow thicker, grow stronger. Based on his observations over the past days, the more robust the breath within him, the better his physical condition. Practicing more could only yield benefits. Time passed, and, after countless repetitions of punching, that overwhelming sensation gradually dissipated. Liang Qu slowed his movements, feeling the heat within him recede. At that moment, the breath in his chest had thickened to the size of a forefinger, significantly surpassing its previous state. Moreover, upon ceasing his actions, it did not diminish but continued to circulate robustly. Liang Qu exhaled deeply, releasing a breath as pure as white snow. The cold wind swept across him, causing his skin, which had turned a brilliant crimson like a boiled shrimp, to quickly return to a healthy, rosy hue. His muscles flowed with a certain grace, unblemished by abruptness, while the lines of his diaphragm subtly revealed the definition akin to that of a shark, rising and falling with each breath like gills in the water. Every movement he made radiated a newfound strength, a lightness in his actions. A punch thrown was accompanied by a faint whooshing sound. How exhilarating! As Liang Qu's mind settled into tranquility, he recognized yet another advantage he possessed, or perhaps a gift he had always held but had never experienced so vividly until today. While others consumed the precious fish solely for its meat and the energy contained within, he was able to derive not only the sustenance from its flesh, but also to harness a vital essence of the waters. This essence, once absorbed, would enhance his physical prowess, a true boon. I possess double the energy. Communicating with Zhe Ding, he observed the following. Ding Master, Liang Qu, Refining Zhe Ling, Shui Hozith White, Fusion Degree, 366, Water Essence, None River's Favor, None Dominated Water Beasts, Tahua Crocodile, 6-Whisker Catfish, Evaluation. The Shui Hozi Zhe Ling, originating from the Great Master of Huaiwo, can ignite the potential within the weak and insignificant. After 4 meals, Liang Qu had amassed a total of 332 points of water essence, though he had yet to fully utilize it. He estimated that by nightfall, he would have completed the enhancement process. If the fusion degree of the Shui Hozi were likened to a meter of energy, he had effectively utilized half of it in a single go. The water flow he could command had surged to an impressive 300 pounds, easily capable of lifting 2 adult men in a short span of time. Can consume 414 points of water essence to evolve the Taiwa crocodile into the horned wood crocodile. Can consume 467 points of water essence to evolve the 6-Whisker catfish into the tiger-headed catfish, upon reviewing the energy requirements for the evolution of both beasts. He noted a significant reduction. It turned out that even a single whole crab monster, with a slight margin of waste, contributed nearly 100 points of water essence. No, it could still increase. Liang Qu's gaze fell upon the remaining 13 crab seeds. His mental acuity was limited. and he knew he could not dominate them all. The rest would have to be consumed. It was essential to choose the best one. Liang Qu brought the naval cap aboard the boat, scrutinizing it under the sunlight. The crabs within the seeds had grown to a considerable size, nearly bursting through the delicate membrane, allowing him to easily discern their gender and condition. He eliminated those lacking vitality, those undersized or frail. Ultimately, only 2 remained that were most suitable, but one was female, which he discarded. This was not merely a matter of preference. Male crabs were inherently larger and stronger, making them the obvious choice for his future endeavors. So it was decided. With a cut to his finger, Liang Qu inscribed a water symbol upon the back of the crab seed. Chapter 31. Mastery of the Spirits. A faint glimmer of blood illuminated the yellow-orange crab seed, transforming it into a sanguine hue. The thin membrane posed no hindrance to the dominion effect of Zaiding. The blood easily seeped through the membrane, cascading down like the Buddha suppressing sun Wukong beneath the 5 Elements mountain, penetrating the nutrient solution and enveloping the young crab in a crimson mist, unlike the perilous connection established with the immovable and hefty catfish. This link felt like a gentle breeze upon his face. Liang Qu sensed that the final gap in the mental connection had been entirely filled, signifying that he had reached the limit of water beasts he could dominate for the time being. Unless he enhanced his mental strength, he could not command any other water beasts. Successfully dominated the stone crab, ready for evolution. Is it about to awaken? Liang Qu was overjoyed, cradling the crab seed in his hands. The remaining ones would have to be discarded into the pot, boiled, and transformed into another measure of water essence. Raising them was out of the question. The intelligence demonstrated by the crab monsters was alarmingly low, making it hard to fathom that they could comprehend the concept of a master without dominion. Within the translucent sphere, the young crab flailed its large pincers, attempting to break through the membrane. However, as it was still soft-shelled, the effort to breach the membrane was evidently taxing, causing it to squish against the membrane, distorting it in the process. Beside the boat, the immovable and the hefty catfish floated motionless on the water's surface, equally fixated on the soon-to-emerge young crab. The young crab's struggles intensified, its body from pincers to torso exerting force until finally, pop, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of bubbles bursting. The semi-transparent membrane of the crab seed finally ruptured, soft and crumpled, as the viscous nutrient liquid flowed out, seeping through the gaps in the wooden board. The newly born crab immediately lay flat, using its pincers to nibble away at its own seed membrane, while its alabaster soft shell visibly glistened and filled out. Although remaining white due to its juvenile stage, its appearance was nearly indistinguishable from that of the crab monster. Its upper body was erect, forming an inverted triangle from wide to narrow, cinched at the waist by a crab-like fuzz, while its lower half boasted 6 legs. Oh, even the navel cap was different. Male crabs had triangular shapes that gave their upper bodies the appearance of formidable pectoral muscles, unexpectedly handsome. Once the young crab finished its meal, Liang Qu gently touched it with the tip of his finger. The shell had already attained a certain degree of hardness, possessing a slight jade-like quality. Though it was not overly rigid, he guessed it was akin to thin chocolate. The fist-sized young crab stood proudly, with its pincers on its hips, clearly feeling a sense of recognition and pride. Liang Qu chuckled, tapping the young crab's head. Since you are but the size of a fist, I shall call you Fist. He once again communicated with Zaiding, eager to discover how much water essence this little fellow would require for evolution. Can consume 800 points of water essence to evolve the stone crab into the stone crab king. 800 points? Liang Qu was taken aback by the sheer number of water essence points needed for the crab monster's evolution. 800 points seemed excessively high. A whole crab monster only required 100 points, meaning he would need to defeat 8 or more. One crab monster had already forced him, alongside his 2 beasts, into a desperate retreat fraught with danger. Had it not been for its foolishness, it could have easily dispatched him on the spot. The thought of facing another, let alone 8, was too daunting to even contemplate. Perhaps when a Zailing transformed into a blue hue, or he broke through 3 levels in martial arts. Combined with both beasts' evolution, he could manage to take down a single crab monster without sustaining injuries. Yet, this formidable power is now mine. Liang Qu allowed the young crab to leap into his palm, eagerly hoping for its swift growth. As a male crab, its combat prowess would undoubtedly be superior. Soon, he could traverse shallow waters with ease, easily subduing any massive crocodile with a single claw. He was uncertain when he would acquire a different method of dominion. The old finger-slicing technique was quite painful. Liang Qu's gaze drifted past the young crab, observing the wound on his fingertip slowly healing. The healing effects of the lotus root he had consumed not yet fully dissipated. Regrettably, nearly a third of the lotus root field had been consumed or destroyed during the battle with the crab monster, causing his heart to bleed. My lotus roots. They are all my precious lotus roots. Liang Qu felt a deep attachment to the first earnings from his endeavors. The only way to somewhat compensate was to crush the useless crab shells and bury them at the bottom of the lotus root field to serve as fertilizer. Within the boat, the water bubbled and boiled. The crab seeds placed within earlier had finished cooking. Liang Qu retrieved one, letting it cool slightly before downing the whole thing, nearly scalding himself in the process. Water Essence 06, is this all? Liang Qu was deeply disappointed. Ordinarily, he would have been overjoyed, but given that he was already full, the meager gain of a few points did not ignite his interest. It's all yours. Liang Qu tossed the remaining crab seeds to the two beasts, hoping to reduce the amount of water essence required for their evolution. As for the young crab, consuming its kin was far too cruel, not to mention that it would be eating its own siblings. After finishing, Liang Qu glanced at the sky, noting that it was nearly 4:30. He had not anticipated that a single crab monster would consume so much of his time. He recalled telling his senior brother that Master Yang would be teaching at the martial arts hall in the afternoon or evening, and he certainly could not miss it when the time came. Fortunately, there was still time, and Liang Qu urged the hefty catfish and the immovable to hurry and catch some fish. The two beasts submerged and vanished from sight, leaving only the frothy remnants on the surface. As Liang Qu watched the beasts depart, he turned his gaze to the fist at the bow of the boat and suddenly recalled something. If memory serves, crabs also hibernate for the winter, don't they? With 3 little brothers in total, 2 of them would need to hibernate. A wave of melancholy washed over Liang Qu, as he hoped the creatures would possess a higher tolerance for the cold. However, even if they did, the small fist-sized crabs would be of little assistance. Before the arrival of spring next year, it seemed all fish catches would rely solely on the robust catfish. Just past 5 o'clock, the hefty catfish lounged at the bow, expelling 3 fish along with the water. In 1 hour, the two beasts had managed to catch 12 fish, worth approximately 30 to 41. That was nearly sufficient. Any delay would be detrimental. Liang Qu turned to the fist at the bow, saying, "You shall henceforth accompany a fei and remain motionless in the water." The little crab tapped its large claw, traversed the edge of the boat, and finally leapt onto the head of the motionless creature. The 3 beasts floated on the water's surface, with a fist perched atop the head of Zhu Pelong, all gazing intently at Liang Qu as he rowed away. Upon returning to the dock, Lin Songbao greeted him warmly and proceeded to weigh and count the coins. As he beheld the expanse of Jianghuai Zhe Yi, Liang Qu could not help but spread his arms wide, spreading his legs apart. His still damp trousers billowed in the brisk wind, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The vast sea beckoned for fish to leap. The sky invited birds to soar. "You seem quite happy?" Lin Songbao inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Liang Qu replied. "Share it with me, so I may also find joy. If I say it, the joy will vanish." With a chuckle, Liang Qu tossed the coin pouch into the air, catching it as it fell before him. Chapter 32. Alone, I shall confront you all. The leaves piled high on either side of the path. The upper layer of vibrant red and yellow, while the lower layer turned a dark brown. The wind, biting like ice, swept across Liang Qu. Yet he felt an inexhaustible energy, neither cold nor warm, fueled by the passion burning within his chest. He tilted his head back, watching as the colossal sun descended gradually, casting a brilliant red-golden hue upon his pupils. The setting sun gradually withdrew its light from the earth, transforming the crimson woods into a dark red, heralding the imminent arrival of night. This was the final glimpse of sunset. He suddenly felt that this world was quite agreeable, free from pollution, devoid of confinement, with air that was refreshingly pure. Temporary misfortune was not necessarily a bad thing. As long as the direction was correct, both simmering and boiling could yield delectable results, and perseverance would eventually lead to a bright future. Roar. Liang Qu shouted. Had this word appeared so early? Upon arriving in Pingyang town, Liang Qu surmised that Li Libo and Qin Jichong must be hungry. and he casually purchased a few buns before taking the familiar shortcut to the Yang family martial arts hall. The entrance of the hall was brightly lit, and just a few meters inside, a large oil lamp illuminated the way, with a lantern positioned 10 meters further, carrying the oil paper package. Liang Qu navigated the corridor with ease. The training hall was bustling with activity, with around 50 individuals present. However, it appeared that there were no legitimate martial artists among them, only apprentices. Liang Qu speculated that perhaps the martial artists were preoccupied with other matters or had gone ahead to pay their respects to Master Yang. He gave it little thought. Yet many eyes subtly glanced in his direction. Strange, why were they all looking at me? Liang Qu pondered, feeling perplexed. He was down on his luck, often ignored. And while there were those willing to befriend him, it did not warrant such scrutiny. Had he arrived too late? He recalled an instance in high school when he had overslept and was caught by his homeroom teacher while the other students pretended to study, reminiscent of the current situation. Liang Qu chose to ignore the stares and made his way to a corner of the flower bed to find Li Libo and Chen Jichang. Upon hearing footsteps, the two raised their heads, only to lower them almost simultaneously upon seeing Liang Qu, their bruised eyes and swollen cheeks betraying their condition. Knowing that the two delighted in teasing one another, Liang Qu assumed they had gone too far. What happened? Did you two get into a fight? Did you hit each other that hard? They exchanged silent glances, and Liang Qu sensed something was amiss. Crouching down, he whispered, "What is going on?" After a moment of silence, Chen Jichang broke the stillness. His swollen cheeks rendered his voice muffled. "After you left, Lu Tingkai and a gang came looking for us, demanding money, claiming we had an odor that affected their training. They wanted 2 taels of silver as compensation. We couldn't stand it, so we fought back." 2 taels? Liang Qu exclaimed in shock. Was this a demand for money or a demand for his life? What about that Lu fellow? Liang Qu held no respect for Lu Xiaohui, and a surge of anger welled within him. Didn't he seek assistance from senior brother? Surely he would help? That Lu fellow didn't even spare us a glance. Li Libo gritted his teeth. He turned and walked away. We haven't seen senior brother since noon. It's just been us apprentices left in the hall. Liang Qu could hardly believe the coincidence. Under normal circumstances, with him having knocked one of them out and with Chen Gu alongside, they should have had a fair chance against 3. However, 3 more had joined the fray, leading to their defeat. Chen Jichang scoffed at this, feeling indignant, for he could have severely injured Dingy had he not had backup. In the end, he had only managed to leave a few scratches on Dingy's neck. Now, they were being pressured to come up with 10 taels of silver, or they would be challenged to spar every day. Chen Jichang let out a self-deprecating laugh. He felt no regret, only disappointment that the 3 had arrived too swiftly, denying him a chance to finish off Dingy. At this point, words held no weight, and he let out a sigh. We discussed it. Since the fight was provoked by us, we will cover the extra 4 taels. Li Libo nodded in agreement, feeling a twinge of guilt, believing that their eagerness to engage in a fight had caused Liang Qu to bear the burden of additional losses, especially given his already difficult circumstances. Silence enveloped the flower bed. With no voices, the crickets within felt secure once more, chirping intermittently, their sounds faint and age-worn. Winter had already arrived, and in less than half a month, it would be midwinter. The crickets had grown too weak to chirp and would soon perish, perhaps succumbing to the frigid nights. In the training hall, the practitioners often glanced towards the corner of the flower bed, a place they had previously overlooked. Some found it amusing, others indifferent. The elegantly dressed young master Zhao gazed at the flower bed and then at another corner where Lu Tingkai, Dingy, and their companions loitered. Those individuals remained silent as well. Would they truly benefit from the situation? It was unlikely. Zhao Xuan understood perfectly they would face repercussions, and far more severe ones at that. In the past, this group had collected protection fees, relying on the silence of those they bullied, and typically engaged in brawls outside the martial arts hall when martial artists were present. The downtrodden had grown accustomed to their self-deprecation, fearful of those in higher positions. Deceived by Lu Tingcai's rhetoric, they did not believe that the lofty martial artists would come to their aid. Most individuals who suffered losses would not consider reporting to the authorities, would they? Relying on their deceitful tactics, Lu Tingcai and his associates had previously thrived. But now they had encountered 2 formidable opponents who had swiftly dealt a heavy blow to an experienced apprentice with a brick. Yet, they remained oblivious to whether the last apprentice from their hometown possessed a strong or weak constitution. Zhao Xuan was filled with curiosity. At this moment, Lu Tinkai and his group recognized the gravity of their mistake, yet the recklessness of youth surged within them, preventing them from considering the consequences. The situation was becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. Now, they had thrown caution to the wind, demanding an even steeper price. Akin to desperate gamblers at the end of their rope, posing a greater danger than ever. The difference was that Li Libo and Chen Jiechong remained buried in their own troubles. No one intervened. Everyone was eager to witness the unfolding drama. The earthen training hall glowed orange under the flickering oil lamps. Liang Qu stood, the light casting a long shadow that danced upon the wall. Li Libo and Chen Jiechong could not help but look up, witnessing Liang Qu extend an oil paper package towards them. "Take it. What is this? Just take it." The crickets in the flower bed fell silent. Li Libo and Chen Jiechong reached out to accept the package, feeling the warmth within, deducing that it contained food. Liang Qu turned and walked towards the center of the training ground. All eyes were upon him. He surveyed his surroundings. He had never been here before, nor had he ever experienced such attention. Tired, truly exhausted. He had once worked late into the night, feeling as weary as a dog. Yet nothing compared to the fatigue he felt now. From the likes of Lai, Tu Zhang to the Wang brothers, and those creatures lurking in the water, society felt like an impenetrable net, ensnaring all who aspired to ascend. Each attempt to break through left one contorted, face twisted, and flesh bruised. Liang Qu glanced toward the corner where everyone was gathered. Lu Tinkai, Shuedingyi, Yu Weilong, and Xiang Quji, these venomous creatures. Suddenly, Liang Qu's gaze shifted, becoming eerily calm as he extended his hand, pointing at the 7 individuals. "I challenge you all to a duel." The training ground fell into an eerie silence. A chuckle broke the stillness. Liang Qu remained expressionless, his eyes fixed on the source of the laughter. Coughing ensued, and once again, silence reigned. Under the pressure of Liang Qu's stare, Lu Tinkai and the others reluctantly rose. Regret washed over them, especially Shuedingyi, who lamented his impulsiveness. At that moment, with their brothers injured, they hadn't considered the consequences. However, to remain seated in the face of such brazen provocation would be utterly humiliating. "Just you?" Lu Tinkai, with his head wrapped in white bandages, appeared rather comical. Yet in the company of the 6 others, no one found it amusing. Unable to grasp the depths of their own shame, Liang Qu felt a heaviness in his chest, as if suffocated by pent-up emotions. He struck his chest fiercely, inflicting pain to suppress the turmoil within. "I am enough. I alone will defeat you all, every single one of you." In Pingyang Town, at the Lanyan Tavern, the air was filled with raucous laughter. At the entrance lay Nan Shiqiao, with the sound of rushing water echoing beneath the bridge. Every stall nearby was adorned with lanterns, casting a warm, luxurious glow. A group emerged from the tavern, slightly intoxicated, with arms draped over one another, faces alight with joy. "I truly envy brother Hu for becoming a martial master so quickly. I've only just broken through the 3rd barrier. I have a long journey ahead." Langyan Tower. "Brother Hu is impressive. That drunken immortal brew is simply exquisite." Hu Qi, surrounded by admirers, wore a rosy complexion, brimming with happiness. "Haha, if Brother Su likes it, I'll buy 2 more barrels for you, and a few for Master as well. And what about us? We heard everything. Brother Hu can't just bring gifts for Brother Su and Master, leaving us out, can he?" Xiang Chongsong, shedding his usual gentle demeanor before the apprentices, acted quite exuberantly. "Ahaha, everyone will get something, all right?" Hu Qi laughed heartily, celebrating his own achievement of breaking through the 4th barrier to become a martial master. Lacking his master-esque presence, he relied on the support of his brothers, and thus felt it was only fitting to host a grand feast in gratitude. Beside Hu Qi stood an elderly man of short stature and robust build, stroking his white beard. "There is no need for such extravagance. As I've grown older, I drink less." This man was Yang Dongxiong, the true master of the Yang Martial Arts School and a mentor to all present. A genuine master, unlike the fleeting encounters of apprentices who merely engaged in a transactional relationship. "Ah, master, you needn't worry about the expense. Brother Hu is now a legitimate martial master. Once he registers tomorrow, he will be a government official. Support for justice, Brother Zai. A wish come true." Laughter erupted among the crowd. Yang Dongxiong glanced at the ascendant moon, noting the hour had grown late. Sensing the spirited atmosphere, he raised his voice to bring it to a halt. Su Zishuai surveyed the surroundings and shook his head. Perhaps I should join you and see what is happening. It's not as if I have any pressing matters. Indeed. Let us listen in together. Yang Dongxiong expressed surprise. Why are you all so eager today? Have you turned over a new leaf? Xiang Chongsong replied with a smile, Master. We were so engrossed in drinking and celebrating in the tavern that we completely forgot to ask Brother Hu about his successful experience in breaking through. By tomorrow, we might not remember the details clearly. Su Zishui shook his head. It's of little consequence to me. The main thing is that it's been a while since we gathered, and it's rare to have such joy. With everyone here, why not go and have some fun? Then let us head to the martial arts school. Master can guide the apprentices, and we can engage in some sparring to confirm what we've learned. Yang Dongxiong saw no objection. After all, the journey of overcoming barriers varied for everyone, and learning from one another would be beneficial for both personal growth and future teaching. All right, let us go. Today, no one is watching. I hope there won't be any issues. Hu Qi remarked before my seclusion. I asked Lu Xiaowei to teach in my place. He has also broken through 2 barriers, so there shouldn't be any problems. Lu Xiaowei? Yang Dongxiong Frounet. Not everyone is qualified to become his personal disciple. It depends on talent and character. Even those with potential may not be accepted. Yang Dongxiong recalled Lu Xiaowei, who had a rather unremarkable reputation, known for being quite aloof. Master, Lu Xiaowei may be a bit cold, but he is not bad. Let him supervise for a day. It should be fine. If that is the case, then let us go. The group crossed Nanshixiao and proceeded to the martial arts school. The once bustling school was now quiet at night, with few passers-by. Yang Dongxiong and his disciples made their way through the corridor towards the training ground. Shut up, you fool. Yang Dongxiong was taken aback and quickly raised his hand. The disciples halted. I am enough. I alone will defeat you all, every single one of you. The oppressive voice pierced their ears, a wave of ferocity washing over them. The least experienced among them had already broken through 2 barriers, with keen senses to hear every word clearly. Hu Qi felt a shiver run through him. Something was amiss. Xiang Chongsong pondered. Is that Liang Shidi's voice? Liang Shidi? Some had never seen Liang Qu. After Xiang Chongsong explained, he turned to apologize. I'm sorry, Master. I should have stayed at the martial arts school today. I didn't expect things to go awry. It's my fault. Hu Qi intervened. If anyone should be blamed, it's me. I became too complacent after breaking through and insisted on celebrating with everyone. Otherwise, Xiang Shidi wouldn't have left his post. Now is not the time to discuss blame. Yang Dongxiong waved his hand, dismissing the minor issue of leaving posts. Let us use the back entrance and find out what is happening. The group quickly exited the corridor. The martial masters moved silently, unnoticed by anyone. On the training ground, everyone stared in disbelief at Liang Qu, as if gazing at an ignorant young man. A newcomer to the martial arts school for barely a month dared to challenge 7 seasoned practitioners who had been training for over 4 months. How could that be anything but ignorance? Lu Tinkai and the others had not broken through for 3 months and were merely advanced students due to their payment. Regardless of talent, the 4-month gap in experience meant their vitality outmatched that of a newcomer. Had it not been for Li Libo and Chun Jiechong's ambush, Lu Tinkai and Shuedingyi would not have even sustained injuries. Their fates would have been far worse. If someone were to strip the 2 of their clothes, they would reveal bruises all over their bodies, standing upright being a considerable challenge. Are you out of your mind? The disdainful reprimands only fueled Lu Tinkai and the others' fury, causing them to sneer, if you want 3 against 1, it's possible, but I am enough. No need, just me. The 2 clutched his clothing tightly. Ah, Shui, what exactly do you intend to do? Don't worry about us. If you're short on money, we can help you out, just don't go. Don't worry, I'm not insane. Liang Qu firmly grasped their hands. I just want to knock out each of their teeth. Chapter 34. Revenge. The cold moonlight bathed the training ground, glistening like mercury. Several figures stood atop the eaves of the martial arts school. Yang Dongxiong stood at the edge of the roof, observing the furious youth below, whose clenched jaw and contorted features revealed his wrath. Yet he did not intervene in this farcical spectacle. Nearby, an apprentice, summoned to elucidate the circumstances, was drenched in sweat. Trembling with fear, I have arrived. The moonlight cast a side profile on Liang Qu's sharp visage, the interplay of light and shadow accentuating his high nose, which obscured one eye in darkness while the other remained calm and expressionless. 10 paces apart, the 2 factions faced off, 1 individual against 7. The moonlight and lanterns illuminated the night. Liang Qu stood tall, resembling a sword unsheathed, as all eyes were drawn to him. That dog is exceedingly pretentious. Lu Ting's ire intensified, especially as he noticed the gazes of several female apprentices nearby, nearly driving him to madness. He reached for a wooden stick from the weapon rack. The Martial Arts Academy, while permitting sparring, provided only wooden sticks to prevent the youth from igniting genuine conflict. Lu Tingkai turned, declaring, "A newcomer. I shall handle this myself, so he may learn respect." The crowd nodded in agreement, feeling the same. With so many onlookers, it would be humiliating for 7 people to gang up on one. Lu Tingkai swung the stick, sneering as he advanced slowly, like a looming mountain. Standing at nearly 9 meters tall, he could easily tower over the still-maturing Liang Qu. As he approached, his imposing presence grew even more formidable. Li Libo and Chen Jiachong stood behind Liang Qu, swallowing nervously, yet no matter how they called out, Liang Qu seemed oblivious. Lu Tingkai took deliberate steps forward, gradually closing the distance. When he was within 3 meters, he grinned maliciously and suddenly lunged forward like a shooting arrow. Power surged from the ground. Lu Tingkai tensed every muscle, channeling force from his left foot through to his right hand, culminating in the wooden stick. He raised the stick, thick as an egg, aiming to strike Liang Qu's head, the wood slicing through the air with a haunting whistle. Lu Tingkai was eager to witness Liang Qu's bloodshed and propelled by his fury. The angle and speed of his attack were executed flawlessly, almost exceeding his expectations. Gazing at his wooden adversary, a thrill of violent satisfaction surged within him. Liang Qu remained composed until the stick shadow loomed close. He stepped forward, grasped Lu Ting's wrist, and with a powerful twist, effortlessly disarmed him of the wooden stick, delivering a swift slap that sent him sprawling to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene, so profound that even the distant wind could be heard. In that fleeting moment, all eyes widened, having witnessed the swift resolution of the conflict. Hardly anyone perceived Liang Qu's movements. They were too rapid and fierce. Li Libo and Chen Jiachong gaped, as if something had lodged in their throats. The crickets resumed their chirping. The moonlight bore down on Lu Ting's head, chilling as ice, his wrist swollen. He clutched his face, pallid and bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. In an instant, the veins on Lu Ting's forehead bulged, throbbing violently. He pushed himself off the ground and leaped up, swinging his fists in retaliation. Liang Qu caught Lu Ting's forearm with one hand, blocking the blow, then delivered another sharp slap to his face, a clean and decisive crack. Everyone witnessed this, all rendered speechless. Lu Tingkai sat in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the humiliation swelling within him. He gasped like a wounded beast, still yearning to rise. Yet Liang Qu did not afford him a chance to retaliate. He stepped forward, swinging the short stick horizontally. Lu Tingkai only saw the stick transform into a blur, striking heavily against his cheek. A mouthful of warm blood gushing forth as he crumpled to the ground, half his face numb, uncertain if a row of teeth had fallen out. Liang Qu lowered his gaze to the scattered teeth on the ground and stepped forward. "Do not approach." Lu Tingkai shrieked in terror, covering his face. "Quickly charge." At that moment, the 6 others, who had been momentarily stunned, finally reacted, rushing forward. Liang Qu took another step, raising the wooden stick, intent on striking down the remaining teeth on the other side of Lu Ting's mouth, but a cacophony of shouts erupted around him. Liang Qu bent low, his left knee driving into the ground with force, twisting his torso as the short stick whistled through the air, carving a wide arc. Schwedingy was struck on the chin, blood spewing forth, his face contorting grotesquely as he collapsed. Like boiling water on snow, those behind Schwedingy hastily retreated. On the other side, a stocky thug charged forward, roaring as he swung his stick towards Liang Qu's shoulder, yet an overwhelming sense of dread suddenly engulfed him, as if his heart's blood had momentarily reversed, causing his movements to falter. The remaining 3 roared and surged forward, swinging their wooden sticks in unison. Too numerous and too close. Liang Qu managed to deflect 2, but one leapt up, striking him on the head. Liang Qu felt his skull reverberate as if struck by a bell, blood oozing from both his nose and mouth. Then, from behind, another assailant rose, delivering a blow to his back. Liang Qu's eyes widened, nearly tearing at the corners. He held his breath, the veins on his forearm twisting like serpents. He kicked the man in front away and pivoted, sweeping the stick horizontally, striking the one who had just risen. The blow shattered several ribs. There were too many opponents, and those who fell merely stood again. 4 or 5 sticks swung towards him simultaneously. The training ground descended into chaos, a scene beyond anyone's anticipation. As all watched in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. The bloodied wooden stick, the ferocious expressions, the torn muscles, the silvery moon, the flickering candlelight, the cold, steely gazes, and the twinkling stars above created a surreal tableau. One after another, figures lunged at Liang Qu, the sticks striking his body, yet he appeared impervious to pain, relying on his physical prowess to repel each shadow that came at him. Lu Tinkai and his companions' movements slowed, their strikes losing strength. However, Liang Qu's rage only intensified, his stick wielded as if to cleave his foes in two. The bloodied faces twisted in agony. The cold night transformed into a scene of terror. One individual discarded their stick for a brick, but before it could strike Liang Qu, he shattered both the person and the brick in one fell swoop. The stick suddenly splintered. Liang Qu lunged forward, seizing a man by the waist and crashing him to the ground. The impact causing his eyes to roll back as he released his stick. Liang Qu grasped the man's hair and slammed his head against the ground, creating a dent in the hard earth as blood splattered. Another stick struck his back, yet Liang Qu disregarded the pain, summoning his last reserves of strength to grab the stick and roll over, swinging it round to send the man crashing to the ground, fracturing several ribs. Liang Qu turned, swinging the stick, but met only empty air. No one remained standing. He lowered his gaze to the blood-soaked ground littered with teeth. Blood droplets rolled from the stick's tip. Liang Qu knelt, surrounded by the anguished cries of the fallen, his cheek bulging as he pressed his tongue against it, spitting out a mouthful of blood, the obstruction in his throat finally allowing him to breathe. He took a deep breath, propping the wooden stick on the ground as his torn muscles trembled, squeezing out the last vestiges of strength. He staggered upright, standing tall in the center of the arena. Li Libo and Chun Jiachong gaped in disbelief, speechless. The surrounding apprentices fell into a strange silence. Liang Qu exhaled a long breath, unable to conceal his exhaustion and pain. Taking on 7 was indeed a formidable task. Looking up, he noticed the figures standing on the rooftop beneath the moonlight. With a compatibility nearing 50, he could slightly manipulate blood, though regrettably lacking finesse. It could only affect the heart, causing a brief reversal in flow. However, Liang Qu only used it once. As he turned to strike, he glimpsed the figures on the roof and deduced the identity of the visitor, prompting him to refrain from further use. Lu Tinkai, Shuedingi, Yu Weilong, Xiang Quji, you 7 need not come to the martial arts hall anymore. As the dust settled, several figures leaped down from the rooftop, their resonant voices echoing throughout the training ground. The elder at the forefront approached Liang Qu, his tone inscrutable. You are Liang Qu, correct? Yes, Liang Qu replied, bowing his head and offering a weary smile. Would you be interested in becoming my disciple? Chapter 35, A Direct Disciple. Disciple. Liang Qu raised a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, only then realizing that his tiger's mouth had split, flesh rolling back, blood staining his hands. Perhaps it was from the recent clash with bricks. The blood at his lips had not been cleaned properly, leaving a streak across his face. Covered in blood, Liang Qu was too astonished to care. With so many people descending from the roof, it was evident who the leading elder was, Yang Dongxion, the true master of the Yang Martial Arts Hall, reputed to be the mightiest martial artist in Pingyang Town. Liang Qu could only imagine what young master Zhao Xuan thought before the commotion unfolded. Had he known, he would undoubtedly have agreed. Those from the lower strata were accustomed to inferiority, born with a fear of those in high positions. In tales, emperors are always wise and valiant, while common folks suffer under the tyranny of treacherous ministers who obscure the truth. Yet tales remain mere tales, and stories arise from unattainable desires. Those in high positions, having never endured hardship, find it difficult to empathize with those beneath them. Conversely, those of low status, perpetually suffering, struggle to harbor illusions about the powerful. How many would dare report grievances after suffering losses? In schools, how many bullied students would dare to confront their teachers? The powerful are indifferent to the rights or wrongs of the powerless. They only perceive troublemakers and resolve matters by expelling them, believing it a perfect solution. Unless one is utterly expelled from their sphere of activity, the one left battered in the end will only be oneself. Liang Qu had thought he would be perceived as a troublemaker by the martial arts masters and expelled, never anticipating such a turn of events. Yang Dongxiong slightly bent forward, a smile gracing his lips. "What is it? Are you unwilling?" Upon hearing this, Li Libo and Chen Jichong, standing behind, were anxious if thoughts could be exchanged. They would have urged Liang Qu 1,000 times to agree promptly. The remaining apprentices in the martial arts hall fell silent. Liang Qu sensed their gazes upon him, filled with envy and resentment. A disciple, a true direct disciple, was not merely an ordinary apprentice who paid to attend the hall. Disciple Liang Qu, I pay my respects to my master. A man's knee bends beneath golden honor, and it is no shame to kneel before one's master. As the saying goes, teaching a disciple may lead to a master's ruin. To learn a craft, one must care for the master in their old age, a truth applicable everywhere. Yang Dongxiong's actions convinced Liang Qu that his choice was not in vain. Excellent! Yang Dongxiong exclaimed joyfully, helping Liang Qu to his feet. Rise, you're injured. The tea of respect can wait. Since you have knelt, our master-disciple relationship is established. You shall henceforth be my 9th disciple. Liang Qu lifted his head and saw the 7 figures behind Yang Dongxiong, 6 men and 1 woman, although one was missing. Among them were Senior Brother Xiang and Senior Brother Hu. Senior Brother Xiang winked at him, while Senior Brother Hu surreptitiously gave a thumbs up. Congratulations, Junior Brother Liang. You truly possess remarkable talent. Oh no, with Junior Brother Liang's arrival, my title of the most handsome is surely in jeopardy, exclaimed a tall youth, his face a mix of shock and disbelief. As if, even if Junior Brother Liang hadn't come, I would still hold the title, right? Retorted another, unimpressed. You two should take a good look at your own virtues, scoffed the lone female disciple. Xiang Changsong patted his pocket, seemingly regretful. Unfortunately, I have no suitable gift on me now. I should make up for it next time. How infuriating. Why did you have to mention gifts, Senior Brother Xiang? I loathe the notion of presenting gifts. The atmosphere was lively, and Liang Qu could not help but smile. It felt wonderful. His choice seemed correct. Yang Dongxiong stroked his beard, increasingly fond of Liang Qu. He did not take on disciples lightly, nor was it out of any compensatory instinct. It was purely a heartfelt appreciation for talent. Earlier, from the eaves, he had listened to the apprentices recount the events, and although some details were missing, at his age, he could naturally grasp the situation. Xiang Changsong further elaborated on how Liang Qu had spent all his savings to rescue Chen Qingjiang, who had once shown Liang Qu kindness. This was not merely due to fame, for the tale had spread from Yixing City to Pingyang Town, but rather from the accounts of Li Libo and Chen Jichong. After Hu Qi took leave, the only one they knew in the martial arts hall was Xiang Changsong, and their occasional conversations had naturally revealed such matters. One heard it. One witnessed it. Combined, these were sufficient to demonstrate Liang Qu's noble character. Additionally, being able to take on 7 opponents after just a month in the hall was testament to Liang Qu's exceptional talent. His vitality was undoubtedly robust, allowing for such physical prowess. He possessed talent and character, and he was an apprentice of their own martial arts hall. His only flaw was his lack of finesse in combat. He was too blunt, engaging in a head-on struggle when he could have resolved matters at less cost. Yet, this was not a significant issue. Many in the hall focused solely on refining techniques rather than combat skills. Everyone sought a path to become a martial artist, which was understandable. He could always improve later. Yang Dongxiong encouraged him. Your courage is commendable. While refining techniques is crucial, do not neglect the learning of combat skills. A martial artist must seize life through martial prowess. Liang Qu quickly clasped his fists. I shall remember, master. He understood Yang's wisdom. He possessed only the skill of refinement. Lacking in combat methods, relying solely on sheer bravery in fights, a situation he found himself in out of necessity. Mastery in combat was not merely about memorizing moves. One glance at the 7 sprawled on the ground sufficed to illustrate this. Having been there for some time, he could only swing his weapon. To become a master required long-term practice to develop muscle memory. His impressive performance in the training ground was entirely reliant on his physical condition and the courage and composure honed from battling the crab monster. Yang Dongxiong nodded. Turning to his disciples, Changsong, Hu Qi, since you are already acquainted, take your 9th junior brother to wash his face and change his clothes. Also, do not forget the other 2, There should be empty rooms in the back courtyard. Prepare for them to stay tonight. Liang Qu was covered in blood, both his own and that of others, making him quite unsightly. Moreover, he was in considerable pain, having endured many strikes and desperately needed to clean himself. Yes. Xiang Chongsong and Hu Qi clasped their fists and stepped forward to assist Li Libo and Chun Jichong, who were more severely injured and found walking quite arduous. They all proceeded down the corridor leading to the back courtyard, flanked by high walls that blocked the moonlight and lantern glow, rendering the narrow passageway shrouded in darkness. The training ground was ablaze with light, shadows flitting about. The crowd naturally parted, clearing a path, as if a celestial being had cleaved through the mountain. Dozens of apprentices watched Liang Qu, their earlier mockery and derision morphing into awe, envy, and resentment. The crickets in the flower bed began to chirp again. The two groups crossed paths, one illuminated, the other cloaked in shadow. Liang Qu vanished into the darkness. Yet everyone knew he was embarking on a path far brighter than that of the crowd in the training ground. Yang Dongxiong quietly observed his new disciple depart. Turning back to the crowd in the training ground, his expression once again serious. The matter is concluded. I shan't waste your time. Line up and take turns to demonstrate what you have learned today. Most present were seasoned apprentices, aware of what was expected, while those inexperienced followed suit. Soon, a long line formed before Yang Dongxiong, apprentices taking turns to showcase their skills, hoping for guidance. Meanwhile, the battered Lu Tinkai and others lay prostrate on the ground, bleeding, and no one spared them a second glance. Chapter 36. The Sweetness of Free Gifts. As they traversed the corridor, the light brightened. Liang Qu surveyed his surroundings and found them quite agreeable. The environment was tranquil, with potted plants lining the roadside, resembling a Sihyuan courtyard. In the center lay a small area paved with small houses aligned to the north, south, east, and west. Some of these houses had doors ajar, revealing interiors akin to dormitories with bunk beds. Xiang Chongsong and Hu Qi did not lead the three of them into these quarters. Instead, they traversed a passage through the southeastern house to another spacious courtyard. This new courtyard surpassed the previous one, with large houses in all four directions. Xiang Chongsong took out a key to unlock the door, and upon entering, there was no musty odor, only cleanliness, with neatly folded blankets, indicating that someone had meticulously tidied up. The room did not contain bunk beds or communal sleeping arrangements. Rather, it featured a layout reminiscent of a hotel with 4 double beds, separated by simple screens. Is this the ancient version of a hotel? Liang Qu, Li Libu, glancing around in amazement, remarked, strange, this certainly isn't the kind of lodging one would expect for 10 taels. Hu Qi clarified, what you saw earlier was indeed the 10-tael accommodation. This courtyard can accommodate nearly 30 people, but this one requires an additional fee of 8 taels for a month. 8 taels. The 3 simple folks from Yixing City were taken aback, realizing that merely the lodging cost exceeded their tuition fees. Hu Qi turned to Xiang Chongsong, Xiang Shidi. I will go fetch our belongings. You guide the 3 Shidi to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. Very well. After Hu Qi exited, Xiang Chongsong said, this room is unoccupied, so you may choose whichever bed you prefer. Someone will come daily to clean, so everything will remain tidy. I want the one at the back. Liang Qu pointed to the bed against the wall, as he preferred the security of a wall. Chun Jiechong indicated Liang Qu's adjacent bed, stating, then I'll take this one. Li Libo scratched his head. I snore when I sleep, so I'll take the first one, far from you all. The room lacked basic amenities, such as toothbrushes and cloths, so you would need to bring your own. For laundry, there would be maids available daily. Simply hand your clothes to them. Li Libo boldly asserted, no need, Shi Xiang. It's just one night. We're tough men. Missing a wash is no big deal. Xiang Chongsong smiled and inquired, will you not stay here in the future? Who could afford it? 8 taels a month is a small fortune. Liang Qu and Chun Jiechong nodded in agreement. Why are you too concerned? Liang Shidi, why do you also nod? Xiang Chongsong laughed heartily. You need not worry. For the next 2 months, not just Liang Shidi, but Li Shidi and Chen Shidi may also stay here without charge. No charge for us. Li Libo and Chun Jiechong widened their eyes in disbelief. Of course, did you not hear? Yang Shixiang just expelled Lu Tinkai and his companions. What does that have to do with us? Thus, for ordinary mistakes, the funds are used to purchase rice and vegetables. For severe offenses like today's, the money compensates those who were wronged. This has been a long-standing rule. While most of the 7 were in the 10-tail category, Shuedingi belongs to the 50-tail category. Liang Qu, as an inner disciple, does not need to bear this burden. It will naturally fall to you, deducting their expenses for 1 month, leaving you with approximately 36 tails each. You too cannot reach the 50-tail tier, but the 20-tail one is within your grasp. If you extract the lodging and meals from the 20 tails, along with the remaining 16 tails, it will suffice for your stay until departure, possibly with some leftover. Oh, if you do not wish to ascend tiers, it can be exchanged for cash as compensation. 36 tails as compensation. Li Libo and Chun Jiechong exchanged glances, swallowing hard. Yet, the two recalled Xiang Chongsong's earlier discourse regarding law and medicine. If fortune did not favor them, it was likely they would not break through within 3 months. Xiang Chongsong and Liang Qu refrained from interrupting their deliberation. After a seemingly arduous internal struggle, Li Libo and Chun Jiechong decided to remain. 36 tails is an unexpected windfall. We wish to take a chance. If we succeed, we can earn even more money, and if not, we will have no regrets as if we never received it. Excellent. A martial artist must possess the courage to forge ahead. At the entrance, Hu Qi called out, appearing with 3 large wooden tubs, each about 4 feet tall, stacked atop one another. Following him were several individuals carrying large basins filled with hot water, steam billowing in the cold wind. Once Hu Qi set down the large tubs, the group discovered they contained 3 sets of clothing and 3 smaller tubs filled with medicinal liquid, emanating steam. The newcomers began to mix the medicinal liquid with hot water, pouring it into the 3 large bathing tubs Hu Qi had brought. The 3 watched curiously. Is this a medicinal bath? Hu Qi nodded, indeed. But it is not a bath for enhancing vitality. It is meant for healing your injuries, promoting blood circulation, and alleviating bruising. After 2 sessions, today's injuries should heal within 2 to 3 days. And their clean clothes, they may not fit perfectly, but they will suffice as my personal compensation. After all, it was due to me that you faced such circumstances. Had I been present, they would not have dared to act so audaciously. No need for such words, Shi Xiao. We will always remember your kindness. Liang Qu, along with the other 2, expressed with deep gratitude. However, Li Libo sensed something amiss, Xiang Shi Xiao. Did you just say that Shuedingi is of the 50-tail tier? Yes, his family is wealthy, naturally able to afford such fees. Why do you ask? Lu Tinkai and his group are of the 10-tail tier. They likely are not very affluent, so it's understandable they would extort us. But why would Shuedingi also participate? If he can afford 50 tails, his family surely doesn't lack this 2-tail difference. The group pondered, unable to comprehend fully. Perhaps some individuals are simply born wicked? After much deliberation, they could only arrive at this conclusion. All right, it is getting late, and the cold air makes the water uncomfortable. It can easily lead to illness. I will have someone bring more hot water. After your medicinal baths, you 3 should retire early. Just dry off. There is no need for a thorough rinse. Thank you, Hu Shi Xiao and Xiang Shi Xiao. Once the 2 seniors departed, the room quickly fell silent. The 3 exchanged glances, each reflecting the other's thoughts. Suddenly, the room erupted with hearty laughter, so vigorous that it threatened to dislodge the tiles from the ceiling. They laughed until they were breathless, until their wounds ached before finally pausing. Unanimously, they stripped off their clothes and leaped into the wooden tubs. The sound of splashing water filled the air. The warmth of the water stimulated their wounds, inducing a sharper pain initially. But soon the discomfort was dispelled by the soothing embrace of the warm water. The 3 submerged in the water, their heads resting against the tub's edge, as comfort surged from their tailbones up to their cervical vertebrae, eliciting soft moans of relief. In the midst of December's end, the air was exceptionally frigid. Within the small room, large bathing tubs stood side by side, separated by screens, while outside the windows, biting winds howled, and within, steam coiled in the air. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs filled their nostrils, mingling with the lingering bitterness of aged remedies. The reddish-brown liquid swayed beneath them, each pore relaxing in response. Liang Qu rested his arms on the tub's edge, his taut muscles swiftly yielding to relaxation. These wooden tubs, designed for bathing, far surpassed the rice vat at his home, featuring a protruding ledge for seating and a finely grooved edge for safety. The slightly hot water rapidly dispelled the room's chill, wrapping them in warmth akin to spring. The swelling, bruises, and even the blood clots from their prior battles initially provoked sharp pain upon contact with the hot water. But the medicinal infusion quickly lightened their color, alleviating pain significantly. Even the wound on Liang Qu's head felt less agonizing. The integration of medicine and martial arts was indeed remarkable. The specialized healing concoction from the Martial Arts Academy proved ingenious. While it may not rival the effects of lotus roots in water, it consisted merely of common herbs, yet their combination yielded such efficacy. Liang Qu leaned against the tub's edge, comforted to the point of drowsiness, reluctant to rise. "Shui, how did you manage this?" The voice of Chun Jiechong emerged from behind the screen. After a moment of contemplation, he finally grasped the question that had been plaguing Liang Qu. Prompted by Chun Jiechong, Li Libo also came to a realization. Indeed, how could you single-handedly defeat 7 of them? It's quite impressive. How did you manage that? I possess extraordinary talent. I remain unfazed even in the face of danger, striking at the opportune moment. Boasting may feel exhilarating for a moment, but it leads to dire consequences afterward. Liang Qu remained composed and unflustered. Chun Jiechong behind the screen suddenly understood. So that is how it is. Li Libo sighed. Master who only mentioned your exceptional physique. But he surely did not anticipate your remarkable innate abilities. Shui, no. Brother Shui, I do not seek you to take me under your wing. I only hope that once you achieve success, you might allow me to guard the entrance of the Liang residence, just enough to secure my meals. Wait, are you truly believing this? Liang Qu, whose mind was racing with thoughts of crafting a flawless excuse, found himself momentarily stunned. It felt as if he was about to deliver a powerful blow, only for the adversary to sidestep, resulting in a sudden strike to the back of his head, leaving his mind blank. It appeared that Li Libo and Chun Jiechong genuinely shared this sentiment. If not for extraordinary talent, then what could it be? Liang Qu indeed possessed remarkable physical attributes, as everyone had witnessed firsthand. Master who had remarked that, after years of examining physiques, he had never encountered someone with such a flawless combination of strength and agility, confirming the truth of the matter. Without the influence of modern online literature and the bombardment of information in the current age, their minds were devoid of notions such as grandmasters, systems, or golden fingers. Truly, the simplicity of one as hometown is refreshing and admirable. Half an hour later, the 3 had no intention of departing. Typically, a household would not prepare such a specially designed bathtub. A large vat suffices, being both economical and practical. This luxurious experience was especially tempting given the cold weather outside, dissuading any thoughts of leaving. After requesting additional hot water twice, they eventually rose after nearly an hour. Their skin wrinkled, yet upon exiting, they felt no chill. After drying off, they collapsed onto the bed, relishing the sensation. Look, the comforter is made of cotton. Li Libo, just settling into bed, quickly sensed something amiss. The mattress was too soft, and upon inspection, he discovered it was indeed a cotton quilt. In the South, it is not so cold, and most ordinary families fill their quilts with reeds, accumulated willow fluff, or even some straw, encased in a coarse linen cover. Who could afford cotton quilts, at most a cotton coat? Liang Qu was equally astonished, in comparison to his usual surroundings. It felt akin to a luxurious 5-star hotel. Truly, the accommodation for 8 taels a month is excessively opulent. How delightful! The 3 extinguished the candles and nestled under the covers. Strangely, despite feeling utterly exhausted before their bath, lying in bed now rendered them wide awake, even more invigorated, especially as they recalled how Liang Qu had thoroughly trounced Lu Tinkai and his companions. Li Libo suddenly burst into laughter. Laughter, it seemed, was indeed contagious. Quickly followed by Chun Jiechong, and eventually Liang Qu joined in, all 3 sharing in the merriment. No one voiced the reason for their laughter, yet everyone understood what lay behind it. How remarkable! Truly remarkable! Shui, you are destined to become a direct disciple. I have never encountered anyone more formidable than you in my entire life. Indeed, it feels as if we are dreaming. Master Yang is a figure of great renown, even more esteemed than old Master Zhao, a prominent figure in Pingyang town, who is said to receive greetings from the gentry. Liang Qu reclined with his hands behind his head, gazing at the beams overhead. I never anticipated that Master Yang would take me as his disciple. It feels akin to casting a fishing net only to discover it filled with precious fish. If only it were a few days earlier. When you went to pay the autumn tax, that corrupt official would not have dared to seize your grain. Had he done so, you should have kicked him back. Ha ha, I wouldn't he dare. What is there to fear? The one who should be afraid is him. Call him official, and he genuinely thinks he is one. Nothing more than a lackey for the gentry. Indeed, indeed. In that moment, the room was enveloped in the atmosphere of a boys' dormitory late-night discussion, with everyone animated, each anticipating their future. Liang Qu, having been accepted as a direct disciple, had his path laid out before him, while Li Libo and Chun Jiachong had also ascended from the 7-tail tier to the 20-tail tier, significantly enhancing their chances of success. Bright futures awaited them all. After chatting for half an hour, the three finally began to feel the weight of sleep. Dayud. Me too. Let us not speak more. It's time to sleep. I'm off to bed. The following morning, in the misty dawn, the rooster crowed. Liang Qu opened his eyes and rose, feeling completely awake and even invigorated. Without electricity or mobile phones, everyone rose with the sun and retired at sundown. Thus, after their bath, it was only just past 9 o'clock when they chatted until 10 and then went to sleep. Meanwhile, Li Libo and Chun Jiachong, lacking Liang Qu's robust constitution, were more severely injured, and the warmth of the bed was too inviting. Upon hearing the rooster, they merely grunted and returned to their dreams. Liang Qu chose not to disturb them, quietly dressing in the clothes provided by Hu Qi. After a brief wash, he was ready to head out, just in time to see Xiang Chongsong practicing martial arts in the courtyard. Brother Liang, you rose early. Didn't you rise even earlier, Brother Xiang? Liang Qu replied helplessly. I wish I could sleep in, but my body is accustomed to rising early. I heard that fishermen set out as early as the 3rd watch or even the 2nd watch to catch fish. Is that true? Yes, fish are plentiful at night, and many set out then to provide for their families. Ah, the lives of common folk are not easy. Xiang Chongsong sighed, paused, and continued, enough of that. Last night, Master instructed me that if you woke up, I should take you to the residence for the formal apprenticeship ceremony to establish our master-disciple relationship. Since you are awake, let's go. Liang Qu felt invigorated by the opportunity. The 38th chapter, How to Alleviate Worries. Only through wealth. Yang Dongxiong does not reside at the martial arts school, but instead stays in a better residence in town, approximately a mile from school. On the way, Liang Qu did not idle. He borrowed 3 taels of silver from Xiang Chongsong, intending to purchase some gifts for the apprenticeship. One must understand the basics of social etiquette. However, after perusing various shops, he found no suitable options. 3 taels of silver would suffice for living expenses for quite some time, but using it for gifts felt rather constraining. In the end, he could only procure some pastries and meat strips. The meat strips are essential, as there is a customary expectation of gifts. Brother Liang, there is no need for such formality. Master Yang does not mind these things. Brother Xiang, while Master may not care, a disciple must still show this level of respect. Xiang Chongsong scratched his head. You are quite considerate, Brother Liang. Did I even bring any gifts when I first came? I can't quite recall. What impressive residence. The Yang residence was immense, visible from 100 meters away, with a grand entrance and a plaque elegantly inscribed with the characters Yang Fu. Particularly striking was the small lake visible behind the house, with a quaint pavilion at its center, surrounded by withered lotus pods and trees lining the banks, creating a beautiful scene. As they approached, one could even glimpse the ripples on the lake's surface. Though today there was no wind, it was likely connected to an underground river, probably linked to the Jianghuai marshes. Liang Qu recalled what Li Libo had mentioned earlier about Master Yang having been a soldier, coming to Pingyang town to teach martial arts. If that were the case, Master Yang must have held a significant position in the past. In the hall, Yang Dongxiong, with his head full of white hair, sat at the leftmost position. Though not tall, his presence was commanding, and his eyes sparkled with vitality. Sitting to his right was his wife, Su Shi, perhaps due to not having practiced martial arts, appeared even older than Yang Dongxiong. The remaining 7 disciples were arranged on either side, with Xiang Chongsong being the youngest, positioned at the far right. Logically, there should be one more disciple, but Liang Qu had not seen that individual since last night. Perhaps they were away on business. A cushion lay in the hall, and Liang Qu stepped forward without hesitation, kneeling on both knees. Liang Qu, you are grateful and courageous, a diligent and earnest individual. I wish to take you as my disciple. Do you consent? Yang Dongxiong spoke solemnly. A night was sufficient for him to thoroughly understand Liang Qu's past. Given that Xiang Chongsong's words were true, There was no reason for him to retract his decision. Moreover, Liang Qu bore a striking resemblance to Yang Dongxiong in his youth. I am willing to be your disciple. To join my tutelage, one must possess humility, exhibit respect towards teachers and the teachings, uphold filial piety, and never harm fellow disciples or engage in acts of disobedience and unfilial behavior. One must refrain from wrongdoing and from oppressing the weak. Do you remember? The disciple earnestly acknowledges this. Please repeat it once more. One must possess humility, exhibit respect towards teachers and the teachings, uphold filial piety, and never harm fellow disciples or engage in acts of disobedience and unfilial behavior. A slight sheen of perspiration appeared on Liang Qu's forehead. This impromptu repetition was indeed challenging. Verbal recitation is not as easily remembered as writing it down. Were it not for his past life's foundation, he might not have retained it. He felt a twinge of curiosity regarding whether any of the 8 senior brothers and sisters had faltered at this juncture. Yang Dongxiong displayed a satisfied expression. Excellent. Let's serve tea. The maid, who had been waiting, presented a lacquer tray, offering the tea of respect to the teacher. With the presentation of this bowl of tea, the ritual of master and disciple was completed. From this moment forth, you shall be the 9th disciple of Yang Dongxiong. Upon hearing this, Liang Qu respectfully accepted the porcelain bowl, slightly rising, bowing his head, and presenting the tea with both hands. Yang Dongxiong took the bowl with both hands, lifted the lid, and drank it in one gulp. Subsequently, Yang Dongxiong helped Liang Qu to his feet. Thus, the two were fully united as master and disciple. At that moment, Liang Qu finally felt a sense of relief, his emotions surging. Everything from last night was not a dream. He was no longer a nameless, backgroundless fisher from the countryside, but the 9th disciple of Yang Dongxiong. With this thought, Liang Qu hastily presented his apprenticeship gift. My financial means are limited, and I can only afford some pastries. I hope Master does not find them lacking. Xiang Chansong quickly stepped forward to add, Master, Liang Shidi is indeed earnest to present an apprenticeship gift. He even borrowed money from me. I told him you would not mind, yet he insisted that while you may not care, a disciple must demonstrate this intention. Truly a commendable child. Su beside Yang praised him with a hand over her mouth. Yang Dongxiong laughed heartily, patting Liang Qu on the shoulder and repeatedly expressing his approval. Having such intent is commendable, especially considering Liang Qu's background as an uneducated fisherman. It is indeed rare and noteworthy, indicating his intelligence and filial piety. However, after laughing, Yang Dongxiong's demeanor became serious. I am pleased that you possess this intention, but I do not wish for it to become a burden. I have already investigated your background last night. Do not think me miserly, for accepting disciples is a significant matter. The disciple understands. Liang Qu nodded earnestly. They were not merely engaging in a transactional relationship akin to that of a master and apprentice in a martial arts school. This bond was truly one of a father and son, requiring utmost caution. I am glad you understand. I know you are an orphan, and life is not easy. Yang Dongxiong extended his right hand, and the maid who had just presented the tea stepped forward again, handing over a money pouch and a red-black waist token to Yang Dongxiong. After receiving them, Yang Dongxiong passed these items to Liang Qu. The waist token felt heavy in his hand. It was wooden, its material unknown, rectangular in shape with a semicircular top and a loop for a cord. The intricate patterns were exquisite, and it felt comfortable to hold. Upon inspection, one side bore his name, while the reverse displayed a prominent character for Yang, accompanied by smaller characters. The letters were carved in relief, with the surrounding area cut away, leaving a raised border to prevent wear over time. It must have been made earlier, with his name carved overnight, as such exquisite craftsmanship would require more than a single night. Liang Qu mused. The waist token serves as your identification. Generally, officials will not trouble you upon seeing it, and you will receive a 50% discount when purchasing medicine at the apothecary. The money pouch contains 10 taels of silver for you to acquire some personal items. Do not regard it as insufficient. Though 10 taels may seem trivial, I fear you may develop a penchant for idleness. Thus, I can only provide you with this amount. People can change, and human nature is particularly fickle. Many examples exist of those who are diligent in youth, but become lazy in old age. One's character is cultivated gradually. Yang Dongxiong wished to ensure Liang Qu retained his ambition and did not grow complacent. While he would supply some resources for martial arts training, most would still have to be earned by Liang Qu himself. Not everything can unfold as desired. Thank you, Master. Liang Qu felt deeply moved. Truly, the Master embodies a fatherly figure. However, Yang has indeed overestimated his financial capacity by only providing 10 taels. Please, 10 taels is an astronomical sum he had never encountered in his life. His highest savings before beginning his training was merely 9 taels and 3 coins. And now he possessed only a handful of copper coins. Indeed, individuals vary greatly. Since Master has given, the senior brothers cannot be stingy. We prepared a welcoming gift last night, though I wonder if it will please Shitty. At that moment, a tall man stepped forward, his face square yet somewhat dark and rugged, resembling a farmer. According to Xiang Chongsong's introduction, this man was Yu Dun, Yang Dongxiong's second disciple. Following this, Liang Qu observed his senior brothers and sisters, each of whom spoke up to announce that they had prepared a welcoming gift for him. Chapter 39. Liang Laoi, Young Master. The first to step forward was the second senior brother, indicating that the first senior brother must have been absent these past 2 days, Liang Qu thought. Resembling a rustic farmer, Yu Dun presented a large black fur cloak made from bear skin, impervious to blades and water, providing excellent warmth. Ninth Shitty. This bearskin cloak is for you. I hope you will find it to your liking as winter approaches. Thank you, second brother. Liang Qu bowed respectfully, joyfully accepting the cloak. The cloak felt incredibly soft and comfortable, making it hard to believe it could withstand cold weapons. The weather was growing colder, and the 2 sets of hemp clothing he had previously purchased were indeed inadequate. Thus this gift was a timely remedy. The third senior brother, Lu Gang, stepped forward. Ninth Shitty, take a look at mine. Lu Gang was the most robust among all the disciples, with powerful arms and a strong build. Even in winter, he wore only a short shirt, holding a hefty piece of black metal in his hand. What is this, third brother? Liang Qu inquired, perplexed. Thinking he was being gifted a piece of steel? Yang Dongxiong chuckled. Lu Gang hails from a family of blacksmiths. His grandfather was a blacksmith in the military who fought alongside the founding emperor. The weapons he forges are exceptional. This piece of tungsten is ideal for weapon crafting. He wishes to know what you would like him to create. Lu Gang nodded. I can forge swords, spears, and halberds. I am curious what Ninth Shitty prefers to use. Weapons? Liang Qu's mind sparked with excitement. He had long desired a weapon, but iron was not inexpensive. To this day, he had been using a sharpened stone knife for fish. His domain was underwater, where weapons that chop and swing were not very effective. The most suitable weapons were those designed for thrusting. The most common weapon among fishermen was the harpoon, often a trident to increase the chances of striking. Liang Qu did not require a trident. His adversaries were creatures like the crab monster, necessitating a weapon capable of delivering a decisive blow rather than one focused on accuracy. A long spear would be most fitting. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Qu respectfully stated, I would like a long spear, and I wonder if Brother Lu Gang could craft one for me? Yang Dongxiong raised an eyebrow. A long spear? It is easy to learn but difficult to master. However, I can teach you. The disciple is determined. Seeing this, Yang Dongxiong ceased to dissuade him. Acquiring any weapon of substantial quality was challenging, and he merely mentioned it casually. Moreover, the long spear was indeed easy to handle. Very well, I shall draw a few designs for the long spear for you to consider. Once you decide on a style, I will commence crafting it. The materials for the spear shaft are readily available, and using tuna lacquer will take around 2 months. 2 months? Liang Qu gasped, concerned that he might be imposing on his senior brother. It won't take long. It will only take about 10 days to forge. The main concern is the lacquer, which takes time. Tuna lacquer is relatively fast compared to regular glue, which requires at least 3 months. Then I must trouble brother Lu Gang more. I will not let you down, Shitty. Next is the fourth senior brother, Su Zishuang, who jokingly remarked last night that his title of the most handsome might no longer hold. He possesses an impressive stature, fair complexion, and an air of elegance. The fifth senior sister, Zhua Shaoqin, is tall and graceful, gifting a pair of cloud-treading boots, crafted from the hide of a ghostly tiger, lightweight and breathable. The sixth senior brother, Chao Rang, has a square visage, emanating an aura of righteousness, and presented a piece of pure jade, which aids in uplifting the spirit and alleviating fatigue. Resting with it at night works wonders, allowing 3.5 hours of sleep to feel sufficient for 4 hours. The seventh senior brother, Hu Qi, is of tall build, gifting a belt that is a palm and a half wide, made from mountain cowhide, adorned with dark red patterns. Fireproof and cut-resistant, showcasing excellent defensive qualities. The eighth senior brother, Xiang Chongsong, presented a set of exquisitely crafted narrow-sleeved robes, edged with golden threads and woven with celestial silk. Soft yet resilient, difficult to damage, and remarkably attractive. Liang Qu expressed his heartfelt gratitude, deeply moved. After traversing through time for so long, he was experiencing a sense of relaxation and support for the first time. Having so many senior brothers is indeed a blessing, as he received a total of 7 remarkable items. The belt, arm guards, robes, cloak, weaponry, ornaments, and shoes collectively formed a complete ensemble. Liang Qu felt as though he had entered the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, receiving golden crowns, golden armor, and cloud shoes akin to Sun Wukong. The subsequent words from Su Zishuang confirmed Liang Qu's suspicions. I dread giving gifts. It requires considerable thought. Eventually, after discussing with my brothers, we decided it would be best to arrange a complete outfit for you, with each of us contributing one item, ensuring no overlap. What do you think, Xiaojiu? Would you like to try it on? You are as handsome as I am, and you will surely look splendid. Indeed, you would undoubtedly look splendid. Xiang Chongsong, who gifted the robes, was eager to see the effect of his present, and considering that you are at the age of growth, I refrained from tailoring the size. But it should not be an issue. Su also chimed in, go on, give it a try. In an instant, all the senior brothers wished to see how Liang Qu would appear adorned with their gifts. Liang Qu turned his gaze towards Master Yang Dongxiong. Yang Dongxiong stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Since your seniors wish to see, Nandi, please escort my 9th disciple to the guest room and change. Yes. Nandi stepped forward, her slender and fair right hand gesturing towards the corridor. Young Master Jiu, please follow me. Young Master Jiu? Liang Qu felt dazed and followed Nandi to the guest room in a daze. Nandi instructed the attendants to bring in a large copper mirror, which was polished to a smooth finish, rivaling the silver and aluminum mirrors of later times. Gazing at his vigorous reflection in the mirror, Liang Qu's mind was flooded with thoughts. When he first arrived, he appeared sallow and emaciated, his cheeks sunken, as fragile as a flickering candle in the wind. But now, 2 months, 60 days, he felt invigorated and radiant, and someone even referred to him as Young Master Jiu. Young Master Jiu. He could hardly believe that they were addressing him. Suddenly, Liang Qu burst into laughter before realizing Nandi was still present. Awkwardly clearing his throat and trying to suppress his smile, though the muscles in his cheeks soon betrayed him. Ha ha, this is embarrassing. I might be thought a fool. I apologize for the laughter, Nandi said with a slight bow, revealing 2 shallow dimples on her face. For young Master Jiu to become a disciple of old Master Yang is indeed a joyous occasion. So many in the nearby towns and villages yearn for such an opportunity, but cannot find the means, proving that young Master Jiu is truly a rare talent, far surpassing the ordinary. Look at her. She is indeed a maid from a prominent family, beautiful in appearance and pleasing in speech. Liang Qu clenched his empty fist, covering his face as he coughed lightly. Well, please step outside for a moment. I will call you back and once I have changed. Understood. Once the guest room was empty, Liang Qu removed his outer garment and prepared to don his attire. The clean outfit he wore was the one Hu Qi had given him last night, quite presentable. Had he worn the brown linen garment today, it would not only have been unseemly, but he also lacked decent undergarments, making it uncomfortable to wear fine clothing. For the first time wearing proper robes, Liang Qu studied the garments carefully before figuring out how to put them on. Those from impoverished backgrounds do not have such elaborate customs. They merely throw on a loose linen garment however it fits. The golden-edged robes, white cloud boots, wide mountain cow belt, jade pendant at the waist, ebony waist plaque, tungsten gold arm guards, and the black cloak made of bear hide were all laid before him. Liang Qu donned each piece, one by one. In the mirror, a brand new Liang Qu made a grand appearance. Chapter 40. 4 barriers and 7 paths. When Liang Qu was fully dressed and reappeared in the hall, everyone was taken aback. With long arms, a slender waist, and long legs resembling a mantis, to summarize, he had long arms, long legs, a slim waist, and broad shoulders, coupled with a mountain cowhide belt that tightly cinched the garments. His figure was accentuated, making Liang Qu appear tall and imposing, like a spear. Yang Dongxiong exclaimed, excellent. This is the vitality of youth. Alas, my title of the most handsome may truly be usurped. Sushi Xiang, spare me. It has always been me. Chao Rang scoffed. It is a pity the eldest brother is not here. He is the wealthiest and would surely have gifted the finest items, perhaps even some miraculous elixirs. By the way, Master, did you notify the eldest brother? Liang Qu soudainly réalised. The group engaged in casual conversation, primarily inquiring about Liang Qu's living conditions. Junior brother, come to my house one evening. Just follow the road past the Yang mansion until you see a grain shop called Su Ji. There's an alley beside it. Walk straight in, and you will find a large iron gate. That is my home. All right, I will remember. Safe travels, third Xixiao. After the third brother departed, the others continued their chatter for a while before deeming it time to leave, ultimately leaving only the three youngest disciples. Yang Dongxiong took a sip of tea and remarked, Xiaojiu, how robust is your internal energy now? Liang Qu did not wish to deceive regarding his cultivation, as it would ultimately harm his own interests, and thus he replied candidly, it is roughly the thickness of my index finger. Upon hearing this, Hu Qi and Xiang Chongsong were taken aback. Junior brother, you have only been practicing for a month. How can your progress be so swift? We have not seen you take any medicine. A few days ago, I caught a precious fish. Liang Qu scratched his head. It was an eel, its entire body crimson, with a cow-like tail. He had been overjoyed and cooked it immediately, and after consuming it, felt a surge of warmth, practicing martial arts afterward, and his internal energy had grown to the thickness of an index finger. A crimson eel with a cow-like tail? Hu Qi and Xiang Chongsong fell into contemplation, as they could not recall such a precious fish. Master Yang, do you know what kind of fish this is? I am also unaware, but the rivers and lakes of Jianghuai are vast. There are countless fish species that remain unknown. So it is not surprising, Yang Dongxiong concluded. It is better not to know. I was merely fabricating a story. Liang Qu had initially intended to mention that he had caught a cowhorn fish, which he believed to be the most effective fish. But then he realized that this fish likely could not instantly increase his internal energy to the thickness of an index finger. So he decided to concoct a tale. Many species that have not been discovered in modern rivers have likely migrated to the seas, and the ancient environment is even less predictable. Moreover, with red blood bass weighing 1 or 2 pounds and cowhorn fish weighing 2 taels per pound, it is only natural that there exist other precious fish weighing 10 taels or even 100 taels per pound. The effects they could provide would not be surprising. However, it is impressive that Junior brother could reach the thickness of an index finger in a month without taking any medicine. Perhaps Master can help Junior brother assess his destiny and see how exceptional his talents are, as there are few who could discern such matters through bone reading. Destiny? Liang Qu silently savored this new term, uncertain of its meaning. Seemingly perceiving Liang Qu's confusion, ou qui explained. This destiny is not the same as the one that refers to fate. It denotes talent. You may understand it as such for now. The specifics will become clear once your destiny has been assessed. Liang Qu inquired, Master, I previously heard Hu Wushi say that an internal energy thickness of a pinky finger is sufficient to break through the skin barrier. I was unsure how to do it before, and I forced my way to the thickness of an index finger. Will that pose any issues? You need not worry about that. There is no difference. After breaking through the skin barrier, you must continue to accumulate internal energy, and the pinky finger thickness is merely the minimum requirement. Being at the thickness of an index finger will only make it easier. Liang Qu felt a sense of relief wash over him. He had previously harbored concerns that his training might have gone astray, given his lack of experience. The novels he had perused were of no consequence. The realms of fantasy and reality are not interchangeable, and such thoughts had left him feeling uneasy. Your injury has yet to heal. It would be prudent to wait until you are fully recovered before resuming your training. For the time being, follow Hu Qi. He can instruct you informally at the Martial Arts Academy and enlighten you on some essential knowledge and points. Additionally, allow Xiang Chongsong to take you to the Changchun Medical Hall for familiarization, which will facilitate future visits for medicine. Yang Dongxiong succinctly established the course of action. Although he accepted Liang Qu as his disciple, he recognized that Liang Qu's current level was far too low for personal instruction, thus delegating the task to Hu Qi. By the way, can you read? I can recognize a few characters, but not many. You will need to allocate time daily to attend a private school for literacy. I will arrange a teacher for you. Thank you, Master. By the time Yang Dongxiong finished his instructions, it was already 9 in the morning. Liang Qu and his 2 senior brothers decided not to linger and promptly made their way to the Changchun Medical Hall. The Changchun Medical Hall is the largest in the entire Pingyang town, with 4 or 5 physicians consulting the Grand Hall and a long queue outside. Hu Qi had no intention of waiting in line. leading Liang Qu directly into the hall. Upon entering, Xiang Song called out to the counter, "Cheng Zhanggue, this is my master's newly accepted ninth disciple, a junior brother. Come over and show him around." The white-haired steward hurriedly stepped away from the counter, greeting them. He turned to Liang Qu and praised, "This must be the ninth young master. Indeed a remarkable figure, unforgettable to behold. You all come closer and greet him, be attentive." Several bustling attendants set down their tasks to offer their greetings, addressing him as ninth master instead. Have you all remembered that? Good. Now return to your duties. Cheng Zhanggue instructed, and as per usual, your visits will be at a 50% discount. Thank you, Cheng Zhanggue. It is my pleasure. Your presence brings honor to us. After a brief exchange, the trio prepared to leave the medical hall. Just before departing, Hu Qi snagged 3 packets of medicine, and the steward insisted on not charging them, considering it a celebration of Yang Shi's acquisition of a fine disciple. Liang Qu, basking the flattery, reflected on the IOU he had incurred while accompanying Chen Qingjiang to the medical hall, feeling a surge of emotion. It was indeed a meteoric rise. The training is quite simple. It involves invigorating one's vital energy, allowing the flow to circulate and dissolve, stimulating the skin throughout the body. When sufficiently stimulated, the skin will undergo a remarkable enhancement in strength, akin to that of leather. This particular training bears certain risks. It is advisable to have someone lead you through it. Once we arrive at the Martial Arts Academy, I shall demonstrate it to you again. As for the stages of training, after the skin, flesh, blood, and bone, there are 6 realms: Bunma, Shouhu, Xinxiang, Rulong, Rulu, and Ruhong, each subdivided further. In the Bunma realm, one can effortlessly hold back dozens of galloping horses. In the Shouhu realm, one's vital energy is unleashed, instilling fear in ordinary individuals akin to a ferocious tiger. In the Xinxiang realm, one's every movement can cause the earth to tremble, allowing entry into the ranks of great generals. In the Rulong realm, one moves like a celestial dragon, unbound by earthly constraints, soaring through the clouds, embodying a national martial sage. The Rulu and Ruhong realms are less familiar to me, but I have heard that Ruhong can transcend the physical form to become a radiant rainbow, ascending to ethereal heights. In truth, there should be a stage for the internal organs following the skin, flesh, blood, and bone. However, upon breaking through the internal organ stage, one reaches the initial Bunma realm, which is why they're often discussed together. What is Yang Shi's current realm? Shouhu. Shouhu? Liang Qu expressed astonishment. Is there truly a Shouhu master residing in the small Pingyang town? Could the martial path be as easily traversable as a common cabbage? Hu Qi chuckled. Junior brother, do you know that our Pingyang town is home to 3 martial arts academies? I am aware. The other 2 remain in Pingyang town because their levels are only sufficient to operate here. Yang Shi stays in Pingyang town solely because it is his hometown. Liang Qu realized the disparity akin to the difference between a perfect score and 99. The martial arts of this world are far stronger than he had imagined, and his anticipation for breaking through the barriers grew ever stronger. As for the ominous figure of Zhao Leoi, once looming over him, what was he but an old fool? Chapter 41. The premier of Yixing City, Old Fool, dare to come and take a few punches. The long-suppressed sense of crisis finally dissipated, and Liang Qu felt entirely liberated, particularly with his pockets full. He could not resist the temptation to purchase a few items while gazing at the bustling Pingyang town. As they passed by a fabric shop, Liang Qu requested his senior brothers to wait for a moment as he entered to procure 2 sets of ready-made cotton garments. Currently, cotton was priced at 300 won per jean, and a long coat typically required 3 jean of cotton. Thus, 2 garments cost Liang Qu a small sum of silver. The clothes gifted by his brothers were of excellent quality, but he found them too precious to wear, considering his frequent training and perspiration. He opted for 2 more affordable sets for practicality. Liang Qu produced his purse, intending to repay the 3 taels of silver he had previously borrowed from his senior brothers. Junior brother, it was merely 3 taels. I would have forgotten had you not mentioned it. Liang Qu shook his head. A loan is a loan, once borrowed. It must be repaid. The robe gifted from Xiang Song was clearly of great value, but a gift is a gift, and a loan is a loan. No amount of gifts can absolve the obligation to repay borrowed money. Alas, Xiang Song accepted the silver reluctantly, although he did not mind the 3 taels. He felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Liang Qu had previously purchased a master-esque gift here, and he took out 1 tael of silver to buy 2 boxes of pastries, one for Lian Chun and another for Uncle Chun's family. Hu Qi remarked, "It seems Liang Shidi is indeed quite happy. I wonder if there are any treats for us in those 2 boxes." Liang Qu sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he had forgotten to bring something for his senior brothers. Although he might not possess wealth like them, it was only right to show appreciation. He was about to dig into his purse to buy a few more boxes when Hu Qi stopped him. "Hey, I was just joking. Master gave you 10 taels of silver in total, and you have already spent nearly 7. If you buy us more, then that silver would have been given for nothing. If you truly wish to show your gratitude, treat us to a meal once you earn some money." Liang Qu nodded in agreement, silently committing this matter to memory. As a disciple of Yang Shi, he could now effortlessly catch fish worth 200 won a day without raising suspicion. The fisherman would merely marvel at his prowess, attributing it to Yang Shi's direct teaching. Indeed, with a touch of exaggeration, it would not be impossible for him to showcase a prize catch each month, leading to a monthly income nearing 10 taels of silver, easily surpassing the earnings of 10 farmers. However, this method was the most straightforward and crude. Liang Qu now possessed multiple avenues for generating income. For instance, Xiang Chong Song and Hu Qi were both at the Martial Arts Academy. One was responsible for hospitality, while the other taught, and they did not work for free. Yang Shi provided salaries, which were quite generous, amounting to several taels each month. As they conversed, the trio arrived at the Martial Arts Academy. The training ground, where blood had been shed the previous night, was now covered with a layer of yellow earth, and the scent of blood had completely vanished. On the field remained over 50 familiar faces. Oh wait, Liang Qu surveyed the area and noted that after excluding Lu Tinkai and 7 others, only just over 40 remained. The academy had many apprentices, and Yang Shi would visit 5 days each month. Today was merely the 2nd day. The so-called guidance encompassed not only adjustments to movements, but also essential points of combat, guidance of vital energy, selection of training progress, and the combination and usage of medicinal herbs, along with a myriad of other considerations. Consequently, everyone cherished these opportunities and rarely missed them. However, among the crowd, there was no sign of Lu Xiaohui. Since yesterday, Liang Qu had not seen him, and he had not appeared today either. Yet, he was not particularly concerned. Lu Xiaohui, a legitimate warrior, attended the academy not to learn, but to seek an atmosphere and environment. Furthermore, Lu Xiaohui was nominally a substitute, and no one could fault him for neglecting his duties. At most, he might receive a reprimand. Liang Qu observed the crowd, and they too were observing him. Dressed in a black fur cloak and a narrow-sleeved, gold-trimmed robe, with a wide leather belt cinching his waist, he donned waist tags and jade pendants, while his sleeves subtly revealed metallic arm guards. Due to the passage of time, his stature is not particularly tall, and his skin is somewhat darker. However, he possesses an upright posture that exudes an air of grace and valor. Is this the same boy who stumbled upon fortune last night? The image of Liang Qu, clad in a loose, yellow-brown linen robe, appearing rather shabby, inevitably materializes in everyone's mind. It is as if he is transformed. Their disbelief is palpable, yet the presence of Hu Qi and Xiang Chong Song, who engage in lively conversation beside Liang Qu, compels them to accept this reality. Xiang Chong Song has always been amiable and patient, often sought after by apprentices to mediate their disputes. Although Hu Qi, a martial artist, speaks little, he treats everyone equally and fulfills his duties diligently, never showing favoritism based on background. His own cultivation is profound. Yet, they have never witnessed such a warm and congenial atmosphere during apprentice interactions as they do at this moment. There seems to be a lamentable barrier between them and the direct disciples of the Yang clan. Some individuals exhibit politeness and kindness not out of affection, but due to their refined upbringing. Greetings were exchanged. Greetings, Brother Hu. Greetings, Brother Xiang. Greetings, Brother Liang. Young Master Zhao was the first to step forward to offer his respects, his status as a direct disciple elevating him above the apprentices who, regardless of their tenure, must address Liang Qu as Brother Liang. Observing the wealthiest apprentices demonstrating such decorum, the others followed suit, approaching one by one to offer their greetings. Last night, this very group stood idly by, mocking the situation, yet now they bowed respectfully before him. As Liang Qu slightly nodded in acknowledgement, A sudden realization dawned upon him. So, this is the essence of the saying, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river? Ah Shui, how impressive you are. A true man should be like this. In the corner of the flower bed, Li Libo and Chen Jiachong were unable to contain their excitement at Liang Qu's newfound dignity. They suppressed their joy and, after everyone had paid their respects, approached him to greet him. However, upon seeing Liang Qu adorned in splendid attire and a waist badge, the two found themselves at a loss for words, as if their throats were constricted. Xiang Chong's song, glancing around, remarked, "You two carry on. Brother Hu and I will check on the apprentices. Come find us later, and Brother Hu will teach you how to break through the skin barrier." After they departed, Liang Qu produced a wooden box and shook it gently. "Would you like some?" Li Libo recognized the characters on the bag. Although illiterate, he recognized the name Wu Fong Zhai, the finest pastry shop in Pingyang town. He had often overheard discussions about it, leading him to memorize the name. Yet he had never dared to purchase anything there, as its threshold seemed insurmountable to him. Hesitantly, he asked Wu Fong Zhai, "Yes, I brought this specially for you, to celebrate my becoming a disciple of Yang. It must not be cheap," Chen Jiachong remarked, clearly aware of the value contained within the box. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to take it. "Please take it." The dialogue echoed their previous exchange, and a sense of disorientation washed over them, reminiscent of the bloodied figure standing resolutely beneath the moonlight. Once more, they heard the words, "I alone am sufficient. I alone could defeat all of you." Liang Qu chuckled. Bidobla quigrega de embarrassment. Look at you two. Li Libo, I didn't see you shy away when you were picking at the meat last time. The vague barrier dissolved in laughter, and Li Libo and Chen Jiachong joined in the mirth. With reddened eyes, Li Libo stuffed a whole sweet pastry into his mouth, exclaiming, "I'm so fragrant. I've always wanted to know what the pastries from Wu Fong Zhai taste like, but I've never had the chance. So fragrant." Chen Jiachong took a small piece to savor slowly, saying, "From now on, in Yixing City, Liang Qu, you will be the first a renowned figure. Soon, Shui will be known as Brother Shui and Master Liang. Who knows, you might even purchase a grand residence and keep a few maids. Look at your aspirations. You're clearly destined for an official position, aiming for the martial exams. Aren't you? Are you intentionally trying to be at odds with me? I say, Shui has rightfully earned this through his own abilities." Chapter 42. Returning to the water, Hu Qi excused himself from the group he was instructing and led Liang Qu to a quiet room. Within the room stood a wooden cabinet and a low table. Hu Qi retrieved the key, unlocking the cabinet and extracting a long incense stick, which he lit and placed in an incense burner nearby, quickly filling the air with an indescribable fragrance. He then pulled out several booklets, with the topmost being a detailed anatomical illustration, encompassing everything from internal organs to blood vessels and skin. Such knowledge is incredibly rare and precious in ancient times. The teachings of Master Yang encompass more than merely the 3 fist techniques, yet these techniques are exceptionally effective for establishing a foundation. Therefore, our disciples, unless under special circumstances, generally practice the 3 fist techniques before breaking through the skin barrier. Brother Liang, you are well suited for the Yuan fist. You may proceed to practice this technique further. I understand that you share a close bond with Li and Chen, being fellow townsmen, but remember, this medicinal formula must not be carelessly shared. You may prepare the medicine for them, but the reverse side of the formula contains another version, filled with many ineffective and incorrectly dosed ingredients. It may yield 80% of the effect, yet you must never disclose the formula." Liang Qu straightened his posture, stating, "Brother Hu, I am aware. I believe Brother Liang is not unaware of the gravity of this matter. I merely wanted to remind you," Hu Qi said as he organized the booklets and stacked them on the low table. The key to breaking through the skin barrier lies in using internal energy to stimulate the body's fascia and skin, achieving a refining effect. This internal energy, known as qi and blood, is the essence that emerges in your chest when practicing martial arts, representing the fundamental vitality of life. Once the skin barrier is broken, your skin will appear no different from that of an ordinary person, yet in truth, it will possess the resilience of cowhide, greatly enhancing your defense. If you can activate your qi and blood, you can elevate your strength even further. But how does one use this internal energy to invigorate the fascia and skin? It is not easy to describe or to accomplish. I will demonstrate, and you will understand. Begin practicing the Yuan fist. Liang Qu complied. Approximately at the end of the fourth stance, as he commenced the fifth, Hu Qi stepped forward and pressed his palm against Liang Qu's chest. Liang Qu instantly felt a warm current flowing into him from his chest, merging with his internal energy and surging towards his limbs and bones, ultimately transforming into a heat that vanished upon reaching the fascia and skin. Gradually, Liang Qu's skin began to heat up. At first, it was manageable, but soon it became unbearably hot. Sweat poured forth, enveloping him like a steamer. Hu Qi spoke in a deep voice, "Do not lose heart. The heat is a normal reaction, a sign that your qi and blood are refining your skin." Liang Qu nearly cried out in pain, but upon hearing this, he gritted his teeth and persevered. He could feel his skin tightening with the rhythm of his heartbeat until after a quarter of an hour, the intense heat gradually subsided, and his skin relaxed once more. Did you remember the sensation of guiding the energy? I only recall half of it. No worries. We will try again. With the experience of the first attempt, Liang Qu approached the second try with greater composure. However, it seemed that the internal energy had not yet fully recovered from the previous exertion, and this time, the sensation in his skin was diminished. Instead, he was better able to grasp how to diffuse the energy and integrate it into his skin. He began to understand why a certain level of qi and blood was required to break through the barrier. He realized that without sufficient qi and blood, the effect of breaking through the barrier would be minimal. Rather, the continual refining of the skin would deplete his energy, leading to a deficit in his vitality. Previously, when Senior Su taught at the martial arts school, he had warned that many were unwilling to accept failure. After leaving the school, they continued to practice, only to damage their bodies. Henceforth, the school typically refrains from teaching skin refinement unless one's qi and blood reach a certain level. Try once more and see if you can remember. Liang Qu nodded, closing his eyes as he practiced the Yuan fist. After igniting a surge of vital energy, he dispersed it within his body, gently guiding it to his fascia and skin in accordance with the feeling imparted by Hu Qi earlier. As the blood energy dissolved and enveloped him, Liang Qu felt a slight warmth on his skin, completing a session of skin refinement. He opened his eyes, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Brother Hu. I have memorized it." "That's good. The incense I just lit is called Ning Shun Xiang, which will facilitate your ability to channel your vital energy. Without it, the process may prove more challenging. If food is adequate, Junior Brother Liang should be able to break through within 2 cycles, and then you will truly be a martial artist. 20 days is not a long time." Liang Qu thought with anticipation of the moment he would officially become a martial artist. "All right, but let us dine first. It is mealtime." "Very well." Exiting Yang's residence around 9 in the morning, they procured some items and practiced martial arts, making it just in time for a meal, especially after depleting a considerable amount of vital energy, leaving Liang Qu famished. As direct disciples, their meals differed from those of ordinary apprentices. In a private room, a round table was laden with a large bowl of braised beef, a generous bowl of boiled mutton, a substantial bowl of steamed vegetables, and an ample serving of white rice, all steaming hot. Liang Qu was astonished. "Are we really going to eat all this? What's the matter?" "Once you break through your skin barrier, you will realize just how much you can consume. Now sit down. There is no need to be courteous. We are all kin." Xiang Chongsong lifted his robe and sat on a long bench, grabbing chopsticks and filling his bowl with rice, followed suit by Hu Qi. As Liang Qu lifted his bowl, Xiang Chongsong promptly added a hefty piece of beef to it. "Eat. Chef Lu's beef is tender and flavorful, and the mutton is not gamey at all. Just dig in. I will only take this one time." "All right." Hu Qi swallowed a piece of beef and remarked, "By the way, Junior Brother, I observed your fight with Lu Tingkai last night. Your technique was quite lacking. Despite having superior physical attributes compared to those 7, you still sustained considerable injuries." Liang Qu set down his chopsticks. "I haven't learned any fighting techniques yet, and I seldom engage in fights. Master has mentioned this matter. Do not put down your chopsticks. We are all family here. Eat while we converse." "Oh, very well. I understand you have not learned, which is why I remind you not to focus solely on cultivation techniques. The essence of a martial artist lies in the need for combat. While sheer strength is significant, technique is equally paramount. Your Yuan fist is commendable, and its application emphasizes the dragon form and snake waist, the fish scale step, and the ice slick ground. The unique sliding step and ground attack techniques are unparalleled. Had you employed them last night, dodging while engaging, you could have resolved the melee with far less cost. I will remember that. When you break through in a few days, I will teach you the fighting techniques. By then, even if Lu Tingkai's group doubles, it will be no issue. Do not be shy. Feel free to speak up. If anything troubles you, ask away. We brothers have all traversed this path. I was taken under Su Ji's wing, while Xiang was mentored by Chao Ge, and now Master has entrusted you to me. It is all the same. Thank you, senior brother. I will remember. After this exchange, a silence fell, broken only by the sounds of 3 men swallowing and the clatter of chopsticks against porcelain bowls. In just over a minute, they had managed to consume all 3 large bowls of food, though Liang Qu had only eaten a fraction before feeling full. It seemed that becoming a martial artist also enlarged one's appetite. Liang Qu mused, if I had such a capacity for crabs, would I not have already reached full integration? In the afternoon, he resumed his training. After dinner, Liang Qu bid farewell to his 2 senior brothers, following the address left by the 3rd brother to a residence with an iron roof. Though it was also a grand manor, its style starkly contrasted with Yang's residence. It was vast yet rugged. Standing outside, he could see several enormous chimneys billowing thick smoke. Upon entering, a wave of heat struck him. Several burly men were working shirtless at the forge, where a massive iron furnace blazed with bright flames, creating swirling currents of distorted air, making it impossible to feel even a hint of winter's chill. It was as if he had stepped into another realm. He noticed that the furnace was not fueled by coal, but rather an unknown mineral the size of a heart, which was definitely not coal. The black stone was adorned with orange-red veins, resembling flowing magma. The one operating the furnace was Lu Gang, who turned upon seeing Liang Qu and beckoned him over with a stack of blueprints. 9th junior brother. Perfect timing. Come and have a look at your spear design. Liang Qu was very invested in his spear. Acquiring one would significantly enhance his combat capabilities in water, so he hurried over to inspect. The blueprints were drawn with charcoal, surprisingly clear and well-structured. Each sheet was a 1-to-1 scale, detailing the spear's dimensions and estimated weight, with more than 10 sheets in total. As he examined them, one intricately designed spear blueprint caught his eye. The head of a cloud tiger entwined around the neck of the spear, and the 9-inch spear tip, emerging from the tiger's mouth, resembled half a sharp sword. The metal wrapped elegantly around the spear shaft for nearly 2.5 feet, presenting a striking appearance. Brother, is this feasible? Of course. If it weren't, why would I bring it out? You certainly have an eye for detail. This tiger-headed spear is one of the most aesthetically pleasing and practical designs among all spears. Lu Gang spoke steadily, his pace measured, exuding an aura of reliability. The Tiger 2 spear is quite intricate. It will take about 2 cycles. You can come back to check it then, and if you find it satisfactory, I will finish the lacquer. Thank you, senior brother Lu. Lu Gang shook his head. We are all brothers. There is no need for formality. Feel free to explore. I have work to attend to. As Liang Qu prepared to look around, he suddenly paused and then excused himself to Lu Gang. Lu Gang thought nothing of it, assuming the workshop was too dirty and hot, advising Liang Qu to be cautious on his way out. After apologizing, Liang Qu turned and left the blacksmith's workshop, heading towards Yixing City. Fei has discovered the treasure fish again. Chapter 43. The Great Demon at the Pier. Hundreds of fishing boats were moored together, resembling scales extending from the shore. In the dead of night, no boats ventured out. Looking up, there was no moon and no stars. The sky today was darker than usual, a cloudy day, with the air heavy with humidity and an unusual chill. When it rains, the wind often picks up, and with strong winds come larger waves, making boats prone to capsizing. If no one is watching, they could easily drift away. The small boat lacked an anchor, relying instead on a large stone tied with a rope to secure its position. It had some effect, but not much. There was no choice, despite the rain. Liang Qu had to fish, for the treasure fish was within reach, and he could not let the opportunity slip away. Of all the treasure fish he had encountered, the majority possessed extraordinary strength, swimming swiftly and capable of tearing through nets when struggling. Capturing them, along with the immobile and hefty catfish, was a daunting task. The wind was not yet fierce, and the water rippled gently as the fishing boats bumped against one another, producing muffled sounds. Stepping from one boat to another, Liang Qu leapt onto a small boat, causing it to sink suddenly, sending a spray of water flying. "Shui, why are you going fishing now?" Came Lin Song Bao's voice from the shore, though the darkness obscured any sight of him. "If I don't fish, we won't have anything to eat at home. Can't cook? Then come eat at my house. It should rain tonight. It's better not to head out. No need. The stronger the wind and waves, the pricier the fish. Then be careful. All right. Liang Qu untied the hemp rope, gripping the pole as he pushed the boat away from the obstructing fishing vessels. Making his way to the expansive lake, swiftly switching to paddles as he rowed towards his destination. The treasure fish he aimed to find was not near the lotus root waters, but in an uncharted area he had never visited before. Liang Qu paddled for over half an hour before arriving at his location. The sound of the paddle striking the water drew the immobile Zhu Pelong to the surface, its head knocking against its own claws, producing a clattering sound. While the claws remained unchanged, the immobile creature had undergone rapid growth. Even though Liang Qu had prepared himself mentally, he was still taken aback upon seeing its size. In just one day, the immobile creature had grown from 2 meters to nearly 2 meters and 70 centimeters, an increase of half a meter. Initially, the entity known as Biyu Ningdong was less than 2 meters in length and weighed around 30 kilograms, lighter than Liang Qu. It was unable to roll over even when ridden upon, leading to its demise. Now, however, it had a baseline weight of 60 kilograms, nearly doubling its previous mass. Liang Qu suspected that the residual energy from the crab-like creature had not been fully digested, and it continued to exert its influence, allowing Biyu Ningdong to grow despite its immobility. Had Liang Qu encountered such a formidable size of Biyu Ningdong for the first time, he would have found it utterly impossible to subdue, likely meeting his end in the northwest. Everything was a matter of fate. Uncontrolled, the Biyu Ningdong, as a Taiwan crocodile, found it challenging to surpass the 2-meter threshold. 2 meters and 20 to 30 centimeters represented the species limits. To grow into a mythical creature, one would either need to consume special elixirs or seize other opportunities. Liang Qu was uncertain about the current state of the fat catfish, but intended to capture the treasure fish first. He submerged the boat with stones, shed his clothing, and, armed with a net, leapt into the water. Fortunately, Liang Qu, whose integration level had increased, could still adapt. While Biyu Ningdong had developed some resistance to the cold due to its growth, its mobility remained relatively stable, albeit slightly diminished. The two creatures quickly located the fat catfish lurking in the mud. The fat catfish had grown rapidly, exceeding 3 meters in length and reaching a weight of over 100 kilograms. However, it seemed ill-equipped to adapt to its increased size, remaining exposed in the mud with its entire green back visible, lacking any form of camouflage. Liang Qu, through his mental connection, easily spotted it. Any fish would have been able to do so. Although it had become smarter, it was not exceptionally clever. Liang Qu patted the fat catfish's back, which failed to register anything amiss, eagerly indicating the direction of the treasure fish. This child would be taught gradually. After swimming a few meters forward, Liang Qu sensed the treasure fish described by Fei, a large red-blooded perch, weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. The red-blooded perch and the tiger head-striped fish were likely the most common treasure fish species in the shallow waters near Yanshou Port. Liang Qu rubbed his hands together, approaching the treasure fish without assistance from the fat catfish or Biyu Ningdong, extending his fingers towards the red-blooded perch and suddenly grasping it tightly. The red-blooded perch, which had been lying in the mud, instantly felt the surroundings become exceedingly viscous, akin to hardened mire. It attempted to struggle, but its movements were painfully slow, merely aware of being ensnared by its gills, pulled from the mud, and thrust into the net. Everything went smoothly. Rain began to fall from the sky, droplets shattering on the water's surface and creating a veil of mist. Compared to the cold water, Liang Qu was more fearful of the chilling wind due to his affinity for water. He decided against wearing clothes, stuffing his cotton jacket into the compartment. The rain was heavy, with waves over a foot high crashing against the boat, causing it to sway violently. Liang Qu quickly took out a stone knife to gut the fish, feeding the bones and scraps to the 3 beasts. Bu Ningdong and the fat catfish eagerly devoured their portions, while the latter, with its claw, delicately munched on a strand of fish intestine, consuming it like wide noodles. Remaining steady atop Biyu Ningdong's head, unaffected by the turbulent winds and waves. The rain intensified. Looking around, Liang Qu saw nothing but the chaotic collision of water droplets, inhaling thick moisture as if he had never emerged from the depths. Even the stones from the sunken ship struggled to stay submerged, causing the boat to drift slowly in another direction. Liang Qu had initially intended to practice the enhanced abilities he had gained beneath the water, but those plans were now dashed. The two beasts promptly vanished upon receiving their orders, leaving only the fat catfish swimming towards the port, with Liang Qu desperately paddling behind. The heavy rain enveloped everything in a hazy shroud, making it impossible for Liang Qu to discern the direction of the port. Having watched many survival broadcasts from the legendary Bai Fong in his past life, Liang Qu realized he had not learned all the necessary skills and could only rely on the fat catfish for guidance. Water streamed down Liang Qu's back, soaking his hair and streaming in droplets down to his chin. Lightning flickered within the clouds, and thunder rumbled ominously as Liang Qu paddled with all his strength. An inexplicable sense of dread suddenly washed over him. He wiped the water from his face and looked around in confusion, finding nothing. He inquired mentally with a fae, but received no response, as if the unsettling sensation had merely been an illusion. The sky was dark as ink, rain falling in dense sheets that seemed to collide and shatter in midair, with occasional bolts of lightning illuminating the heavens momentarily. Liang Qu grew increasingly anxious, refraining from further movement. A branching flash of lightning flickered within the clouds, followed by a deafening roar. Liang Qu covered his ears, his pupils splitting in response to the lightning. An unfathomable, immense shadow suddenly appeared, obscuring the blue-white lightning, its silver pupils dimming once more. In that instant, Liang Qu questioned whether he was witnessing a hallucination. The shadow surged with unparalleled power, breaking through the water surface and ascending into the sky. In that moment, the lightning tore through the heavens, and amidst the thunder, the shadow twisted like a dragon. Liang Qu stood frozen on the boat, his mind blank, his heart gripped by overwhelming fear. The shadow was both distant and near. Was it a Jiao dragon? He recalled the terrifying tales passed around the port. Legends of a Jiao dragon slumbering deep within the Jianghuai marshes for decades, awakening to stir up chaos. No, that was incorrect. A Jiao dragon should at least possess an elongated form, right? The fleeting glimpse amidst the lightning convinced Liang Qu that it was a spherical entity. As his thoughts raced, the dense clouds suddenly fractured, allowing moonlight to spill forth. Liang Qu finally discerned the shadow's target. It was a colossal bird engulfed in flames. As its wings flapped, the dark clouds swirled like a vortex, the fierce light penetrating through the clouds, as if fire burned above them. The sky brightened abruptly. Liang Qu closed his eyes, then opened them again, witnessing the two entities collide like meteors before rebounding, each descending towards the lake's surface. The gigantic bird plunged into the water, emitting a cry. The lake instantly boiled, scalding steam rising skyward, erupting like a volcano beneath the surface. The water mist exploded violently, rapidly cooling and liquefying in the surrounding environment, forming a visible white mist under the moonlight, rolling and expanding across the water surface. Enormous temperature fluctuations created air currents on the water, alternating between hot and cold, expanding and contracting, causing rapid airflow that generated a tempest. Liang Qu's drenched hair was whipped by the fierce wind, making it impossible for him to maintain his footing. The spherical shadow crashed into the lake as if a deity had cast down a colossal stone. With the stone's complete submersion, the water's surface resembled a vast lung, expanding and contracting rhythmically, each expansion resonating with thunderous roars, sending endless waves surging forth. The river split open, and millions of tons of boiling tide surged in all directions. A scene reminiscent of a natural disaster. Towering waves rose, and only seconds later did Liang Qu hear the sound of the tide, followed by the howling wind. And then the monstrous waves came crashing. The waves, vast enough to blot out the sun, were mere moments away, flipping the boat and throwing Liang Qu into turmoil. Cold sweat drenched his body as he felt an inexplicable surge of power. He leapt suddenly, landing heavily at the bow of the boat. The vessel tilted sharply, its pointed end blocking the waning moon. With a thunderous roar, the colossal lake water surged forth, expanding and crashing against the hull with unstoppable force. The roar echoed, the tumultuous waters colliding with each other in a cacophony. Everything on the boat was thrust downward. Under the immense pressure, Liang Qu felt as if his knees would shatter. His long hair, previously flying backward, was now forced forward, swirling in the wind, obscuring his vision. He stomped on the deck with all his might, gripping the edge of the boat, using his body to shield the falling fish basket, pressing it down with all his weight. His bones trembled, unable to discern whether it was the water shaking or his own body reaching its limits. The wooden edges of the boat splintered beneath his grip, and he held a handful of splinters, squeezing them tightly before seizing the edge of the boat once more. Time was fleeting, and the danger was imminent. Liang Qu's muscles were on the verge of tearing. The surroundings blurred into a haze of light and shadow, forcing him to rely solely on instinctive reactions. He sensed himself rising, both man and boat being lifted high. A moment's lapse in concentration could lead to a catastrophic fall, resulting in shattered bones. Breathe, and breathe again. Liang Qu exerted every ounce of strength to inhale, supplying oxygen to his strained muscles while he struggled to control the currents, his energy rapidly depleting. For a moment, an eerie balance was maintained, as if engaged in a fierce contest of strength. Suddenly, the colossal waves, having retreated sufficiently from the epicenter of the battle, dissipated, transforming into gentle streams that flowed in all directions. The bow of the boat gradually stabilized and sank back into the water surface. Plop, plop. Small white fish danced around the vessel. Cough, cough. Liang Qu collapsed in the cabin, retching. He was unsure how much water he had swallowed during his frantic gasps, but his stomach felt distended. Gagging, it was as if a switch had been flipped. His stomach convulsed and contracted, releasing a torrent akin to a water spout, reminiscent of a morning after a drunken revelry. He continued to expel water for nearly a minute before finally emptying his stomach. His insides churned violently, his head throbbed painfully, and every muscle and bone in his body cried out, trembling uncontrollably with the slightest exertion. No matter what he did, he could not alleviate the sensation of acid and pressure. As if constricted by a massive serpent, his blood vessels squeezed to the point of obstruction. It was excruciating, yet he had survived. Another immense wave crashed, violently rocking the boat, causing Liang Qu's chin to strike the deck, but he felt no pain. Summoning the slightest bit of strength, he flipped over and lay on his back, gasping for air like a dying elder deprived of oxygen. He inhaled deeply, attempting to restore his composure, and after what felt like an eternity, his dulled mind regained some clarity. Was that indeed the great demon lurking in the depths of Jianghuai? How terrifying! Though it appeared they were close, the actual distance was vast. Even so, the instant he turned to glimpse the shadow, a frigid dread gripped his heart like a vice, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. It was merely the aftermath of battle. Not even that, just the waves stirred by the demon's emergence from the water, nearly leading to his demise. He could hardly fathom what a doomsday scene would unfold if he were to confront it at close quarters. No wonder the fishermen around Jianghuai warned against venturing into the deep waters. It was likely a lesson learned through generations, ingrained in their very genes. He wondered if Master Yang could contend with that spherical demon. In that moment, Liang Qu finally comprehended why underwater resources were so elusive. The aquatic environment was inherently inhospitable to humans, and facing such a formidable demon would likely pose insurmountable challenges even for a Zhenxiang realm warrior. As for that fiery giant bird, its fate would be even more dire, though it seemed both had plunged into the depths. The keywords, fire and bird, were utterly countered by Jianghuai's waters, while the spherical demon was evidently a waterborne beast. Judging by its size, Liang Qu strongly suspected it was a giant toad. The entire sequence likely involved the demon detecting the bird's presence, leaping from the water to prey upon it, crashing it into the surface, naturally advantageous in its home territory. Lying in the cabin, Liang Qu faintly heard a heart-wrenching bird call. Gathering some strength, he rose to look, only to see vast expanses of thick fog and fleeting flashes of fire, beyond which he could discern nothing. He needed to leave quickly. This was not an occasion for idle curiosity. Fear gripped him as he suppressed the pain in his muscles, seizing the oar to make his escape. What about Afe? How was Afe faring? Splash! Responding to Liang Qu's call, the plump catfish burst to the surface, shivering, surrounded by rippling water, yet unscathed. The fury of wind and waves had been mitigated by several meters of water, leaving only gentle ripples. Afe was merely frightened. The catfish eagerly sought safety, and Liang Qu paddled after it, finally reaching the riverbank without further incident after a quarter of an hour. The dock lay shrouded in darkness, all lights extinguished, and silence enveloped the fishing area. The boats, once in disarray, were now huddled together due to the tumultuous waters and winds. Liang Qu had no choice but to find a wooden post at the outermost edge of the dock to tie his boat. As he inspected the cabin, he found only a fish basket and a heavy stone that had remained intact due to its size. All his nets and knives had vanished. The waterproof compartment was in disarray, the stove scattered, and the newly purchased cotton coat thoroughly soaked. Even the cover of the waterproof compartment was missing, leaving the entire space filled with murky water. Pulling out the sodden coat, Liang Qu felt tears welling up in his eyes. The coat, now waterlogged, was surely matted, losing all comfort. Fortunately, the fish basket remained intact, and the red-blooded perch was safe. At least that was a small consolation. Chapter 45. Rapid progress. The tempest raged. The streets lay deserted, enveloped in darkness, where no one could see another. Upon returning home, he shut the door, rekindled the small stove, and added fuel to boil water before placing the fish fillets inside. Gradually, the room filled with a fragrant aroma, and Liang Qu felt his focus sharpen, his thoughts becoming more agile. The fatigue in his body made him drowsy, but inhaling the calming scent invigorated him, making him feel as though he had awakened refreshed from a deep slumber. With the calming aroma, Liang Qu quickly devoured the fish, disregarding the heat, and began practicing his monkey fist technique. The vitality he had expended during the day was rapidly replenished, and as the energy flowed, Liang Qu felt his aching muscles ease. A wave of comfort washing over him. Vitality is a reflection of a warrior's physical strength, yet it is not the abundance of vitality that grants power. Rather, it is the robustness of the body that enables the accumulation of sufficient vitality. Vitality is not the cause of strength. It is the result, which in turn fosters the cause. This cyclical process is a continuous cycle of life. The stomach ground the food, and a steady stream of energy was extracted from a fish. The strands of vitality coalesced, growing from the thickness of a few hairs to that of chopsticks, then to the size of a pinky, and finally reaching the thickness of an index finger, all within a matter of minutes. Liang Qu inhaled deeply, savoring the fragrance, and guided the vitality's flow, following the sensations imparted by Hu Qi earlier in the day. With the aid of the calming aroma, the guidance of the vitality was remarkably smooth, quickly transforming into a warm current that melted into his skin and fascia. His skin flushed rapidly, radiating an astonishing warmth that persisted for a full quarter of an hour before subsiding. Liang Qu exhaled deeply, billowing white mist escaping from his mouth and nose in a continuous swirl. His taut skin relaxed, still soft to the touch. It seemed to have become more resilient against attacks. After one session of skin refinement, Liang Qu did not pause, continuing to condense his vitality. The energy provided by the red-blooded perch was far from exhausted. However, he had extinguished the calming aroma beforehand. It was a precious resource, as Brother Hu had mentioned, costing half a tael of silver per stick. In the enclosed space of the room, the lingering scent sufficed to conserve usage. Liang Qu had made a significant leap in status and living conditions by becoming a disciple of Yang Dongxiong. Yet he knew that his master was not a true father. He felt immense gratitude for the knowledge imparted by Master Yang. Now that he had just embarked on his journey, his fellow disciples naturally offered guidance. But he could not rely on them for everything. Ultimately, he must earn his own resources, lest he become akin to a parasite. Liang Qu held himself in disdain. He had hands, feet, and aspirations, no less than anyone else. As the fish continued to digest, surging energy surged through his body, repeatedly refined into vitality. His crimson skin, still not returned to its original hue, tensed once more, becoming increasingly extraordinary through countless refinements. By dawn, Liang Qu had condensed his vitality a remarkable 28 times using the red-blooded perch, continuously rejuvenating his skin and fascia. The energy within the red-blooded perch had been entirely consumed, yielding no further essence. What originally required 2 cycles or 50 sessions of skin refinement now only demanded an additional 22 sessions, under 10 days, to achieve his goal. The cost was that Liang Qu found himself utterly fatigued, lulled into a deep slumber by the cacophony emanating from an unknown source and the sound of wheels rolling over the cobblestones. Upon awakening, he discovered that night still enveloped the sky. In a daze, Liang Qu felt bewildered, as if he were lost in time, and it took him a moment to recollect his circumstances. He had inexplicably slept from morning until evening. The martial arts hall would certainly not be open at midnight, rendering it impossible to seek out his senior brothers. Listening to the footsteps outside, it seemed that fishermen were preparing to set out to sea. Thus, it presented a perfect opportunity for him to hone his underwater skills. Clenching his fist, he felt a surge of excitement coursing through him. The fusion degree with Zhe Ling was nearing 50, and he had a premonition that perhaps once he truly surpassed this threshold, he would encounter a remarkable transformation. His martial arts prowess was also on the verge of a breakthrough, allowing him to become a true warrior. Although a warrior differs from a martial master and does not enjoy the benefits of the imperial court, it is akin to the distinction between a scholar and a successful candidate. Even as a mere scholar, one stands apart from the ordinary populace, a dream cherished by many. Both paths were progressing simultaneously, and he also had a Fei and Buneng Dong to consider. The two beasts required less of the water essence for evolution than Liang Qu did, and their progress had already surpassed the halfway mark. This could be described as a triad of flourishing endeavors. When the time came in the shallows of the Jianghuai, as long as no deep-water monsters appeared, Liang Qu could rightfully declare himself the sovereign of the shallow waters, the leader of Yixing City. Dressing swiftly, Liang Qu made his way to the dock. The temperature had dropped significantly today, perhaps a portent of the colder air following yesterday's rain. Upon reaching the shore, he noticed the scattered lights. Far brighter than the previous night, although many boats still lingered at the dock, roughly half of the usual number. With small groups of fishermen gathered at the tea houses along the water's edge, seemingly engrossed in discussion. Liang Qu contemplated untying a boat, but was halted by a voice. "Shui, are you heading out to sea?" Having saved Chun Xinjiang's family a few days prior, Liang Qu's reputation had undergone a remarkable transformation in the eyes of the people of Yixing City. Although he was far from being a local sage, his words now carried weight. He longed to share his status as a true disciple, but observing the fishermen around him, he sensed it was not an opportune moment. After hearing the news, Chun Sheng and Li Dekong beamed with joy, embracing the surrounding fishermen and exclaiming, "Did you hear? My son has caught the attention of a martial master. My son has caught the attention of a martial master." The fishermen responded with enthusiastic congratulations. Acknowledging their pride in having witnessed a Shui, a Jia, and a Bo, the three most astute youths in their village, destined for greatness. Is it possible that Yixing City will produce 3 warriors at once? The expressions of several fishermen shifted dramatically. Regardless of their discomfort, they were compelled to speak positively. "Haha, congratulations, truly a warrior. I'll buy you all drinks." Li Dekong and Chun Sheng were eager to announce their son's accomplishments to the world. Liang Qu, accustomed to such scenes from his past life, shook his head and attempted to board the boat, only to be halted once more by Li Dekong. "Shui, I wanted to stop you earlier. Do you know about the heavy rain last night?" "Yes, what of it?" Liang Qu replied. "Did you not hear that a river god manifested last night?" Liang Qu was taken aback. "A river god?" "Indeed. The river god leapt from the river and captured a fiery bird. The sky shattered. It would be wise to delay our departure for a couple of days. Let the village head gather some wealthy households to contribute and hold a river god festival. We should wait until after the rituals before setting sail. Otherwise, it would be unsettling." The nearby fishermen nodded in agreement. Certainly, if the river god has appeared, a festival is essential. Otherwise, we might invoke its displeasure. The loss of fish is trivial, but angering the river god is grave. Chapter 46. A festival for the river god? A festival requiring contributions? Upon hearing this, Liang Qu instinctively furrowed his brow. In the past, fishermen, faced with rudimentary tools, found their safety at sea severely threatened during storms. Hence, venerating the mythical deities of the sea as guardians of life and harbingers of bountiful harvests. Such festivals were frequent, occurring at least twice a year, once in spring and once on the 6th day of the 6th month. Given the events of the previous night, it was certain that a festival would be organized. However, the notion of contributing funds was troubling. Liang Qu surmised that the river god mentioned by Uncle Li was the formidable creature he had encountered the night before. To ordinary folk, there was no distinction, as both were beings of immense power beyond human control. Though reluctant, he acknowledged that without financial contributions, even those like Lai Tuzhong would not dare to proceed with such a festival. "Uncle Li, how much will it likely cost?" Li Dekong pondered for a moment. Given that no lives were lost, a household with a strong adult male, would typically contribute around 101. This has been the standard over the years, though the sixth day of the sixth month is more elaborate and requires a greater contribution. Not an excessive amount. Liang Qu breathed a sigh of relief. The remaining 3 taels from Master Yang's previous gift would suffice. Nevertheless, the boats still needed to set sail. Many remained at the dock, as not all were deterred by the so-called river god. In light of Li Dekang's good intentions, Liang Qu offered his apologies. "Ah, child, why do you not heed my advice? What harm would it do to wait a few days?" One fisherman exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? It's the river god, the river god." Another fisherman, agitated, attempted to cover Lin Songbao's mouth, but he deftly evaded capture. "Is it not all the same? Last year, I saw that enormous flatfish, taller than a boat, and you all claimed it was the river god. And the year before that, there was the water tiger fish, with a tooth larger than a human, impossible to embrace. It happens every year. I've never seen the same one twice. I wonder how many river gods there can be in a single river. They must be large monsters, not just river gods." Li Dekang pounded his chest in exasperation. "You have no sense of reverence. No sense of reverence at all." Chun Chung, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly asked, "Shui, did you go fishing last night?" "Yes," Liang Qu responded without hesitation. It was not a significant matter, and many had witnessed the formidable creature. Li Dekang, in hindsight, expressed his relief. "That was far too close. Thank goodness you kept your distance. Otherwise, you might have been devoured." Lin Songbao laughed heartily. "Is it really that exaggerated? How large is a person compared to a great monster? Eating a person is like consuming a grain of rice. Opening such a wide mouth would be exhausting." Li Dekang was visibly displeased by the remark. "How can you speak like that?" Lin Songbao feigned ignorance, turning to Liang Qu. "Water brother, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Had I not seen your boat at the dock, I would have gone to your home to find you." "Water brother?" Liang Qu was taken aback. Lin Songbao had never referred to him in such a manner before. Even when they discussed fish sales, he had always called him a shui, as Lin Songbao was older. "So, you've been waiting for me? Is there something you need?" "Hee. I came to ask if you have time lately. My father wants to invite you for a meal. What do you say? He said you could choose the time and place. Have you heard some news?" "I'm not sure." Lin Songbao scratched his head. "My father didn't tell me. He said I talk too much and can't keep secrets. If you don't share information, you won't let me know either. But he mentioned that you have great prospects in Pingyang Town and told me to call you Water Brother when we meet." Liang Qu pondered this thoughtfully. It seemed that Lin Di, the head of the fishermen, had his own channels of information. "Then let us meet tomorrow evening. The location is up to you. Just let me know once it's decided." Liang Qu did not refuse. He found himself missing his own black awning boat, and perhaps this was an opportunity. The small boat lacked a canopy. When it rained, the cabin was flooded, making it far inferior to his black awning boat. "All right, I'm setting out to sea now. I'll come find you tomorrow morning." "Okay." The river lay tranquil, reflecting the brilliance of the stars and moon. The oars stirred the surface of the lake. The sound of water splashing resonating around. Thud, thud, thud. The oars struck the water, the muted sounds carrying far across the waves. Ripples danced upon the water's surface. As the creature known as Budong floated majestically, its scales shimmering with a cold, hard azure light that harmonized with the glimmering moonlight. After a day's absence, Budong had once again elongated, reaching a remarkable length of nearly 3 meters, a sight that would surely instill fear in any fisherman from Jianghuai. The ordinary person would hardly believe it to be a Taiwa crocodile. At that moment, Budong lay placidly on the water's surface, beset by a small crab-like creature. The crab monster, which persistently struck at its dual pincers. The crab monster exhaled bubbles, its pearly white shell noticeably toughening, and its hue began to take on a slight greenish tint. The metallic sound of its strikes grew increasingly pronounced, its size having expanded significantly. What was once the size of a fist had now grown even larger, having encountered a true great demon the previous night. Liang Qu understood that the crab monster was merely a low-tier entity in the ecological hierarchy of spirits. Its offspring would undoubtedly grow rapidly, especially with ample nourishment, for survival in the fiercely competitive depths would be nearly impossible otherwise. Perhaps the mother of the crab monster had ventured into shallow waters to find a safer place to lay her eggs. Given its current growth rate, it would not be long before the crab monster could prove useful, transforming from a mere ornament into a formidable presence. Interestingly, thanks to Budong's scales, The crab monster found it remarkably easy to stabilize its body, the two companions nearly inseparable. In contrast, the smooth, emerald back of the hefty catfish rendered it unstable. Suddenly, the hefty catfish emerged from the depths, water cascading off its sleek back and merging into the lake. It raised its head and shot a stream of water at the crab monster, sending it tumbling back into the water. Satisfied with its trickery, the hefty catfish flipped over, exposing its white belly as if it were bursting with laughter, its long whiskers quivering with delight. The crab monster, having plunged into the current, swam with the agility of a lobster, curling its lower body and leaping toward the hefty catfish, snapping its claw at the catfish's whiskers. The catfish's fleshy whiskers throbbed with pain, thrashing wildly in the water. Already a massive creature, it surpassed 3 meters, now measuring 3 meters 3, with its robust skin concealing powerful muscles, its explosive strength deterring any fish from challenging it. At that moment, as it thrashed about, it resembled a dragon of the water, creating an astonishing splash that sprayed nearby. Only Budong remained undisturbed, as if in deep meditation. As the two creatures continued their spirited play, water began to accumulate in the boat, prompting Liang Qu to intervene and bring their frolicking to a halt. Ape, assist me in catching fish, and aim for the more valuable ones, like carp and yellow fish, understood? Ape flicked its whiskers in acknowledgement. The growth of both creatures had imparted greater intelligence upon them. They could now identify not only anomalous fish, but also discern more expensive species. Being a direct disciple of Master Yang, Liang Qu deemed it reasonable to catch fish worth 301 during his excursion. On the rocks, crabs brandished their pincers to assert dominance, their activity extending to approximately half an hour. Liang Qu calculated the time, feeling invigorated. In his previous life, the underwater breath-holding record was 24 minutes, achieved while remaining completely still with an almost imperceptible heart rate that could be likened to a state of hibernation. Yet, in a high-energy state of swift swimming, he could easily manage half an hour without taking a breath, a feat beyond human capacity, unattainable even by martial artists. His sensory range had expanded to 10 meters, with a detailed perception radius of 5 meters, significantly enhancing both his awareness and concealment capabilities. Within a meter, fish could not detect his presence. The broader his sensory range, the greater his control over the water, the detailed perception allowing him to manipulate the water effortlessly. Liang Qu spread his fingers wide, and under the influence of his thoughts, the invisible water swirled in various forms within his palm. He manipulated the water to create a vortex, shrinking it down to the size of a human head, rotating faster as it diminished. Nevertheless, the prospect of wielding a water blade remained far out of reach. Initially, Liang Qu believed that developing a water blade would serve as an incredibly powerful technique, only to discover that it was a skill of exceedingly low cost-effectiveness. The force he could exert upon the water was approximately 300 jin, capable of being compressed into 10 liters, equating to 30 jin per liter. While this sounded promising for controlling objects and catching fish, it fell woefully short of the requirements for a water blade. A 30 megapascal low-pressure water blade could only cut through foam and wood, necessitating the application of 300 kilograms of force on a square centimeter, or 600 jin. To slice through flesh, a minimum of 50 megapascals was required, while cutting through steel demanded 100 megapascals, further necessitating the inclusion of fine sand. Such feats were utterly unattainable. Incorporating blades and steel needles into the vortex might yield some degree of lethality, yet the costs were prohibitively high. In this era, mechanical processing was non-existent. Thousands of blades would have to be painstakingly crafted by hand over several minutes. Liang Qu suspected that even the Azure Lingzi Lang could not solely compress water to form a water blade. Only the violet Lingzi Shuiwang Yuan would be capable of such a feat, however, if such power were achieved. It would be more effective to simply exert pressure to crush the enemy with sheer force. Unless the Lingzi reached a certain level of evolution, manifesting usable skills, Liang Qu felt a glimmer of hope. He sensed that upon surpassing 50 in fusion, the Water Monkey Lingzi would bring about additional changes. As for controlling blood, he had begun to formulate some ideas and even attempted a practice session. In the martial arts hall, he successfully executed a counterattack by reversing the flow of an attacker's blood. Unfortunately, At present, he could only control the blood concentrated in the major arteries near the heart. He could not influence the spleen, where blood was stored diffusely throughout smaller vessels. Moreover, Liang Qu noted that during encounters with his senior brother he could not perceive the flow of blood in their hearts within his sensory range. The inability to sense rendered control impossible. Was it that his senior brother had yet to break through the blood barrier, a consequence of the preceding 3 stages? Did the skin barrier obstruct his perception? Such questions remained unanswered. Liang Qu even pondered whether he could manipulate his own blood to achieve effects akin to Luffy's second gear, though he had not dared to attempt it. It was far too dangerous. A single misstep could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially even shortening his lifespan. His pursuit of martial arts and fishing was aimed at prolonging his life, and engaging in such reckless experimentation would be counterproductive. Communicating with Zhe Ding, Liang Qu found the following. Ding Master, Liang Qu, Refining Zhe Ling, Water Monkey, White, Fusion Degree, 49, Water Zhe Essence, None, River's Favor Degree, Dominion over Water Beasts, Taiwa Crocodile, Lu Su Catfish, Stone Crab. Evaluation. The Water Monkey Lingza derives from the Great Lord of the Huaiwo Whirlpool, its activation incomplete, a figure of minor significance. Upon absorbing the Hongshu Alu, the fusion degree of the Lingza had reached 49, nearing the halfway mark, and even the final evaluation had shifted. It was no longer deemed insufficiently activated, but rather incompletely activated. The White Lingza Water Monkey, alongside the Azure Lingza Zhe Lang and the Violet Lingza Shuiwang Yuan, hinted at the possibility of even higher tiers beyond. Currently, Liang Qu could only control the blood of ordinary individuals. Yet he had begun at a point where he could not control even that. As he continued to progress, the future appeared promising. In just 2 months, he had transformed from a starving orphan to a true disciple of the great martial master in the realm of hunting tigers. And soon he would break through the skin barrier and become a genuine martial artist. Liang Qu felt a sense of satisfaction. In the sweltering heat of May, would the tax collector dare to kick his container again? With a sense of triumph, Liang Qu manipulated the water flow and, having familiarized himself with his abilities, began to assess the growth of the lotus roots. He had been experimenting with cultivating precious lotus roots, attempting to plant sections in different locations, but regrettably, none had survived. They all rotted away in the water, resulting in a significant waste of precious resources. It seemed that only in the nearby waters could they thrive, compelling Liang Qu to consider excavating the silt to uncover what lay beneath. Yet, he feared that perhaps there was nothing buried underneath, that the lotus roots had merely taken root by chance, and he hesitated to dig, apprehensive that he might find no treasure and lose all his lotus roots in the process. Thus, he had refrained from attempting it. The therapeutic baoji has played a significant role in Liang Qu's growth. Initially, the prolonged hunger had resulted in physical deficiencies, which were gradually compensated by the lotus root. Otherwise, everything would not have proceeded so smoothly. After removing the primary sections of the crab monster, the remaining shell was crushed by Liang Qu and buried in the silt to observe whether it would aid the growth of the lotus root. So far, no discernible effects have been observed. The crab shells are too hard and do not decompose easily. 3 days have passed, and they remain unchanged. After a thorough inspection, Liang Qu confirmed that the previous damage caused by the crab monster had not affected the growth of the lotus root, prompting him to clear the rubble and expand the growth environment for the lotus root. As he completed his tasks and was about to surface for air, he suddenly noticed a spot of light flickering in the distant darkness, moving closer in an eerie manner. However, the spatial awareness from the neural link indicated to Liang Qu that the 2 beasts were also approaching rapidly, as if in a competitive chase. Goodness, could it be that these 2 have lured something they cannot handle? Liang Qu turned to flee, but suddenly received thoughts through the mental link from the beasts, conveying sensations such as heat and readiness. This was rather unexpected. Liang Qu paused to observe. The hefty catfish passed something to the immobile creature, which then passed it back to the hefty catfish. The 2 beasts approached Liang Qu, dropping a glowing object, a large red feather that slowly sank to the bottom of the water. Liang Qu raised an eyebrow. Is this a feather from the firebird, Great Demon? Chapter 48, Hot Feather, Cold Winter. Where did you acquire this? Liang Qu had previously instructed the beasts on how to identify precious fish, focusing on their unique shapes and colors. The reasoning was sound. The feather was enormous, measuring 3 feet in length and 1 foot in width. Liang Qu attempted to touch it, but was repelled by the astonishing heat emanating from the feather. The immense feather radiated incredible warmth. Liang Qu immediately recalled the fiery giant bird that had soared through the sky during the battle of the 2 demons the previous night. It was highly probable that this feather had fallen from it, drifting here and being discovered by the 2 beasts. Well done, my frog brother. You've slain a formidable demon and even provided me with some broth. Liang Qu manipulated the water flow to lift the feather, waiting for the heat to dissipate before attempting to touch it directly. The quill was as hard as iron, glinting coldly in the darkness, while the feather itself was remarkably soft to the touch, providing an exquisite feel, though it was too hot to handle without cooling at first. What use could a single feather serve? The avian beasts could not absorb the essence of the water, and using it as a warmer would risk igniting their garments. Liang Qu fell into deep contemplation, unable to fathom how to utilize it. The 2 beasts, receiving praise, began to whirl around in the water, stirring up vigorous currents. Particularly in the nearby shallow waters, they searched for any sunken ships, human artifacts, treasures, precious plants, or fish. Finding a matching feather, or even a part of that water demon, would be ideal. Liang Qu was eager to discover how much essence could be contained within a part of such a large demoness body. Not only in the vicinity of Yixing City, but also around Yunjiangbu and Pingyang Town, exploration was warranted. Currently, Ape had grown considerably large, and as long as he did not recklessly enter deep waters, there would be minimal danger. Upon returning to the dock, the sun had risen brightly, and Liang Qu sold his catch to Lin Songbao. It seems there are many today. Why just 2 baskets? Lin Songbao helped move the fish baskets to the fishing pen, only to be astonished upon opening them. Wow, so many good fish. 1 yellow fish, 2 carp, and 1 tigerfish. Did you poke a fish nest? Lucky today. Impressive. People usually catch fewer fish in winter, yet you seem to be catching more. Lin Songbao gave a thumbs up. In total, that's 346 won. I'll give you 3 taels of silver. Lin Songbao was no fool. Though his father said nothing, he sensed that Liang Qu had undergone astonishing changes, as evidenced by the more generous offer. 3 taels of silver, which normally would equate to 360 when in copper coins. Thank you. You're welcome. It's fortuitous that you're here, saving me the trouble of seeking you out. The restaurant is already booked. Tonight, we have a private room at Langyan Tower, and my father asked if you need a carriage to pick you up. Liang Qu intended to show the feather to his senior brother, so he shook his head. No need. I plan to head into town today as well. All right, keep it safe. Here's your money. After receiving the money, Liang Qu turned and boarded the boat. He soaked his linen garment in cold water, wrapping the feather as he made his way home. Passing by the fishing pen, he noticed others selling fish as well. Songbao, could you weigh this again? I think there might be a mistake. Look how big this fish is. Uncle Chun-Hu, didn't we just weigh it? 53 when is correct. After deducting 45% for the rented fishing boat, it's 31. That seems a bit too little, doesn't it? Songbao, could you be a bit more generous? The tan middle-aged fisherman chuckled, pretending to lift the weight. My boy is only 8, still growing. You've seen him. He is that big. Call him brother. The weather is getting colder, and the water temperature is freezing. Just a moment in the water, and my hands turn purple. It's too cold, causing the fish's metabolism to slow down, reducing their food needs, and they gather in deeper waters where it's warmer. The color of the bluestone slabs has faded compared to 2 months ago, as is customary in winter. It seems as if all vitality has been frozen. In the yellow mud alleys on either side of the stone path, there were more women with waxy yellow faces wrapped in old garments, huddled on the steps, glancing up whenever the stones clattered beneath their feet. Liang Qu saw a girl about his age sitting on the steps, smiling at him. Her malnourished face was thin and yellow, with hair as dry and unkempt as wild grass. It was not appealing at all. He lowered his head and walked past expressionlessly. Besides the women in tattered coats, the yellow mud alley was also filled with children gathering around to burn some driftwood they had scavenged. The older ones were around 13 or 14, looking sorrowful, while the younger ones were only 5 or 6, with long streams of clear snot hanging from their noses, playing finger games together. There were also elderly women begging along the street. A thick mist billowed from Liang Qu's mouth and nose as he stood still for a long while. Mother's mercy! Hey! Liang Qu called out, placing the oil paper package on the ground and turning to leave. What is this? A boy stepped forward, opened the oil paper package, and exclaimed, "Ah, buns! So many buns! Over 10. Hooray, hot buns. Don't snatch. Don't snatch. There's enough for everyone. I'll divide them up. You, the youngest, can have 2. A few alleys away, Liang Qu distributed the oil paper packages one by one before quickly departing. This is so damn annoying. 2 taels of silver were gone. Liang Qu suddenly felt a surge of anger without a target, cause, or purpose, just anger. Perhaps it was frustration at his excessive kindness, perhaps anger at this wretched world, or perhaps vexation at why those pitiful souls had to parade before him. It felt as though fire coursed through his veins, while everything around him was cold, leaving him heated like a burning coal. Breathing deeply several times, Liang Qu finally calmed down. Upon returning home, he tossed the nearly dried linen garment wrapped around the demon feather into the icy water tank. Before long, the ice surface melted from the heat, submerging both the cloth and feather beneath the water. Liang Qu assumed a stance and began to refine his skin. The day of breaking through was drawing near. Almost at the threshold, everything Liang Qu possessed now could be described as a peculiar reliance on the powerful. Yet becoming a true warrior would mean achieving transformation through his own efforts, akin to an ordinary person becoming a scholar. As blood circulated, it suddenly spread through his limbs and bones, flowing towards the outermost layer of his skin. After a while, his flushed skin gradually returned to a normal rosy hue. Liang Qu could sense that his body had become more resilient. Though there was no change in touch, upon receiving an attack, a profound transformation would occur, rendering him exceedingly tough. The progress in his abilities alleviated much of the weight upon his heart. He picked up the pastries he had purchased earlier and made his way to the residence of Sich and Q Engjing. Although 2 days had passed, fortunately the pastries, primarily consisting of TOS, were resilient to spoilage in the winter and showed little change from when he had bought them. He knocked on the courtyard door. "Who is it?" "It's me." The voice sounded like a shoe, prompting him to investigate. "Is that you, a shoe?" "Q Engjing, you must express your gratitude properly." "I will, father." Voices of conversation floated from within the house. Suddenly, a small head popped up over the low wall. "Oh, it's Brother Shu." Liang Qu shook a wooden box in his hand. "SH and Z, open the door for me, and I'll give you a treat." "I'm coming." Little SH and Z jumped off the stool and hurried to the courtyard, eagerly opening the door. Liang Qu smiled as he opened the box and handed a piece of TOS to SH and Z. So sweet." SH and Z stuffed his mouth full, his other hand catching the crumbs that fell, his face alight with astonishment. Just then, CH and Q Engjing arrived at the door and was taken aback by the sight of the WFNGZHI box. "A shoe? How could you give SH and Z such an extravagant treat? What a waste." SH and Z, quickly, return that to Brother Shu. "Do you know how expensive that is?" CH and Q Engjing rushed to snatch the TOS from SH and Z's mouth, leaving the boy startled. Liang Qu stepped forward to block CH and Q Engjing. "Uncle CHN, what you say makes little sense. The purpose of buying these treats is to eat them. Who consumes them is inconsequential. There is no waste involved. Those gentlemen eat daily, merely opening their eyes and mouths. Yet can they discern different flavors? Fear not, SH and Z, if I say you can eat, then you shall. The treats belong to me. Your father cannot dictate my possessions." "That is not the same. SH and Z, why are you being so disobedient?" CH and Q Engjing raised his voice slightly in his urgency. Little SH and Z, standing there with a pained expression, had already hesitated when he heard the word expensive. He broke off a piece of the TOS he had bitten into and, with both hands, attempted to return it to Liang Qu. "Uncle CHN, if you continue like this, I want tea come next time. What's going on? Why all this commotion? Q Engjing, what are you doing? Did I not just speak to you about this? Have you forgotten so quickly?" Hearing the commotion, CHN or NXing rushed out, wrapped in a coat, and chastised Q Engjing. "Father, it's not. Q Engjing felt wronged, unable to defend himself, and was scolded as if he were a child. "Oh, it's fine then. Li ne qui lauet titi li. It's nothing, Grandpa CHN. We weren't quarreling, merely jesting. I brought treats for SH and Z, and Uncle CHN insisted on stopping me, thinking it was too hot to handle. Indeed, that's exactly how it was." CHN or NXing, still dubious, glanced at the WFNGZHI box in Liang Q's hands. Considering his son's usual honesty, he finally relaxed and invited Liang Qu inside. "Come in quickly, it's cold outside." "Gui ni no ze. Why are you just standing there? Why Why have you become so wooden all of a sudden? Oh yes, come in. I'll fetch some stools. Adi, could you please get some water? Liang Qu shook his head, chuckling softly at the unfolding dynamics. Once inside, everyone found a place to sit. Ing brought the brazier over and closed the door. They gathered around the warmth of the fire, gradually feeling the chill dissipate. Ashu, are you short on funds? I've recently saved up a bit. I can bring it to you now. It's not about money. Uncle please sit. I'm not lacking in funds. Have you settled the hospital expenses yet? Not yet. It's too cold to catch fish. Leaving little surplus. That's good. My funds aren't urgent. Today I have 3 matters to discuss, and I brought you some items as well. This and this. Liang Qu placed the WFNGZHI box along with a large paper package on the table, pushing them towards them. For us, AD gazed at the WFNGZHI box in disbelief, aware of its value. Surely, this box must cost several coins. Ing hurriedly protested, thinking Liang Qu had merely intended to give a piece of TOS, not an entire box. Uncle please listen before you refuse. As Ing prepared to decline once more, Liang Qu interrupted. The first matter is that I have been accepted as a direct disciple of the Yang family martial arts school in Pyongyang. You might not fully grasp what this entails, but simply put, it means I will no longer have to pay for martial arts training. I can learn directly from Master Yang without the usual fees. This box of pastries is to celebrate. Once SHZ grows older and develops, he can accompany me to the martial arts school without any cost. My master will not mind such a trivial matter. The second matter is that I have obtained some medicinal powder for my senior brothers, intended for grandfather CHN's injury. He should soak it in water and take it twice daily for 2 days. After finishing this package, he will recuperate. The third matter is that I have discovered a school of fish in the Jianghuaizi area. I wish to practice my martial arts, and I want to have much time to go fishing, so I would like Uncle to accompany me in fishing over the next few days. It would be a small favor, and we can split the catch 50-50. That's about it. I'm finished. Liang Qu scanned the room, leaving Ing's family in stunned silence, as if their minds had yet to process the information. Is there any confusion? A direct disciple? Indeed. Can SHZ also learn martial arts? Exactly. Is that medicine expensive? Not at all. It's quite affordable. In truth, it cost Liang Qu nothing. It was merely lotus root ground into a paste and dried. Its efficacy was slightly diminished, but still acceptable. The package contained enough for Ing to regain his vitality. Ing's family was overwhelmed with joy, while SHZ squatted by the brazier, munching on the TOS, not entirely comprehending the events unfolding. The TOS is so delicious. Brother Shu is so kind, he thought. Fishing is certainly feasible, Ashu spoke, eager to help, but the other 2 matters were indeed. Stop. I know what you're about to say, and if you continue, I'll leave. No need for formalities. I cannot tolerate such exchanges. Ing felt embarrassed, his face reddening from the interruption. Since Uncle has agreed to help with fishing, then it's settled. Liang Qu had devised this plan early on, aiming to improve the living conditions of Uncle N's family. Uncle N was proud and burdened with debts, and with winter fishing yields being low, rather than directly providing money, he sought a means for him to increase his income. Furthermore, it allowed Liang Qu to free up time without pretending to go out to sea daily. If they could work together to encircle the fish school underwater, while Ing cast the net from above, their efficiency would increase significantly, ensuring mutual benefit in their 50-50 split. Uncle N was a good man. He wouldn't reveal anything he shouldn't see. It would remain within him. After a long silence, Ing finally managed to utter, Ashu has truly achieved great success. Indeed, he has. A remarkable accomplishment. D added, Brother Shu is undoubtedly prosperous. Little SHZ finished his piece of TOS, wiped the crumbs from his mouth, and raised his hand first. So, does that mean Ashu will also become master? Ing unconsciously reached for his waist, intending to take out his smoking pipe, but noticing Liang Qu still there, he refrained. Master, what a distant and dignified term, radiating an air of superiority. The thought of his neighbor ascending to such heights made Ing's back wound feel warm and itchy. Thus, Please accept this box of WFNGZHI. There's no rush regarding the money. Take your time. First, settle the medical expenses, and I will come to find Uncle CHN tomorrow. Please refrain from going out to sea for now. All right. Oh, there's also one more thing. Do you know about the great demon from the night before last? I've heard of it. A sacrifice is likely required. Yes. I may not be home for the next few days. Liang Qu took out 2 coins from his waist pocket and placed them on the table, saying, if someone comes to collect the payment, Sister AD, please keep an eye out and help me settle it. East Unkalidakung. And 2 coins should suffice. All right, I denoted. On ordinary days, Chun Xingjiang would go out to fish, and Chun Renxing would sell baskets and cloth, leaving only her at home. After some idle chatter, just as Liang Qu was about to leave, Chun Xingjiang suddenly spoke up, Shui, if you plan to head to the town in the next couple of days, be cautious. This morning, while selling fish, I heard something, apparently. A martial artist has died in town. Liang Qu was taken aback. A martial artist? What was his name? I can't quite remember. It seems to be something like. Chun Xingjiang frowned and thought. He was not one to pry into others' affairs, and he truly couldn't recall. You, child, why do you go blank at such critical moments? What can you accomplish like that? If you can't remember, you might as well skip meals today. Tian Renxing and Oid gave him a light tap on the back of the head, as if Chun Xingjiang had been struck awake. Oh, I remember now. His name was Lu Xiaohui. Chapter 50. The Red Fire Morning Feather. Lu Xiaohui is dead. Uncle Chun, are you certain of this name? If I remember it, it cannot be wrong, unless someone else misheard it or provided me with incorrect information. Why, Shui, do you know him? I do, but our relationship isn't particularly close. There are some tensions between us. There were only 3 martial arts schools in town, and martial artists were rare. It was improbable for there to be multiple individuals with the same name. Lu Xiaohui was not as competent as Hu Qi and had been utterly useless during the recent conflict, showcasing a blatant dereliction of duty. However, as a substitute, there was little that could be done about him. But how could he die? Did he die 2 days ago and was only discovered today? Or did he die today? Liang Qu pondered this question. Lu Xiaohui had not been seen at the martial arts school in recent days, and the timing coincided with the day of the conflict when he had left. Hu Qi had been unable to find him afterward. No, it's still early. I must go take a look. Realizing that the matter might be related to him, Liang Qu borrowed a wooden barrel from Uncle Chun, wrapped the great demon's feather in damp hemp cloth, and stuffed it into the water-filled barrel, hastening towards Pingyang town. Whether for the evening banquet or to show his brothers the great demon's feather to discern its purpose, he had no choice but to make a trip to town. Time was of the essence. Liang Qu covered the 16-li journey in just 2.25 quarters of an hour, straining his ears as he walked through the streets. I heard he was a martial artist, and he died in a dilapidated temple. How terrifying. That can't be right. The news I heard said he was merely a martial artist. He just needed to break through 3 barriers to become a martial master. In any case, he was no ordinary person. He died a gruesome death, with his entire abdominal cavity hollowed out. According to the coroner, it seems he may have been consumed by some monstrous creature. It certainly wasn't the work of a human. A monster? Surely not. Are we in danger? Will it eat us? You? With skin stretched over bones. Even a monster would find you unappetizing. Every tea house and tavern was abuzz with discussions about Lu Xiaohui's death. Liang Qu stopped a tea vendor. Excuse me, could you tell me which dilapidated temple the martial artist Lu died in? Would you be so kind as to point me in the right direction? The tea vendor smiled and asked, would you like a cup of tea? No time for tea. I'm in a hurry. Liang Qu handed over 5 won. Thank you very much. The vendor happily tucked the coins away and led Liang Qu to the street. Pointing into the distance, do you see the Huan's cloth shop? Just behind it, there's a narrow path about 2 li long. Follow that, and you'll come across a wide, muddy road, remnants of the former bluestone path that led to the temple. Keep walking for about 1/4 of an hour, and you'll arrive. Thank you. No problem. Do drop by for tea when you have time. Liang Qu did not head to the dilapidated temple. Instead, he took a detour to visit his 3rd senior brother's shop. Senior brother Lu's blacksmith shop was conveniently located on the way to Huan's cloth shop, and he intended to inquire about the great demon's feather's potential uses. Senior brother Lu, younger brother Liang, why are you here so early? You're not thinking of changing the style of your spearhead, are you? No, last night while fishing, I found something rather peculiar and wanted to see if you could help me identify it. Peculiar? Upon seeing the damp hemp cloth Liang Qu held, Lu Gang got up from in front of the forge. Come, follow me inside. In the quiet room, Lu Gang closed the door and took the hemp cloth package Liang Qu offered, as his palm felt the lingering heat through the damp cloth. A look of surprise crossed his face. It is rather hot. Liang Qu helped to unveil the cloth, and the golden red feathers emanated a high temperature that warped the air around them. Lu Gang's pupils constricted. The red fire morning feather? You recognize it, senior brother? Liang Qu recounted the events of the previous night involving the two demons and the subsequent discovery of the bird's feather, though he adjusted the story to suggest he had found it while fishing. Younger brother Liang, your luck is hard to describe. Lu Gang sighed. Do you know how this red fire morning feather came to be? How so? The great demon in the water. I cannot determine its species. But the fiery giant bird you mentioned must be the red firebird. The red firebird possesses an incredibly tenacious life force. When faced with imminent peril, it channels all its life essence into a portion of its feathers, scattering them in all directions to escape. Among those feathers, one will contain the most life essence, allowing it to complete its rebirth, akin to a lizard shedding its tail, except it sacrifices its entire body. So this feather of mine. Liang Qu's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Lu Gang chuckled. It's naturally not the one meant for rebirth. Otherwise, neither of us could approach this feather. Well, younger brother Liang, do not be ungrateful. The red firebird only scatters a dozen or so feathers at a time. Given its size, even if this isn't the largest one, it's still a significant portion of life essence. What can it be used for? It can assist in cultivation, but I estimate you'll find it challenging to absorb the energy within. The life essence containing fire attributes is rather volatile. Unless you're already at the martial master level after breaking through the 3 barriers, I wouldn't recommend trying. Moreover, the energy within the feather will dissipate quickly if not replenished. So I suggest you extract its life energy all at once and use it as charcoal to forge weapons. I have a strong chance of imbuing the weapon with spirit. Spirit weapon? This term was new to Liang Qu. Spirit weapons were exceedingly rare. Materials like the red fire morning feather were difficult to obtain. A mature red firebird would require a Zhenxiang realm martial artist to capture, and even then, it was not guaranteed, as the red firebird could fly, often necessitating 2 or 3 Zhenxiang realm fighters to encircle it. The most notable characteristic of spirit weapons was their ability to self-repair and grow. As long as they were near materials of the same origin, they could absorb them to mend themselves. A small chip could heal in about 10 days. Even the finest weapons would eventually wear down, and most martial artists who wielded weapons of the same level would have comparable quality, leading to inevitable wear-from clashes. Your 4th senior brother has exchanged who knows how many swords with me, always counting coins when paying. It was rare for Lu Gang, who usually spoke calmly, to show a hint of agitation. Then let us use it to forge my spear, Liang Qu decided without hesitation. This feather was already difficult to hold in his hand, let alone absorb its energy. Rather than let it go to waste, it was better to capitalize on the moment. After all, it was a stroke of luck, and he shouldn't be greedy. Transforming it into a spirit weapon would be well worth it. All right, I'll prepare everything as soon as possible. Younger brother Liang, please take a seat. That works. By the way, do you know Lu Xiaowei? Lu Xiaowei? I have a vague impression. He is from our martial arts school, right? He is a 2-barrier martial artist, I believe. After pondering for a moment, Lu Gang, who made a living through blacksmithing, did not frequently visit the martial arts school for earnings, hence his limited knowledge of its members. Yes, but since you're not familiar with him, it's all right. What happened? He.S. dead. Chapter 51. The death of Lu Xiaowei dead? Lu Gang was taken aback and asked, did you have a conflict with him? Lu Gang shook his head, setting aside the red fire morning feather. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I'll accompany you. It is a jest. Yet the demise of Lu Xiaowei, a martial artist, is marked by a gruesome end, likely at the hands of a spirit creature. Who knows if such beings lie in ambush nearby? Those that have attained sentience are indeed cunning. Liang Qu felt somewhat reluctant to trouble Lu Gang over such a trivial matter. The incident was significant, and the vicinity must have been thoroughly searched. However, upon reflection, it seemed prudent to take precautions, so he resolved to call upon his senior once more. Wait for me a moment. The Haishi, placed beside Qiyu, rapidly changed color upon exposure to heat, its surface gradually adorned with dark crimson vein-like patterns, harmoniously complementing Qiyu, resembling a multitude of throbbing hearts. The fiery red stone, an excellent quality charcoal, would ensure that in a short span, the energy in Qihuadayu would not only remain intact, but also increase. The abandoned Fahua temple had stood derelict for decades. It was said that at the inception of the nation, the monks within had been slaughtered. Back then, Pingyang town was merely a small village, and Liang Qu could not recall its precise location, yet this seemed to be it. The footprints on the ground were fresh, and the footwear appeared of good quality, likely belonging to officials. Liu Gang lowered his gaze and scanned the area. The winter ground was hard, yet the previous night's rain had left it soft and moist, rendering the footprints distinctly visible. Given the temple's long abandonment and its remote location near the mountain summit, it was unlikely that many beggars frequented here. The sudden appearance of such numerous footprints could only indicate the presence of investigating constables. Liu Gang took the lead. "Let us proceed, stay close behind me, and be cautious." With his imposing stature, Liu Gang indeed instilled a profound sense of security. As they tread upon the soft yellow earth, Liang Qu glanced around. The surrounding woods were lush, albeit sparse in foliage. Yet one could envision the depth of summer's embrace here. After traversing several hundred meters, the view suddenly opened up, and upon raising his head, Liang Qu beheld the Fahua temple atop the mountain. The temple's vermilion outer walls had completely peeled away, exposing the gray brick beneath, darkened by years of wind and rain, with dark green moss covering the corners. Long, withered vines extended from a corner of the roof, deeply rooted within the crevices of the tiles, as if drawing sustenance from the earthen walls. Had Liu Xiaohui truly met his end here? Why this desolate place? Liang Qu found it perplexing. Could it be that a beast had slain him and dragged him here? Otherwise, what reason would Liu Xiaohui have to visit such a dilapidated temple? Approaching closer, he observed that the entrance's crossbeam had entirely collapsed, revealing the fractured bricks within. The constables standing guard, upon seeing Liu Gang's imposing figure, dared not issue commands, merely stating, "No entry for unauthorized personnel." Liu Gang retrieved his badge from his waist and waved it. Yang Dongxiong's direct disciple, Liu Gang. "Do you recognize me?" "Ah, it is Lord Liu. Please come in." The constable bowed, inviting both men inside. Although he did not recognize Liu Gang, the badge was exquisitely crafted, indicating that its bearer was no ordinary individual. The other constables passing by bowed in greeting, devoid of any arrogance, as if they were two entirely different factions compared to their demeanor during the autumn tax season. Following Liu Gang, Liang Qu was captivated, eager to reach for his own badge. Yet once inside, the constables remained exceedingly respectful, leaving no opportunity for him to assert himself. Not only was the crossbeam in disrepair, but even the main door of Fahua Temple had rotted away. Upon entering the courtyard, Liang Qu immediately spotted the body lying in the center. Liu Xiaohui lay dead at the feet of the Buddha, his corpse propped against the intricately carved pedestal, thick, black blood pooling into strands from the tips of his hair. His chest had been entirely torn apart, resembling two doors on the verge of collapse. No, it was more akin to a cicada's molt. It appeared as though Liu Xiaohui's heart, liver, spleen, and lungs had developed a life of their own, hatching from within him, bursting forth, exuding a staggering aura of malevolence. Liu Gang furrowed his brow. Liang Qu felt a wave of nausea and inquired, "Can you discern what kind of beast did this, Senior Brother Liu?" The coroner, adorned with a small hat and carrying a wrought-tan box, hastily rose. "Can you determine the cause of death, my lord? Rest assured, from the moment we discovered the body, we have not interfered with it. It remains just as it was." Though he had experience in examining corpses, the scene before him exceeded his realm of knowledge. He had never encountered anything like it. The internal organs did not appear to be removed. They were astonishingly pristine. "It is a mountain ghost." A familiar voice emerged from behind Liang Qu, prompting both men to turn. "Brother Hu? How did you come to be here, Brother Hu?" The officials mentioned that the coroner was unable to ascertain the cause of death, so they sent someone to the martial arts school to seek my assistance. I thought since Liu Xiaohui was from the school, I should come and take a look. Upon arriving, I heard that someone from the martial arts school was already here. I was curious who it might be. It turns out to be you, Senior Brother Liu, and Junior Brother Liang. "Oh, let me introduce you. This is the head constable, Shi Guangxi." Hu Qi strode forward, accompanied by a rugged man sporting a scruffy beard. The rough-looking Shi Guangxi quickly clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings to both lords. Liu Gang nodded, and Liang Qu mimicked the gesture. After the head constable greeted them, he turned to Hu Qi, inquiring urgently, "Brother Hu, did you just say it was a mountain ghost? Is it a beast?" "That should be correct. Liang Qu felt the need to seize an opportunity to deepen his knowledge. Liu Gang explained, a type of mountain spirit that resembles a human form, with skin the color of withered trees, impervious to blades and spears. Initially, they prefer to consume livestock, but as they mature, they shift to human organs, and upon reaching adulthood, they will lay their eggs within a person's body. When the eggs hatch, the chest will open up as is now. There is no need for you to be anxious, junior brother Liang. The master has already arranged for the study hall, and our curriculum differs from that of ordinary scholars. You will learn all that you need to know in due time. Liang Qu felt très assured. Liang Qu was astonished. So he truly died the very day he left the martial arts school? Hu Qi nodded, essentially yes. Liu Gang added, it would be best to inform the master first and have him make arrangements. This poses a significant threat to ordinary martial artists. Shi Guangxi, listening from the side, felt a surge of fear. What about ordinary people? Is it not worse? Hu Qi shook his head. Not necessarily. In the grand scheme, larger fish consume smaller ones, and smaller ones devour shrimps. Mountain ghosts prefer food with robust vitality. Thus, a mountain ghost of such power poses little threat to common folk. Shi Guangxi let out a breath of relief, only to be alarmed again the next moment. However, if this mountain ghost has birthed a smaller one, it may not be the same. The head constable should consider dispatching more personnel for patrols today. Do not worry. We will certainly keep a watchful eye. It would be best to eliminate it if possible, but what about your constables? Do not mention it. Shi Guangxi wore a distressed expression, for some reason. It seems that all the martial artists in the office have been assigned tasks lately. I have not seen a single one. Hu Qi appeared contemplative. What about the Qi Huaiwo? Where did that come from? Reluctantly, Liang Qu recounted the entire process of finding the feather. Liu Gang nodded. By speaking in front of Hu Qi, he intended to convey to Liang Qu that his suggestion to forge a spiritual weapon was not merely driven by a desire for personal gain. Chapter 52, Studying, Forging, and Practicing Martial Arts. You wretched child. In the hall, Dingy knelt on the ground, his gaze cast downwards, too afraid to speak. The entire Shui residence was engulfed in a heavy silence, broken only by the furious roar of old master Shui Chengquan. Had it not been for others informing me, I would have never known you caused such a calamity outside. For months, and the tuition alone amounts to 100 taels of silver. I have also covered your additional medicinal expenses, another 50 taels. What have you accomplished? Loitering about, neglecting your studies, causing trouble, dishonoring maids, being unfilial, indulging in wine and pleasure. How did I end up with such an ungrateful son? Shui Dingy retorted, how have I dishonored the maid? It was Qiuhua who seduced me first. She even flirtatiously offered me sweetened water. You. Shui Chengquan trembled as he pointed a finger at Shui Dingy, his face turning ashen, eyes bulging. Oh, my son, could you not refrain from speaking? Shui's mother cried out anxiously from his side. You too, silence. Had it not been for your complicity in hiding this, how would I have only just learned of it? 2 days, 2 whole days, out carousing. I thought you were going to the martial arts school. Instead, you were visiting a brothel. Shui Chengquan glared at the surrounding servants, ordering, shut his mouth and beat him until he can't speak. The servants trembled like quails, yet dared not defy him, for the master of the household was still the old master. They could only hold Shui Dingy down on the bench, and after delivering a dozen blows with a large board, the impact was minimal. All right, you all want to put on a show, do you? Huh? Get away from me. Shui Chengquan kicked the board away, took it for himself, and gritted his teeth, striking fiercely 30 or 40 times. Shui Mu cried and clung to Shui Chengquan's leg, pleading with tear-streaked cheeks for him to stop. Yet, Shui Chengquan was beyond listening. He only struck harder, saying, a loving mother spoils her child. You have coddled this ungrateful boy all along, and now you dare to advise me? Keep advising, and I will strike you too. Terrified, Shui Mu let go, falling silent as she sat on the ground, wiping her tears with a handkerchief. Shui Chengquan struck until he was breathless, not stopping until he could no longer lift the stick. Finally, he collapsed onto the bench, sipping tea and declaring, tomorrow, you will accompany me to Yixing City to apologize to Master Yang's 9th disciple. Do you hear me? With his brows furrowed, Shui Chengquan was about to lift the stick again when a nearby servant hastily shouted, Master, please stop. The young master has fainted. If you continue, something terrible will happen. Tungsten, unlike ordinary metals, is highly heat resistant and cannot be melted in a regular furnace. However, it possesses a unique characteristic. It absorbs fire energy easily but releases it with great difficulty. Thus, after continuously refining it with a large quantity of fiery stones over time, it will gradually soften. Liu Gang sat before the furnace, pouring fiery stones into it, his muscular frame gleaming like metal. Although I had never used Huaiwo to forge weapons, I had experience with similar materials, so I was confident that this spear might become my magnum opus. Liang Qu, who was listening nearby, expressed his joy. "Thank you, Brother Liu. No need for thanks. Crafting a fine weapon is the best reward for a blacksmith. Even if you hadn't come, I would have found a way to forge it from Huaiwo. The only difference would be in what I created. By the way, Brother Liu, will using Huaiwo mean the spear turns into something with fire attributes?" Liang Qu worried, considering that both volcanic stone and Huaiwo could easily be viewed as a fire attribute artifact under different circumstances. But he was a water monkey. The two simply did not align. No, tungsten's nature is stable and does not easily change attributes. Moreover, volcanic stone is merely a form of high-heat carbon. It is nothing extraordinary. Oh no, that's not necessary. It's fine as it is. All right. At noon, Liang Qu had a meal with Liu Gang before leaving. Staying there was unproductive. Watching his senior busying himself while he sat idly felt inappropriate. Upon returning to the martial arts school, Liang Qu practiced his skin refining again, drawing closer to breaking through. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, providing him with ample positive feedback daily, making him relentless in his pursuit of progress. Even as the weather grew colder, he had no inclination to linger in bed in the morning. All he thought about was breaking through, breaking through, breaking through. After finishing his skin refining, Xiang Chongsong came looking for Liang Qu. He had to practice martial arts, observe the forging, study, and even dive for treasures when he had the chance. Liang Qu suddenly felt time tightening around him, as if his parents had signed him up for multiple tutoring classes. Yet, these classes were undoubtedly filled with both pain and joy. Martial arts, studying, and spiritual weaponry. None of these were pursuits accessible to ordinary individuals. Yet he had them all now. Upon arriving at the academy, they were greeted by an elderly man in a long gown with white hair. After recording their information, the elder stroked his beard and said, "Tomorrow is a day off, so starting the day after, the young lord will come every afternoon from the end of the hour of Wei to the end of the hour of Shun, studying for an hour, resting for 1 day after 10. How does that sound?" "As you command." "Good, come find me then, and I will take you to meet the teacher. If you need to take leave, remember to inform me in advance. If it's urgent, perhaps send someone to notify." The student understands. "All right, you both may stroll around the academy. Just do not disturb others." Hearing this, Liang Qu wandered around, noticing a simple pond, bamboo groves, and a small pavilion in the courtyard, complete with a stone table and stone benches. It was nearly a standard feature of any academy, alongside several small classrooms housing around 60 students, some reading and others writing. After 2 or 3 days of skin refining, Liang Qu discovered that his physical condition was far better than he had imagined. Contrary to Hu Qi's claim of being able to condense blood energy twice a day, he found himself able to fully refine it 3 times. Moreover, the energy he could fully condense was no longer as thin as a finger, but as thick as a thumb. Realizing that this energy was a result of his physical condition rather than the cause, Liang Qu speculated that the enhancement from the fusion with Zailing, which had reached over 40, had not entirely transformed into blood energy. If he had managed to extract more, the energy within him would have been even more robust. The benefit of this was that after refining his skin, the sensation between his skin and fascia was exceptionally intense, as if a qualitative change was imminent. Given the current pace, he believed he could break through in just another 2 or 3 days. The joy within him was uncontainable, and despite his fatigue, Liang Qu resisted the urge to rest and continued his standing meditation, eagerly anticipating the moment of breakthrough. In the evening, Li Libo knocked on the door. "A Shui, someone is looking for you at the door. It's that Lin Songbao fellow." "Yes, here." Liang Qu composed himself, wiped the sweat from his face with a towel, changed his clothes, and tidied up before stepping outside. Upon exiting, Li Libo curiously asked, "What does Lin Songbao want with you?" "His father probably knows that Master Yang has taken me as a direct disciple and wishes to invite me for a meal." Li Libo's eyes lit up. "That's great. ISNT Lin Songbao, father the owner of the fishing dock?" You should discuss with him whether we can get a better price for selling fish in the future. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Chapter 53. The Small Bridge and Flowing Water. Beneath the South Stone Bridge, the water gurgled cheerily. At Liang Tower, a grand red lantern hung from the tall doorframe, wrapped in warm red light that swayed charmingly. Soft melodies lingered in the air as waitstaff moved gracefully with dishes. Inside box number 3, Liang Qu pushed the door open and warm air rushed to greet him. What a handsome young man. Truly a remarkable sight. No wonder he has become Master Yang's esteemed disciple. Lin Di, dressed in a dark blue robe, rose to welcome him, praising loudly. My son Songbao has mentioned that he knows an extraordinary friend in Yixing City, someone of remarkable stature. I had thought it impossible for such a person to exist in a small place like Yixing City, believing my son had exaggerated. Yet here you are. It truly is my misfortune, having never witnessed Brother Liang's demeanor until now. Ah, I apologize for my rudeness. I was too excited, speaking out of turn. Brother Liang, allow me to drink 3 cups as penance. With that, Lin Di downed 3 cups of liquor, his complexion slightly flushed. Lin Songbao, when did I ever say such a thing? And if you call him Brother Liang, what should I call him? Brother Liang? Liang uncle? This person has quite a way with words. And why is the hierarchy so chaotic? Before he knew it, Liang Qu was pulled in his seat by Lin Di, who gestured toward the 13 or 14-year-old boy beside him, saying, "Let me introduce my eldest son, Lin Fuyun. Fuyun, greet your Uncle Liang." Eldest son? Liang Qu was taken aback as he glanced at Lin Songbao behind him, who nodded. Oh, so he's a child of both the legitimate and illegitimate line. That explains why Lin Songbao has to work at the fishing dock daily, being the son of the fishing dock owner. Lin Fuyun stood up to bow. Hello, Uncle Liang. Liang Qu twitched his mouth. Did this kid think that calling him Uncle Liang would make him happy? Do not call me Brother Liang. I'm not that old. Then I shall dare to address you as virtuous nephew. After a moment of silence, Liang Qu replied, just call me by my name. That cannot do. It would be too disrespectful. Then young Master Liang it is. All right. Lin Di appeared somewhat disappointed and turned to signal the waitstaff to bring out the dishes. In an instant, a fragrant breeze wafted in as 3 elegantly dressed women entered. Liang Qu's eyes widened as they bowed. 2 began to play music, and 1 started to dance. Oh, so this is the entertainment you have prepared for me. Rest assured, young Master Liang, we are here solely to perform. Lin Di chuckled, noting that he had inquired thoroughly before arriving, knowing that Liang Qu was rather shy and even hesitant about blind dates. He deemed it unwise to provoke him with anything too stimulating, opting instead for a more refined approach. Liang Qu's face flushed slightly as he clenched an empty fist and cleared his throat, saying, That's fine, that is fine. The evening progressed with cups being exchanged, though Liang Qu abstained from alcohol, opting for tea instead, while indulging in dish after dish. The cuisine at Lang Lu was indeed delightful, and to his surprise, included chili peppers, something Liang Qu had never encountered before, mistakenly believing they were absent in Dasan. Now, it seemed it was merely his own poverty that had shielded him from such experiences. He relished the food, heartily consuming the meat. Regarding my fishing operation, I wonder if young Master Liang could extend his assistance. In return, I would gladly offer you 20% of the annual profits, Lin Di proposed, filling Liang Qu's teacup, his face radiant with optimism. Regardless of the outcome, I assure you, the wooden boat promised will be returned to young Master Liang, as it rightfully belongs to you. Of course not, Liang Qu replied, laughter trailing off as he sensed something was amiss, his expression faltering as he suspected he had misheard. Upon repeating the question, Liang Qu affirmed, I said no. Lin Di was taken aback. He had approached Liang Qu precisely to leverage his status, to bolster his fishing business, and seize opportunities at other docks. Those who could operate fishing businesses typically had some connections, making it a challenging endeavor. With Liang Qu's support and the backing of Master Yang's esteemed reputation, the task would be considerably easier. However, Liang Qu's outright refusal left him astounded. After all, if the venture succeeded, Liang Qu would need to do nothing yet could earn a tidy sum annually. Young Master Liang, perhaps I was unclear earlier. If you agree, I am willing to allocate 30% of the fishing operation's annual yield to you, Lin Di suggested. Liang Qu set down his chopsticks, burping softly. You cannot have everything. I have eaten, and I have taken the boat, but I will not engage in this matter. I will not accept any earnings from the fishing operation. Lin Di felt a wave of disappointment wash over him, but dared not express anger. Could you enlighten me as to why? Because I am but a fisherman, Liang Qu replied, narrowing his eyes. He then pushed back his chair and rose. Profiting from the exploitation of my fellow fishermen is something I cannot abide. I'm satisfied now, so farewell. By the way, your dance was quite beautiful, and you are all very lovely. Thank you for your kind words, young master. The three women replied, bowing gracefully. Liang Qu exited through the door, stating, no need for company. I prefer to stroll by the river alone, enjoying the cool breeze. As he vanished from sight, his voice faded into the air. Stepping outside Lanyan Lu, a brisk wind whipped through his collar, causing Liang Qu to shiver slightly, completely shaking off the sleepiness that had settled in his belly. That was a fine boat, albeit a bit old, yet it was still entirely functional. With a sufficiently broad hull, one could lie down comfortably to sleep, far more pleasant than the current small skiff he used. As for the fishing operations profits, Liang Qu had a compromise in mind. Instead of claiming 20% of the earnings, he could propose that Lin Di reduce the leasing fee by that amount or devise another distribution method that would ease the burden on the fishermen. However, such a decision could jeopardize Liang Qu's own interests. While the fishermen were indeed pitiable, the notion of charity was complex. Whether refusing profits or merely reducing them to lessen rent, initially, the fishermen might express gratitude, but over time, as they grew accustomed to the lowered fees in their still struggling lives, they might come to view Liang Qu, their supposed protector, with disdain. Moreover, how would his master and fellow disciples perceive this? As a disciple of Master Yang, Liang Qu had begun to understand an essential truth. When one lacks power, a good reputation is of little consequence. But once one reveals even a modicum of talent, that reputation can yield unexpected rewards. Liang Qu considered himself a good person, albeit perhaps not entirely so. He could spend his own meager funds to buy buns for a sniffling child, yet he hesitated to collaborate with the fishing operation, fearing the potential tarnishing of his own reputation. The waters beneath the South Stone Bridge gurgled and splashed against the rocky shore, frothing white. Sigh, just as life was improving, so many new troubles have arisen, Liang Qu lamented, crossing his arms behind his head as he strolled along, humming a tune that contrasted sharply with the melodies of the tavern singers. I am reckless. I am filthy, 1,000 pages of ink chronicling my sins, my arrogance, my thoughts clinging to this repugnant shell. You are noble, you are pompous, a mere bag of rice and wine, a semblance of humanity. Your hypocrisy, your fickleness, embedded in your exquisite facade. The cold wind swept through the streets, and Liang Qu sensed that it carried with it a familiar scent from the river. Chapter 54. A bountiful catch, Uncle Chun. Are we ready? Coming. In the courtyard, Chun Qingjiang tidied the fishing nets, following closely behind Liang Qu as they made their way to the dock. Chun Qingjiang had not forgotten Liang Qu's promise to take him to a location teeming with fish, having remained housebound since yesterday. Uncle Chun, are you still planning to sell the fish in town? I went a couple of days ago, but with the weather growing colder, the fish are as thin as I am, so I've decided against it. It's not worth the trouble. Liang Qu advised, then starting today, you should refrain from going. His senior brother had mentioned that mountain spirits could slay martial artists, being particularly drawn to those with vigorous life forces. Even he, as a martial artist who had not entered the ranks, was considered insignificant. A gentleman should not stand beneath a precarious wall. If one can avoid danger, then one should. Yixing City is about 15 to 16 li from Pingyang Town. There is a broad road, bustling with travelers, yet the woods on either side are thick, and one could never be certain if mountain spirits lurked within, waiting to ambush passing travelers, especially since Uncle Chen often set out at dawn to catch fish. Liang Qu had traveled with a caravan that morning, unwilling to risk going alone. What happened? Does it relate to that fellow named Lu Xiaohui? Chen Qingjiang, though honest, was not dim-witted. Upon hearing this, he immediately recalled the deceased martial artist. Martial artists were a rare commodity. Pingyang Town, as a settlement, had so many martial artists largely due to Yang Dongxiong's leadership. The martial arts school had been established for over 20 years, attracting many from neighboring counties to train under the Yang family. Over time, the number of martial artists increased, leading to a proliferation of medical clinics and service providers, all needing sustenance and livelihoods. Over the years, Pingyang Town had developed a population of tens of thousands, rivaling that of county seats. largely due to these factors. A larger population, in turn, encouraged more individuals to pursue martial arts, creating a mutually beneficial cycle. Thus, in other regions, the number of martial artists would be halved or more, and the sudden death of one was undoubtedly significant. Yes, a senior brother of mine investigated and stated that he was killed by a beast. The creature has yet to be captured, so we must be cautious. Chen Xinjiang nodded in agreement, deciding not to sell fish in town after all. Upon reaching the dock, Liang Qu leaped onto a black awning boat, a significant upgrade from his previous small skiff. The skiff was merely a three-part vessel, with two partitions creating waterproof compartments at the bow and stern, leaving little else. This new black awning boat was considerably larger, measuring nearly 5 meters long and over a meter wide. Its sides were higher, preventing waves from splashing in, and the cabin was lined with a layer of red-painted boards, furnished with mats and bamboo pillows. The canopy rose to a height of 1.2 meters, featuring 8 panels, 4 fixed and 4 that could be opened or closed, woven from bamboo strips and interspersed with bamboo leaves, effectively providing shade from the sun and shelter from the rain. The boat was painted black with soot and tung oil, hence its name, Black Awning. The transition from a skiff to a black awning boat was indeed a significant upgrade, akin to exchanging a bird gun for a cannon. I see, this boat was given to me by Lin Di from the fishing operation. He mentioned that Lai Tu Zhang had sold it to him, and Lin Di, wishing to curry favor with me, returned it. Oh, that's indeed a fortunate turn of events. Chen Xinjiang mused, that Lai Tu Zhang has sold the boat. I wonder if he's fled with the money. Who knows what he is up to? I hope he hasn't turned to banditry. Liang Qu's expression remained unchanged as he urged, forget about it, just a local ruffian. Let's leave quickly. Upon hearing this, Chen Xinjiang untied the boat and closely followed Liang Qu's vessel. The Wupeng boat was considerably larger than the flat-bottomed skiff. Theoretically, it should have been more laborious to row. However, due to the unique long or structure of the Wupeng, it struck the water with a rhythmic motion, making it not only faster and steadier, but also less strenuous. After practicing martial arts for over a month, Liang Qu was on the verge of breaking through, his strength significantly greater than that of an average adult. Rowing became not just easier, but also more enjoyable, with the boat gliding smoothly without any sway. It was said that highly skilled fishermen could place a dish of fennel beans on the edge of a Wupeng boat, eating while rowing without spilling a single bean. The two Wupeng boats swiftly traversed the water, one following the other. Liang Qu, immersed in the exhilaration of sailing, found Chen Xinjiang struggling to keep up, calling out for him to wait. Yet, without needing to shout, Liang Qu would have stopped anyway. They had arrived. Ashui, you possess remarkable strength, Chen Xinjiang gasped. Are we there? Yes, indeed, this area is teeming with fish. Then, I shall cast the net. Wait a moment, I need to scatter some bait. Liang Qu pretended to retrieve a small box, extracting a clump of mud-like substance, which he tossed into the water. What is this? It is bait I requested from my master. It has a great attraction for fish. Such a fine thing exists? After scattering the bait, Liang Qu immediately informed the two creatures beneath the water through a mental link to drive the gathered fish towards them. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Liang Qu instructed Chen Xinjiang to catch the fish. Chen Xinjiang swung the fishing net, which unfurled perfectly across the water surface. Ha ha ha, so many fish, truly so many fish. Chen Xinjiang exerted himself to pull the net up, revealing over 20 large fish, estimated to be worth around 41. In winter, such a catch was impressive. Liang Qu compared this in his mind, and concluded it was much quicker than fishing for fat catfish alone. Ashui, quickly moor that bait. All right, one clump of yellow mud after another. More and more large fish filled the nets. Chen Xinjiang was grinning from ear to ear, sweating profusely, yet unwilling to pause for a moment. What we are catching is not just fish, but clearly silver, glistening silver. Uncle Chen, that should be enough. No, there are still so many fish. Chen Xinjiang, exhausted with sore hands and numb feet, still wanted to continue fishing. We have no fish baskets, and the compartments are already full. There is no room left. Full already? Chen Xinjiang was bewildered. Had both boats truly filled up in just 3 or 4 hours? 5 or 601. Dividing it would leave each of them with nearly 301. In a month, that equates to 7 taels of silver. Most importantly, Liang Qu would now have more time for other pursuits, making money from fishing without needing to disguise himself as a fisherman. In the future, he could potentially bring more people into this venture, forming a fleet and doubling their income, though careful selection of candidates was crucial. Recalling the dinner from the previous night, Liang Qu felt a wave of emotion. Unbeknownst to him, he had distanced himself from labor, becoming part of the leisure class, earning money daily without needing to do much at all, with a stable source of income that many in trade could not rival. Living in grand mansions and keeping beautiful concubines was no longer a distant dream, but rather an imminent reality. Chen Qingjiang gazed at the cabin with regret. He had lived for 30 years without experiencing the thrill of catching fish. The fish seemed to be frantically swimming into the net, and with a few more casts, they would need to mend the net. The two Wupeng boats docked in succession, just as they tied the boat ropes. Liang Qu heard someone calling out to him from the dock. Chapter 55. Trouble approaches. A shout of an incident on the dock drew the attention of many, including a young servant from the nearby tea house, who tossed a towel over his shoulder and listened intently. Liang Qu frowned and inquired, "Uncle Chun, is there a big problem? What has happened?" "I don't know, but it looks quite alarming. An official in blue has come personally. His attire is all made of fine silk. Is someone kneeling at your doorstep?" "Ashui, did you provoke someone?" Before Liang Qu could react, Chen Qingjiang was the first to scold, spitting at Chen Yi Ba. What trouble could Ashui cause? "Chen Yi, what nonsense are you spouting? How would I know? But I truly saw that outfit. It was exceptionally fine, a color bluer than the sky, clearly not something an ordinary person could afford. I reckon it must have cost at least a tael of silver." A tael of silver. Chen Qingjiang was far superior in fishing skills compared to Chen Yi and had even fathered two sons, though both were of the same clan. Chen Yi was weaker in every aspect. After being scolded, Chen Yi's voice softened, but he remained stubborn, raising a finger to gesture around, using all his vocabulary to describe the grandeur of the visitor's attire. The surrounding fishermen were in an uproar. A tael of silver for that garment? It must be worth 4 or 5 taels. Strange. That is not clothing. It is clearly silver. Did Ashui offend some major figure? Seeing the commotion, Chen Qingjiang shouted, "Everyone, what nonsense are you spouting? How could Ashui offend anyone? If they are kneeling, perhaps they are here to offer an apology." At this moment, Chen Yi found his courage. An apology from an official? Chen Qingjiang, are you jesting? Shouting won't help. The truth will be revealed once we go and see, Liang Qu said as he set down the oars, instructing Uncle Chun to stay with the boat and sell the catch. "No way, I must go see. If something truly has happened, it's best to have more people for support." "All right." Liang Qu could not refuse, turning to shout to the fisherman, Songbao, "Can you watch the boat for me?" "Of course. Don't worry." Lin Songbao, who had been watching from the doorway, responded without a hint of panic at the so-called trouble. After last night's meal, he finally understood what his father meant by great fortune. Lin Songbao was far more aware than Chen Qingjiang of the value of Yang Shidi's disciples. In the remote corners of Yixing City and Pingyang Town, was there truly someone who could threaten Liang Qu? Unless some high-ranking official had lost their mind and decided to visit the Jianghuai region for sightseeing, and Liang Qu had happened to be similarly foolish, provoking them. Only then would Yang Dongxiong possibly fail to handle the situation. Liang Qu leaped ashore and walked at the forefront, followed closely by Chen Qingjiang and then Chen Yi, with a number of curious villagers trailing behind, some relishing the misfortune while others were genuinely concerned. Many who heard the commotion emerged from their homes, inquiring about what had happened, further swelling the crowd. A crack in a certain house along the street opened slightly, revealing a few pairs of eyes. The highest pair narrowed slightly upon seeing the crowd pass. That lad, I truly thought he had gone to the martial arts school to achieve great things. Yet, what do we see? I said he would get into trouble, and look, it has come to our doorstep. The second pair of eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, when did you say that? Liang Guangtian was displeased. I did say it. You just don't remember. That lad has made a fortune. Yet not even a glance from his uncle. How can he be a good person? He knows nothing of human affairs. I said early on that he would cause trouble. Just watch. But didn't we lend him grain before? Could he not come to see you? How can that be the same? Lending grain is one thing. Do you understand nothing? Liang Guangtian, flustered and angry, left with a nonsensical retort about women knowing nothing, storming out the door. Where are you going? I am going to see. Let us hope this lad hasn't caused a calamity that will implicate me. Hey, wait. I'm going too. What are you going for? Aren't you going to prepare dinner? A little delay, one tea starved me. Why are you in such a rush? Quan paced in front of Liang Qu's humble abode, glancing occasionally at the dilapidated earthen house, feeling a sense of shock. Many who achieve fame often recount their past as exceptionally tragic. Quan had thought the servant's words were exaggerated, a case of hearsay, but he was taken aback by the true poverty of it all. Rather than looking down on it, he became more cautious in underestimating this small fisherman from Yixing City. What is a fisherman, after all, but a profession lesser than that of farmer? The vast majority of fishermen dream of saving enough to buy land and become farmers. At such a young age, to go from being a commoner to becoming a disciple of Yang Dongxion, what a future awaits. Establishing goodwill now may yield great benefits later. Upon this thought, Quan could not help but strike the back of Dingy's head with a resounding smack. Infidèles sont. Before they could establish a good rapport, he had already begun their adversarial relationship. He who had skillfully navigated the complexities of family business to reach this point, how could he have spawned such a wretched creature? Bullying others not for monetary gain, but merely for amusement? Dingy knelt on the ground, his head swaying from side to side, silent and sullen, his backside in agony from wounds that had festered. Neighbors cautiously peered through their doors, including Adi, who dared not step outside for fear of incurring the displeasure of powerful figures. As the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the Qingshi street, Yuan's eyes fell upon the most striking figure in the crowd, exclaiming, "Such an outstanding individual, truly remarkable, like the wind whispering through the pines, tall and graceful." It was no wonder he had become a favored disciple of Master Yang. Liang Qu was momentarily taken aback, a sense of deep JVU washing over him, rendering him speechless. However, his gaze fell upon the kneeling Dingy, still bearing the bruises from their earlier confrontation in the martial arts arena. Quan clasped his hands in salute, lamenting, "My unworthy son, who could have imagined he would engage in such vile and disgraceful acts? It is indeed my failure as a parent. I come today to implore young Master Liang to properly discipline him. Whether through punishment or rebuke, I shall allow him to endure it all, even if it means to the point of death. I shall voice no complaint." He presented a thorny stick, seemingly pulled from thin air, with both hands held aloft. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Chun-Yi appeared utterly bewildered, questioning the situation as it unfolded in stark contrast to his expectations. The kneeling figure was the son of the Blue Robe Lord. Yet why did the Blue Robe Lord exhibit such deference to Liang Qu? Liang Guangtian was left dumbfounded amidst the crowd, hastily inquiring of those nearby whether he had missed some crucial information. A bystander glanced at Liang Guangtian and remarked, "Liang Guangtian, isn't Ashuwei your nephew? How could you not know and come ask me?" Liang Guangtian's expression turned sheepish. "That ungrateful lad has never associated with my family. How could I, as his uncle, possibly know?" The bystander continued, "Ashuwei once saved Chun Xingjiang's family by providing a stone of rice during the autumn tax season. Didn't you see? You didn't know? It seems you are the one lacking in gratitude. Everyone knows your character. Without an official overseeing, you would dare to mix bran into the grain tax, using wealth for drink while borrowing grain when in need. How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" Liang Guangtian retorted, only to find the man disinterested in his response, drifting away to observe the unfolding drama. Father, no, please, do not strike me any longer. I understand my mistakes." Itrulido. Dingy, terrified for his life, was horrified at the thought of receiving punishment both at home and in public. He quickly crawled forward, disregarding his painful wounds, clutching Yuan's leg, certain his rear was on the verge of ruin. Had it not been for the golden ointment applied that morning and the bandages wrapped around him, he would not have dared to touch the ground. Yet Quan remained unmoved, bending slightly, awaiting Liang Qu to accept the thorny stick. Chapter 56. A Bond as Strong as Heaven and Earth. Liang, Ashuwei. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief, expressing how they felt overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. The sight was profoundly shocking. A lord clad in exquisite silks compelling his own son, presumably his own son, to kneel at the family entrance, accepting punishment with the very stick he held, bending low without an ounce of pride. Was this a scene from a newly staged play next door? Or perhaps Liang Qu was a lost prince of royal descent, seeking to reclaim his rightful place, with former enemies kneeling in repentance? Such tales were often recounted in stories. Dingy, tears streaming down his face, appeared on the verge of collapsing, prompting Liang Qu to hastily withdraw, shaking off the advances. Aware of his disgrace, Shwedingi dared not cling any longer, instead bowing repeatedly as the fishermen nearby watched with pity. "Ashue, what has he done? Indeed, please enlighten us." The nobility clad in fine garments remained silent. Yet those who had watched Liang Qu grow up felt less intimidated, clamoring for an explanation, scratching their heads in curiosity. Xue Changquan, hearing the murmurs, turned to face the gathering villagers and recounted the events within the martial arts hall. Upon hearing his account, the crowd believed that Xue Dingi had been spoiled and had acted violently, clashing with Liang Qu, who was a disciple of Yang Dongxiong. Xue Changquan had come to apologize, prompting his son to kneel. Liang Qu began to grasp why Xue Changquan framed the narrative in such a manner, elevating his own status. It was as if his acceptance of Liang Qu as a disciple was due to his exceptional qualities rather than any other reason. People often preferred to be regarded as possessing innate talent rather than having achieved success through hard work or luck, as the former was a rarer trait that highlighted their exceptional nature. Should the details be laid bare, Xue Changquan feared the villagers would think Liang Qu had merely stumbled upon good fortune. After all, without this incident, it was uncertain whether he would have been chosen as a disciple, risking discontent. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence, unable to believe their ears. What? Liang Qu, Liang Ashue, has become Master Yang's personal disciple? Liang Guangtian's wife gripped her husband's arm tightly, urging, "Did you hear that, dear?" Liang Guangtian winced at the pain, shaking her off. Yes, I heard. Why are you pinching me? This personal disciple could earn quite a fortune, right? How would I know? What does it matter if it's a personal disciple or not? Isn't it all the same? Paying to learn martial arts at the hall? Liang Guangtian dismissed the concern, oblivious to the nuances involved, and was met with laughter from those who understood. Infuriated, Liang Guangtian turned. "Why is it always you?" The mocker was the same villager who had previously derided Liang Guangtian for his lack of integrity. The two found themselves jostled together in the crowd once more. "You're like a reed on a wall, light-headed with shallow roots, or a bamboo shoot in the mountains, sharp in tongue but hollow in substance." The difference between a personal disciple and a mere disciple is vast. To become a disciple at the martial arts hall, one simply needs to pay. A personal disciple, however, is one who has genuinely bowed and paid homage to their master, akin to a half-son, half-father. Furthermore, Ashue is at the Yang family martial arts hall, where even the county magistrate must show respect to the old master. The county magistrate must show respect. Liang Guangtian and his wife stood in stunned silence. Surrounded by the crowd, Liang Qu felt somewhat disheartened. Given their behavior, he could not publicly execute Shwedingi, nor would it serve any purpose to strike him again with a stick. He waved his hand, declining. "Let it be. The matter is settled." Shwedingi, filled with relief, repeatedly bowed his head to the ground. "Thank you, Brother Liang. I'm grateful for your mercy." Liang Qu rolled his eyes and turned to leave. "Hold on." Xue Changquan stepped forward, causing Shwedingi's eyes to bulge in horror. "For heaven's sake, am I still your son? The party involved has already forgiven me. Do you truly wish to drive me to despair?" However, the situation unfolded differently than Shwedingi had anticipated. Xue Changquan bowed and said, "Young Master Liang, with your magnanimity, I cannot be ungrateful. My unfilial son has committed such a heinous act, and I feel utterly ashamed as a negligent parent. I see that you, young Master Liang, possess lofty aspirations even while residing in humble quarters. The cleanliness and orderliness of your home could certainly be improved. Would it not be better for me to assist you in renovating your residence?" Initially intending to offer a monetary compensation, Xue Changquan had brought along 100 taels of silver, but upon seeing the state of the house, his thoughts shifted. Providing 100 taels would soon be forgotten. Yet, renovating the residence would ensure Liang Qu would often remember him. Liang Qu, upon hearing this, felt tempted. The earthen dwelling was indeed uncomfortable, with muddy floors and drafts during rainstorms. However, renovations would take months at least. After pondering briefly, Liang Qu ultimately declined. The inconvenience outweighed the potential benefits. After all, he merely needed a bed to sleep on, and if he desired comfort, he could always stay at the martial arts hall. Xue Changquan was profoundly disappointed. Just as he was about to settle for a lesser option and prepare to part with 100 taels of silver, he overheard Liang Qu saying, "If you're determined to contribute, in a couple of days, our village will hold a river god festival, apart from the contributions from the wealthier families. Every able-bodied young man is required to offer 100 winning copper coins. If you, Huaiwo, are willing, this would help the villagers save money for a joyful new year. Additionally, we could extend the porridge distribution for a few more days, as the number of beggars in the village is increasing. This was a perfect opportunity for Huaiwo, and Liang Qu would not mind benefiting from his generosity, possibly leading to his recognition as a local sage in the future. Of course, had Liang Qu known that Huaiwo was also prepared with 100 taels, he might have had a different perspective. Upon hearing this, Huaiwo was elated. As long as he could make a lasting impression on Liang Qu, he was willing to do anything. Moreover, with each young man contributing 101, the total would barely amount to several dozen taels, and even with the porridge distribution, it would not exceed 80 taels, which was quite economical. The onlookers were thrilled. They had merely come to witness the excitement and were delighted to find it would benefit them directly. 100 would meant they could enjoy several more meat dishes at their New Year's table and perhaps indulge in a bottle of liquor. A few clever young boys emerged from the crowd and called out to Huaiwo, Laoi, let us announce this to everyone. Huaiwo laughed heartily and pulled out copper coins to distribute among them, saying, please inform everyone that for the River God Festival, aside from the contributions from the wealthier families, the rest will be covered by me, Shui, or rather by young Master Liang. The children, overjoyed with their reward, rushed into the streets to spread the word. Young Master Liang has become a disciple of the martial arts hall. Young Master Liang will pay for the River God's offerings. Young Master Liang will set up a porridge distribution, so no one will go hungry. Passers-by, confused, stopped to inquire of a child, which young Master Liang? It's young Master Liang Qu, Liang Shui. Chapter 57, Breaking Through. A wave of excitement swept through Yixing City as Liang Qu's noble deeds continued to gain momentum. Meanwhile, he himself hurriedly closed the door and immersed himself in seclusion and training. Before heading out with Uncle Chun to fish on the river, he had practiced skin conditioning at the martial arts hall, feeling his skin reach its limits. It was no longer the tightness he had previously experienced, but rather a sensation of swelling. Hu Chi had mentioned that the transition from tightness to swelling indicated the skin had been refined to its extreme, with the breakthrough lying between just a few sessions of training. The vat, originally a rice vat, had remained in use for cooking since Liang Qu had never prepared meals. After paying the autumn tax, it had been repurposed as a water vat. Liang Qu assumed his stance and began practicing his punches, channeling his blood energy, which spread throughout his limbs and body. A scorching sensation, more intense than before, surged through him, prompting Liang Qu to quickly strip off his clothing and plunge into the water. The icy water overflowed from the vat, dampening the dry ground beneath. The final breakthrough would yield a heat far exceeding previous experiences, and a moment's carelessness could damage his mind, hence the need for physical cooling. The searing heat radiated through his body, swiftly dissipated by the cold water. With each breath, his pores expanded, releasing great clouds of white mist. Inside the room, the dense mist resembled a white curtain, concealing the terrifying scene within the vat. Had anyone drawn back the curtain at that moment, they would have seen Liang Qu's skin swollen, protruding to the thickness of a finger, as if he were blossoming in the water. Liang Qu felt no discomfort. Rather, he sensed a warm glow emanating from his skin, undergoing a remarkable transformation. Fine oil and sweat were secreted from his skin, washed away by the flowing water. After an extended period of metamorphosis, the swollen skin resembled a burst balloon, quickly deflating and readhering to Liang Qu's form. An unprecedented sense of elation surged within him, akin to quenching a parched throat with chilled sour plum juice. Success! Liang Qu exhaled a deep breath, emerging from the water, standing tall and robust. His muscles defined and flowing, no longer resembling the frail figure he once was. Observing the oil floating atop the water in the vat, he waved his hand, causing the clear water in a nearby barrel to split into two streams. One rolled towards him, lathering him clean with soap before another followed to rinse him thoroughly. Clad in fresh undergarments, Liang Qu felt an unparalleled comfort, the sensation of his skin brushing against the cotton fabric sending delightful shivers through him. He clenched his fist, excitement gleaming in his eyes. He had not anticipated such a significant disparity between success and failure. Although his skin appeared no different from that of an ordinary person, under duress, Its resilience and thickness became apparent, akin to being covered in layers of old cowhide, impervious to ordinary blades. His vital energy had ascended to a new level. Though not yet solidified, he felt lighter, as if shedding a suit of iron armor. Even more so than the sensation brought by the cloud-stepping boots gifted by Fifth Senior Sister. Controlling water had become notably simpler. With a mere thought, the water in the entire vat floated effortlessly in mid-air, significantly easier than before. Estimating the volume of water before him, he realized his water control capacity had surged to 500 gene. The integration with Maiden and the Water Monkey had not changed. It remained at 49. Thus, it seemed that the same degree of integration yielded varying effects depending on the foundational physique. Liang Qu was overjoyed. Initially, he believed that achieving maximum integration with the Water Monkey meant possessing formidable power, but upon recognizing the path of martial arts, he began to doubt the significance of the white water monkey. Now, it appeared that the true limitation had been his own self. If he were to break through all barriers with full integration of the water monkey, his water control would surely reach several tons. Most delightfully, Liang Qu discovered that the mental link within his mind had compressed. No, it was more appropriate to say his spirit had expanded, creating an additional vacant space of immovable size, indicating that he now possessed the capacity to command other water beasts. What a double blessing! He suddenly realized that his two abilities complemented each other, yielding double the results for half the effort, a most gratifying realization. Liang Qu tied back his hair, surveying the water-soaked floor, and pushed open the door to clean up. However, he was met with a peculiar sensation of colliding with something solid at the door. Ouch! Liang Guangtian clutched his nose, staggering backward and landing squarely on the ground, sprawled out in all directions. The tightly wrapped cloth bag in his hand fell to the ground, opening to reveal a cascade of white rice. Liang Qu glanced down, unable to discern the nature of the situation. He crossed his arms, leaning against the door with a grin. Well, I send this, my dear uncle. What brings you here today? Need something? With a nose bruised and tears welling up, Liang Guangtian hastily scrambled to his feet, astonished into silence upon seeing Liang Qu. Wait a moment, is this really my nephew? How has he changed so much in just a few moments? Liang Guangtian rushed outside, scanning the surroundings, confirming it was indeed his brother's shabby little house. He approached Liang Qu, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was indeed his nephew. The contours were identical, although Liang Qu had become noticeably fairer. His complexion no longer dark, but rather a healthy wheat color, and his skin appeared refined and rosy, entirely unlike the son of a fisherman. He had even grown taller. This is different, truly different. Liang Qu slightly raised his head. What are you staring at? I've finally managed to save a little after paying the autumn tax, so I hurry to bring it to you. How are you holding up? You're not starving, are you? Pondering, and under the urging of his wife, he had hastily gathered some grain, attempting to feign that nothing had transpired. Liang Qu, of course, was not deceived by this nonsense. Only a fool would believe it. He had just seen Liang Guangtian in the crowd and had no intention of acknowledging him. Now, he was impressed by the audacity to act as if nothing had happened. When I initially approached Liang Guangtian's household to borrow grain, it would have sufficed if they had simply refused. However, they publicly berated me, calling me a harbinger of misfortune, claiming I had caused the demise of my own parents, and disdainfully expelled me for the bad luck I supposedly brought. Liang Guangtian has never uttered a word about these events, yet he has not forgotten a single detail. The camaraderie we once shared seems like a distant memory, and I genuinely worry. Liang Qu, upon finishing his statement, was ready to close the door, disinterested in quarreling with Liang Guangtian or listening to his words. Times have changed. There is no need for contention, as it would yield no benefits and only tarnish one's dignity. Hey, don't close the door, Liang Guangtian exclaimed, thrusting his hand in to prevent the door from shutting. Liang Qu, unwilling to force it shut, not out of concern for Liang Guangtian's safety, but because the door was flimsy and would likely be damaged first, opted to leave it ajar and glared coldly at him. Liang Guangtian felt a chill run down his spine under Liang Qu's gaze. Yet he mustered the courage to speak. My son Liuzi is already around 14 or 15 years old. You have now become a disciple of Master Yang, and I wonder if you could take your younger brother in as well. He has always been clever, as you know, and will surely achieve great things in the future, which could be of immense help to you. Chapter 58. The Warrior, the Chief Ritualist. Ah! Liang Qu leaned against the door, half squatting and laughing so hard that he could hardly straighten up. He was utterly amused by Liang Guangtian's shamelessness. Liang Guangtian's face flushed as he demanded, "What are you laughing at?" "I'm sorry, it's just too funny." Liang Qu gasped for breath, straightening up with an irrepressible smile on his face. Liang Guangtian, feeling a surge of anger, thought himself to be a mere jester and spoke with irritation. "Will you take him in or not? Just give me a straight answer." Liang Qu scratched his cheek and readily replied, "Of course I can." "Really?" Liang Guangtian exclaimed with joy, yet simultaneously felt foolish for trusting his nephew so easily, as he was being played like a fool. Indeed, it's true. 7 taels of silver do not include meals or lodging. 10 taels cover lodging. 20 taels include lodging and medicinal soup. 50 taels encompass meals, medicinal soup, and therapeutic baths. If you desire better meals, that will be an additional cost. The term lasts only 3 months, and the quality of learning depends entirely on one's own efforts. After a pause, Liang Qu added, "Everything that needs to be taught, I will ensure my senior brothers instruct. The martial arts school is always open to everyone. What is there to prevent? Even if you do not value yourself, I will not discriminate against Liuzi. If he wishes to come, he is welcome. You. Liang Guangtian's eyes widened, and he was about to enter the house to argue. Bang! The wooden door collided with his soft frame, distorting his face painfully, and he was forcefully pushed back, landing on the ground, dust covering him. When he sat up, he touched his face only to find it smeared with bright red, blood streaming from his nose. Liang Guangtian scrambled up and pounded on the door, shaking it violently as he shouted, "Liang Qu, don't hide inside and remain silent. You think you can play me? Why can't you open the door? Open it. You think you can play me? You think you can open the door? Open the door quickly. Is there such ingratitude? Just because you become a martial master, you no longer acknowledge your impoverished relatives? I am your own uncle, and Liuzi is your brother. Don't forget, your surname is Liang. Shut up." A sudden voice startled Liang Guangtian, and he turned to see a woman peering over the neighboring wall. Adi stood on a stool, hands on her hips, berating him. "Uncle, you shameless creature dare to claim you are Ashue's uncle? Did you help carry Liang Ji's coffin when he died? When Ashue could not afford food, did you lend any grain? And about the division of assets back then, Liang Qu was too young to understand. But we are fully aware, if it weren't for your meddling, Liang Gu would have received more than just a boat. Oh, now that Ashue is in need, you come crawling for benefits? How could there be such a cheap affair in the world? Are you even human? You're worse than a beast. Who do you think you are, you filthy woman? Mind your words, or I'll slap you. I'll slap you first." An elderly man with white whiskers approached the door, and upon hearing this, he tossed aside his cane, spat into his palm, and strode forward, swinging his arm to deliver a resounding slap. Crack! The crisp sound echoed as Liang Guangtian let out a pained cry, feeling dizzy as he spun halfway around and fell to the ground, clutching his swollen face in shock. Li Lao, in the Dazan region, 280 households constituted a li, with 10 households being the leader. There was more than one leader in Yixing City. Had it been an ordinary leader, Liang Guangtian would not have been so terrified, but the leader before him was no ordinary one. He was the most formidable, Chun Jiazilang. The Chun family dominated half of Yixing City, and, as the patriarch, Chun Zhaoan held great respect and naturally also served as the leader. It was customary for the Chun family patriarch to assume this role. Other leaders would bow their heads in Chun Zhaoan's presence. Below Dazan County, there were no officials, and even towns like Pingyang, which rivaled county cities, relied on local gentry to maintain order. Chun Zhaoan's presence in Yixing City was akin to Yang Dongxiang's in Pingyang. The leader inherently had the duty to guide the populace and mediate disputes. Thus, even though Chun Zhaoan had no authority over the Liang family, Liang Guangtian dared not act recklessly. If Chun Zhaoan were to slap him, he would have to go forward and assist him. Liang Guangtian knelt on the ground, crying, his blood and dirt mingling on his face, and lamented, "Li Lao, I am truly unfortunate. I never expected my Liang family to produce such an ungrateful wretch. Look at my nose. It was struck by my own nephew. I am his uncle. You lack shame, dress like a dog, and you dare to deceive me? Liang Guangtian, I thought you were merely lazy and heartless, but I never imagined you could be so utterly shameless, worse than a pig or dog. You would let your own nephew die without a helping hand, and you dare to claim the title of elder. Huh?" Liang Guangtian fell silent, his emotions swinging wildly. Finally realizing the significance of Chun Zhaoen's slap. After a thorough scolding, Chun Zhaoen staggered back a few steps, and someone immediately picked up the cane and handed it to him. As Liang Guangtian fled in disgrace, laughter erupted among the onlookers. "Thank you, Li Lao, for your intervention." Unbeknownst to him, Liang Qu had opened the door, bowing in gratitude. He had been aware of the commotion outside and had witnessed everything unfold. It was fortunate that Su Zhaoen intervened. Otherwise, if he had to step in himself, it would have turned into a troublesome affair. Su Zhaoen said nothing, merely leaning on his cane, straightening his posture and scrutinizing Liang Qu while nodding in approval. At 16, Liang Qu was already showing signs of tall stature and handsome features, setting him apart from the average fisherman's son, evoking feelings of shame in those who looked upon him. He exuded a noble and righteous aura. He surveyed the surroundings and remarked, Look, do not underestimate the waters of this small pond. Shallow waters may harbor great dragons. Our humble Yixing city also has its hidden talents." The younger and older generations following Su Zhaoen nodded in agreement. Liang Qu bowed again and said, "Li Lao, your praise is unwarranted. I am filled with shame." I do not speak falsely. Yixing City has seen its share of warriors, but they have all moved to Pingyang Town. Now that you are a direct disciple of Master Yang, you still care for your local people, which truly marks you as a virtuous individual. All thanks to Li Lao's wise guidance. Liang Qu bowed once more, understanding Chun Zhaoen's intentions. He had been distributing porridge and representing the village in funding the river goddess offerings, and, importantly, he had rejected the repairs to the houses, making him a model of benevolence for the villagers. As the local gentry, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. They had come to show their support, and helping to rid them of Liang Guangtian was merely a matter of lifting a finger. After a series of mutual commendations, the atmosphere became warm and jovial. Su Zhaoen also brought forth the main event. "You have served Yixing City well, and the residents will certainly remember your kindness. The house repairs you declined will be handled by our villagers, who will come to assist you for a couple of days. It's no great matter. Additionally, I will expedite the preparations for the River God's Festival, and you shall serve as the chief ritualist, reciting the prayers." Chapter 59. Occasional gains. The area spans no more than 10 meters, and adding the surrounding low walls gives it a slightly larger appearance. The old tile roof was adorned with thatch in several corners to fend off the rain, while the ground below was already pockmarked and uneven. As for the main priest, it was not a bother. Rather, it presented an opportunity for recognition, and he readily agreed. After much anticipation for a moment of leisure, before Liang Qu could close the door to practice martial arts and assess his own gains, a knock resounded at the entrance once more. Chen Qingjiang, with an expression of excitement, retrieved a few silver beans from his pouch and placed them on the table, animatedly discussing the sale of fish. 567 won. Lin Songbao heard it was your catch and directly gave me 5 qian of silver, 5 qian, which is half a liang. We've earned half a liang in a single day. Seeing Chun Shu in such high spirits, Liang Qu felt even more elated. He divided the silver pieces on the table into 2 equal parts, pushing them towards Chun Shu. "According to our agreement of 50-50, you receive 2 qian and 5 fun, while I take the same." "Chun Shu, did we not agree on a 50-50 split? Are you now attempting to compel me into dishonor? Would that not tarnish my reputation?" Liang Qu had come to understand Chun Shu's character. Thus he refrained from niceties and directly appealed to his sense of justice. Earning 2 qian and 5 fun a day would allow him to repay Chun Shu's medical expenses in 4 to 5 days. Feeling somewhat guilty, he suggested, "As it is time for dinner, may I join you at your home for a meal?" "Very well. I shall instruct my wife to prepare more dishes." The following morning, Liang Qu observed Shui Changquan setting up a simple porridge stall by the dock. The thick vegetable porridge emitted steam in the chilly breeze as people lined up, shivering while receiving their servings. Among them were children he had seen in the alley before, women, a limping old man, and a toothless elderly woman. Many attempted to smear ash on their clothes to blend in, but were promptly chased away by Lin Songbao nearby. He was there to assist, fully aware of who was genuinely impoverished in the town. "You rascals, trying to swindle food. Do you know whose stall this is?" "Water go." "Liang Qu. Who is that?" "The direct disciple of Master Yang, the future lord. If you're not afraid of death, come over. Can you deceive Lin Yi? I dare you." Lin Songbao shouted, raising his thumb high towards the crowd. Hearing this, Liang Qu chuckled. He did not approach, but chose to leave after a few glances. In the afternoon, Liang Qu donned his waist badge and arm guard, changed into clean clothes, and followed the caravan to Shanghu Academy. Through the elderly man he met 2 days prior during registration, he found his teacher, starting with learning characters, focusing on materials akin to the discipline for disciples and the 3-character classic. Sitting at his desk, Liang Qu noticed a group of children around 7 or 8 years old, with the oldest merely 12 or 13, which left him feeling somewhat out of place. At his age, learning to read made him a senior student. Fortunately, having undergone systematic education and having been admitted to a prestigious university, Liang Qu possessed exceptional learning abilities. Moreover, many characters in this world bore similarities, allowing him to recognize them swiftly, to the astonishment of his teacher. Liang Qu, have you truly never attended a private school before? Indeed, sir. I have been a fisherman since childhood and have never been to school. However, as I passed various shops, I often pondered and learned to recognize some characters, such as Wu Fong Zhai, which I memorized after passing it a few times. The teacher marked Liang Qu as a diligent student. Reflecting, if you were to abandon martial arts and pursue scholarly pursuits, you might achieve great success. The surrounding young children gazed at him with admiration, which made Liang Qu feel rather awkward. Such public recognition was not the manner in which he sought validation, leaving him devoid of any sense of accomplishment. As a martial artist, you have additional learning tasks. Since your foundation is solid, perhaps you could attempt to read these 2 books. Feel free to ask me if you encounter anything unclear. The instructor handed over 2 stacks of books, one titled How Mu Tang Ji Annotated Edition, comprising 6 volumes, and the other Yu Guan Xiu, Reflections on Fate, consisting of 2 volumes. Deshun established its nation through martial prowess. So even scholars who had never practiced martial arts possessed considerable understanding of the martial path. There were even tales of scholars lacking physical strength, awakening martial masters. Liang Qu accepted the books with both hands and briefly skimmed the table of contents. Both volumes were works by accomplished martial artists, the former compiling the author's life experiences and those of his friends, primarily discussing various characteristics of extraordinary creatures, herbal identification, and rare encounters. As it stemmed from personal perspectives, it was quite engaging to read. The latter, while similar, was authored by an earlier martial artist, detailing many battlefield experiences and insights into martial cultivation, with more precise and accurate descriptions of certain realms. For instance, the galloping horse realm, where one could hold their ground against dozens of galloping horses. What kind of horses were they? Were they all blood-sweating steeds? Or were they inferior? Were they large horses or small? Such descriptions remain vague. These 2 volumes merely scratch the surface, with many more awaiting exploration. The accounts of extraordinary creatures and demonic beasts within were mostly accurate, and any inaccuracies were annotated by later scholars. All valuable experiences passed down. Liang Qu nodded earnestly, pondering that martial artists faced difficulties as well. Without a modicum of culture, they would struggle everywhere, unable to comprehend martial manuals, failing to recognize rare treasures. And should they encounter strange creatures, they might find themselves at a loss. For several consecutive days, Liang Qu traveled between Pingyang Town and Yixing City, reading and practicing writing. He refrained from visiting the martial arts hall, deeming it exaggerated to condense the 2-week breakthrough period into less than 5 days. It would be better to delay by 2 days before returning. In the town, the events surrounding Lu Xiaohui gradually faded, as if the mountain spirit had vanished into silence, and the sentiments of the townsfolk began to stabilize. The only peculiar aspect was that while studying How Mu Tang Ji Annotated Edition, Liang Qu found records regarding the mountain spirit, stating that this creature typically fed every 2 days, so it should not have remained dormant for so long. Nevertheless, it was a positive development that no one had perished. Liang Qu also refrained from placing himself in jeopardy, taking care to avoid land routes during his travels and opting for water routes instead. Though Pingyang Town was not adjacent to the Jianghuai marshes, the 2 locations were interconnected by waterways. A winding river tributary traversed the entire town, approximately 7 to 8 meters wide with depths exceeding 10 meters, flowing past the entrance of Langyun Tower and spanning the southern stone bridge. According to the elders, it was carved out by a great flood dragon, creating a particularly tortuous route, rendering the waterway longer than the land route. Moreover, the town's dock had fishing barriers, thus, Fishermen had to pay a toll to enter the town to sell their fish, making it rare for them to travel this way. For safety's sake, Liang Qu willingly paid a bit more in passage fees. In between, he took 2 boat trips, accompanying 2 beasts in search of potential treasures, rumored to be hidden near the waters of Yixing City. Unfortunately, all efforts yielded no results. Chapter 60. A pin in the pouch. Liang Qu was not in a hurry. He patiently completed the remaining copybook and respectfully handed it to the instructor. According to the information from the mental link, what he had discovered was not a treasure fish, but rather a precious plant, or more accurately, a unique terrain. Neither would sprout legs and flee, so there was no need for haste. The instructor, Si Hengyi, was a young man in his late 20s. He sat behind a long table, receiving the copybook and flipping through it. Not bad, not bad. Your progress is evident. You can already write sentences. I have taught for several years, and you are the fastest learner of characters I have encountered. It's this character. Liang Qu lowered his head in embarrassment. Unlike many predecessors who were both scholarly and martial, he had never studied calligraphy. Indeed, even his ordinary handwriting was rather mediocre, and initially, his characters resembled the scrawl of a dog. Si Hengyi chuckled heartily. It's all right. Everyone's handwriting looks unsightly at first. You may even feel that your writing becomes increasingly unappealing over time, which is completely normal. Moreover, martial artists like you do not delve into the sayings of sages. Being able to read and write is sufficient. Why does it become increasingly unappealing? Liang Qu puzzled. Practicing writing will rapidly enhance your appreciation of the beauty of characters. But your hand may not keep pace, leading to the impression that your writing becomes worse, even giving rise to the illusion of not being able to write at all. The key lies in persistence. Once you feel your writing is less unsightly, you will discover that your characters are, in fact, quite beautiful. Realizing it was a matter of subjective perception, Liang Qu nodded. The student is grateful for your guidance. Glanced at the hourglass, noting that the arrow in the bronze vessel had nearly reached the hour of you. He rose and called out to the students, All right, pass me the calligraphy sheets. If there is nothing else, we shall conclude for today. Dismissed. The students erupted in cheers, handing over their papers as they dashed out of the academy. At the entrance, many maids, young servants, and parents awaited, each seizing their own child's hand. Momentarily, only Si Hengyi and Liang Qu remained in the room. To be honest, sir, I still have one matter. Oh, what is it? I wish to seek your opinion on this. It is a method of literacy that I have recently developed and researched. I believe it surpasses both the direct phonetic method and the Fanqu method, and I hope for your guidance. Si Hengyi, intrigued, pondered how a mere fisherman, after only a few days of study, could devise something superior to methods that had stood the test of time for over a century. The direct phonetic method uses homophones for annotation, while the Fanqu method employs multiple characters to phonetically annotate another character, blending them into the original sound. Although he harbored skepticism, he was not averse to examining Liang Qu's proposition. Indeed, certain methods may be more suitable for individuals than the established direct phonetic and Fanqu methods. But such innovations rarely lend themselves to widespread adoption. A brief review, followed by encouragement, could inspire the student. Liang Qu produced several sheets of thin paper from his bosom and unfolded them. Si Hengyi leaned closer and discovered that the first sheet bore an unusual character, while the subsequent sheets contained lines of text annotated with combinations of the peculiar character. Sir, I have named this method pinyin. Pinyin? Indeed, a method of phonetic assembly. The characters of Deshun bear a striking resemblance to Han characters, not only visually but also phonetically. With slight modifications, they are not vastly different. Literacy represents the most formidable challenge within a similar character system, where one can speak but not read, and thus cannot write. In this process, pinyin serves as a revolutionary learning tool, vastly simpler than the direct phonetic and Fanqu methods Liang Qu currently encounters. Mastering just over 20 letters allows one to discern hundreds, if not thousands, of characters effortlessly. With pinyin, one can read any character without hindrance. Practice makes perfect. If one attempt fails, try again until mastery is achieved. Liang Qu was uncertain about the benefits or impacts of presenting this pinyin method, yet he recognized the necessity of showcasing his talents. Within just over a month, he had successfully broken through barriers to become a true martial artist, seemingly without any reliance on medicinal baths. His progress was indeed remarkable. It was impossible to remain inconspicuous unless Liang Qu chose a life of solitude. avoiding disputes and refraining from leveraging his abilities for gain. Otherwise, exposure was inevitable. He vividly recalled the bullying he faced as a child, from the likes of Lai Tuzhong, who seized boats, to the Wang brothers, who robbed him. Deshun was a land of peace, yet also one that devours the weak. He did not train in martial arts to cower in obscurity, but rather to showcase his prowess, striving for higher status and a better life. Therefore, the best concealment was to remain unhidden, to reveal his talents and become a celebrated genius. Intellect and creativity are equally forms of martial talent. While it is said that a tree that stands out will be toppled by the wind, Liang Qu found himself surrounded by mentors and peers, each a towering tree. Shielding him from adversity, his modest growth could hardly be deemed significant. After expounding on the concept and application of pinyin, Si Hengyi raised an eyebrow, his initial expectations transformed. This so-called pinyin method appeared to possess genuine merit. Interesting, do elaborate further. Very well, the sound of this character is... Repeat it once more, once more. Like this character, it is pronounced high. While it may seem akin to the Fansha method, which also serves to annotate sounds, your approach is indeed significantly simpler. Si Hengyi's expression evolved from one of encouragement to mild intrigue, and ultimately to astonishment. What was initially meant to be a dismissal at the end of the hour was prolonged until the hour of you, around 7 o'clock, the night having descended. Thank you, sir. Liang Qu bowed, acknowledging that while there were still slight discrepancies in pronunciation, he refrained from making alterations, as they lent authenticity to his fledgling creation. He contributed the primary concepts while the Academy's teacher assisted with finer details, collectively crafting a cohesive whole, thus sharing the accolades and benefits, while also simplifying the process. Fortunately, Si Hengyi was youthful, possessing a strong capacity for learning and adaptation, enabling him to absorb Liang Qu's ideas. Had it been an older scholar, the outcome may not have been as favorable. Liang Qu had no concerns about the pinyin method being appropriated. As everyone in the academy recognized, he was sent by Yang Dongxiong to study. As Liang Qu exited the academy, he spotted Li Libo awaiting him at the entrance. Glancing around to ensure the area was clear, it was evident that Li was there to meet him. "What brings you here?" Li Libo, perched on the curb, looked up upon hearing his voice, spat out a blade of grass, and complained, "Finally, I see you. I asked Xiang Shixiao, who said you would finish at the end of the hour, so I arrived a quarter-hour early to wait for you. After waiting for ages without sighting you, I inquired with the old man at the entrance, who informed me that you had yet to emerge. I didn't want to disturb the diligent scholars inside, so I ended up waiting for over an hour. Were you perhaps flirting with some rich young lady? I wish, but everyone in my class is just a bunch of kids. What were you doing in there then? Just had some matters to attend to, got a bit delayed. Have you eaten? If not, I'll treat you. It's perfect for us to dine together." "That sounds splendid," Li Libo exclaimed, and the two headed to a nearby eatery to order their meal. "By the way, I feel like you've changed a bit." "Changed in what way?" "You're not as dark anymore, and you seem taller." "I've been growing. I haven't been out fishing much these past few days. But tell me, what did you want?" "I almost forgot." Li Libo retrieved a stack of papers from his bosom and placed them on the table. "Today, Chun-Li sent someone to the martial arts hall to find you. He mentioned that the River God Festival is to be held tomorrow at noon, and you are the main officiant, required to recite the sacrificial text publicly. He advised you to read it a few times to familiarize yourself with the process, which he has detailed on the paper, so you can be well prepared. Since he couldn't find you, he sent someone to the martial arts hall. Fortunately, I knew you were at the academy, so that person asked me to deliver the sacrificial text to you. All right, I'll remember that. However, I need to trouble you with one more thing. Could you help me move the large wooden box from my room over to the martial arts hall?" Liang Qu accepted the papers, folding them neatly to tuck into his bosom. He had not forgotten Chen Zhaowen's earlier mention of him being the main officiant for the River God Festival, an excellent opportunity to showcase himself. The sacrificial text would not be in plain language. It would consist of various obscure words strung together, creating phrases he would rarely use in casual conversation. Mastery would require several readings, and he would need to wear formal attire. The large cloak, robes, and cloud-soled boots, gifted by his seniors, had always been too precious to wear, fearing theft if left at home. Now, they would finally serve a purpose. Liang Qu acknowledged that his diligence was surpassed by his peers, as they not only had to fish and study, but also manage multiple tasks, occasionally indulging in leisurely naps or playing with their beasts. Feeling a sense of shame, He resolved to abandon such laziness in the future. With a wooden box at Pingyang Wharf, Liang Qu arrived at Shangrao Wharf to launch his boat, where a colossal creature gradually surfaced. Its sleek, dark body partially concealed in the night. Its myriad scales glimmered faintly. The water surged, breaking against the creature, flowing through the crevices between its scales and merging into the river. Now measuring 3.5 meters in length, though no longer growing, it could easily be classified as a giant crocodile. The sacrificial offerings and garments were placed within the ship's hold. Liang Qu, clad only in undergarments, plunged into the water, guided by the motionless companion, approaching the direction of the hefty catfish. Along the way, the immobile companion swayed its body to seek praise from Liang Qu. For it was not the catfish that unearthed the treasure this time, but rather the immobile one itself. The immobile had fortuitously stumbled upon a unique underwater terrain while digging. Hidden away from prying eyes, entering it revealed a wondrous realm that would remain undiscovered by ordinary individuals. Liang Qu gently patted the immobile's head in encouragement. Regrettably, he had nothing of material worth to offer as a reward. Nonetheless, the pat seemed to elate the immobile, causing its tail to thrash through the water, creating a flurry of bubbles. Upon arrival, Liang Qu lifted his head in astonishment. Beneath the water lay an enormous stone, towering nearly 20 meters high, comparable to a small residential building. Underneath the stone, a giant fist-sized creature patrolled, gliding over to Liang Qu upon noticing him, clinging to his shoulder. Suddenly, the previously unassuming muddy ground heaved, revealing a 4-meter-long catfish that shook off the sediment and swam closer. Surrounded by these two colossal beasts and one smaller companion, Liang Qu felt an odd thrill, as if he were a deity of the waters, commanding the tides. With each gesture, countless aquatic soldiers parted ways before him. Yet, as he recalled Brother Frog, his fleeting exhilaration dissipated. Tomorrow, he was to recite sacrificial verses for Brother Frog. Thus, he must endure for now, anticipating the delicious, spicy frog dish to come. Liang Qu succumbed to gravity and descended to the riverbed. Humans experience neutral buoyancy at a certain depth. However, when the chest is compressed at specific depths, the body's volume diminishes, leading to a cessation of buoyancy and a descent into the depths, with the neutral buoyancy point typically around 30 meters. Now beneath that depth, Liang Qu effortlessly sank to the bottom, guided by the immobile companion. He discovered the hole it had excavated beneath the rock, and upon entering, he found a fissure 3 meters wide. As he ventured into the crevice, a glimmer of light beckoned him forward. After swimming 4 or 5 meters, the path took a sharp 90-degree turn, ascending straight towards the rock's core. Along this sheer pathway grew a massive vine, as thick as a human, reminiscent of the beanstalk from the tale of Jack and the Beanstalk, leading to the realm of giants. It was the source of light, emanating a soft glow in the darkness, remarkably bright and peculiar. Liang Qu approached and attempted to bite into it, only to find it impossibly hard. He resolved to climb the vine instead. After ascending merely 10 meters, he burst forth from the water, soaked hair plastered to his head, gazing bewilderedly at the expansive surroundings. To his astonishment, the innermost part of the rock was not filled with water, but with air. Observing his surroundings, he discovered an inverted semicircular platform, the ceiling reflecting shimmering blue waves. The entire rock resembled a colossal dome, trapping the air within this space. Liang Qu did not hold his breath. The immobile companion had previously explored this area, proving the air's safety. However, as a crocodile, its vocabulary was limited, unable to articulate the specifics of the internal conditions, only mentioning the stone, the cave, and the glowing plants within. In reality, the interior space resembled an inverted eighth note, with the bulbous part representing the space he had encountered, and the long stem serving as the passage. Grasping the vine, Liang Qu climbed onto the platform, where the height allowed him to stand upright. A swift glance revealed a plump plant in the far corner, approximately the size of a human head. It resembled a mushroom, with a stout white stem and a rounded cap reminiscent of a lingji mushroom, deeply rooted in the rock crevice. Water lingji. Over the past few days, Liang Qu had immersed himself in study, no longer the Na'vi novice he once was, and instantly recognized this as the precious aquatic plant known as water lingji. Just as he was about to approach, a mass of stone, perfectly camouflaged against the rocky backdrop, suddenly dislodged and sprang forth. The azure light reflected off the cave ceiling, resembling a mosaic of colorful gemstones. Yet Liang Qu remained oblivious to the lethal peril concealed within the brilliance. It was too well camouflaged and too swift. The shadow melded seamlessly with its surroundings, striking with the speed of lightning, and he could only catch a fleeting glimpse of a blurred silhouette. Suddenly, Liang Qu felt a weight on his shoulder as another shadow darted forth, colliding with the approaching threat, sending it tumbling away. Before he could react, his fist had already responded. The fist landed alongside the shadow, producing a metallic clash as the chitinous shell met the stone. Realizing the danger, the elongated shadow attempted to flee, yet Liang Qu's prepared fist leaped forth, blocking its escape, and with enormous pincers, it clamped down on one end of the shadow. The shadow writhed, attempting to bite back, but was ensnared by the other pincer, rendering it immobile. The fist, now wielding the captured shadow, raised it high, akin to presenting silk to a deity. The shadow struggled violently, its body contorting in a desperate attempt to bite the fist, yet it was hopelessly restrained. Liang Qu touched his back, feeling a chill of sweat. The previous encounter had truly startled him. He steadied his heartbeat, crouching down to bring the fist closer to the glowing vine, only to discover that the shadow was a colossal centipede, its crystalline exoskeleton gleaming like sapphire, harmonizing with the azure waters, exuding an aura of danger. The water centipede. Liang Qu was taken aback, for he recognized this creature. A highly venomous centipede dwelling in water. Its bite was fearsome. A mere 3-inch length was sufficient to bring a typical person to their demise in mere moments. This one, measuring 6 inches, surpassed the span of an outstretched hand, and despite his status as a martial artist, a bite from it would not bode well. Well done, my fist. Liang Qu extended his hand and gently tapped the back of the fist. Encouraged, the fist hoisted the water centipede even higher. Could the water centipede be tamed? Liang Qu pondered, contemplating the struggling creature. His power had surged, granting him the ability to dominate a new water beast. With the immobile companion and the hefty catfish, he had ample means for fishing. Thus, the focus of his dominion should be on enhancing his combat prowess. Yet, his mental strength only permitted the control of one additional creature. Not the current 3-meter-long immobile, but rather the original 2-meter-long Taiwan crocodile. Such an allowance made it impossible to dominate a creature of extraordinary caliber, as it risked backlash that could render him foolish. The venomous water creature appeared to be the most viable option at present. The water centipede, measuring 6 inches, was lethal enough to pose a threat to any ordinary martial artist, yet its relatively small size made it less conspicuous than the fist. Liang Qu searched the vicinity and found a sharp stone, attempting to slice his fingertip, only for the stone to shatter, leaving a mere superficial cut. Alas, even ordinary stones proved ineffective after skin refinement. He would need to find Brother Liu to purchase a dagger at the earliest opportunity. Feeling helpless, Liang Qu squeezed a few drops of blood from the shallow wound, carefully spreading it across his fingertip, then directed the fist to press the centipede flat against the ground. Given the narrow back of the 6-inch-long water centipede, Liang Qu had to stack 3 fingers together in a triangular formation to inscribe a narrow water talisman on its back. The talisman glowed with radiance. The crimson water talisman swiftly overshadowed the shimmering reflections within the cave, gradually seeping into the water centipede's body. A surge of intense yet bearable pain surged from the depths of Liang Qu's mind, causing him to crouch down, clutching his head as he endured. Once he regained his composure, the mental connection within his mind was nearly replenished. Although still lacking a fraction, that remainder would likely only suffice to dominate a small fish, rendering the difference negligible. What is the situation? Why does the dominance of a water centipede occupy so much space akin to that of crocodile? Communicating with ZD Ying, I have dominated the water creature Tn Shu Wg Ying, which can evolve. Is Tn Shu Wg Ying not merely a water centipede? Liang Qu, perplexed, noted that the name displayed by ZD Ying has always been the common term, akin to how Ti-Hu is simply referred to as Ti-Hu, without any other appellation. Why is this water centipede designated as Tn Shu Wg Ying? In recent days, Liang Qu had focused on the 6 volumes of Hom Ying ZJ annotated edition, having perused them thoroughly. Yet he had not encountered any mention of Tn Shu Wg Ying. Tn Shu Wg Ying, Nourished by the water spirit mushroom and fortified by the blood and flesh of warriors, it undergoes a mutation. Capable of consuming 1,000 points of water essence to evolve into DCHTN Shu WGing. By the heavens, 1,000 points of water essence. More than what is required for evolution of the fist. Since the fist is already a spirit creature, does it imply that TN Shu WGing is also a spirit creature, perhaps even superior? Liang Qu rejoiced, unexpectedly having dominated a small spirit creature. No wonder its size is so diminutive, yet demands a mental fortitude comparable to that of an adult T.I.Hu. However, Liang Qu was not entirely clear on the term warrior's blood and flesh. He knew of the water spirit mushroom. Aside from the large one the size of a human head, he had observed several bare roots nearby, evidently consumed by the water centipede. As he contemplated, Liang Qu delicately grasped a blue pearl on the ground, which instantly unfurled, transforming into a 6-inch-long centipede with a shimmering blue exoskeleton, radiating a metallic luster. The centipede raised its upper body, its mandibles fierce and imposing. Upon closer inspection, the area pinched by the fist bore no signs of damage, and its shell was as hard as iron. You appear quite formidable. I shall name you a WI. The TN Shu WG Ing danced in Liang Qu's palm. Where is that humanoid thing you consumed? Through their mental connection, a W, I easily grasped Liang Qu's intent, rotating its upper body to indicate a direction within the stone cave. Utilizing the faint glow of the vines, Liang Qu discovered a narrow fissure, through which he could only enter sideways, the interior cloaked in moss. Having learned from prior experiences, Liang Qu allowed the fist and a WI to scout the path before attempting to squeeze in himself. He tightened his waist and abdomen, using the moist cling of the moss to slide in effortlessly. The fist, unable to move from outside the fissure, found itself unable to enter, as it was too wide to maneuver effectively. The fat catfish floated on the water surface, unable to ascend to the platform, lamenting the situation. Upon entering the fissure, the space proved exceedingly cramped, measuring merely 2 or 3 square meters, bringing Liang Qu face to face with a moss-covered skeleton seated there. The skeleton hung its head, its teeth worn and its jawbone partially broken, leaving it with an eerie grin. The sound of water crashing against the stone walls echoed, transforming the cacophony into the sinister laughter of the skeleton. It was unsettling. The constricted space, only 2 or 3 square meters, made it feel as though they were in close proximity to the skeleton's visage. Liang Qu crouched down, finding no discernible inscriptions, only the sight of the bones, glistening like jade, unmistakably belonging to something extraordinary, with every bone fractured, indicating a death far from natural. Uncertain how long it had been since the skeleton met its end, Liang Qu pondered that ordinary humans typically decompose into bones within 300 days. In human environments, this process occurs even more swiftly. However, warriors do not conform to the norms of ordinary mortals, and Liang Qu had never encountered any systematic discourse on the decay timelines of different realms, leaving him at a loss for comparison. The TN Shu WG Ing swam towards a robust leg bone, emerging from a hole. Are you implying that what you consumed was the essence within the bones? Liang Qu picked up a leg bone, finding it entirely hollow, suddenly enlightened. The remains had decayed long before WI's arrival. The tendons between the bones had also perished, held together solely by the vines. And I had only ingested the powdery remnants within the bones, seemingly anxious that Liang Qu might leave, or perhaps disturbed by his intrusion. The vine that had clung to the skull suddenly fell, disrupting the entire skeleton and revealing the rock wall behind. By the faint light, Liang Qu caught sight of inscriptions beneath the vines. Most were too blurred to decipher, yet a few were recognizable. The vanguard of the Diqian Water Division, having suffered defeat and grave injuries, drifted here, feeling unworthy of imperial grace, and chose to end their life here. A vanguard of the former Diqian? It had clearly been many years since this individual perished, at least 60 years. However, the mention of drifting here suggests a nearby battlefield site. While Liang Qu was disappointed that it was not a martial arts manual, the information revealed was not entirely devoid of utility. A battlefield site must have housed notable generals. Surely figures like Yol Ing, Shuh, and Xing had been present, their armaments and armor surely of high quality. Well-crafted weapons resting at the bottom of the waters for centuries without decay is entirely reasonable, especially for a naval force. I must take heed. Liang Qu committed this matter to memory. He had once yearned to discover treasures such as sunken ships for a windfall. However, the Jianghuai marshes were vast, and the proximity of Huaiwo city to the shore was not particularly valuable. There were scarcely any commendable vessels, only dilapidated fishing boats. Even if there were, finding them would be exceedingly difficult. He alone, accompanied by a few water creatures, would find it even more challenging. A battlefield, however, spans a considerable expanse. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. Alas, even if you have given me nothing, I am of good heart. I shall take you out and bury you beneath my lotus field, so you may find peace in the earth. Liang Qu clapped his hands. After all, burial is merely a form of decomposition, which occurs regardless of location. What grave does not sprout grass? Grass growth is a good omen, signifying abundant earth energy and favorable feng shui. The emergence of precious plants would only enhance this. It is necessary to designate a specific area, wherein the lotus that grows henceforth will solely serve as rewards for the four beasts. Though there is no real issue with consuming some myself, psychologically it still feels a bit unsettling. Slipping back through the rock fissure, Liang Qu used a shard of stone to cut the water spirit mushroom, leaving only a root to ensure its continued growth. With a stone knife in hand, Liang Qu hesitated for a moment before slicing off 1/3 of the mushroom, then having that 1/3 to yield a sixth. This 1/6 would serve as a reward for the immobile, while the remaining 2/12 would be allocated as rewards for the fat catfish and the fist. As for the newly joined AWI, upon seeing the remaining roots, he felt a pang of sorrow. So many had been consumed by T.N. Shu Wging. What was the point of dividing them? Once the water spirit mushrooms are divided, they were consumed raw. Water spirit mushrooms, despite their name, do not possess the hardness of traditional lingji. Their texture resembles that of mushrooms. Water essence, 216 exhilarating. Liang Qu felt invigorated. The unit value of the water spirit mushroom surpassed even that of the large crab roe he had previously tasted. Undoubtedly, it would be utilized once more to enhance his fusion. Once the enhancement was complete, he would be just 30 points away from full integration with ZLing. What scenes await him with the Azure ZLing? Liang Qu's heart brimmed with joy, and warmth began to radiate from his stomach as the energy of the water spirit mushroom surged within him. Without further thought, he immediately commenced his practice. Half an hour later, Liang Qu, his body flushed like a cooked shrimp, exhaled a plume of white mist, stretching his limbs. His internal qi and blood had reached a thickness of 2 inches and a length of 1 foot, and upon increasing by half an inch more, he would be able to begin refining flesh. It could be said that he was flourishing on both land and water, progressing in tandem. Once the river god ritual concluded, he would seek out Hu Xixiang at the martial arts school to address his most pressing deficiencies and become a truly formidable warrior, rather than merely possessing physical strength. Moreover, nearly 10 days had passed since his last visit, and the weapon forging on Lu Xixiang's end was reaching a fever pitch. It was time to see the results. Liang Qu anticipated the future with excitement, when suddenly, the ZD Ing in his mind shone brightly. Water Monkey ZL Ing has surpassed half fusion, comprehending the innate skill water leap, blessed by the river, capable of evolving into the divine ability water travel for 1,000 miles. Liang Qu was overjoyed. His premonition had proven true. Surpassing half fusion indeed brought about a transformation. Overcome with inspiration, a wondrous feeling surged within Liang Qu's heart as he leapt into the water, igniting that extraordinary sensation. In an instant, the surrounding water environment underwent an extraordinarily violent transformation. The water ahead seemed to vanish suddenly, the resistance dissipating into nothingness, while the currents on either side and even behind him felt like great hands propelling him forward. Cough! The technique of Shui Zongyue turned out to be a physically demanding displacement skill. After its use, nearly 1/5 of his stamina vanished in an instant, spanning a distance of 10 meters before crashing against the rock wall, without his nerves fully registering the experience. So, when fully activated, could Shui Zongyue allow him to teleport 50 meters in water? Liang Qu's heart raced as he glanced at the so-called divine ability of Shui Xing Qianli. Surely, it cannot be taken literally, traveling 1,000 miles in an instant? That was truly extraordinary. akin to swimming in the North Sea by day and returning to Kangwoo by night. The concept of river favor became clear for the first time. Previously, it had merely been displayed on the Zhe Ding panel, without Liang Qu understanding its purpose or how to acquire it. Now, he finally grasped its significance, yet he remained clueless about how to obtain it, scratching his head in frustration. Perhaps it was simply a matter of his own insufficient strength, preventing him from reaching the level of river favor. After all, it was not easy to gain the favor of a river with trivial efforts. Suppressing his excitement for the moment, Liang Qu began to examine his other abilities. His water manipulation had surged by 300, reaching a total of 800 gene, a remarkable leap. He then turned his attention to the two beasts. The one that could not move required only 28 points to evolve, while the fat catfish needed 32 points. He did not even need to look at the fist. Its evolution was a distant prospect, waiting until it reached adulthood to become formidable. Wait, something did not add up. Liang Qu was taken aback. He vaguely remembered that last time. It had still required over 40 points. A water spirit mushroom essence was just over 30 points. Even accounting for some discrepancy in cutting, it shouldn't have reduced the points needed for the immobile creature by 10. It only consumed 1/6, which should only amount to 5 points. Was a natural increase? After pondering for a while, with no clarity emerging from his inquiries, Liang Qu could only conclude that it was so. Regardless, reducing the required points for evolution was a positive development. Finally, Liang Qu cast one last glance at the stone cave, an excellent shelter, not too distant from the lotus root field, which he could use as a stronghold for gradual transformation. Before that, he needed to remove the bones and bury them in the lotus root field. Otherwise, it would be too disturbing. How could he allow others to rest where he lay? Not even the bones. After completing this task, Liang Qu felt his stamina replenish significantly and decided to attempt a full version of Shui Zongyue. The water lifted him, resistance vanished, and in the blink of an eye, 50 meters were traversed. It felt as though his stamina had been instantly drained, leaving him utterly exhausted, devoid of even the strength to paddle. Liang Qu hastily called upon the immobile creature to support him as he climbed onto the black canopied boat. It seemed he would need to exercise caution in battle. Otherwise, he could easily become fish on the chopping block. Chapter 64. The River God Ceremony at the 5th watch of the day. As dawn broke, a resounding knock echoed at Liang Qu's door. It was not a disturbance. Everyone in Yixing City was well aware of Liang Qu's identity, and no one dared to cause trouble. The one knocking was Chun Zhaoan's grandson, Chen Tongming. With cupped hands, Chen Tongming said, "Brother Shui, my grandfather asked me to inquire if you are familiar with the sacrificial process and the sacrificial text. You need not memorize it, but you must read it as smoothly as possible, avoiding any stumbles. Shall I read it to you? What do you think?" After a moment's hesitation, Chen Tongming nodded. "Please. Brother Shui, I would like to listen." In the matter of worshipping the river god, Liang Qu, being a direct disciple of Master Yang, could not afford to be negligent. A poor performance would invite the scorn of the villagers, while a commendable one would earn him widespread praise, marking him as a prominent figure in Yixing City, with both advantages and disadvantages. Facing Chen Tongming, Liang Qu recited the sacrificial text. "O river god above, I borrow the land of Yixing City, the waters of the Huaiwo River, bearing the hopes of the people. We humbly worship before your esteemed presence, presenting this sacrificial text." After a quarter of an hour, Liang Qu paused. Chen Tongming nodded. "Brother Shui, your competence is reassuring. With such skill, the villagers will surely commend you. You cannot compare to the elder Chun." Liang Qu humbly replied, "The sacrificial text is flawless, but are you familiar with the process? I grew up in Yixing City and have attended twice annually. I may not have caught a pig, but I have seen them run," Chen Tongming asserted confidently. "Ask me anything." Without hesitation, Chen Tongming continued. "After the ritualist calls for the offering, what should the main officiant do? First offer incense, then present the sacrificial wine, and finally recite the sacrificial text. After reading, have the villagers kneel and set off firecrackers before descending from the sacrificial platform." Chen Tongming nodded. "You're well versed in the sacrificial text and process. There should be no issues. The ceremony will commence at noon, and I shall come to fetch you at 12:15. You must wear clean and tidy clothing, if you lack any. I will find something for you. That will not be necessary. I have a set of my own." "Very well. I shall see you at 12:15. As he watched Chen Tongming depart, Liang Qu felt a flicker of excitement within. Thousands of people would witness him offering incense, presenting wine, and reciting the sacrificial text in front of so many villagers. It was his first time facing such a large audience, and he couldn't help but feel nervous, hoping that everything would proceed smoothly. First, he needed a bath. Liang Qu closed the door and prepared hot water for washing, having not personally caught fish for several days. The fishy odor on him had largely dissipated, undetectable to the average person. After completing his grooming, he tied his long hair neatly, donned the clothing and treasures gifted by his senior brothers and sisters, and felt quite handsome. The blue pearl on the table trembled and unfurled into a 6-inch-long centipede, its blue shell shimmering, radiating colors in the morning light. The Tian Shui centipede crawled from Liang Qu's palm to his wrist, connecting its head and tail, its 100 legs drawing together tightly, seamlessly transforming into a blue jade bracelet. Liang Qu concealed it beneath his arm guard and pushed the door open. As the sacrificial event approached, Qingshi Street bustled with unusual activity. The dazhuang, a type of wide-sleeved robe, was not a cloak but a loose garment, and Liang Qu, tall and upright, wore it with an air of elegance, markedly distinguishing him from the common folk in coarse clothing, drawing many gazes. Numerous villagers observed him with mixed emotions. The crowd that had gathered the previous day was merely a fraction of Yixing City. Many had learned of the event through word of mouth. Now, seeing him in person stirred a variety of thoughts. There was envy, jealousy, happiness, and regret. Regret for not forming a marriage alliance with Liang Qu sooner, thus losing the opportunity for a golden son-in-law. I once considered marrying my daughter to a Shui. If it had happened, wouldn't I be equally esteemed now? Perhaps I would be the one sacrificing livestock today. Your daughter paired with a Shui? You must be joking. I find it disgraceful, and I wouldn't even consider it. Why don't you take a look in the mirror? What are you saying? What is wrong with my daughter? What is wrong with my daughter? Why all the commotion? With Liang Qu achieving such success, I believe he deserves the daughter of the county magistrate. Indeed, a voice called out loudly, giving Liang Qu a thumbs up, a Shui. Righteous. The blue bricks and tiles are ready. I will come to your house to build the wall another day. Liang Qu cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you. Uncle Hu. Don't mention it. I have plenty of strength. Just a bit of effort can earn me 101. I don't know where else to find such good work. Indeed, uncle, you have no shortage of strength. Feel free to call upon me. In the countryside, labor was the least valued, especially in winter when it was difficult to earn money. Many would scramble for work just to secure a meal. Helping out for 2 days in exchange for 101 was an excellent opportunity. At noon, Chun Tongming came to find Liang Qu, and the two set off toward the dock. Villagers emerged from the alleys flanking Qingshi Street, gathering at the dock. A tall, trapezoidal sacrificial platform was erected on the blue stone brick platform, with at least 13 wooden steps leading up to a large square table laden with fruits and vegetables. On each side of the sacrificial platform stood a person holding a large flag, while a team nearby struck gongs. Liang Qu also spotted Chen Jiechong and Li Libo. The three trained together at the martial arts school, and Chen Zhaoan had naturally arranged for them to serve as the strong men for the sacrifice. One held a sheep, while the other grasped a cow, awaiting the offering. At noon, everyone had gathered. The village elders stood with Liang Qu on the left of the sacrificial platform, beneath a grand eave of a high gate courtyard, flanked by 2 stone lions, enhancing the solemnity of the scene. Before the sacrificial platform stood a sea of villagers, all silently awaiting the ceremony. Clang, 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 boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding gongs echoed. The aged priest advanced steadily, traversing the central axis of the altar until he reached its front, where he turned left to stand at 1/4 of the altar's length, his back to the altar and facing the assembled crowd. With a commanding voice, he proclaimed, "Offer the sacrifices." Chen Jiechong took the lead, seizing the bull by its nose ring, closely followed by Li Libo, while Chen Tongmin brought forth a pig. The trio approached the right side of the altar, where others came forth to suspend the 3 offerings. The animals struggled fiercely, yet were ensnared by chains, their efforts rendered futile. Each of the 3 men grasped a sharp knife, aiming for the animals' throats. Strike! At the priest's command, the knives plunged simultaneously into the necks, severing the arteries. Vivid crimson blood spurted forth, cascading into a wooden barrel, releasing plumes of steam. The overwhelming stench of blood ascended, carried by the cold wind, enveloping the entire dock. Rise! The trio lifted the barrel, moving to the water's edge in time with the beating drum. Pool! The barrel tilted, and the blood surged forth, splattering into the water, spreading like a dark ink blot. In the air lingered the heavy scent of blood. The shaman resumed his position, accompanied by 5 resounding gongs. Liang Qu observed as 2 shamans stepped out from beside him, dancing and singing at the altar's sides. He tightened the grip on his parchment. Once the shamans had emerged, it would be his turn to perform. Chief priest, commence. 9 gongs rang out, their sound deafening. Liang Qu stood frozen. He witnessed a shadow skimming over the tiled rooftop, darting from the eaves ahead and vanishing behind a stone wall, withered and gaunt, its skin resembling that of an ancient tree. Chapter 65. The river god did not arrive, but the mountain demon has. The mountain demon? Liang Qu's heart raced violently. The illustration of the mountain demon from the Hao Mutang Ji left a profound impression on him, with its cracked, bark-like skin resembling that of a gnarled tree. It bore a humanoid shape, its skin brown like dry wood, impervious to blades and arrows. It preyed upon livestock and delighted in human organs. How could there be a mountain demon here? Pingyang Town is 16 li from Yixing City. Liang Qu, in a daze, doubted the reality of his vision. Yet in the next moment, the shadow sprang forth from behind the wall, its sharp claws rending the blue bricks beneath, amidst a throng of people. Children in the crowd, gazing around, caught sight of the terrifying creature and erupted into wails. Surrounding adults glared angrily, while a mother swiftly covered her son's mouth. But upon glancing in the direction of the child's gaze, she too was stunned. The air was pierced by shrill screams. It was not an illusion. Retreat. In an instant, the shout drowned out all else. As the words left his lips, more and more people spotted the mountain demon on the rooftop. The news of the mountain demon's appearance had already spread from Pingyang Town to Yixing City, with even posters warning the populace, causing a decline in visitors to Pingyang Town in recent days. Its cracked, brown skin was unmistakable, a mountain demon capable of slaying martial artists. Screams echoed as the once orderly crowd descended into chaos, cries filling the air, yet ahead lay the water's edge, with no means of escape, prompting some to leap into the frigid waters. It was winter. The townsfolk stood up, horrified at the demon's ghastly visage, shouting loudly in an attempt to restore order. The mountain demon, disturbed by the commotion, leaped into the crowd, poised to pounce on a woman. Just then, a fist-sized stone hurtled through the air, striking the demon squarely on the face, sending it crashing to the ground, shattering upon impact. Liang Qu pushed against the tide of panicked people, his palm trembling, blood trickling from his ulnar styloid process. Unbeknownst to him, the stone lion behind him had lost its fangs, its stone orb vanished. Come this way. His voice rang out against the wind, momentarily overpowering the crowd's screams. Like a banner raised on level ground, it directed the frenzied assembly toward him. The woman who had nearly been struck fell to the ground, while a nearby man grasped her hand, the two rolling and scrambling away. The elders, equally terrified, discarded their canes and fled, leaving only Chun Zhaoan and a few others to quickly reassure the populace, guiding them into the safety of the grand estate behind. The area beneath the eaves, where the mountain demon had lurked, soon cleared, revealing ample space, while the demon, now grounded, shook its head and rose again. The powerful stone strike had inflicted no harm upon it. What he witnessed was far more horrifying than any illustration. Liang Qu s'attraced, unsure of where his courage had come from, yet he felt compelled to act. The demon had now fixed its gaze upon him. Was it a lesser demon or a greater one? The lesser demon did not fit. The one before him was of a height similar to his own, and the greater demon capable of slaying martial artists could not be so easily dispatched. Could it be a third type altogether? This would explain its presence in Yixing City. It had not traversed over 10 li. It was already here. What madness! How could there be so many mountain demons? A breeding ground, perhaps. In a flash, Liang Qu even speculated the reason for this demon's emergence. The thick scent of blood in the air, combined with the throngs of people congregating, had undoubtedly drawn the mountain demon. Sacrificing to the river god. Sacrificing to the river god. The river god did not come, but the mountain demon did. Liang Qu's teeth ground in frustration. At the dock, the shamans and priests had vanished. The villagers took refuge indoors, huddled in alleys, the estate packed with people, while a thick wall of onlookers encircled outside, afraid to move for fear of attracting the demon's attention. Within a radius of several dozen meters, only the empty altar remained, alongside the 3 bloodied sacrifices hanging nearby. The mountain demon, displaying considerable intelligence, seemed to recognize Liang Qu as a threat, and they stood in a tense standoff, neither daring to make a move. Under the gaze of its yellowing vertical pupils, Liang Qu felt as though a serpent coiled around his spine, silently observing him. Blood pooled at his ulnar styloid process, trickling down his middle finger, causing an itch. His fingers trembled slightly. A droplet of blood fell, rolling onto the bluestone slab, gathering dust, yet remaining unbroken. Moments later, the droplet burst. "Shui, we are here to help you." "No, don't." Recognizing the voices of Li Libo and Chen Jichong, Liang Qu was taken aback, and he then saw the mountain demon step forward, only to vanish from sight. It was so fast. Liang Qu covered his head with his arms as the demon's claws raked against his tungsten alloy bracers, sparking upon impact, a tremendous force propelling him backward. He skidded across the bluestone, cracking it beneath him, when another fierce gust struck from the left. Liang Qu barely managed to shield his neck, feeling the claws graze his forearm armor, piercing into his waist, yet failing to penetrate further. The demon's claws became ensnared in his bear fur cloak, halted by his mountain cowhide belt, unable to inflict any injury. An opportunity. Liang Qu's blood surged with courage. He rolled the cloak around, sweeping his arm to ensnare the demon's arm, then brought his right fist crashing down toward the demon's face. As he struck, he sensed the fierce wind rushing toward his chest, the demon's other hand converging like a steel blade, exuding a chilling intent. "Now!" Liang Qu shouted, half turning his body to evade a fatal blow, his movements unceasing as he aimed a punch at the demon's head. His fist collided with the demon's face, akin to striking granite. The claws punctured halfway through the cloak, caught by his ribs, blood staining the white garment. Liang Qu remained steadfast, veins bulging at his temples, his expression fierce as he clutched the demon's arm, denying it any chance to move. Unexpectedly, his left arm still possessed strength. Veins protruded, twisting like serpents. As he concentrated his might to grasp the demon's ghostly hand at his chest, while simultaneously restraining both of the demon's arms, a flurry of punches rained down upon the demon's face. Liang Qu's ferocious spirit captivated the onlooking villagers, their fear dissipating with each blow, almost prompting them to cheer. Seizing the moment, the Tianshui centipede, concealed on Liang Qu's wrist, climbed up the demon's arm, targeting its most vulnerable spot to bite down. Viscous red fluid oozed from the centipede's mouthparts, breaking through its defenses. The venom infiltrated his body, and Shan Gui sensed a fatal threat. With all his might, he kicked Liang Qu in the chest. The impact felt as if a battering ram had struck him. With a cacophony of cracking bones reverberating from his sternum to his ribs, the heart nearly ceasing its rhythmic beat, the sharp blades seemed to strike against impenetrable stone, as 2 bloodletting knives simultaneously tore through flesh. Shan Gui, resembling a humanoid figure with skin resembling the withered bark of a tree, was impervious to blades and bullets. Chapter 66. The Finest Offering. Pierce it, strike the gaps. Do not slash. Liang Qu el Chongitaitli, shooting. Shan Gui was not without weaknesses. Its formidable defenses were derived from the bark-like, wrinkled skin that it cracked and fissured. Such hardness impeded movement, creating gaps that represented its greatest vulnerability. Li Libo and Chen Jichong, upon hearing this, shifted their attacks from slashing to thrusting. The bloodletting knives, already slender and sharp, were well suited for piercing. After 2 months of diligent practice at the martial arts school, they were far from inexperienced, their strength akin to that of a seasoned adult and in a life-or-death struggle. Their might was amplified, the blades swiftly plunging deep. The venom of the Tian Shui Wugong only unsettled Shan Gui, but now, pierced by the keen blade, it writhed in agony. Liang Qu could no longer contain it. His grip was almost torn apart, and he was forced to release Shan Gui's left arm. Seeing this, Li Libo reached out to grasp it, attempting to help hold it down, but Shan Gui swept its left arm, sending him flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Rolling like a gourd, the villagers crowded behind gasped in astonishment. The metallic scent mingling with the river breeze invaded their nostrils, compelling them to retreat further, huddling together. No one dared to flee, fearing that frantic movements might render them targets for Shan Gui, desperately trying to burrow deeper into the crowd. Some wished to act but were paralyzed by fear, helplessly watching the three assault Shan Gui. Li Libo, lying on the ground, coughed up blood, his vision blurring. Nearly losing consciousness, he covered his chest, opening his eyes to behold Liang Qu, who single-handedly held Shan Gui at bay, a figure of formidable strength. How could there be such disparity among those who entered the martial arts school on the same day? Witnessing Shan Gui's strike send Li Libo flying, Chun Jiechong's pupils constricted, and he dared not advance. Seeing the knife fail to penetrate, he relinquished it, stepping back, using his heel to push against the knife's hilt, forcing the blade through the skin's fissures, nearly protruding through Shan Gui's back. Excellent! Liang Qu rejoiced at this sight, only to feel Shan Gui struggling even more fiercely in his grasp. Shan Gui let out a howl, its parched throat emitting a chilling wail, and its left hand plunged into Liang Qu's right arm, bearing its jagged fangs toward Liang Qu's neck. Liang Qu sought to evade, but there was nowhere to hide. He could only desperately tilt his neck back. Pain surged through his shoulder as the canine teeth, despite the heavy cloak, pierced into his flesh, threatening to shatter bones. Yet Liang Qu dared not release his hold. He could not allow Shan Gui to touch the ground, for then it would have leveraged to easily tear away his entire scapula. The toxin of the Tian Shui Wugong had yet to take effect. Li Libo attempted to rise, but the pain in his chest was unbearable, as if his bones were disintegrating. Chun Jiechong, expending all his strength, propelled himself to the ground, having no time to stand. The villagers screamed in panic, pressing close together. In that moment, no one could come to his aid. All hope rested on his own resilience. His will burned like an inferno. Liang Qu clutched Shan Gui tightly, an immense power swelling within him as he suddenly lifted his knee, striking Shan Gui in the abdomen. The violence penetrated Shan Gui's body, and its bones cracked explosively. But it was not over. Liang Qu forcefully pushed off the ground, seizing Shan Gui and slamming it onto the earth before him. The bluestone slabs collided with the remaining knife embedded in Shan Gui, shattering into pieces. Yet the blade remained lodged, penetrating deeply from hilt to tip, the point even emerging from Shan Gui's chest, a small segment piercing Liang Qu's own. The massive knife hilt inflicted a grievous wound, causing Shan Gui's strength to drain abruptly, releasing its hold on Liang Qu's shoulder. Liang Qu shoved Shan Gui, then pushed himself up and retreated, fearful to touch his shoulder, terrified of finding it littered with splintered bone fragments. After the initial agony subsided, a numbness prevailed, as the adrenaline coursed through him, suppressing all sensation. On the ground, Li Libo and Chun Jiechong stared, dumbfounded, while the villagers momentarily forgot their screams. Pain drove Shan Gui into a frenzied roll on the ground, its flailing limbs shattering stones. Black blood oozed forth, and Liang Qu gasped, attempting to manipulate the flow, wishing for it to spill more, but to no avail. Whether it was Wu Shi Xiang or Xiang Shi Xiang, including the Shan Gui before them, it seemed that anyone with sufficient strength could regard everything within as their domain, impervious to the influence of others unless through overwhelming force could they invade. Cornered and desperate, witnessing Shan Gui's madness, Liang Qu dared not approach. He picked up Li Libo's fallen knife and retreated. Li Libo and Chun Jiechong had no time to rise from the ground, fleeing in the opposite direction. Shan Gui staggered back, clawing at its own back, attempting to extract the knife, yet could not reach the hilt. To pull it from its chest was an impossibility. The excruciating pain ignited its nerves, and Shan Gui suddenly leaped from the ground, sending a chill down Liang Qu's spine. He saw a shadow flash, the stench of blood rushing toward him. Realizing Shan Gui had arrived before him, the villagers gasped, witnessing the standing figure in black robes fall as if the courage they had just mustered crumbled away, their morale dissipating. Yet as the shadow fell, it revealed Liang Qu's silhouette. What Shan Gui had lunged at was merely a cloak. In a moment of peril, Liang Qu suddenly crouched, the loose cloak slipping off him with ease. He grasped a corner of the cloak that brushed past him in midair, spinning around, the cloak billowing like a black wave, shaking off the encumbered Shan Gui and draping it back across his shoulders. Shan Gui, caught off guard, crashed to the ground, the knife embedded in its back twisting the wound further. The toxin of the Tian Shui Wugong now coursing through it, finally took effect, paralyzing Shan Gui's entire body. Chun Jichong, still in decent condition, crawled to Li Libo, grasping his arm and draping it over his shoulder, helping him up, and slowly making their way to Liang Qu, supporting him as well. Liang Qu was gravely injured, his stamina severely depleted, and he too was on the verge of collapse. In the courtyard, the crowd in the narrow alley expanded slightly. The three stood together, all gasping for breath, watching as Shan Gui's movements grew increasingly feeble, until it finally collapsed to the ground, silent. Dead? Li Libo turned to Liang Qu. Liang Qu shook his head. Wait a moment longer. A torturous quarter of an hour passed, and just as Li Libo believed Shan Gui had truly perished, the creature suddenly lifted its head from the ground, emitting a terrifying whimper, its emaciated arms clawing at the earth, inching toward Liang Qu. The blade protruding from Shan Gui's chest scraped against the stone, producing a grating sound. Only Liang Qu remained motionless, along with Chun Jiechong, who was unable to move. Both were filled with trepidation, watching as Shan Gui dragged a long trail of black blood, ultimately collapsing at Liang Qu's feet, breathless and still. Li Libo felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead as he swallowed hard. Surely this time it is truly dead? A Shan Gui capable of slaying two martial artists was genuinely defeated by them? Although it seemed less formidable than imagined, it was still a Shan Gui. The villagers were equally incredulous, their eyes filled with reverence. The Wang brothers, hiding in the alley, felt their hearts race at Liang Qu's gaze, wishing they could shrink into the earth. Liang Qu gazed at Shan Gui for a long time, then lifted his head to meet the startled eyes of the villagers, as well as the empty, sacrificial altar. He released Chun Jiechong's shoulder, pressing one knee against Shan Gui's neck, gripping a sharp blade, and meticulously severing the head from the body, blood seeping across the stone slab in torrents. The scene was ferocious and terrifying, instilling fear in those who beheld it. The two observers, mere feet away, felt their teeth ache at the sight. Liang Qu completely detached Shan Gui's head, holding it aloft with one hand before the multitude of villagers, proclaiming it the finest offering to the river god. Chapter 67. The River's Favor. Clang, clang, clang. On either side of the altar, shamans wielded short staffs, chanting hymns, yet a careful listener would discern that each tone trembled. At first, one might genuinely believe this was the essence of the hymns. The priest gazed at a shadow to one side, taking a deep breath, calming his thoughts before bellowing. The chief priest shall proceed. The musicians raised the bronze horn. The large drum, made from yellow cowhide, resounded with mighty strikes, its echoes reverberating through the cobblestone street, growing increasingly profound, as if striking at the very hearts of the onlookers. Liang Qu rose, taking a step with each beat, under the gaze of countless eyes. He approached the central axis of the altar, ascending the 13 steps to stand atop it. In the center of the 5-foot-long offering table, the massive head of Shan Gui faced the mighty river, its yellow pupils dull and lifeless, black blood pooling beneath. Incense. Liang Qu ignited the incense with charcoal, bending to insert it into the burner. Ritual wine. He received the wine jug, filling 3 cups to the brim and coming to a halt. Praise. Ritual text. O river god, from the sacred land of Yujia, by the waters of the Huaiwo River, where the hopes of the people converge, we, the multitude, humbly worship before you, presenting this ritual text. In the primordial chaos, heaven and earth were born. The celestial bodies traverse the skies, while the earth flows with rivers, nourishing the land, giving rise to all things. The renowned Huaiwo River, stretching endlessly, suddenly stirs with waves. In the vastness of heaven and earth, the echoes resonate. Bow. Ritual for the Huaiwo River. The river's favor bestows good fortune. Liang Qu bowed deeply, remening motionless. He bowed again. A fierce wind surged from the river, sweeping powerfully, unceasing over vast distances, his long robe billowing in the breeze. The villagers kneeling in reverence could not help but glance up, witnessing the blood-red attire beneath the dark cloak, their spirits shaken, as if in the presence of a deity. Liang Guangtian, hiding among the crowd, bowed repeatedly, and by the time he stood, his back was drenched with cold sweat. The figure on the altar exuded an awe-inspiring presence, entirely unrecognizable from the hunched figure that had sought food 3 months prior. He suddenly felt his nephew was so strange, so fearsome, A mix of dread and regret enveloped him. He cast a glance at Chen Qingjiang, standing at the forefront of the altar, pondering whether a timely request for aid would have led to a different outcome. Firecrackers exploded in a cacophony. The priest shouted, and Liang Qu descended from the altar. A few men clad in raincoats ascended the altar to dance, the drumming growing jubilant. With the conclusion of the ceremony, a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone present. The ritual had been successfully completed, and the appearance of Shan Gui was not an omen of misfortune. Chen Zhaowen's anxious heart calmed. At 72 years of age, having witnessed the founding of the Deshun dynasty for merely 60 years, he recalled the founding scenes vividly, yet in all his years, he had never experienced such a breathtaking ceremony. The unexpected attack by Shan Gui during the ritual and its subsequent defeat offered a rare spectacle. Truly, a remarkable experience. Liang Qu descended the altar, and the village elders, including Chen Zhaowen, quickly surrounded him. The ritual was over, yet their questions remained unanswered. Why had the Shan Gui appeared here? Was it the same one that had wreaked havoc in Pingyang Town, killing martial artists? Would there be further threats? Liang Qu waved his hand, gesturing to his wounds. Let me wash up first, and then we can discuss it. Please summon the healer. Oh, of course, of course. Let's head to my home. Chen Zhaowen and the others recalled Liang Qu's injuries, and an elder hurriedly beckoned the crowd to follow him to his residence. A large estate guarded by a stone lion where most villagers had taken refuge. Upon entering the estate, the elder instructed someone to boil water and was about to send his eldest son to fetch the doctor when the physician himself hurriedly stepped forward. Young Master Liang, I'm right here. The ritual for the river god was of great importance, and even fishermen were expected to attend. As the doctor of Yuxing City, he was naturally present, positioned near the altar, just behind the wealthier families and artisans. Liang Qu nodded, half donning his shirt to expose his upper body. Please, doctor, take a look at me. His most severe wounds were on his chest, shoulder, and right arm, inflicted by the claws and bites of the Shan Gui, all located on his upper body. The doctor approached, examining him in astonishment. I wonder what materials your cloak and robe are made of, young Master Liang. Liang Qu replied, the cloak was a gift from my second senior brother, crafted from bear hide, impervious to blades, while the robe was a gift from my 8th senior brother, interwoven with silkworm silk. This battle against the Shan Gui was possible due to 3 factors. First, the protective qualities of the materials greatly enhanced my strength and defense. Second, my physical prowess surged due to their integration. Third, the slow-acting yet crucial effect of centipede venom delivered a fatal blow at a critical moment. Lastly, I was fully equipped with divine armor. Though I may be inexperienced, I possess 6 divine garments. Whether it be arm guards, the cloak, the robe interwoven with silkworm silk, or the bison leather belt, all had successfully shielded him from numerous lethal attacks. Remarkably, he emerged from the entire battle unscathed, without even a loose thread. The elders were unfamiliar with the terms bear hide and silkworm silk, yet their ignorance only heightened their admiration. They marveled at the prowess of Yang Ye's disciple. Even his attire was extraordinary. No wonder, no wonder. The doctor exclaimed in wonder, with the protection of this cloak and garment and your robust physique. While the injuries appear severe, they are merely flesh wounds. They are deep and bleeding profusely, requiring attention to prevent infection. Fortunately, the weather is cold, reducing the risk of inflammation. With proper cleaning, application of medicine, and bandaging, you should recover within 2 weeks. Liang Qu nodded, relieved that no bones had been injured. Had they been, he would have faced great suffering. He gestured toward Li Libo and Chen Jichang nearby. Doctor, please check on my 2 friends as well. Of course. Of course. The doctor moved to examine the 2. Chen Jichang had only minor issues, feeling somewhat drained, with the most significant injury being a scraped hand from kicking the Shan Gui. Li Libo, however, was in a dire situation, having sustained a fracture in his forearm from the Shan Gui's strike. It was not completely broken, but the injury would take at least 2 to 3 months to heal. Li Libo lamented, what will I do now? How can I practice martial arts? Beside him, Li Libo's father, Li Dakong, also displayed concern. Liang Qu chuckled, don't worry. I will explain the situation to my seniors, and you can take a 3-month leave. Without the assistance of the 2, capturing the Shan Gui would have been exceedingly difficult, and Liang Qu naturally intended to support them. Really? If it's not a complete fracture, 2 months should suffice. I have no objections. It is as you say. Li Dakong rejoiced, Thank you so much, Ashuai. It's no trouble at all, uncle. Doctor, please come help me. I am in pain too. I will check on them first. The doctor apologized and busied himself. The courtyard was filled with many injured individuals. During the chaos of the Shangue incident, numerous villagers had fallen during the panic, leading to trampling. Fortunately, no one died, though several suffered serious injuries. A few, in their frantic escape, had jumped into the water. But thanks to Liang Qu and the others finishing their battle swiftly, they were rescued in time and did not freeze to death. These individuals were carried into the estate by the elders. The elders gathered once more, eagerly seeking answers to their pressing questions. Chapter 68. I will fetch reinforcements. In the main hall, Liang Qu occupied the upper right seat, exposing his upper body, revealing alarming wounds. Behind him, the doctor held a mortar, crushing herbs to extract juices to prevent infection of wounds. Chun Zhaoan sat in the upper left, hands crossed over his cane. A gathering of village elders, some seated and others standing, radiated an air of unease, occasionally stealing glances at the ghastly wound that seemed to inflict pain upon their very souls. Apart from the muffled groans of the injured villagers within the hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the atmosphere. Chun Zhaoan cast a sweeping gaze, fixing his attention on an elder seated to his lower left. The elder, understanding the unspoken cue, rose to address Liang Qu once more, reiterating the previous inquiry. This mountain spirit was neither the notorious Shangue of Pingyang Town nor the lesser Xia Shangue born from it. Liang Qu reached a definitive conclusion as he opened the coffin. The physician, tasked with grinding herbs, trembled momentarily, yet maintained a calm demeanor, their dialogue reminiscent of a painful yet necessary surgical procedure. Was it not indicative of the existence of more mountain spirits? If one was already so terrifying, how dreadful could the others be? Today, they were fortunate to have Ashuai present. Without him, calamity would surely have ensued. How could these entities have ventured to Yixing City, a full 16 li away from Pingyang Town, a journey requiring an entire hour on foot? The elders exchanged glances, their hearts weighed down by dread. They had faced mountain spirits firsthand, with those yellow, pus-like vertical pupils more fearsome than a ferocious tiger. Many elders dropped their canes in terror, their long-standing ailments suddenly healed. They had presumed that misfortune would strike in Pingyang Town, leaving Yixing City unscathed. But now it appeared that distance offered no security. Yet, Liang Qu remained steadfast in his assessment. The Xia Shangue, resembling a human infant in size, would require at least 3 months to grow to a height comparable to that of a person. Ru Xiaohui's time of death could not have exceeded half a month. Thus, it could not have been a recently hatched Xia Shangue. Furthermore, it was implausible that it was the Shangue responsible for Ru Xiaohui's demise. The strength of the Shangue was evidently superior to that of Ru Xiaohui, which accounted for the absence of significant traces of combat at the scene, capable of overwhelming even a second-tier martial artist. In such a confrontation, Liang Qu would not stand a chance, and it was inconceivable that a stone ball from the mouth of a stone lion could have sent it flying. The crowd turned their gazes toward Chun Zhaoan, the highest-ranking individual present, who comprehended their collective concern. He spoke, "Ashuai, could the other 2 mountain spirits also be in Yixing City? Furthermore, it is curious that they would emerge precisely today during the sacrificial rites." The physician applied the medicinal herbs to Liang Qu's shoulder, discreetly straining to listen, oblivious to the trembling of his own hands. Impossible. Liang Qu firmly rejected the notion. Mountain spirits are terrestrial entities, governed by the mountain deities. If it were the river god, one would expect water beasts to be dispatched, or at the very least, torrential rains and floods would inundate Yixing City. How could a mountain spirit be sent? Moreover, had they not offered the head of the mountain spirit as a sacrifice? If this were indeed the will of the river god, why was there not the slightest stir? The other elders found Liang Qu's reasoning compelling, nodding in agreement. It was a relief that it was not the river god's wrath. Should the river god indeed be enraged, it would be far more terrifying than any mountain spirit, forcing thousands to abandon their homes. Liang Qu slightly lifted his shoulder, the herbal liquid causing a twinge of pain at his wound. Taking a breath, he continued, "As for how the mountain spirits arrived, I suspect it has to do with today's sacrificial rites, where people congregated, creating an atmosphere heavy with blood and human scent, attracting these creatures. Mountain spirits are known to feast on livestock and delight in human organs. The spirit I dispatched was of moderate strength, residing between the Xiaoshan Gui and the Dashan Gui. It was neither newly born nor fully matured. The combination of livestock blood and human essence served as an ideal bait. Regarding the presence of other mountain spirits in Yixing City, I cannot guarantee. Perhaps there are more, perhaps not. However, in my lifetime, I have encountered few records of spirit-related homicides, and the sudden emergence of 3 at once raises my suspicions. As the rolled-up cloth fell to the ground, the physician hastily retrieved it, neglecting to continue bandaging, and inquired urgently, "Are there spirits?" An elder, in a state of agitation, paced anxiously. "Indeed, there are spirits. If there were none, how could so many entities appear without reason? We have only heard tales of families venturing into the mountains or crossing rivers to vanish. Never have we witnessed such audacity." Doning tu Liang Qu. He grasped his forearm. "Ashuai, you grew up in Yixing City. You must not be like those ungrateful wretches who, upon gaining power, abandon their kin." Coughing lightly, Chun Zhaoan fixed his gaze on the speaking elder. Among the village elders, there existed a hierarchy. The others quickly rose to amend their statements. "Indeed, if you had not been here today, who knows how many lives would have been lost. Ashuai, you are now a genuine martial artist, having broken through the barriers, correct?" "Yes, just the day before yesterday." "Impressive. Unlike my own useless son, you are a true talent from Yixing." The astonishment of Li Libo and Chun Jiachong, standing at the side of the hall, only deepened their admiration for Liang Qu's extraordinary abilities. While he had been of assistance today, what of the future? They feared that he would gradually drift away. Chun Zhaoan raised his hand, urging calm among the crowd, and solemnly declared, "Rest assured, we shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. For today's events, you have saved our lives. Each elder present shall contribute 10 taels of silver. Although it may not be much, it represents our heartfelt gratitude. Indeed, we must contribute." "Very well, I shall be the first." The battle against the mountain spirit had been witnessed by all. Its claws were sharper than steel, capable of shattering stone slabs with ease. And its tough hide rendered blades ineffective, a foe beyond the capabilities of mere mortals, likely to claim countless lives. Liang Qu's ability to engage such a creature was nothing short of remarkable, although Li Libo and Chun Jiachong had lent assistance. Everyone could discern who was truly pivotal in the confrontation. Yixing City was not devoid of martial artists, yet those of true merit had long since relocated, leaving only those who had failed to achieve greatness, who clung to their possessions in Yixing City, much like the elder who owned the estate, whose descendants were inept in both scholarly pursuits and martial training, indulging only in pleasure. At present, Liang Qu was the only one they could rely upon. Under the expectant gaze of the villagers, Liang Qu felt a pang of awkwardness. With 7 or 8 elders present, their collective contributions amounted to nearly 100 taels of silver. He was undeniably tempted, yet the issue at hand was not one of wealth, but of capability. Today had been perilous. Without the assistance of a Wei's venom and the support of a Chong and a bow, the outcome of another encounter was uncertain. However, his limitations did not imply that others shared them. Esteemed elders, I must admit that I was fortunate this time, and that this mountain spirit was of average strength. Had it been the one from Pingyang Town, I would have had no chance of victory. The elders' spirits plummeted, yet Liang Qu swiftly shifted his tone. "When do you intend to depart? There is no time to lose. We must leave immediately." Wrapping a cloth around himself, Liang Qu rose to dress. "Indeed, it is best to prepare the horses promptly. Horses are unnecessary. The land route is unsafe. I shall take the waterway, and I only need Chun Jiachong to accompany me for a short trip. What the garments I have changed out of." Chun Zhaoan sent someone to retrieve the washed cloak and robe, offering them to Liang Qu. "Here are your clean garments, though they are not yet fully dry. This attire of yours is truly remarkable. Despite the numerous bloodstains, a mere dip in the water rendered it spotless." "Thank you, Chun Li Lao." Liang Qu took the clothing without further hesitation, leaping from the dock as he exited. Chun Jiachong followed closely, taking up the oars aboard the boat. The black-sailed vessel glided along the marshlands toward Pingyang Town. Chapter 69. The vanished Master Yang. The Zetting radiated a ghostly blue light. Master of the Cauldron, Liang Qu, refining the spirit of the marsh. Water Monkey White. Integration level, 706. Innate skill, Water Leap. Essence of the marsh, none. Favor of the river, 00001, Huaiwo River. Domination of aquatic beasts, Huaiwo crocodile. Six-beard catfish, stone crab, heavenly water centipede. Evaluation. The water monkey spirit derived from the great lord of the Huaiwo whirlpool, its potential remains largely untapped, rendering it an inconsequential entity. The favor of the river, 00001. This minimal decimal quality was akin to a minor concession on a shopping platform. Yet, Liang Qu fixated on this diminutive 00001, deeply aware of its rarity. Whether due to the increase in integration level or the favor bestowed, the final evaluation had shifted from weak in nature to inconsequential, which, while seemingly negligible, could be considered a small advancement. It remains unclear which specific step in the sacrificial rites received divine acknowledgement. Was it the role of the chief priest, the offering to the mountain spirit, or the act of leading thousands of people? Or perhaps it is not merely a singular step, but rather the entirety of the ritual process that must be completed to earn favor. To gain such favor in the future, must one always assume the role of chief priest? The questions abound, for the entire sacrificial process is exceedingly intricate, making it challenging to replicate for comparative experimentation. Liang Qu, unable to make a definitive judgment, can only conjecture. Today's ritual claims to honor the river deity, yet in essence, lacks a specific focus. As Lin Songbao remarked, every year, formidable demons appear before mortals. This year, it is the spherical shadow of the black toad. Last year it was the grand wide fish, and the year before that the same. Each of these occurrences prompted subsequent sacrifices, a custom formed out of the villagers' fears. With so many formidable demons and the vastness of the Jianghuai River, the likelihood of witnessing the same demon in the same location is exceedingly low. This circumstance leads to the conception that the river deity of Jianghuai may possess the ability to transform itself. Folklore often depicts the Jianghuai River deity as a dashing young nobleman who falls in love with local women, punishes corrupt officials and unworthy descendants, and aids struggling scholars. In the absence of a specific target, to claim it as a right for the river deity is perhaps more aptly described as a right for the Jianghuai River itself. The villagers hope that by offering livestock, they can evoke the river's compassion and ensure favorable weather, bountiful harvests, and thriving fish populations in the coming year. Thus, the true object of the sacrifice is the Jianghuai River itself. If one wishes to obtain favor through sacrifice, this must be a fundamental condition. The scale of the sacrifice and one's position within it should be regarded as another necessary condition. As the chief priest, leading thousands in worship would surely inspire greater awe than even an emperor's morning court. However, if reduced to just one among the multitude, the impact would likely diminish. The quality of the offerings also plays a crucial role. It is not merely about the presence of supernatural beings, but at the very least requires the three sacrificial animals. These three elements likely constitute the key factors in obtaining favor. If one were to serve as chief priest, leading 100,000 followers in the sacrifice of three exceptionally powerful demons, surely the favor received would be significant. Liang Qu does not believe that merely setting up 2 rickety tables and offering a couple of chickens in secret will garner the Jianghuai River's favor. That would be far too trivial. Nonetheless, he considers it worth a try, as it costs nothing to test. Perhaps in a few days, he could prepare 2 chickens, a censer, and pour the blood into the river, preferably from hens raised for 2.5 years. Liang Qu. He stepped out of the boat canopy and stood at the bow, contemplating the nuances of receiving favor. The long winds howled, and the oars struck the river, creating swirling eddies. Chun Jiechong felt something amiss. Though he was an adept fisherman and skilled at navigating boats, today the rowing felt unusually effortless, as if the universe conspired to assist him, gliding smoothly through the waters. Perhaps it was the unfamiliar weight of the borrowed boat, or maybe he had grown out of practice after spending a couple of months at the Martial Arts Academy without fishing. Wait, why had the boat's speed diminished again? Chun Jiechong rowed, sensing an oddity in his grip, as if he were paddling through glue. Fortunately, it soon normalized, neither too easy nor overly strenuous, akin to his usual experience. Today's river currents felt peculiar, unlike anything he had encountered before. Had he inadvertently traversed hidden currents? Confusion reigned. Liang Qu squatted at the bow, relinquishing his water manipulation ability. A favor level of 0. 00001 is far too minuscule to evolve his innate skill of water agility. However, his water control abilities had slightly improved, perhaps rising from 800 pounds to 1,000. The physical exertion during water manipulation had decreased, and his agility had heightened. Yet, he remained puzzled as to why blood manipulation remained so challenging. He could not even sense the flow of blood within Chen Jiechong's body. To this day, he could only manipulate the blood of ordinary individuals. Upon returning, he resolved to examine the 2 scrolls of Yu Guanjiao, the sentiment of fate, as they might hold answers. In recent days, Liang Qu had been engrossed in Hao Mu Tang Miscellaneous Records Annotated Edition, expanding his knowledge and experiences, inadvertently neglecting the overarching narratives of martial arts. This was understandable. For Yu Guanjiao, the sentiment of fate was rather tedious, far less engaging than Hao Mu Tang Miscellaneous Records Annotated Edition, which presented its insights through captivating stories filled with unexpected twists, making it much more entertaining to read. The black-sailed boat glided through the winding river, brushing past several passenger vessels. As the Nanstone Bridge passed overhead, Liang Qu glanced up to see a hurried figure crossing the bridge. Ah, Zhang Xiang. Liang Qu watched intently until the steward of the Zhao family turned into a corner and vanished from sight. He vividly remembered the time Zhang Xiang came to seek him as a foster son of the elder Zhao. That moment was still fresh in his mind. It was surprising to see him again today. Strangely, Lin Di was aware of Zhang Xiang becoming a disciple of Yang, yet the Zhao family, with its grand stature, had not shown any inclination to reach out. Was it a deliberate coldness? Liang Qu found it perplexing as he watched the black-sailed boat navigate the river. The Yang residence came into view, and he chose to dismiss these trivialities. He no longer regarded such minor figures with importance, considering them unworthy of his thoughts. Ascending the rocky shores, Chen Jiechong remained on the boat to keep watch, while Liang Qu approached and knocked on the brass ring. The gatekeeper, recognizing Liang Qu, promptly addressed him as young Master Jiao before opening the gate. Led by a servant through the courtyard, Liang Qu did not encounter Master Yang, but instead saw Yang's wife, Su Shi, seated in a grand armchair with the support of Nan Di. Liang Qu hurriedly greeted her. "I pay my respects to you, madam." Su Shi leaned back against the chair, smiling. "Why has young Master Jiao come a visit? One seldom sees you around. I wanted to invite you for a meal, but you are nowhere to be found." Among the 9 young ones, you and Xiao Si and Xiao Wu are the most presentable, yet Xiao Si is rather eccentric, and Xiao Wu is aloof. I wish for your company, but alas, you are rarely seen. Sigh. It seems madam is rather fond of handsome faces. Liang Qu felt somewhat embarrassed. Indeed, matters have been overwhelming. I have not had the time to spare. Between studying, practicing martial arts, and fishing, I promise to pay my respect to you daily once I have some free time. Fishing? Is it that you lack silver? I knew it. Old Yang is so stingy. What could 10 tails do? And what if it spoils your character? You are a good child. A little silver will not spoil you. Nandi, go fetch a bar of silver from my cabinet. Liang Qu felt awkward hearing this. A bar of silver. That was 50 taels. Madam was being rather extravagant. Yet, he had not come seeking silver. Liang Qu hurriedly laid bare his intentions for visiting, fearing it might seem akin to soliciting a family red envelope. After hearing this, Su Shi beckoned, "Young Master Jiao, come here." Liang Qu obediently stood and squatted before Su Shi. She leaned in and sniffed. "No wonder there's a strong medicinal scent upon your arrival. You reek of blood. Have you been injured?" "A mere light wound is nothing serious." Su Shi directly pulled aside Liang Qu's collar, examining the thick white cloth with a frown. "Is this what you call a light wound?" "Nandi, do not fetch the silver. Go to my second cabinet and bring a bottle of meat-replenishing elixir." "Madam, truly it is unnecessary. I have rolled in the mud since childhood. A little flesh wound is nothing much." The villagers are waiting and are quite anxious. Anxiety will not help. Your master is not even in the residence. Chapter 70. The concealment of the embryo pearl, flesh and blood transformed into elixir master, is not here. Liang Qu knelt on the ground, feeling uncomfortable as Su Shi held his collar tightly, unable to struggle. Su Shi, being quite elderly and seemingly untrained in martial arts, would not fare well if injured. Liang Qu lowered his head, his brow furrowed. To be absent for such a long time now, it felt suspicious. Could it be a conspiracy? Yes. Liang Qu instinctively nodded, then realized something was amiss, looking up at Su Shi, wondering how she knew. Drawing the tiger away from his mountain lair, Su Shi replied calmly. A few days ago, the magistrate of Chaojiang sent his eldest son to inform us that they discovered the Water Mudu cult's demon people. The Bronze and Iron Badge constables have been investigating for over half a month and have finally pinpointed their location. To prevent any unforeseen events, they requested your master to oversee the situation. With such coincidences, how could one not be suspicious? Was the Water Mudu cult an old dog hiding within the vast waters, mostly remnants of the previous dynasty, pitiful souls plotting to restore their nation? Did master agree? The county magistrate has promised numerous benefits, and at that time, we were oblivious to any improprieties. If this truly is a ploy to lure the tiger from its den, does it not imply the magistrate's involvement? Perhaps, if he is indeed involved, revealing the past would merely alert the snake in the grass. If not, it could very well be a conspiracy orchestrated by Huaiwo River, aiming to sow seeds of doubt within us. Nan Di gracefully approached from his side, carrying a small vial on a tray. Su Shi extended her hand to receive it, uncorking the red stopper and pouring out 3 pills, each the size of fish eyes. Open your mouth, she instructed. You need not worry, master. Just do as I say, she insisted. Reluctantly, Liang Qu opened his mouth and was fed one of the pills. Good boy. Su Shi then proceeded to tear open the gauze bandages on his shoulder and chest, crushing a pill over each wound. After administering the treatment, Liang Qu felt a warmth envelop his injuries, which began to heal at an astonishing pace, far surpassing that of lotus roots. He felt a pang of distress. Such extravagance for mere minor injuries seemed wasteful to him. This vial contains 10 pills. Having used 3, the remaining 7 are yours. Do not hesitate to use medicine when injured. One can never predict when misfortune may strike. Do not allow yourself to remain in a weakened state. Liang Qu bowed his head, acknowledging I understand. Indeed, it appears you have been diligent of late. The mountain spirits reproduce rapidly, swiftly draining the life force of their hosts. The stronger the host, the more energy absorbed, resulting in even more formidable mountain spirits. If one can extract them before they hatch, they become precious medicinal treasures. Should a skilled apothecary know how to refine them, several fetal pills could be fused to create a taiju dan. Huaiwo River has previously engaged in such practices with remarkable results. A batch sufficient for 100 individuals could instantly elevate a normal person into a galloping martial artist. With no known limits. I vividly recall when several villages were decimated by them. The emperor was enraged and dispatched the esteemed General Su Youguang to eradicate them. I was merely in my early teens at the time, but the event remains etched in my memory. Following that incident, Huaiwo River vanished for decades. I suspect the mountain spirits in Yixing City may not be a coincidence, but rather a hidden scheme laid by Huaiwo River. Awakened prematurely by your rituals for the river god, Liang Qu felt a deep sense of concern. How could such a significant threat loom over his novice village? What do you think I should do, master? Su Shi rolled her eyes. How should I know? I'm just a frail old woman, and I only know so much from reading. Ask your senior brothers. Although Xiao Er, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Lu are absent, there's still Xiao San, Xiao Si, Xiao Qi, and Xiao Ba, right? Do you expect an old woman like me to devise a plan? In that case, time is of the essence. I shall seek out my senior brothers at the martial arts hall. As Liang Qu turned to leave, Su Shi grabbed his arm. Truly, one can see why she is the wife of the great hunting master. Her composure is remarkable even without martial training. Perhaps it is best I do not linger. I have a friend waiting for me by the river. Send a servant to fetch him so he may join us for dinner. That might not be appropriate. Is it? Very well. I shall go and summon him. If you dare sneak away, do not expect to cross this threshold again. Liang Qu stumbled over the threshold in haste, rushing to the riverbank to call for Chen Jiechong. This is too generous. I cannot express my gratitude enough. Chen Jiechong, dazed, exited the Yang residence, clutching the 2 small vials tightly, terrified of dropping them. The meal not only included an array of exquisite delicacies, but also 2 vials of precious pills. Upon hearing of Chen Jiechong's assistance to Liang Qu during the battle with the mountain spirits, Su Shi generously presented 2 bottles of blood essence pills, 1 for each, equal to the nourishment of a 10-pound red blood perch, coupled with the medicinal broth from the martial arts hall. Both young men were on the verge of becoming martial artists. Chen Jiechong expressed his thanks. Shui, I appreciate your kindness. What need is there for thanks? If anyone deserves gratitude, it is my master. I owe you my thanks as well. Without your timely assistance, I would have been in peril. I merely wished to contribute in some way. That is sufficient. Liang Qu patted Chen Jiechong on the shoulder. Among men, words are unnecessary. A single gesture suffices. Upon returning to the martial arts hall, Liang Qu found Xiang Chongsong and Hu Qi recounting his conversation with Su Shi in its entirety. Xiang Chongsong, arms crossed and chin resting on his hand, remarked Huaiwo Jiao, I have no recollection of that name. I have not heard of it. However, I have heard some rumors that align closely with what your master has mentioned. It is said that the Taizhu Dan produced a dozen galloping martial artists. Coupled with Huaiwo Jiao's formations, they successfully repelled the attacks of 3 martial artists from the Wolfsmoke sect. The key lies in their rapid ascension. With enough lives sacrificed, they can continuously produce martial artists. Xiang Chongsong shook his head. I fear the records may be exaggerated. If they were indeed ordinary people lacking martial foundations and comprehension, how could they possibly harmonize their newfound powers with formations to withstand 3 martial artists who exceed an entire realm? That seems implausible. I believe that perhaps those dozen individuals were already at the threshold of martial mastery, and upon receiving the Taizhu Dan, their strength surged dramatically, resulting in such outcomes. In summary, while Taizhu Dan is indeed potent, it may not be as exaggerated as claimed. Xiang Chongsong nodded. According to Xiaojiao, our primary concern now is to identify the mastermind, extract the locations and plans of all the mountain spirits, and eliminate them. That should resolve the issue. The dilemma lies in determining the mastermind's whereabouts and whether we should enlist the assistance of the other 2 martial arts halls. Chapter 71. Special Martial Arts Training. There remain 2 martial arts halls in Pingyang Town. Given the aggressive resurgence of Huaiwo Jiao, it is prudent to extend our support. After a moment's thought, the individuals present exchanged glances. Perhaps it is best to keep this matter discreet. The fewer who know, the better. Furthermore, the 2 hall masters combined do not match the strength of our 3rd senior brother, so their involvement may not significantly aid us. Once we ascertain the locations of the mountain spirits, we can allow them to handle the aftermath, proposed Xiang Chongsong. Hu Qi frowned. If Huaiwo Jiao truly intends to recreate the Taizhu Dan, the quality of the hosts is paramount. With Master Yang absent, the martial arts hall may be the first target. Is it not risky to withhold this information? Yet, if we were to disclose it, we cannot ascertain if there are any spies within the hall, potentially enabling Huaiwo Jiao to preemptively act, leaving us unprepared. Currently, our foreknowledge of their plans serves as our advantage. Both Hu Qi and Xiang Chongsong fell into deep contemplation. The situation is indeed complicated. Liang Qu listened to the discussion between his senior brothers, sensing the difficulty of the situation. Whether to speak or remain silent, both options carried risks. After a while, Hu Qi spoke again. According to your master's words, if the mountain spirits in Yixing City were inadvertently attracted by the river god's rituals, how do we explain the one at Fahua Temple? We have yet to capture that mountain spirit. It appears that Huaiwo Jiao may have already dealt with it. I initially thought that Lu Xiao's state was due to the hatching of a small mountain spirit, but I can no longer ascertain whether it was a mere fade created after obtaining the Taiwan, or if it genuinely involved the hatching of a mountain spirit. Is it possible that Huaiwo Jiao's control over the mountain spirits is not as strong as presumed? Are they also playing with fire? Or perhaps the number of mountain spirits has grown so large that some have slipped through the cracks. We have too little information. At present, I believe it is imperative to inform Su Shixiang and Lu Shixiang and gather their thoughts. Liang Qu suggested as he stood. I shall seek out Lu Shixiang. Could you please find Su Shixiang? Hu Qi looked up. The day was waning, and he nodded. I will remain at the martial arts hall. Be sure to keep your movements discreet. Do not let anyone see you. Understood. The 2 nodded in agreement. Just as Liang Qu was about to step through the round door, Hu Qi suddenly called out to him. Has your younger brother broken through? Yes. Just the day before yesterday. Faster than I anticipated by a few days. Your talents are indeed exceptional, and you must have a fateful connection. Another mention of fate. Liang Qu recalled the first time he merged with Zhe Ling, when he had been told of his fateful connection. Thus, it seems he indeed possesses such a connection. Now that you have broken through, do not seclude yourself in closed-door training. The outside world is dangerous at present. Stay at the martial arts hall and practice your techniques, and I shall teach you another martial art. Martial arts. Liang Qu was aware of this. As recorded in Yu Guanjiao, Minyagon, which primarily categorizes martial arts into three levels: upper, middle, and lower. Unlike mere techniques, martial arts are an exquisite display of skill, unleashing the same fist, palm, or arrow with several times the force through the manipulation of qi. Given his current vitality, he could barely execute lower-level martial arts. It is likely that Hu Qi believed he would struggle to break through his physical limitations in a short time, prompting him to consider studying martial arts to enhance his combat effectiveness. Your recent injury serves as a reminder for me. Once this matter concludes, you must learn some medical skills at the Changchun Medical Hall. There is no need for profound knowledge, but you should understand the basics of herbal identification and bone setting, as these are crucial for navigating the world. Hu Qi solemnly advised, fearing that his junior brother might underestimate the importance of such knowledge, and thus he provided two examples. Liang Qu understood Hu Qi's point, though it made his burdens feel significantly heavier. He felt akin to a child whose parents had enrolled him in multiple extracurricular classes, all for his own good, yet he was compelled to learn, studying, mastering martial arts, and acquiring medical knowledge. After the incident involving Shui Mujiao, Liang Qu even felt the need to delve into history and secrets, lest he find himself bewildered in times of trouble. This illustrates the distinction between those from established lineages and self-taught practitioners. A disciple of a well-established martial arts school may not necessarily be superior in combat compared to a self-taught fighter, but they are invariably more comprehensive, possess greater knowledge, and have a higher probability of survival in dire situations. Having exited the circular door and traversed the corridor, Liang Qu suddenly remembered something. Oh no, I haven't requested leave from the academy. Today is not a day off. He had abandoned his studies. The day had grown dark, and it was likely that no one remained at the academy. He would seek an opportunity to apologize tomorrow. At Lu Gang's residence, Liang Qu quietly entered under the guidance of the doorman, unaware of why he was acting this way, as it was entirely instinctive. Although the night was dark, it was merely a little past 7. Winter nights fall swiftly. Typically, there would be the clanging sounds of metalwork at Lu Shixiang's home, yet today, there was not a sound to be heard. Upon entering, several large forges had dimmed, leaving only the central large red furnace tended by two burly men. With Lu Shixiang resting nearby, eyes closed in meditation. Almost as soon as Liang Qu stepped into the room, the air stirred, prompting Lu Gang to open his eyes and gaze toward the entrance. Liang Shidi, Lu Shixiang, Liang Qu bowed respectfully, discerning from the situation that Lu Shixiang had been laboring extensively over his spear in recent days. Do you need something from me? Liang Qu surveyed the surroundings. Could we speak in another location? Let us go to the quiet room. In the quiet room, Liang Qu recounted his experiences from the day, including the exchanges at the Yang residence and the martial arts hall. Lu Gong Fronet, Shui Mujiao, I know a bit about it. I had thought it had been eradicated. If it still exists, now is a good time. Let us head to the martial arts hall. Upon their arrival at the martial arts hall, Hu Qi greeted Lu Gang, and the three awaited Xiang Changsong and Suzy Shui. They waited nearly 45 minutes before two figures hurriedly emerged from the corridor. Sorry, we're late. Suzy Shui apologized profusely upon entering, and Liang Qu caught a hint of perfume in the air. Where have you been fooling around? Lu Gang frowned, though his gaze shifted towards Xiang Changsong. Suzy Shui shot a threatening look at Xiang Changsong, who could only smile helplessly. Lu Shixiang probably has an idea already, right? Lu Gang sighed in resignation. Since all the junior brothers are here, I won't scold you. Just be mindful. Frequenting such places can lead to trouble. Hee, Lu Shixiang, don't underestimate me. Suzy Shui straightened his back, brushing off his knees, ready to boast. Enough with the nonsense. Let us discuss serious matters. Are you aware of the situation concerning Shui Mujiao? As the eldest and most powerful disciple present, Lu Gang naturally took the lead. Suzy Shui adopted a serious expression. I actually have an idea regarding Shui Mujiao. Chapter 72. Distinguished Achievements Reach the Heavens. Lu Gang turned his head. Let us hear it. Suzy Shui was known for his playful nature, often getting into mischief, especially around women, yet he possessed a wealth of clever ideas. Each year, for their master and mistress's birthdays, he always managed to conjure something new, bringing joy to everyone. Recently, I received a government bounty stating that there is a bandit camp located 120 miles east of Pingyang town, consisting of over 20 men. Since Liang Shidi is on the verge of breaking through, I wasn't in a rush to act. I thought to take him along once he succeeds to see some bloodshed. Liang Qu looked up in surprise, not expecting to be implicated in this matter. Ahem, what do you mean? I'm only looking out for you all. Su Zishui coughed into his empty fist. A true warrior cannot be deemed one without having seen blood. Our master often says that martial artists seize life through martial prowess. Enough with the drivel, continue. My idea is this. Since the mountain spirits at the River God Festival can be attracted by the scent of blood from livestock, why not do the same with these bandits? We could lure them in. They're all desperate men, committing acts of violence and looting. The government wants their heads, so we might as well offer a blood sacrifice right then and there. Perhaps it will draw out the mountain spirits. As human blood is far more enticing than animal blood, and it is most likely to attract those supernatural beings. Once the mountain spirits appear, we will have a lead on where they go and what they do. If they have been trained, we can follow them to their lair. If not, it indicates that no one is watching, and we have overthought the situation. What do you think? Where should we perform the blood sacrifice? At Fawa Temple. My instincts tell me that old temple is not ordinary, and the great mountain spirit disappeared there. Let us assume our target is it. The assembled group fell into contemplation. Hu Chi was the first to speak. Isn't the bandit camp 100 miles away? Wouldn't that be too far? For the blood sacrifice to be effective, we need at least a dozen people. Indeed, but we still have some time. Based on when our master left, if Shui Mu Jiao truly intends to make a move, we should have at least 3 to 4 days of buffer time before the situation escalates beyond control. That should be sufficient. Su Zishui's reasoning seemed somewhat reckless, as if he did not care about Yang Shifu's safety. However, the truth was that if Yang Dongxiong, a master of hunting tigers, encountered trouble, they could only watch helplessly. Not hindering him would be the best course of action. Furthermore, they had confidence in their master. Although the tiger is old, its might remains. Seeing that everyone was still deep in thought, Su Zishui added, regardless, you all don't have any better plans, do you? We are martial artists, not undercover agents skilled in unraveling complex cases. I suggest a more straightforward approach. Otherwise, if they succeed, we may well lose hundreds of lives. How can we continue living after that? The prospect of hundreds dying at once would undoubtedly strike a severe blow to the local gentry's authority, especially the Yang family martial arts hall. Additionally, many common folk would flee their homes. After years of development, Pingyang town would face ruin and their fortunes would be overturned. Thank you, Lu Shixiao. Lu Gang's approach allowed Liang Qu, who sought help, to maintain both dignity and respect. Lu Shixiao, I will rely on you. However, I will need someone to accompany me. With so many bandits, I cannot manage alone. Liang Shi's spirit weapon should be ready in the next couple of days. I will need to stay behind to supervise it. He also needs to remain to temper the weapon. His strength is somewhat lacking, and guarding the martial arts hall alone may not suffice, so let him accompany you. Xiang Chansong quickly expressed his willingness. I'm fine with that. Well then, I entrust this to Su Shidi and Xiang Shidi. If the situation regarding Shui Mu Jiao is genuine, and we manage to eliminate it in its infancy, regardless of whether that county magistrate is involved with Shui Mu Jiao, we are certain to receive generous rewards from the court, potentially even reaching the ears of the heavens. Reaching the ears of the heavens. The gathered individuals felt a surge of excitement, for this was indeed a possibility. The last time Shui Mu Jiao appeared, the founding emperor was enraged, leading to rivers of blood. Although this current situation may not be as severe, the shadow of the emperor's wrath loomed large, making it a matter of significant concern worthy of the court's attention, and the rewards would undoubtedly be generous. Although the endeavor to save Pingyang town and its neighboring villages primarily stemmed from the moral convictions of a few brothers who could not bear to witness their hometown descend into chaos and suffering, with familiar friends and family facing mortal threats, the prospect of rewards for their efforts was undoubtedly enticing. Liang Qu sat among the group, his thoughts in disarray. When he encountered the mountain spirits in Yixing City, he had made a jest about it resembling a breeding wholesale operation, not realizing the prophetic nature of his words. Indeed, it was a breeding wholesale of sorts, albeit with some rather unsatisfactory feed. Raising 100 to produce a single galloping martial artist was akin to severing supply lines during battle, compelling soldiers to fight with their backs against the wall. Even to the extent of sacrificing their steeds, a tactic one would only expect from a reckless organization like Shui Mu Jiao, which cared not for consequences but sought revenge against the Shun. After deliberations concluded, Xiang Chongsong and Su Zishui did not linger, but promptly went to borrow horses from the Yang residents, embarking on a swift journey to the mountain bandit stronghold. Lu Gang rose, expressing that the progress of forging the spiritual weapons was surpassing his expectations. Tomorrow at noon, he requested Liang Shidi to visit his home, as he needed the fresh blood of a martial master to shape the spiritual artifacts. Liang Qu nodded, aware that this was a crucial procedure in the forging process, where the blood of the weapon master was incorporated to imbue the spiritual weapon with its essence. This method did not conform to the traditional notion of claiming ownership. Rather, since spiritual weapons possess their own spirits, they also have their own natures. Those with explosive temperaments would wield explosive weapons, while gentle souls would use softer instruments. When their temperaments align, the weapons respond as extensions of their will. Should there be a mismatch, it does not detract from the weapon's quality. However, the execution of martial techniques may not be as fluid. By introducing the blood of the weapon master into the forging process, a harmonious essence is created, ensuring that as long as the weapon master does not undergo significant changes, the compatibility of their essences remains intact. Liang Shidi. This bout technique is a method of circulating vital energy and blood. Once mastered, your strength will be unleashed like an arrow released from a bowstring. It is highly compatible with your physique and will enhance the power of your ape fist by a third. Review it once, memorize it, and begin your practice. The brothers all had their tasks, and Hu Qi was also set to provide special training for Liang Qu. When a conflict with Shui Mu Jiao arose, Liang Qu would inevitably be embroiled, necessitating an urgent enhancement of his combat abilities for self-preservation. Chapter 73. Great Freedom, Great Transformation. Martial arts are categorized into two primary disciplines: strength techniques and maneuver techniques. The fighting style within the ape fist differs from both. It solely concerns the principles of movement and muscle exertion, making it accessible to ordinary individuals, characterized by expansive motion. Strength techniques involve the circulation of vital energy and blood, a deeper level of control that can only be employed by martial artists with a certain reserve of energy. It is the method of commanding one's entire body's strength and energy for personal use. Once integrated, every punch and kick possesses greater potency. With the enhancement of vital energy techniques, the application of the ape fist becomes even more formidable, akin to the internal power utilized in martial arts literature. Maneuver techniques represent a different concept altogether. They involve infusing energy into weapons and strikes to create explosive moves, such as the Xin Bing finger and Pai Yin palm. Liang Qu accepted the booklet handed to him by Hu Qi, swiftly flipping through its pages. The bout technique manual was thin, comprising only 5 or 6 pages, and having diligently studied the characters over the past days, he found little difficulty in comprehension. In a short span, Liang Qu had committed the contents to memory and endeavored to stimulate his vital energy in accordance with the manual. As the energy flowed, he soon experienced a remarkable sensation within his body, distinct from the integration of skin refinement. The circulation of vital energy was unceasing, akin to a surge of vitality. After a quarter of an hour, the circulation within his meridians grew increasingly adept. Liang Qu felt as though this bout technique was tailor-made for him. His blood surged, and strength emanated forth. He began to move, employing the strength technique, allowing energy to surge, intent to flow, and strength to manifest, generating a resonating wind with each punch and kick, executed seamlessly. Each strike gained in power, revealing the true essence of a martial artist's combat style. In the blink of an eye, Liang Qu transformed into a formidable figure, exuding the aura of a divine monkey. His arms flailed, resembling bowstrings, and his fists struck like arrows, fierce and explosive. Just as he reveled in his newfound prowess, Hu Qi thrust his short staff, striking Liang Qu's chest with precision, akin to targeting a snake's vulnerable point. Liang Qu stood there, momentarily incapacitated, as if a monster had been struck back to its true form, forced out of his vigorous state. Again, Hu Qi commanded, "Only when your strength is continuous and unyielding can you claim to have made any progress." If one were to falter after exchanging a few blows, becoming exhausted, it was essential during practice to have someone constantly disrupt the flow of energy, training it into instinctual reflexes, thereby preventing any energy leakage. This method was akin to training both the technique and strength simultaneously. In essence, Hu Qi was concurrently instructing Liang Qu in both his technique and energy discipline. Each interruption to the flow of his strength drained Liang Qu's vital energy significantly. After merely 3 or 4 interruptions, he found himself depleted, akin to a well run dry. Liang Qu panted heavily, fatigue creeping into his body. Yet Hu Qi did not permit him a moment's respite. Casting aside his short staff, he assumed a stance. Continue. If you cannot practice your strength technique, then practice your fighting technique. Master your routines and put them into action. Come, attack me. Liang Qu inhaled deeply, rallying his spirit, and charged at Hu Qi. Too clumsy. Do not expose your chest. Control the distance between you and your opponent. Every punch, every kick, and each weapon strike was an extension of oneself. Imagine yourself as a circle. Find your center. Now envision me as another circle. Locate my center. Your fist is a circle. My staff strike is also a circle. Each combat encounter comprises countless circles. You must maintain your center to disrupt mine. No, still incorrect. Your vulnerabilities are too glaring. You have yet to find your own center. Again, stand up, continue. In the vast training ground, only Hu Qi and Liang Qu remained. Liang Qu fell repeatedly, panting and rising anew, as night enveloped the world in silence. Liang Qu, bare-chested, retrieved a heavy bucket of water from the well in the backyard and poured it over himself. With a sigh of relief, steam rose from his body, mingling with the moonlight in a serene dance. Beneath the weariness lay a gratifying sense of achievement. He could feel his progress, the nuances of his technique becoming increasingly refined, igniting a relentless desire to continue. Hu Qi, with his wealth of experience and theoretical guidance gleaned from Master Yang, found teaching Liang Qu to be a seamless endeavor, resulting in Liang Qu gaining substantial insights into the nature of combat. Alas, the practical application lagged behind the theoretical understanding. Shitty, that's enough. Hu Qi called out as he exited the room. Once you finish your medicinal bath, get some rest. We shall continue early tomorrow. Yes, Liang Qu replied. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I reside in the eastern wing. Wait, Shi Xiang, I do have a query. Speak, Hu Qi replied succinctly. When I fought the mountain spirits, I was puzzled as to why our skin appears indistinguishable from that of ordinary people, soft and smooth to the touch, yet capable of withstanding blade strikes. Shouldn't such defenses resemble the thickness of cowhide? Hu Qi chuckled. If that were the case, would practicing martial arts not transform one into a creature neither human nor ghost? Who would want to bear such an unseemly appearance with thick skin? That book, Yuguan Xiu Xingming Yuguan, shitty. Have you not examined it closely? Liang Qu felt a flush of embarrassment. To be honest, I have not. I suspect it is as you said. The skin barrier opens, appearing unaltered, yet resembles cowhide. Tough yet unbroken, significantly boosting defense. The term cowhide here is merely metaphorical. The essence of a martial artist's growth lies in the delineation between oneself and the external. Essentially, the separation of the inner from the outer. What does that mean? Liang Qu was bewildered. He understood each word, yet their combination eluded him. To simplify, once you break through the skin barrier, it seems as if your skin's strength has increased. In reality, the impact of external forces upon you is diminished. Not only do you resist blades and arrows, but all external influences are repelled by your body. The essence of all that exists outside is foundational, and your very being is also foundational. The two should ideally influence and interact with each other, evolving into countless possibilities. However, the path of the warrior is to render the external essence incapable of affecting one's own foundation, transcending the world. Liang Qu considers his comprehension to be quite commendable, feeling he has grasped the crux of the matter. Thus, the warrior's assault is to act contrary to the norm, forcefully exerting one's own essence to impact the external essence. Indeed, the disciple proves to be astute. Hu Qi praises this understanding, affirming that the warrior's journey is one of transcendence, doing as desired and resisting what is to be resisted. The stronger one becomes, the more robust one's resistance and interference with the external world, paving the way towards ultimate freedom and boundless creation. Liang Qu is profoundly shaken. The martial path in this world may indeed surpass that of cultivating immortality. It is no wonder that he can only manipulate the blood of common folk, the warrior inherently resists his interference. How naive it was to think that controlling blood was a great skill. It turns out to be merely a rudimentary ability. Chapter 74. The Crafting of Spiritual Weapons. Sharp and unyielding, Liang Qu luxuriates in the bath. Away climbs to the edge of the tub along his shoulder, its many legs dangling, perfectly fitting the width of the tub's wall, as if a slot had been designed for it. The liquid in the tub is not a healing potion, but a medicinal bath meant to complement the practices of the ape fist. The wounds sustained from battling the mountain spirit have mostly healed after consuming a restorative pill, and although he bears some bruises from sparring with Brother, they are not severe enough to warrant special treatment. The medicinal properties gradually seep through his pores, enhancing his physique bit by bit. As the brown liquid turns light yellow, Liang Qu rises, dries himself, and puts on a pair of trousers to practice the ape fist. His previously depleted vitality is rejuvenated, subtly increasing in both length and width, manifesting remarkable effects. The events of the day have been overwhelmingly numerous, leaving him quite fatigued. Early the next morning, Liang Qu sends Chun Jichong on an errand to request leave from the academy, then engages in sparring with Hu Qi at the training ground. The apprentices gather around to observe, cheering when they witness Liang Qu's brilliant counterattacks and booing when he is knocked down again. Initially, Liang Qu's acceptance as a direct disciple of the Yang family stirred discontent among many apprentices who believed that position should have been theirs, not that of a mud-covered lad from Yixing City. However, over the course of more than half a month, grudges have subsided into acceptance, and the atmosphere has gradually softened. Many perceptive apprentices attempt to invite Liang Qu to dinner to foster good relations, but since becoming a disciple, his presence at the dojo has diminished, and opportunities have yet to arise. A few apprentices still shout encouragement. They are newer additions, having heard of Liang Qu's tale and idolizing him, eagerly anticipating their own chance to confront injustice and gain the favor of a master after proving themselves. This is quite natural, as most who come to study martial arts are supported by their parents, being adolescents of 14 or 15. Their youthful fervor unaware of the resentment and sorrow buried within the aspirations they hold. With a loud shout, Liang Qu is once more pushed back by Hu Qi, his skin flushed, gasping for breath, his internal vitality once again exhausted. After one round this morning, he finds himself in the second round now. Compared to last night when he faltered at the slightest touch, he can now execute 2 or 3 moves without losing his strength, a testament to his significant progress. Hu Qi is surprised as well. Innate talent and training does not necessarily translate to combat prowess, as many possess qualities yet fail to demonstrate them in practice. Trembling under pressure, Liang Qu displays commendable combat talent, progressing rapidly and exhibiting a bold fighting style, absorbing experiences like a sponge, consistently showcasing new abilities. Proving to be a thinker, turning his gaze toward the copper hourglass, Liang Qu notes that it has indeed risen to the noon position. The apprentices gradually disperse. After a day of exertion, Liang Qu's appetite surges, and he eagerly follows Brother Hu to the dining area, devouring 4 bowls of rice and a substantial amount of beef. Feeling pleasantly warm, once finished, he bids farewell to Hu Qi and hastens to Brother Lu's residence. After half a month of anticipation, the spiritual weapon is finally about to be revealed, and Liang Qu is overwhelmed with excitement. The blacksmith's workshop remains eerily quiet. Brother Lu is not standing by the large red furnace, but is instead turning to etch something on a mahogany table. Liang Qu approaches. He sees a piece of thin, gray-brown leather. Brother Lu meticulously draws intricate, arcane patterns upon it with an ink-dipped brush. Liang Qu quietly stands by, controlling his breathing, not daring to interrupt. With the final stroke completed, the leather radiates a silvery glow and the patterns vanish from sight. Brother Lu wipes the sweat from his forehead and explains, "This is shadow bee skin, a highly resistant material from a creature that lives between the material and shadow realms. Your spear will take shape from it." Liang Qu does not comprehend why shaping requires this leather, yet he nods in silence, understanding that this experience will be a valuable lesson, preferring to observe rather than speak. As Brother Lu lifts the bee skin, Liang Qu notices its peculiar texture, half visible and half illusory, truly astonishing. Within the red furnace, the crimson flames have been ignited, a continuous stream of golden energy flowing into a piece of soft red metal at the top, with faint red threads oozing out. This must be what Brother Liu described. Tungsten metal in equilibrium, absorbing life energy while expelling heat energy. Just as the golden flames flicker precariously on the verge of extinguishing. Brother Liu hands Liang Qu a dagger and a bowl. Blood. Half a bowl. Without hesitation, Liang Qu takes the dagger and cuts into his palm, blood flowing profusely. It truly hurts. Liang Qu grimaces. Self-inflicted pain is particularly difficult to endure, especially when one is mentally prepared. The bowl quickly fills with half a bowl of blood. Brother Liu dips his hand into a nearby water vat, takes the blood bowl, adds something to it, and then sprinkles a handful of silver powder into the furnace. With a loud boom, the temperature inside the furnace skyrockets, forcing Liang Qu to step back. Yet Brother Liu reaches into the red furnace, pouring the blood onto the molten metal. The blood collides with the scorching metal, erupting into a violent cloud of blood mist. Suddenly, a red avian phantom bursts forth from the tungsten, seemingly attempting to resist the blood, but its remaining spirit, like a tree without roots, cannot endure and dissipates in an instant. The blood flows over the nearly liquefied metal, neither evaporating nor drying into fragments, but quietly merging as if pouring half a bowl of blood onto cotton. A faint resonance arises from Liang Qu's heart. Is this the essence of shaping? He muses, experiencing an uncanny sensation of extending another body. It feels as if he is actively molding a piece of metal into the shape of a spearhead, 12 inches, resembling the blade of a sword. The spearhead is drawn forth effortlessly, followed by the section enveloping the spear shaft and the iron core extending from its center. Brother Liu reaches for a long box placed on the table, opens it to reveal 3 wooden rods soaked in an unknown oil, 2 black and 1 white. He selects the white one and inserts it into the furnace. The mysterious oil ignites instantly, engulfing the entire rod. Brother Liu appears impervious to pain as he directs the rod toward the iron core, inserting it without any resistance. With the entire long wooden rod affixed, Brother Liu attaches a spear grip at the end. The previously wrapped shadow bee skin begins to writhe, enveloping the spear shaft as it climbs, extinguishing the flames. Once fully wrapped, it remains still. After roughly 15 minutes, the previously motionless shadow bee skin starts to move again, retracting from the spearhead while completely solidifying into a glossy gray membrane around the shaft. Brother Liu exhales deeply, withdrawing the spear from the furnace and handing it to Liang Qu. It is complete. Liang Qu. Chapter 75. Mountain Spirits? Mere chickens and dogs. No. What about quenching? What a lacquer. It was promised to take 3 months, yet it is finished in half a month. Moreover, I, as a mere beginner warrior, can truly handle something freshly forged from the furnace? Liang Qu was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of why he had initially mentioned it would take 3 months to forge a spear, yet it had been completed in merely half a month. He tentatively inquired, "Shi Xiao, have you perhaps forgotten something?" Liu Gang paused, casting a glance at the spear, his expression shifting to one of sudden realization. Indeed. Liang Qu felt a wave of relief wash over him, thinking, "See, I told you something was overlooked." Shortly thereafter, he observed Liu Gang retrieving a red tassel from a nearby table, tying it to the spearhead and presenting it once more. Now it is perfect. Strictly speaking, this does not qualify as a spear. The spearhead is too long and should be classified as a halberd. However, the distinction between the two is not rigid, and the tassel does not hinder its function. It can serve to block blood. That is not the issue, Liang Qu replied helplessly, asking plainly, "Liu Shixiao, did you not mention that you still needed 2 months to apply some lacquer? What was that lacquer again?" That was the conventional casting method. I had not anticipated crafting a spiritual weapon, so I did not consider using the skin of a shadow beast. With the shadow bee skin as the lacquer layer, there is no need for raw lacquer. They grow together seamlessly, much like bark from a tree. Thus, it is already complete. And what about tempering? Is that unnecessary as well? Spiritual weapons do not require tempering. They possess the ability to self-repair and can adjust their toughness, hardness, and even center of gravity. Liu Gang gripped the spear, twisting his wrist to perform a flourish. This spear is imbued with spirit, nearly flawless. The tungsten alloy spearhead, the ivory white wooden shaft, the fiery red feathered spirit, and the shadow bee skin lacquer render it the finest product I have crafted in my weapon-making journey. Holding it, I feel as if a life resides within. Observe. Upon hearing this, Liang Qu could only marvel at the wonders of the world. To forge such a spear, Lu Shixiang must have invested considerable materials, creating a significant debt of gratitude. The Zhanghuaizhe wilderness is rich in precious metals. Lu Shixiang would surely appreciate that. And in the future, I must send Ah Fei and the others to seek them out. He extended his hands, solemnly cradling the spear. Lu Gang released his hold, and Liang Qu's arms sank slightly under the weight. How heavy? It must weigh nearly 100 pounds. Typically, a long spear weighs only 2 to 5 pounds, with only a select few formidable warriors wielding spears weighing 20 to 30 pounds. The weapon of Guan Yu from the records of the Three Kingdoms is said to weigh 80 pounds, yet when converted to the weight of that era, it is merely around 30 pounds. The spear before him was heavier than those wielded by the renowned generals of antiquity. Liang Qu gazed at the spear, a remarkable sense of resonance enveloping his heart. The spearhead was a full 12 inches long. The blade of a standard single-handed sword measures only around 21 or 22 inches, and the spearhead before him was nearly half the length of a sharp sword. Under the midday sun, a faint golden black sheen flickered on the spear, as though the spiritual weapon were breathing. A coiling dragon tiger wrapped around the neck of the spear, the tiger's body transforming into flowing clouds, its claws gripping the spear shaft tightly, and its mouth seemingly exhaling the blade. The tiger's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Such craftsmanship could hardly be achieved by human hands. Perhaps only the skin of a shadow beast could attain such an effect. Liang Qu inhaled deeply, gently caressing the spear shaft. The ivory white, which should have been fine and milky, but after being covered with a layer of bee skin, its hue transformed into a dark purple akin to rosewood, and the texture changed significantly, resembling a thick rubber feel that made it difficult to drop. The spear measured 7 feet 2 inches in length, with the spearhead being 12 inches long. The extending metal portion added another 2 feet, totaling a weight of 96 pounds. Considering Liang Qu's current strength, it was somewhat lengthy and heavy, but not unmanageable. All the materials had been handled by Lu Gang, and he knew the specific measurements without needing to weigh them. This weight and length had been calculated with Liang Qu's height and future growth in mind. Liang Qu nodded. While the nearly 100-pound weight was not beyond his capability to bear, it felt entirely different as a weapon. An average adult can wield a 2-pound single-handed sword with remarkable skill. Fortunately, the long spear primarily relies on arm strength, and when held, it feels as if it extends from a body. As a martial artist, the Zailing enhancement allowed Liang Qu to possess greater strength than ordinary warriors. And combined with his archery techniques, he could manage it with effort. I have a few wooden stakes in my backyard. Shall we test it? Excellent. Liang Qu recalled his childhood days of wielding a wooden stick to wreak havoc on wild grass, and he eagerly agreed to the idea. Upon arriving in the backyard, several thick wooden stakes bound with straw stood upright, alongside many fallen logs, clearly designated for testing weapons. Liang Qu took a deep breath, channeling his strength, and swung the 2.5-meter spear towards the wooden stake. Half of the stake toppled, landing on the grass with a dull thud. Damn! Liang Qu nearly exclaimed. He felt no resistance at all when striking, as if slicing through air. Incredible, sure Samai idol. One strike could split a person in half. Had he possessed this spear when facing the mountain demon yesterday, even without striking its weak point, the sheer force of the blow would have likely decapitated it. In the coming blood rituals, he would lead the charge. Lu Gang, unaware of Liang Qu's thoughts, silently uprooted 3 wooden stakes and gathered them together, pressing them into the ground with merely his palm, sinking them a third of the way down. Try again. Liang Qu swung the spear once more. There was a slight sense of resistance, yet it did not get stuck, and the 3 wooden stakes sank down a notch in unison. Lu Gang produced a thick iron bar from somewhere and planted it in the ground. Try again. Liang Qu felt a pang of concern. What if it gets damaged? Spiritual weapons can self-heal as long as there are materials. Come on. Upon a moment's reflection, Liang Qu realized he had not fully adjusted his mindset. He swung the spear the iron bar, this time not severing it completely, but breaking 2/3 off. Fortunately, with a little more force, the iron bar snapped apart, and upon inspecting the spearhead, it was unscathed. If it could slice through so easily, how formidable would its thrusting be? The crab creature's steel-like shell would surely be pierced through. Given such circumstances, both Liang Qu and Lu Gang were immensely satisfied, one pleased with his weapon and the other with his creation. Upon returning indoors, Lu Gang presented a long wooden box for the spear and a small leather box. Inside the leather box lay a small piece of tungsten, a small piece of ivory-white wood, a bottle of golden oil, and a smooth silk cloth. The shadow beast skin can absorb blood to self-repair. The other two materials are needed for repairs of the same properties. I've prepared 2 pieces for you. Additionally, remember to use the sword oil for maintenance after each blood encounter to prevent contamination. Everything is included inside. Thank you, Lu Shixiao. Liang Qu, coming from humble beginnings, found it difficult to repay such kindness. He vowed to heed any future summons from Lu Shixiao without hesitation. Liang Qu understood that his Qihua Dao Yu had compelled Lu Shixiao to invest significantly. Many precious materials have been added specifically for the spiritual weapon, inflating the cost by 3 to 4 times. However, having received these treasures, he could only remain indebted. Lu Gang chuckled, not believing Liang Qu had anything to offer him. It did not refute him. All right, in the future, if I need anything, I won't hold back. Liang Qu clasped his fists in gratitude, bowing deeply before carefully placing the treasures into the long wooden box and cradling the 2 boxes as he took his leave. Well, after half a month of labor, I could use some rest. You may go. Chapter 76. 3 beasts share the flesh. Evolution imminent. Good brother, come quickly and take a look. Shen Jiechong followed behind. Puzzled. What are we looking at? The items in a long box? Indeed, I want to show you my grand treasure. Liang Qu opened his long wooden box, revealing the magnificent spear in its entirety. The dark purple spear body resembling rosewood and the obsidian-colored spearhead exuded breathtaking beauty, radiating an astonishing aura of ferocity. Such a beautiful spear. Chen Jiechong's face lit up with awe, unable to restrain his admiration. Isn't it impressive? It was gifted to me by my 3rd Shixiao. Incredible. Chen Jiechong couldn't help but reach out to touch it, only to be startled as soon as he held it. Wow, it's so heavy. How much does this spear weigh? 96 pounds. That heavy? Wouldn't it injure upon contact, or worse, cause death? Can you actually wield it? With all my strength. I can manage it, albeit with effort. Impressive, impressive, Chen Jiechong praised, turning to gaze at the spear, more entranced by its beauty, and asked, Does this spear have a name? Liang Qu paused, having never considered that. Lu Shixiao had not mentioned it, and it was clearly up to him to decide. How about calling it the Hu Tu Zhan Jin Chong? Just look at this Qi Hu, how imposing it is, and it looks absolutely stunning. The name seems rather mundane. It is a name commonly used for weapons wielded by generals in historical novels. Let us consider alternatives. Liang Qu found himself in a quandary, as naming was not his forte, a fact evident from the 4 children he had raised. In a desperate search through the annals of history within his mind, he sought inspiration. What about naming it Li Quanchong? After contemplating the name, Chen Jiechong found it lacked a certain grandeur, but held a unique significance. Furthermore, the connection to water in Li Quan resonates with fishermen, who are inherently skilled in navigating aquatic realms. Nodding in approval, he declared, Li Quanchong, a splendid name indeed. Haha, let it be known as Li Quanchong. With the name chosen, the bond between Liang Qu and Li Quanchong deepened, creating an intriguing connection. They observed the weapon for a while longer until Liang Qu was summoned by Hu Qi for special training. Reluctantly, he closed the wooden box before departing. Chen Jiechong found the scene amusing, remarking, It won't run away. Your attachment makes me believe that the weapon will fly off on its own. Unable to contain his laughter, he continued, By the way, I visited the academy this morning to request a leave for you. A young gentleman named Si Hengyi mentioned that you should visit the academy whenever you have the chance, as he will be there on his day off. All right, I understand. Liang Qu replied, acknowledging that his methods were beginning to take effect, albeit he had been too occupied to visit the academy lately. Indeed, there was something to share. Liang Qu produced a small porcelain vial from his pocket, containing a restorative pill given by his masteress wife. He poured out a single pill, dividing it in half and offering 1 piece to Li Libo. This is for healing. Keep it in your blood vitality pill bottle and bring it to Li Libo. Half a pill will suffice. His injuries will heal in a day or 2. Under the urgent circumstances that day, he hadn't had the time to grind 2 lotus roots in a powder, hence this alternative. I will convey my gratitude to him on your behalf. It's a trivial matter. Additionally, please check on Uncle Chen's family and advise them to minimize their outings these days. Chen Xingjiang ventured out daily to fish, returning with bountiful catches. and Liang Qu had decided on a monthly sharing arrangement. At this moment, their household should not be in want of food. He had contemplated relocating Uncle Chen's family to the martial arts school, but dismissed the notion, realizing that the school might not be any safer than Yixing City. Understood. I will remember that. Liang Qu nodded, severing his thoughts as he followed Hu Qi out for special training. With Hu Qi's assistance, Liang Qu's mastery over the vital energy technique grew increasingly refined, ensuring he could maintain his composure during 3 exchanges of combat. In the training yard, during the 4th round of sparring, Liang Qu found his internal energy completely depleted. Acknowledging his shortcomings, he bowed his head in submission to Hu Qi's reprimands. Hu Xixiang was not always benevolent. When significant mistakes were made, he would administer a few harsh blows followed by a scolding. Lift 30 stone stumps. Practice again once you finish. Yes. Liang Qu trudged to a corner of the training yard, lifting the stone stumps with a sense of resignation. Little did he expect that while he was practicing, Fein Yinyu would send word about the discovery of a horned treasure fish. A horned fish? Could it be the Niu Jiaozhong? The flesh of this fish surpassed that of the red-blooded bass and the tiger-striped fish in quality, and its unique horns had special properties. He still kept a pair buried beneath the rice jar at home. Contemplating the situation, his thoughts became disordered. However, he was unable to leave at that moment. After much deliberation, Liang Qu resolved to forego the pursuit of the Niu Jiaozhong. It was not that he did not wish to catch it, but rather he left it to the 3 beasts to devise their own plan, intending that once captured, they would share the spoils. Yet, he wondered if they could succeed. Times had changed. Though a Niu Jiaozhong was precious, it was not an irreplaceable resource. If the 3 beasts could manage to catch it, it would be beneficial for both Fein Yinyu and Budong, bringing them closer to evolution. In the Jianghuai wetlands, Fein Yinyu received Liang Qu's message, entwining the 2 thickest catfish whiskers together, appearing rather distressed. Unusual fish were difficult to catch, possessing immense strength and swimming significantly faster than ordinary fish, being small and agile. Yet, the thought of feasting on succulent fish flesh, rather than bones and entrails, spurred Fein Yinyu into action. Budong and Quan Tu converged, strategizing their approach. In a corner, fish whiskers danced, crocodile claws scratched, and crab pincers clamped down, releasing a flurry of bubbles that erupted upon surfacing. After a moment, the 3 beasts spread out, forming a triangular formation around the Niu Jiaozhong. As they closed within 5 meters, Budong launched the first attack, as its speed was the slowest, making it unsuitable for the catch. Its role was merely to drive the Niu Jiaozhong towards Fein Yinyu and Quan Tu. The technique learned from the divine being proved effective. The Niu Jiaozhong, startled, darted towards Quan Tu. Just as it was about to leap over, Quan Tu sprang into action, seizing the fish's tail with its massive pincers. However, the Niu Jiaozhong was hefty, weighing a solid 8 pounds, and Quan Tu, buoyed in the water, found itself unable to gain leverage, being dragged along instead. Fortunately, the Niu Jiaozhong, frightened by Quan Tu's sudden movement, changed direction, landing directly in Fein Yinyu's grasp. As it brushed past, Fein Yinyu leapt from the mud, flipping the Niu Jiaozhong onto the ground and swiftly biting down to crush its skull. The hunt was a resounding success. Budong hurried over, and the 3 beasts gathered, eager to indulge in the spoils. Fein Yinyu used its tail to push the treasure fish towards itself, waving its whiskers to indicate the fish's head and pointed at Budong, then sliding down to the fish's tail, indicating Quan Tu, and finally gesturing towards its own belly. Budong shook its head vigorously, using its claws to shove the fish beneath itself, extending its sharp claws towards the fish's head while pointing at Fein Yinyu, sliding down to the tail while indicating Quan Tu, and again pointing to its own belly. Quan Tu pinched Budong's claw with a pincer, causing Budong to yelp in pain. Fein Yinyu exhaled bubbles, and Quan Tu took the opportunity to pinch Fein Yinyu's whiskers. In their moment of anger, Budong clutched the treasure fish before itself, gesturing to the head for Fein Yinyu, then to the tail for Budong, and finally to the belly for itself. The 3 beasts exchanged glances, and suddenly, a surge of silt rose from the water. Chapter 77, Wielding the Gun, Leading the Hound, Slaying the Demon. Ah, this must be the right place. Su Zishui reined in the reins, surveying his surroundings. The steed beneath him panted heavily, as did the fine horse he led. They had traveled through the night, finally arriving near their destination. I shall dismount to investigate. Winter in the south was not particularly harsh. The dense forest was filled with broadleaf trees, casting dappled sunlight. As he approached the thicket, Xiang Chongsong prepared to dismount, but was halted by Su Zishuai. No need. I'll go. You check the nearby village for any horse-drawn carriages and hire a few. Leave the rest to me. Very well. Xiang Chongsong turned his horse around, following the map to search for the town. Although the fourth senior brother was typically unruly, he proved reliable when it came to serious matters, possessing talent that surpassed several of his peers. Dealing with a few mountain bandits was a task he could manage with ease. Su Zishuai tied his horse to a nearby tree and ventured alone into the woods. The terrain of the mountains was complex, and even with the keen senses of a martial artist, he spent a full hour searching. A 2-meter-high gate of the bandits' stronghold loomed among the trees. Su Zishuai did not act recklessly. He concealed his presence and stealthily explored the area. The mountain bandits were all oiled up, adorned with tattoos on their arms. Clearly not individuals who had been oppressed, but rather ruffians of the highest order, howling through the forest. He also caught sight of a room containing several disheveled women, the youngest of whom appeared to be around 10 years old, chained by their necks, with filthy bowls filled with rancid food before them. No wonder the authorities were seeking their heads. The sound of dry branches snapping echoed loudly, startling the bandits, who hurriedly exited their quarters to investigate the source of the noise. Suddenly, a tree, sharpened at one end and resembling a wooden spear, erupted from the forest, carrying a terrifying force as it struck the gate with tremendous impact, shattering it and sending 2 bandits flying. A deafening roar echoed, startling the wildlife in the forest. Dust and smoke billowed. The bandits fell to the ground, their faces pale, paralyzed by fear. It was a shame to waste 2 canine lives. Su Zishuai brushed the dust from his hands and stepped into the stronghold, glancing at the fallen bandit with a broken tooth. He snapped off a branch and gently tapped the bandit's cheek. Hey, where's your leader? The bandit from Huaishan was paralyzed with fear, his mind blank as he instinctively pointed towards the flesh beneath the wooden door. Oh no, is he dead? What a hassle. Su Zishuai scratched his cheek and leaped onto the remaining section of the wooden frame, brandishing a rope and shouting, Do not be afraid. Listen to me. I am here to accomplish 3 tasks. To capture people, and to capture people again. Now everyone, come forward and put your necks in here. In the shadowy corner, a bald bandit twitched his fingers, noticing no one was paying attention to him. He shifted his legs slightly and began to retreat, inching backward until he had moved 4 or 5 meters before rising to flee. With a soft thud, the bald bandit lowered his head. A bloody branch embedded firmly in the ground. He reached out, only to find a thumb-sized wound gaping from his chest. Thud! The bandit collapsed to the ground, blood slowly pooling beneath him. I told you to behave. Why did you not listen? Hurry, come up and put your neck in. There were still a few women in the stronghold to assist. I'll go take a look. Leading several trembling coachmen to the stronghold, the entrance was in disarray. The heavy wooden door still pressed down by the flesh, blood flowing freely across the ground, a sight that did not surprise Chongsong. Su Shixiang was an orphan, though he was somewhat luckier and unluckier than Liang Qu. He once had adoptive parents who raised him, but when bandits raided the village, they all disappeared, leaving only a hen that could lay eggs behind. Su Shixiang harbored a deep hatred for the bandits. Within 100 miles of Pingyang town, there was no bandit stronghold. Nighttime. Today's special training had finally concluded, and Liang Qu was so exhausted he wanted to collapse on the training ground. However, as soon as he closed his eyes, the sight of the Fubo gun beneath his bed invigorated him. After completing the medicinal bath and practicing his stance, Liang Qu took out the long spear and admired it for a moment before hoisting it and beginning his practice in the courtyard. Moonlight cascaded upon him, his bare chest rising and falling with each breath. He exerted all his strength, his muscles tensing like a poised leopard. As his vitality surged, his well-defined arms powerfully lifted the spear, every line flowing seamlessly. Just by physical appearance alone, he could rival the most elite swimmers of his past life. Sometimes, standing before the copper mirror in his room, Liang Qu could hardly believe that those flawless lines belonged to him. Over the span of 3 months, his height had soared from a mere 6 meters, barely enough to eat, to 75 meters, and the momentum was still climbing. Senior Liu Gang had measured his bones before crafting the Fubo, assessing his bone age to determine the spear's length. The final conclusion was that if he continued on this trajectory, Liang Qu's height would stabilize between 168 and 173 meters, exceeding 185 meters. Perfect. Liang Qu took a deep breath, unleashing his strength onto the moonlight. The dark golden glint of the spear grew sharper, reflecting shards of stars. After striking a solid object, minuscule cracks would appear, prompting the body to begin repairing itself. As the repairs accumulated, bone density would continuously strengthen, making every punch more formidable. The same principle applied to spiritual weapons. Every clash and swing would refine them, seeking to align more closely with their master's needs and combat habits. Spiritual weapons could no longer be deemed mere tools. They were living entities. As long as they did not encounter catastrophic damage, spiritual weapons could recover. Huff, puff, puff. The nearly 100-kilogram spear swept through the underbrush like a tempest, stirring up layers of fallen leaves. After practicing for a quarter of an hour, Liang Qu felt his muscles ache and swell, forcing him a halt. He wiped down the spear and, after rinsing off the sweat with cold water, fell into a deep sleep. On the third day, the special training continued, though today it lasted only half a day. In the afternoon, Hu Qi instructed Liang Qu to adjust his state and take a nap. In the evening, Hu Qi finished class early, donning protective arm guards and carrying a dark red bow measuring nearly 1.5 meters, with a quiver slung at his waist. Lu Gang also arrived at the martial arts hall, dressed in regular attire and leading a large, sleek black hound, remarkably agile. Sun Shan dog, a treasure of the master, sensitive to the scent of spirits. If the blood sacrifice proves ineffective, will it take a look? Lu Gang explained. Dressed in his robes and shouldering the long spear, Liang Qu pondered thoughtfully. Once everything was ready, he and his two senior brothers made their way to the fork at the foot of Fa Sea. As dusk approached, the sound of wheels rolling over the muddy road grew nearer. In Chapter 78, the demons emerge. Zealing bestows favor. After a prolonged wait, the Sun Shan dog sat idly on the ground, its large frame resembling a crouching calf. Liang Qu crouched down, and the dog obediently exposed its belly. He widened his eyes. Is this dog not afraid of strangers? It is, but it is clever enough to recognize our bond. Do not treat it like an ordinary dog. The master feeds it beef daily and gives it a blood essence pill every 3 days. Ordinary tigers and leopards are no match for it. Liang Qu inhaled sharply, realizing the dog ate better than most people. What is its name? Hei Qi hearing its name. Hei Qi perked up an ear, its gaze drifting. Liang Qu reached out to stroke its head, its fur smooth and well cared for. Observing this, Lu Gang handed the leash to Liang Qu, allowing him to lead. Excited, Liang Qu tugged at the leash, and after scratching Hei Qi's head a few times, the dog stood up and turned towards the fork in the road. Moments later, the distinct sound of wheels rolling over muddy terrain approached. A convoy of 5 horse-drawn carriages came into view. Su Zishuai jumped down from one of the carriages, unloading bundles of bandits. Once the convoy received their payment, they departed swiftly. A total of 23 individuals, and the mission was successfully completed. Lu Gang inquired, "How was the condition?" "We took a nap on the carriage. It's not bad." "All right, then let's head up the mountain." Liang Shidi and Xiang Shidi took the middle positions. Lu Gang led the way, Hu Qi followed second, Liang Qu third, Xiang Chongsong fourth, and Su Zishuai brought up the rear. As they jostled along the way, the mentally fatigued bandits were pulled along by the ropes, trailing behind in a long line, unaware of the fate that awaited them. Liang Qu, spear on shoulder and hand, leading Hei Qi, ascended Fa Sea alongside his 4 senior brothers. Upon reaching the mountainside, Hei Qi suddenly barked. The group exchanged glances, their eyes communicating unspoken questions. Liang Qu began to grasp Hei Qi's intent and quietly asked, "Is there truly a mountain spirit?" "Most likely. Or perhaps the scent left by a previous spirit has yet to dissipate. In any case, do not let your guard down." Upon reaching the summit, Su Zishuai remarked, "This temple has not collapsed, even after 50 or 60 years." As the sun fully set, the dilapidated temple exuded an eerie atmosphere, the mountain winds howling like mournful wails. The bandits, dazed and filled with inexplicable dread, shivered, unable to discern whether it was from the cold or fear. Yet, they dared not resist. Su Zishuai had shattered the stronghold with a single massive log, as if he were a celestial being. Su Zishuai swiftly pulled them into the temple, where they knelt in a row. "If you can't handle it, you need not look," Hu Qi said to Liang Qu, Liang Qu shook his head, signaling his acceptance. They were all despicable villains, far more wicked than Lai Tu Zhang. What was there to fear? Su Zishuai moved with astonishing speed, and in an instant, the stench of blood filled the air. To intensify the scent, he severed his limbs, and as his heart pumped, copious amounts of blood spurted forth. All right, that is a bit nauseating, Liang Qu grimaced, the scent overwhelming as more than 20 bodies bled out. The acrid smell caused Wei to stir. Good dog, Liang Qu praised internally, affectionately rubbing Hei Qi's head while discreetly suppressing Wei's reaction. The mountain where Fa Si stood was not particularly high. In the north, it could be deemed a mere hill, only about 300 meters tall. However, near Pingyang town, it was considered a mountain completely unobstructed, offering a clear view of the bustling town. With no barriers, the river wind blew fiercely, and the strong scent of blood continuously spread across the low mountain. In a fleeting moment, Hei Qi rose, tensing the muscles in his cheeks, emitting a low growl from his throat. Everyone became vigilant. At that instant, Liang Qu's mind was illuminated by the brilliance of Zaiding. The notification read, "The quest of mountain exorcism is triggered. Current progress: none. Completing the quest of mountain exorcism will earn the favor of Chuan Judijun. For each level attained in martial prowess, one's martial talent will double, and damage inflicted upon water-based demon beasts will increase by 10%. Liang Qu never anticipated such a remarkable transformation in Zaiding. Chuan Tzu Dijun, the quest of mountain exorcism? Both names were rather obscure, yet when combined, Liang Qu recalda figure Erlan Shen was the divine general wielding a spear atop the cauldron, truly Shun Jinjun. Indeed, Guanko Kun Long, Li Dui Ping Shui, do not question the prowess that surpasses ancient times. Erlang Jinjun is indeed the deity of water. But how was the quest of mountain exorcism triggered? Liang Qu gazed at the spear in his hand, then glanced down at the towering Hei Quan by his waist, and finally looked at the La Hua Sea, shrouded in ominous winds atop the mountain. He understood everything. Was it a role to play? Lu Gang shouted, "They are coming." The moonlight was obscured by the leaves of the vine tree at a corner of the La Hua Sea rooftop, yet a human silhouette crouched among the branches. A mountain demon, a formidable mountain demon. The creature before him was significantly larger than the one he encountered at the River God Festival. The demon at the festival was barely up to Liang Qu's neck, around 6 meters tall, while this one stood nearly 2 meters high. Hei Qi's growl intensified. "No, there's more." The ground trembled slightly, and in the moonlight, one after another, mountain demons appeared on the temple roof, some crouching, some standing, some lying down, and some clawing. A terrifying sense of oppression loomed before them like a wall, sending chills down their spines. Liang Qu gazed at the solitary moon hanging high in the sky, taking a deep breath. No wonder the quest of mountain exorcism was necessary. There were at least over 30 mountain demons before him, and more continued to surge forth. Lu Gang's expression grew somber. It was not that he found the situation troublesome. The stronger the egg layers, the stronger the mountain demons they birthed, yet there was a limit. The mightiest mountain demons barely reached the initial realm of galloping steeds. Far from being a cause for concern for him, his apprehension stemmed from the information revealed by such a multitude of mountain demons. The hidden adversary had laid out an extensive plan. How long would it take to nurture dozens of mountain demons? They had not noticed a thing. The mountain demons were ravenous for flesh, yet the two men standing in the arena exuded a lethal threat that deterred them from action. Su Shidi and Hu Shidi. Assist Xiaoba and Xiaojiu in the formation. Understood. Lu Gang was the first to charge forward, the ground cracking beneath him as he instantly reached the 2-meter-tall mountain demon. With a powerful punch, the demon's entire head exploded. Liang Qu. The standoff was shattered. The mountain demons showed no concern for the death of their kind. Instead, they were incited to fury, unable to suppress their thirst for blood any longer, and leapt from the rooftop. Su Zishuai strolled leisurely to Liang Qu's side. A gentle breeze caressed his face as several attacking mountain demons had their limbs shattered, scattering across the ground, leaving only the smallest one rushing towards him. A fine opportunity, Liang Qu called out, channeling his energy as he swept his spear in a grand arc. The obsidian blade traced a graceful trajectory, striking the mountain demon's head with precision. akin to slicing through iron. A sense of inertia resonated through the spear. Liang Qu's arms bulged with muscle, twisting his waist to unleash all his strength. The spearhead broke through the inertia, cleaving through the head, leaving a streak of crimson in the moonlight. Half of the mountain demon's head slowly slid off, blood gushing forth. Quest of Mountain Exorcism Progress 1. Chapter 79. The Quest of Mountain Exorcism. A horde of demons unstoppable. In the Guanyin Hall, a tile slowly lifted, revealing a pair of terrified eyes through a tiny crack. In the dim moonlight, as the mountain demons were slaughtered one after another, Liang anxiously lowered the tile and turned to Lin Guiyong beside him. This is disastrous. Ling Guanjiao, what should we do now? If we are discovered, the master will surely kill us. Do not panic. What is there to fear? They cannot find us here. What can they do? That group of constables didn't discover the underground passage last time, did they? Lin Guiyong scolded with a grim face, managing to calm the panicking Liang somewhat. Indeed, their position was extremely concealed. Unless one were to dig 3 feet deep, there was no need to worry about exposure. In the heyday of La Huasi, women would come to the Guanyin Hall to pray for children, and it was remarkably effective, drawing people from miles away to burn incense and worship. At night, when all was quiet, women would enter the underground passage beneath the statue of Guanyin de Shi and emerge with child. Those who traveled great distances to pray for children were often the wives and concubines of officials, naturally taking precautions. Otherwise, they would leave no trace. Thus, the underground passage was excavated with utmost secrecy. Even if the entire temple were to be slaughtered, no one would discover the underground space before them. The two had long regarded this place as a breeding ground for mountain demons. With this thought, Liang relaxed, only for a sudden chill to pierce through his chest. He looked down to see a bloody dagger tip protruding from between his ribs, a sharp pain coursing through his body. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Guiyong had approached from behind, driving a dagger deep into him, leaving him cold. Liang looked at Lin Guiyong behind him in disbelief. His heart raced with blood loss. His limbs grew cold, yet he could not utter a sound. Lin Guiyong witnessed the light fade from Liang's pupils, withdrew the dagger, and pushed Liang to the ground. 3 years, a full 3 years. Every 10 days, he had to come here to be companioned by the foul-smelling mountain demons, to nurture and command them. Watching the mountain demons lay their eggs and burst forth, he sometimes even doubted whether he was human or demon. The sounds of battle from the outside were so melodious that they filled him with joy. To ensure the mountain demons did not awaken prematurely, Lin Guiyong even sprinkled awakening powder in advance, everything unfolding as the master had predicted. It would all be over soon. It would all be over soon. He was about to escape this sea of suffering. Inside the temple, the stench of blood not only failed to dissipate with the passage of time, but grew increasingly pungent and foul. The blood of the mountain demons was starkly different from that of ordinary creatures. It was thicker, darker in color, and bore the scent of decayed matter, accumulating on the ground and intensifying the foul odor. Heichi was so repulsed that he lay on the ground, covering his nose with his paws. Everywhere lay shattered stones, as if bombarded by artillery. Su Zishui faced off against the larger mountain demons, surrounded by severed limbs and shattered bodies, his white attire stained with blood, yet untainted. Occasionally, medium-sized mountain demons slipped through, only to be dispatched by Hu Qi, who stood in a corner of the courtyard, each arrow striking true. Every arrow glimmered with light, piercing the mountain demons' bodies like meteors, pinning them to the ground, the arrow fletch quivering. The mountain demons that slipped through were smaller than the ones encountered at the River God Festival, with Xiang Song and Liang Qu honing their skills against them. Lu Gang and the others had brought Xiang Song and Liang Qu along with the intention of sharpening their abilities, preventing them from becoming flustered in future skirmishes. Yet this approach had become the best avenue for Liang Qu to gain experience. With Xiang Shixiang restraining the mountain demon's movements, Liang Qu wielded his spear with abandon, his muscles tightening like iron cables. The crimson tassel soaked in blood, the spearhead let out a sharp whistle. He felt the spearhead slice through skin, muscle, and bone, releasing torrents of hot blood that transformed in a thick mist, his body drenched in sweat, both terrified and exhilarated. With every sweep, he felled groups. With every thrust, he pierced through swathes. The Fubo spear became increasingly manageable in his hands, slicing through the mountain demons as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, offering only slight resistance. Quest of Mountain Exorcism progress. 8. Quest of Mountain Exorcism progress. 9. Quest of Mountain Exorcism progress. 13. I can't go on, Xiang Shi Xiang, I can't move. The tungsten-crafted spear tip fell to the ground, shattering the stone slab as it plunged into the earth. Liang Qu leaned against his spear, his heart pounding violently. Having slain 17 mountain demons, his internal energy depleted, his arms felt weak, leaving him with no remaining strength. Xiang Chong's song said nothing but blocked all the mountain demons, ensuring not a single one slipped through. The moon gradually ascended, transcending the entangling vines, and the rooftops appeared to flow with a layer of mercury. However, beyond the rooftops, within the expansive courtyard walls, there lay an abundance of blood and corpses. With a sharp crack, Liu Gang snapped the neck of the last Shan Gui, glancing around to find that not a single Shan Gui remained standing. Over 100 lay prostrate in the courtyard, a staggering number. A few stragglers, barely alive, had their legs severed by Su Zi Shui, leaving only their upper bodies to crawl feebly. After a brief respite, Liang Qu, having regained some strength, rushed forward to deliver the final blow, piercing their necks with a spear. Liang Qu had heard from Hu Qi that Su Shixiang's weaponry talent surpassed that of all his fellow disciples, excelling not only with swords but also with blades, spears, and staves. Witnessing his prowess firsthand, Liang Qu couldn't help but wonder when he would attain such mastery. Let us search nearby for any that we might have overlooked. Hey Qi, the task falls to you. The group commenced their search around Fa Huasi. Hey Qi did not disappoint, discovering prey at almost every turn. Hu Qi would shoot down the Shan Gui, and Liang Qu would rush in to finish them off. The group searched throughout the night until dawn began to break, at which point Liang Qu was too exhausted to continue. Hey Qi, however, remained lively, dragging him to a concealed cave entrance, barking incessantly and sneezing repeatedly. Clearly, something within the cave was disrupting Hey Qi's sense of smell, which explained why it had only now located this entrance. Be cautious, cover your mouth and nose. Do not breathe carelessly. Liu Gang boldly led the way into the tunnel. Following the passage, they eventually arrived at a narrow cavern. Within the cavern were several pits, some containing Shan Gui the size of children, all dispatched by Liang Qu. Su Zi Shui crossed his arms. Is this where they breed the Shan Gui? Quite the choice. Fa Huasi had been abandoned long enough that few beggars ventured to the mountain, making it a rare haunt. The location was sufficiently concealed and close to Pingyang town, rendering it nearly the perfect hideout. Upon reaching the end, they found a corpse on the ground, with an opening above leading to the Guanyin Hall. Hu Qi examined the body, noting that the heart had been pierced by a blade, the time of death not exceeding 3 hours. Liang Qu furrowed his brow. Is someone watching us kill the Shan Gui? Liu Gang inquired. Hey Qi, can you detect that person's scent? They continued until they reached a small river, crossing it in hopes of urging Hey Qi to pick up the trail once more. Chapter 80. The River Lord slays the Flood Dragon. Talent doubled. Regardless of his circumstances, over 100 Shan Gui undoubtedly represented the primary nest in the vicinity of Pingyang town. Liu Gang's words offered a modicum of comfort to the group. Their efforts were not in vain. Liang Qu felt an undeniable need for rest, utterly fatigued and mentally drained. He made his way to the dock to board a boat, navigating to an uninhabited stretch of water where he stopped, retreating into the canopy of the boat to sit cross-legged. Search and exorcism progress. 32. Compatibility reaches 30%. Receiving the favor of the River Lord Di Junzhe Ling once can integrate with a portion of the River Lord Di Junzhe Ling. Gaining the first level of martial Dao enlightenment, talent from martial arts doubled. Damage to water attribute beasts increased by 10%. Do you wish to integrate? Martial talent doubled. Liang Qu's eyes reddened at the sight of this description. Integrate. Integrate fiercely. The Zayding shone brightly. Liang Qu beheld the divine general wielding a spear emerge from the cauldron, merging with his body. In that singular moment of contact, an explosive pain pierced his consciousness, as though his entire being were aflame. Agonizingly intense pain surged from the deepest marrow, causing every pore to constrict tightly. Damn it! Liang Qu's fingers clenched tightly, his nails embedding deeply into his palms, drawing forth crimson, boiling blood. Flames coursed through his veins, a violent rhythm tearing through him. as if molten lava flowed within his bones. He ached to smash his head against the boat's floor, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness with every passing moment. Time lost meaning, and just as the last vestiges of awareness were about to fade, Liang Qu's perspective shifted. The world around him was shrouded in darkness. The lead gray river's surface undulating, monstrous waves looming like a curtain, each preceding wave crashing down only to be obliterated by the next, dissolving into white froth. A terrifying shadow, colossal in size, lurked beneath the surface, and in an instant, the river surged upward, a creature with horns piercing through, unleashing thousands of tons of water in its wake. The fearsome being stared down at him, its brilliant golden eyes blazing like twin fireballs. Was that a dragon? Liang Qu's pupils constricted, his body trembling, engulfed by an overwhelming dread. Yet, in unexpected turn he moved. Liang Qu tilted his gaze, astonished to find a three-edged, double-bladed knife grasped in his hand. He raised the knife as he would his fu bow gun, yet the sensation was entirely different. How? He could not discern. The three-edged knife descended. The world fell silent. The sounds of the tide, the wind, the roars vanished, everything condensed into a monochrome existence. Distorted lines filled the cosmos, chaotic and pulsating. Liang Qu watched as the knife's tip sliced through the twisted lines. Every object it passed severing cleanly, like a white eraser gliding over a gray pencil line. His temples throbbed, a piercing pain radiating through his skull, yet he dared not falter. A distinct crack appeared on the water surface. The river, thousands of meters deep, split and sank as if an invisible blade had cleaved through, tugging at the terrifying currents, penetrating the dragon's skull. In an instant, the dragon shattered, letting out a half-hearted wail as its bones disintegrated in a breath, erupting into a vast cloud of blood. The river transformed into a sea of blood. Countless fish, driven by primal instincts, overcame their innate fears, desperately swimming upstream, yearning to taste the dragon's blood. They fought savagely, tearing at one another. Those who obtained the dragon's blood swelling and bursting, becoming mere flesh, while the sea of blood deepened in hue, with only a select few successfully evolving, their forms magnifying, each radiating a formidable presence. Liang Qu stood frozen en place. Am I truly that powerful? With a sudden jolt, the scene shifted once more. Liang Qu's hand slackened, and he crashed face first onto the boat's floor, his lips and teeth clashing, blood spilling forth. So painful. He had forgotten everything, his mind a void, unable to recall that devastating strike. The pain was unbearable. Why was it so excruciating? It was entirely different from his integration with the Water Monkey. Integrating with a portion of the river Lord Dijun Zailing, gaining the first level of martial Dao enlightenment, talent for martial arts doubled. Damage to water attribute beasts increased by 10%. Well, that is not entirely unacceptable. He hadn't anticipated that aside from Wu Ji-Chi, he could integrate with other Zailing regrettably. The other myths of Erlang Shun were nearly unattainable, and receiving their favor again seemed a distant hope. The immediate priority was to elevate the Water Monkey to a Qing-sealed Zailing. He was no less than a monkey brother, and even you would grant him some respect. The transformation would be monumental. Imagining that description, riding the waves, it was a splendid thought. Liang Qu struggled to roll over, collapsing onto the boat's floor, gasping for air. His body felt unbearably sticky, coated with salt, as though he had been fished out of the water. After resting for a significant time, he finally regained his composure, leaping into the water to wash himself. Having gained the favor of the Jianghuai, Liang Qu no longer felt the icy chill of the river. He could still sense the coldness when drawing well water, as if the Jianghuai had granted him a special privilege. Once his favor reached 100%, would he not become the steward of the Jianghuai? Perhaps a unique river deity in his own right? 3 inches thick, 2 feet long. He could actually refine flesh. The requirements for refining flesh were merely 2.5 inches in thickness, roughly the size of a forearm, and 3 inches was more than sufficient. He hadn't expected that by receiving the favor of the river Lord Dijun, he would gain additional benefits from integrating a small portion of the Zailing. Had he only been practicing martial arts for 2 months, and now he was on the verge of refining flesh, breaking through the second barrier? Liang Qu felt invigorated as he tested the bow strength technique once more. The flow of his vital energy became remarkably smooth and effortless. If one were to draw a metaphor, it resembled a software that previously required full power, suddenly operating at half its computational capacity. Yet, this was not entirely accurate. The bow strength technique remained unchanged. It was he who had transformed, akin to adding an extra memory module that reduced his utilization from 100% to 50%, thereby diminishing the mental exertion required and making practice significantly easier. After his experimentation, Liang Qu sat cross-legged and began to refine his flesh, utilizing the same method as with the skin barrier. The process for refining the flesh barrier involved dispersing his vital energy and integrating it into the muscle fibers and tendons. Unlike the earlier discomfort, the process of refining the flesh barrier enveloped his entire body in a warm sensation, with every muscle and tendon gently undulating and transforming, providing immense comfort. It felt akin to stretching after a prolonged period of sitting, hearing one's spine crack, and feeling the rigidity of muscles soften. With a deep breath, the refinement of the barrier was complete, and all of Liang Qu's fatigue dissipated. He reached for the Fu Bo breathe. The Fu Bo truly seemed to breathe. He could feel it. Liang Qu's eyes widened. He had never experienced such a clear sensation before. It felt as though the Fu Bo was in perfect harmony with his will, making it exceptionally easy to wield. There was no sensation of life residing within it. As Brother Liu had described, could it be that his martial talent had previously been insufficient to perceive this? Liang Qu stood at the bow of the boat, wielding the spear, its tip grazing the water's surface without raising a single droplet, merely provoking a ripple. It was an indescribable sensation, yet was undeniably much lighter. Though he had little experience with long spears, he instinctively understood how to wield it effectively, as if guided by innate intuition. Exhilarated, Liang Qu felt that even with his average martial talent, he must surely be a rare gem. Moreover, after 2 days of intensive training, Brother Hu had remarked that he was doing quite well, which surely made him a prodigy. He could not help but puff out his chest, facing the river with an open heart, his spirits soaring. Finally, he decided to try one more maneuver. The boat glided over the surging river waves, the water rippling beneath. Liang Qu took a deep breath and stepped onto the water surface. The weight of over 1,000 pounds of water surged beneath him, gradually lifting him. Chapter 81. Riding the waves, entering the courtyard. The water surged, compressing and supporting him. Liang Qu stood precariously on the water's surface, not quite standing. As his feet did not touch the water, rather, once submerged to his thighs, he no longer sank, his entire upper body floating above the surface. Even so, this was enough to fill Liang Qu with joy. Zealing had not yet advanced, yet he was already able to perform rudimentary water surfing. He continuously manipulated the water flow, gradually adjusting his direction until he could steadily glide atop the surface, moving forward, backward, and side to side. The river wind roared, and Liang Qu's robes clung to him, invigorating him with a sense of freedom and delight. He spread his arms wide, gliding freely. It was exhilarating, akin to surfing without a board. Though he had never flown, he felt as if he were soaring through the skies. After all, it was all fluid, without restrictions. The only drawback was the considerable physical exertion required to control the water flow. Otherwise, there were no complaints. His abilities beneath the water were growing stronger, and the Fu Bo significantly enhanced his combat prowess. Coupled with the agility of water jumping, he had little to fear from ordinary creatures. And if he could not defeat them, he could still escape. The two beasts were just a few essences away from evolving, and soon they could explore the outer regions of the deep water area, where treasures truly abounded. Ancient battlefield ruins, sunken ships, various spiritual plants, precious fish, and minerals were bound to be of considerable value. That would mark the true beginning of underwater exploration. The current shallow waters were merely child's play. Suddenly, a large grass carp weighing over 10 pounds leapt from the water, crashing violently into Liang Qu's abdomen. He let out a muffled groan, clutching his belly as he fell back into the water. What the hell? Why did a grass carp suddenly leap out at me? The carp resembled a torpedo. Fishermen claimed that a 20-pound grass carp could break a person's ribs, and now he had experienced it firsthand. Caught off guard, the impact to his stomach felt like receiving a punch, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Liang Qu resurfaced, only to find that the grass carp had already made its escape. Damn it, it was surprisingly quick. After receiving divine favor, Liang Qu's rough perception range had expanded to 20 meters, with a detailed perception circle extending to 10 meters. It took only 3 or 4 seconds for the fish to vanish. How infuriating! At the Shanjiang Wharf, Lin Songbao lounged in a chair, squinting in the sun to dispel the winter chill. Songbao. A shout jolted Lin Songbao from his drowsiness. He sat up and spotted Liang Qu rowing toward him. Brother Shui? Did you go fishing? Liang Qu docked the boat and began to stow his gear, slinging the long wooden box over his shoulder as he stepped ashore. Ever since news of his apprenticeship under Master Yang spread, he no longer had to pay docking fees at Shanzhong Wharf. Perhaps he should visit Pingyang Wharf next. He might save 4 won a day. Has anything happened in the past couple of days? What could happen? 2 martial artists came, one at the 3rd barrier and the other at the 2nd barrier, carrying bows and knives. They arrived the morning after you left and have been staying in the village's arranged residence. The village elders praise you for your skills and your consideration for your hometown. If they didn't know better, they might think you were their own grandson. I should go notify them. They will surely come with drums and gongs to welcome you. Let's skip that. What is that behind you so long? Liang Qu's expression shifted slightly as he casually lowered the long wooden box. Oh, it's nothing, just a long spear. A gift from my senior brother. Goodness, such a beautiful spear. Lin Songbao exclaimed in awe. In his lifetime, he had never seen such a stunning weapon. It was truly as magnificent as the storytellers described. Liang Qu's lips curled upward slightly. Indeed, I think so too. I call it Fubo Fubo. What a lovely name. It's truly beautiful. Can I touch it? Why not? Feel free. A quarter of an hour passed in this inexplicable manner, and Liang Qu could not fathom why. I have checked on it, and the familiar craftsmen are working quickly. The framework is already up. The village elders oversee the work daily, so there should be no issues. Liang Qu felt a surge of excitement after upgrading his boat and gun. Was it finally time for his house to be replaced as well? Life was truly improving. He headed straight toward his earthen house, taking a shortcut halfway to avoid the incessant greetings from the villagers. Before him stood a half-constructed blue brick wall, through which he could clearly see the courtyard within. The crossroads were paved with large stone bricks, replacing the former yellow earthen ground, with pathways leading to the east and west wings, both of which had already been framed with beams, taking shape. At the far end of the crossroads was the main house, where the beams connecting the roof and the gable had been set up, and the main construction was about to begin. What on earth? Why is there a large courtyard? Is this my home? Liang Qu looked around, and only upon seeing Uncle Chen's courtyard did he dare to confirm. It truly was his home. Gazing at the half-constructed shadow wall at the entrance, Liang Qu could not help but question whether the craftsman was building a 2-entry courtyard. The first courtyard led directly into the yard, typical of a common quadrangle. The second courtyard would first lead into a small yard, then a few steps forward, where another door would reveal the main courtyard, which was larger and often arranged for more affluent households. The saying about not stepping out of the front door and not straying from the second door referred to this. Shadow walls were typically found only in 2-entry courtyards, serving as a solitary wall in the middle of the small yard to shield the view of passers-by and ensure privacy. As for 3-entry courtyards, they naturally had 3 doors and 3 yards, plus an additional back courtyard mainly for the use of the female members of the family, with even larger configurations including 4 or 5 courtyards. Yangfu is essentially a courtyard of 4 houses, accompanied by a spacious courtyard featuring a pavilion at its center. Upon entering, one could easily lose their way without guidance. This is quite an exaggeration. Liang Qu originally anticipated a mere expansion of the house. Unexpectedly, not only was a Sahiuan constructed, but also turned out to be a secondary courtyard. A quick count revealed that over 20 robust laborers were engaged in various tasks, sawing timber, stacking blue bricks, and joining mortise and tenon joints. A carpenter assisting with a ladder noticed Liang Qu's arrival and promptly called over a few strong men to greet him. Master Liang, please take a look and see if it meets your expectations. If anything seems amiss, rest assured, we have not touched your original adobe house. It remains intact. Just the other day, some villagers brought rice and flour to express their gratitude for your life-saving assistance, so I took them inside to protect them from the rain. Chapter 82. The ghost of the dead appears, fleeing at night. Liang Qu knew the adobe house was still there, easily visible within the framework of the main house, resembling a room within a room. He was not particularly concerned. There was nothing of value inside, merely a mattress and a few coarse linen garments. However, he was surprised by the villagers sending rice and flour, uncertain how to utilize it since he was not at home to cook. What do you think, Master Liang? I expanded according to the design of the secondary courtyard. The main house has 2 side rooms as well, for the 4 empty plots separated by the crossroad. I do not plan to lay stone bricks, but will create a yellow clay ground and plant 4 trees. Typically, There are 2 jujube trees in front and 2 ginkgo or persimmon trees and a pomegranate tree inside, providing shade in the summer. Of course, the choice of what to plant is entirely up to you, Master Liang. Uncle Fu, please do not call me Master Liang. You are my elder. Let us keep it as before, just call me a Shui. The leading craftsman, whom Liang Qu recognized as Lu Chuanfu, was over 50 years old, an exceptional carpenter and a well-known figure in the town, having built several courtyards for local families. With such an elder, it was inappropriate to let him address Liang Qu as master. This shows how significantly the river god festival impacted the villagers. Initially, they revered him as a disciple, but now they regarded him with awe. Some elders were hesitant to call him by his childhood nickname. At this moment, Chun Zhaoan, having received word, hurried over. Liang Qu jumped down from the roof to greet him. Old Chun, what does the courtyard look? It's built splendidly. I feel quite embarrassed. This must have taken several months, hasn't it? Ah, you saved everyone's lives, and even brought martial artists to assist us. What is wrong with taking a few days to fix the house? My grandchildren will be here soon. Chun Tongmin, following Chun Zhao, and produced a large money pouch. But Liang Qu pressed down on his forearm. Chun Tongmin instinctively struggled, but remained completely still, stepping back instead. Old Chun, I never intended for everyone to help me build such a large courtyard. The timber and bricks must cost a considerable sum, right? Who is footing the bill? Our local elders contributed a portion, and Lord Shui from the town and Lin Di from the fishing area sent over quite a few items after hearing the news. Liang Qu paused for a moment before nodding. Then let us hold off on the money for now. Let it be used as wages for everyone, and provide 2 meals. It should be proper meals. We'll use the rice and flour sent by the villagers, plus 10 coins a day, and for families with elders, 15 coins a day. It's not a large sum, just my humble gesture. Once the house is completed, if there is any surplus, you can return it to me. The men moving timber inside could not help but swallow hard upon hearing this. Is there rice to eat? While Liang Qu conversed with the elders, they naturally dared not interject, only harboring hopes in their hearts. Chun Tongmin leaned in and whispered, we can't do that. Paying daily could lead to them slacking off. Liang Qu chuckled. Wouldn't that be an inconvenience for you to keep an eye on them, Tongmin? Chun Zhaoan delightedly encouraged his grandson to interact more with Liang Qu, urging, if you insist, then Tongmin, do help out more. It's winter. You have nothing else to do, right? Chun Tongmin had no choice but to agree. Liang Qu's status in Yixing City was remarkably unique, placing him on equal footing with the local elders, a rarity within 1,000 miles. Before the River God Festival, Liang Qu's position was superior to that of the villagers, yet still not on par with the elders. This was not about status, identity, or strength, but rather moral righteousness. Elders, especially those with power and influence, naturally held a moral high ground. Each year, the monarch would visit the academy to feast with the 3 elders and 5 seniors, personally carving meat and dipping it in sauce to offer to the elders as a sign of respect. Unless Liang Qu became powerful enough to topple the entire Shun dynasty or lived as a recluse, he could only operate within the confines of societal norms. This behavior had both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits were evident. Liang Qu being accepted as a disciple was proof, and all his extraordinary equipment was a product of this dynamic. The drawbacks were also clear. If the local elders wished to suppress him, they could easily tarnish his reputation with accusations of moral failing. However, after the River God Festival, Liang Qu, having provided life-saving assistance to all, had ascended to a position of moral superiority. The elders realized that falsely accusing him would require careful consideration of who was more qualified. This was indeed gratifying. Engaging in such actions brought benefits. Not to mention, should any bandits attempt to attack in the future, Liang Qu would rally the villagers with a call, and they would undoubtedly heed his command. Likewise, today, even without wages, many were still willing to assist him in constructing the house. After 2 hours had passed, he wondered if his 2 senior brothers had discovered any additional clues. He needed to hurry and gather information, perhaps like searching the mountains for demons. He could gain substantial benefits without having to do much. Zhao Mansion. Master, it's terrible. A grave situation has arisen. My breeding den for mountain spirits in Pingyang Town has been raided. What should we do? Outside, under the vast sky, the distressed Zhao Leoi rushed into the room, rolling on the ground and clutching the legs of the man inside. Zhao Hunyuan, over 60, was quite stout, making it difficult to discern any wrinkles on his face. His complexion was rosy like a child's, as he lamented to a man clad in black. "What are you doing? You're snot." Huang Zijuan recoiled in disgust, kicking Zhao Honyuan away and demanding, "What den was raided? Speak clearly. How can someone over 60 be so unstable?" Zhao Honyuan, sobbing, stammered out the incident regarding the disciples of the Yang family martial arts school attacking Huafa Temple and killing over 100 mountain spirits. Huang Zijuan was left dumbfounded. How could this be exposed? The blood sacrifice is about to commence, and you bring me such news? I didn't foresee this. Zhao Honyuan replied anxiously. That's why I sought your assistance. Otherwise, should we start the blood sacrifice early? Influenced by Zhao Honyuan's panic, Huang Zijuan also grew anxious. This was different from the previously established timeline. The longer they delayed, the more of their raided dens would be discovered. Would they still be able to concoct elixirs? Huang Zijuan, equally frantic, was further stirred by Zhao Honyuan's incessant prodding, and in a moment of weakness, he agreed. Zhao Honyuan felt a surge of joy in his heart, but feigned sorrow. It's all my fault for not handling things properly, causing such a calamity and delaying the important matters of our sect. At this point, further blame was futile. You have dedicated many years to our sect, and while there may be no merits, there are certainly hardships. At least the groundwork has been laid. A couple of days' delay won't significantly impact us. Now, my frail body has little further use, but with your presence, we are assured of success. I sincerely wish to witness the Divine Mother's grace and serve her day and night. May I? Chapter 83. The Golden Cicada Escapes, Unexpected Gains. Thank you, Master. Zhao Honyuan repeatedly bowed in gratitude, tears streaming down his face as he slowly retreated from the room. The courtyard was silent. Only after distancing himself from the side room did Zhao Honyuan straighten his back and glance at the chief steward, Lin Guiyong, lurking in the shadows, quietly raising a finger. Lin Guiyong was overjoyed and hurriedly rushed out to gather their valuables, preparing to flee. The two jujube trees in the courtyard had shed all their leaves, and the setting sun streamed through the branches, casting dappled light. He reached out and snapped off a withered branch, rolling it repeatedly in his hands. Cultivating the jujube tree was no easy feat. This marked the 5th year since he had planted it, yet he had only tasted its fruit once, and he would not be able to wait for the second harvest until August of the following year. Standing in the courtyard, Zhao Honyuan exhaled deeply. 5 years ago, he was merely a small merchant, thriving through cunning in minor trades. While he was not wealthy, his life was considerably better than that of an average family, enough even to afford a concubine. Everything changed when he encountered the injured, elegantly dressed old man lying by the roadside, and Ma, the disciples of Shui Mujiao. At that moment, Zhao Honyuan felt immense regret, yet now he found himself grateful for that fateful encounter. To seek wealth, one must embrace madness. Since then, Shui Mujiao had quietly provided support, enabling him to expand his business while he operated as one of their followers, raising mountain spirits in Pingyang Town and its neighboring regions, awaiting the harvest. Rather than saying Pingyang Town was chosen, it was more accurate to say that its bountiful environment attracted Shui Mujiao. Over 2 decades of development had led to a burgeoning population in Pingyang Town, which, being a town rather than a county, faced no governmental hindrance. Additionally, the presence of martial arts schools ensured the influx of itinerant warriors, with 1 or 2 disappearing every month without anyone noticing. For instance, Lu Xiaohui, a solitary and indifferent character, would go unnoticed even in death. In such an environment, the mountain spirits bred were exceptionally robust. Zhao Honyuan even believed that Shui Mujiao had cultivated many individuals like him elsewhere, akin to the densely packed branches of the jujube tree, intertwined yet separate. After 5 years, everything had progressed smoothly. The number of mountain spirits had increased, allowing for a sustainable cycle. Once depleted, they could be removed, awaiting the next breeding period. Zhao Hongyuan's wealth had multiplied several-fold, with assets sprawling from the small town to the larger county. The sole dilemma was that old Master Zhao was utterly disinterested in religion. What was this Shui Mujiao? A name that sounded pleasant, yet it was a facade for the worship of the malevolent deity, the Water Mother, a calamity incarnate. It should rightly be called the Ghost Mother cult. The very thing that had been violently suppressed decades ago was akin to a sinking ship, and wanted to shun. Thriving. The mountain bandits, steeped in wickedness, lived comfortably under the veil of anonymity. However, should one become a rebel leader, there would be no escaping their fate until death. If he were to take charge, escape would be impossible, unless he spent the latter half of his life fleeing with the ghost mother cult in the vast marshlands. Neither human nor ghost, subsisting on raw fish, struggling to find soap to wash off the stench. To extract the last 3 nails from this sinking ship of the ghost mother cult and make a swift exit was the most prudent course of action. The opportunity for escape arrived swiftly, coinciding with this blood sacrifice. Over the past fortnight, the death of Lu Xiaowei, the mountain spirits at the River God Festival, the hideout of Fa Hua Temple, all were orchestrated by Zhao Honyuan himself. This was to incite trouble, to appear foolish, thereby entrusting the entire blood sacrifice mission to the emissaries of the ghost mother cult. Huang Zijuan indeed acquiesced, yet Zhao Honyuan had no intention of visiting any headquarters. He had already established connections, taking a detour by boat to Huangzhou. Huangzhou, removed from the Zhanghuai marshlands, was situated in the heartland, rendering the beleaguered ghost mother cult powerless. Though many shops remained unrealized, 2 Dan beads of the Benma realm and 4,000 tael silver notes were sufficient for him to rise again. Thankfully, the followers of the ghost mother cult were sufficiently dim-witted. Warriors of the hunting tiger realm could live up to 120 years, and those of higher realms even longer, yet it had been 60 years since the fall of the Qian. The older generation fared better, some still clinging to life. But the middle generation had perished long ago, leaving behind only the younger ones, like the emissary Huang Zijuan. They possessed strength, yet a starving camel is larger than a horse. However, having sheltered on the water island since childhood, they had never ventured into the vast world. Only steeped in the glorified past imparted by the elders, compelled to accept their current plight, imagining their ancestors feasting while they themselves gnaw on raw fish, regularly infested with parasites. Over time, such a life would deform one's character. Impulsive, arrogant, yet lacking ability, they remained a bunch of oversized infants. Zhao Honyuan had fought tooth and nail for many years, making him far too easy to handle. Huang Zijuan had only been around for 2 days, and already he was singing Zhao's praises. Casually, Zhao Honyuan thrust the branch into the ground, summoned Zheng Xiang, and handed him a stack of papers. Deliver this to that Liang lad. Zheng Xiang looked alarmed. That fellow would likely arrive at Pingyang Wharf around dusk. Before he goes, remember to smear some mountain spirit blood on him to attract his attention. Once the task is complete, head to Yunjiang Wharf. I have arranged a small boat for you to Huanghong County. Once there, do not move. I will come to find you, and from then on, you will accompany me to Huangzhou to enjoy the finer things in life. My lord. Zheng Xiang felt a surge of emotion. Had Zhao Honyuan not informed him, he might have remained foolishly at the manor to face judgment. Zhao Honyuan was not deceiving him. A resurgence required capable hands. He had refrained from telling Zheng Xiang earlier, as too much talk could lead to mistakes, but now that they were leaving, it was only right to take his trusted aid. Zheng Xiang was capable, having amassed many strong men through his efforts, and for a long time, he had believed his lord to be particularly fond of handsome men. As for the note, it was Zhao Hongyuan's final preparation. To avoid retribution from Deshan, minimizing disaster was the only safeguard. The ghost mother cult would have to endure some suffering. As night fell, pedestrians meandered homeward in 2s and 3s. Liang Qu leaned quietly in the center of a fishing boat, the bow colliding with another, producing a muffled sound. Young Master Liang, it has been a long time since we last met. Liang Qu remained on the boat, propping himself with the oar, straightening his back and squinting with a smile. Steward Zheng, what scheme are you concocting? Young Master Liang, you jest. I have come here to extend my apologies. Oh, what is there to apologize for? Just as Liang Qu was about to mock him, he noticed Zheng Xiang winking at him, presenting a package. The contents were inconsequential, but he caught a whiff of a distinct odor, a stench unique to mountain spirits. Liang Qu shifted his tone, accepting the gift. What grievances could we have? Let bygones be bygones. Good. Young Master Liang, you are magnanimous, truly a paragon of Pingyang, a figure of distinction. Zheng Xiang, drenched in sweat, felt the gravity of life and death weigh heavily. The cleverness he had previously displayed vanished, and after a few hurried compliments, he quickly departed. How peculiar. This felt like an underground party meeting. Chapter 84. Insight into the situation. Taking the initiative. Liang Qu, laden with packages, entered the martial arts school, drawing the attention of Xiang Chansong and Hu Qi. "What's the matter?" Liang Qu pointed towards a quiet room, and the two senior brothers exchanged knowing glances. Entering the secret chamber and closing the door, rendering the outside world inaudible. Liang Qu placed the items on the table and quickly said, "Just now, someone came to see me, bringing some items, but he reeked of mountain spirits." Xiang Chansong hurriedly asked, "Who was that person?" "Zheng Xiang, the second steward of the Zhao household." "The Zhao household?" Hu Qi frowned, recalling the Zhao family. They were the most prominent merchants in all of Pingyang town, with shops stretching from Pingyang to Chaojiang County, having risen swiftly in just 4 to 5 years. Zhao Leoi's third son, Zhao Xuan, trained at their martial arts school. If memory serves, he had indeed been absent for several days. When Zheng Xiang delivered the items, he was making cryptic gestures. I wonder what that meant. Xiang Chansong's imagination began to run wild. Could it be that the mountain spirits are raised by the Zhao family, and Zheng Xiang discovered this in secret? Experiencing a pang of conscience? Hu Qi remarked, "Let us examine the items he brought. If they are innocuous, he wouldn't have approached little Gio without reason." The group gathered together, swiftly unwrapping the boxes. Liang Qu took a box of pastries, sliding open the lid, and papers scattered everywhere. Xiang and Hu immediately leaned closer. Liang Qu unfolded the papers one by one, only to discover they were all land deeds and shop titles, worth a considerable sum. A rough estimate revealed at least 1,000 taels of silver. Not only Liang Qu, but both senior brothers were taken aback. Why are there only land deeds? A steward? How could he possess so many shops? This must be the intention of Zhao Hongyuan. Quickly, let us see if there are any other clues. After some searching, the crowd finally uncovered a piece of paper densely filled with tiny writing, beginning with 7 locations. Subsequently, Zhao Hongyuan recounted the backstory in his own voice, detailing the strength of the messenger and the contingencies left behind. The three of them grew increasingly astonished. Those shop deeds, valued at 2,300 taels of silver, were offered as an apology from Zhao, requesting the young gentleman to bear with him, declaring that from henceforth, with mountains high and roads long, they would meet again if fate allowed. Liang Qu, through the written words, could almost envision a plump old man, smiling broadly and bowing to him, outwardly amiable yet inwardly treacherous. Xiang Chansong and Hu Qi remained silent. They had anticipated a fierce battle, only to discover that within the opposing camp, a traitor had longed to escape and had swiftly delivered all enemy intelligence. After 5 years of forbearance, the resources imparted by the Ghost Mother sect had been fully utilized, and all tasks accomplished. Yet, after reaping the benefits, the traitor kicked them aside and fled, even seeking to sabotage the Ghost Mother sect's plans to prevent the Shun from troubling him. What audacity did it take to act thus? Was Zhao Hongyuan truly afraid of our pursuit that he would deliver such a multitude of shops? Hu Qi crossed his arms. Whether or not he grants us this, we can no longer find him. The mere existence of this note proves he had departed long before. Xiang Chansong frowned. What shall we do now? We cannot trust everything written on this paper. It could very well be a deception, a ploy to lure us away. I shall seek out my senior brother. Huang Zhejuan walked into the courtyard, knitting his brows. He had intended to eat dinner before attending to matters, but as he waited in vain for someone to summon him, he got up to urge them, only to find that the courtyard was deserted except for a few elderly women washing clothes, and no meal had been prepared. Zhao Hongyuan was somewhat too demanding. It was one thing to bring along his wife and children, but to include servants as well. Did he not realize to keep the noise down? He had been quite considerate just a few days prior. Huang Zhejuan rubbed his belly, feeling emptiness within. Yet he had no time to have the servants light a fire for cooking. With no time left for dinner, he needed to hasten and employ secret arts to summon the mountain ghost for a blood sacrifice. Over the years, the sect had not stagnated. They had improved enhancing the fusion and absorption of blood energy. Now, only 500 to 600 robust men were required to refine of the wolf smoke realm. Various breeds of mountain ghosts had been cultivated, stimulated by secret techniques to autonomously excavate embryos, which were then handed over to their controllers, alleviating the tedious task of manual extraction post factum. In the vicinity of Pingyang town, over 300 mountain ghosts had been raised, with the largest still having over 200 remaining. Each mountain ghost could lay 5 to 6 eggs, sufficient to yield 2 large wolf smoke or several smaller ones. The Yao Long could serve as a martial saint, capable of governing a nation. The Zhenxiang could be a great general, safeguarding a province. Forguan martial artists could feast on royal provisions. The Benma and Wolf Smoke martial artists had undoubtedly become the backbone of strength. The sect was in dire need of new vitality due to a generational gap. Two Wolf Smoke equated to two Wolf Smoke martial artists. And although consumption might lead to mental issues and entrapment in blood dreams, this would ironically facilitate control. Failure was not an option. Huang Zhijuan hurriedly traversed the covered walkways, rounded the shadow wall, and pushed open the grand door. A wave of dreadful palpitations suddenly enveloped Huang Zhijuan, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. Alas! Boom! The red pillar exploded through the wooden door, crashing against his chest. The overwhelming force compressed Huang Zhijuan's entire skeletal frame, producing a chilling sound of splintering. The intricately carved wooden door was torn asunder like paper, and the massive supporting beam shattered on the spot, causing the entire main house's eaves to tilt dangerously, with heavy tiles plummeting down and shattering into fragments. The air was filled with screams of terror. Liu Gang stepped through the threshold, crossing the swirling dust. Fine ash floated behind him, tracing the contours of his garments, leaving long ribbons in its wake. At the entrance, the flower-laden door, now devoid of its supporting pillar, collapsed with a thunderous crash. At the Pingyang dock, the water shimmered, reflecting the scattered stars above. An inconspicuous large black boat lay moored at the shore, where a man wearing a conical hat chewed on grass, occasionally glancing up at the moon. As he noted the moon's position nearing its zenith, his impatience grew. The rural populace was sparse, and his arrival with such a large boat drew attention. Having lingered at the shore for too long, many eyes were now upon him. If he waited just another quarter of an hour without seeing anyone, he would leave. Are you waiting for someone? What business is that of yours? A flash of sword light streaked past, illuminating his narrowed pupils. Chapter 85. Assassination of the Envoy, the Ferryman. The ferryman's pupils shrank to pinpricks as he caught but a glimpse of the sword light from the corner of his eye, engulfed by immense fear. The sword light surged like autumn waters, with no possibility of evasion. The blade pressed against his skin. With a flick of the wrist, a horizontal slash, the ferryman's throat was torn open, a stream of blood erupting into the air, splattering like blossoms in mid-flight. Passers-by on the street shrieked, scrambling to flee, leaving only Su Zishuai and his companions behind in an instant. The ferryman's eyes widened in horror. Clutching his throat, he gazed incredulously at Su Zishuai's face, staggering backward. His feet caught on the edge of the boat, and he was about to tumble into the water when a sudden support appeared at his back. The ferryman glanced back to find a spear pressing against him. The river's tide crashed against the rocks, the sound of flowing water incessant. A tall young man stood on the shore, his upper body shrouded in shadow, his expression unreadable. Su Zishuai sneered. Your disguise was quite convincing. Let us strip the human skin off you. The ferryman seemed not to hear, glaring a few times before losing consciousness. About to collapse when the spear's point pressed into his back. A gentle prod revealed the spear's tip had penetrated, blood mingling with cold sweat, soaking his back. The river wind was bone-chilling, as if it sought to freeze him to the core. Liang Qu stated coldly, "We are already aware of the skin-painting technique. I advise you to behave." The letter from Zhao Hanyuan had left no ambiguity. The so-called ferryman was, in fact, a dwarf, merely donned in human skin crafted through alchemical means. Once stimulated, it would writhe and grow together, resembling a regular person. A technique akin to the shadow bee skin used by senior brother Liu during his alchemical work. Although Su Zishuai's strike appeared fatal, it was in fact trivial. Alas, no amount of trickery could disguise the fact that he was just a ferryman, who with strength would willingly choose to be a boatman. Having been unmasked, the ferryman remained motionless. Su Zishuai, not one to relent, swung his sword, slicing away the outer layer of false skin, revealing the dwarf beneath, about a meter in height. At that moment, the dwarf abandoned his pretense and shouted, "I will say nothing. I bear a blood curse. If I speak, I shall die instantly. You might as well give up. You wish to hear what I have to say, but we are not interested." Liang Qu grasped his spear, feeling somewhat speechless. There were numerous relics among the remnants of the Ghost Mother sect. It would be best to toss this hot potato to the court. As for the blood curse, it involved infusing one's blood energy into another's body to form a web-like structure, absorbing the host's blood energy indefinitely, controlling their life and death. which could be triggered passively or actively. Indeed, they had no means to unravel this technique, but could the court not? It was uncertain if Zhao Honyuan possessed such a thing. If he did not, that would be extraordinary. With the ferryman in hand, Su Zishui sheathed his sword. Let us head to Zhao's residence and check on senior brother Liu. Agreed. Liang Qu produced a hemp rope, binding the dwarf tightly like a crab, and after securing him, follow behind Su Zishui straight to Zhao's residence. The entire street lay desolate. Their recent actions were enough to frighten the townsfolk. Within Zhao's residence, smoke and dust filled the air, and all the servants had fled. As Liu Gang stepped over the remnants of the shadow wall and reached the center of the courtyard, the half-collapsed main house finally could bear no more and completely crumbled down. The main house's roof was composed entirely of tiled surfaces. In pursuit of comfort, Zhao Honyuan had added a layer of gray, rendering the entire roof exceedingly heavy. The moment the supporting beams fractured, the complete collapse of the main house became merely a matter of time. A thick cloud of smoke billowed upwards. Liu Gang refrained from rushing in. According to Zhao Honyuan, the adversary possessed strength within the realm of wolf smoke, surpassing him by a minor realm, which granted the audacity to preside over the blood sacrifice alone. Despite having struck first and severely injuring his opponent, caution remained paramount. Liu Gang surveyed his surroundings and noticed a beam in front of side room. Taking a step forward, he executed a swift hand strike, severing the massive pillar cleanly. With a powerful embrace, he uprooted it. Channeling his energy, his muscles bulged, and strength surged through him like flowing water, transferring into the great pillar as he hurled it towards the ruins of the main house. A mist enveloped the air, dissipating rapidly. The enormous timber burst forth from the darkness, tearing through the air, its copper-clad head forcefully embedding itself into the debris. The pillar, propelled by his force, was now many times harder than refined steel. The shattered tiles disintegrated into dust in an instant, as the colossal would relentlessly advance towards the innermost depths, utterly unstoppable. Hidden within was Huang Zhejuan, who could no longer contain himself. He leapt nimbly, narrowly avoiding the crashing timber. Ignoring the aftermath of the battle, Huang Zhejuan dashed out of the ruins towards the outside. Meanwhile, Hu Qi, stationed atop another roof, had long awaited this moment. Drawing his bow to its full moon shape, he released an arrow. The air split as it surged forward, reaching Huang Zhejuan in but a flash. The arrow of the seemingly minor Sea Guan martial artist could gauge strength solely by its momentum, and while Huang Zhejuan dismissed it, his body instinctively evaded, which sufficed. Liu Gang stepped forward, causing the ground to fracture, forming a deep pit as the timber crashed into it, splintering into countless diamond-shaped shards. A resounding wave of sound surged forth, the overwhelming aura of blood rising, creating a mist several feet high. Huang Zhejuan's eyes widened in alarm as he turned to block with all his might. The impact echoed like thunder in the cold night, the tremendous roar resonating across the vicinity. Huang Zhejuan was struck mid-air, crashing to the ground and gouging a deep trench several meters long, toppling an adjoining room just enough for him to regain his footing as Liu Gang charged again. Liu Gang, do you think I fear you? Take this punch. Huang Zhejuan roared in fury, disregarding his injuries. His blood surged, igniting a fiery aura, his entire body glowing crimson. He exerted tremendous force beneath his feet, shattering bricks into dust, and a fierce wind surged. He stepped forward, twisted his body, and unleashed a powerful punch. The wind sliced through the air, and the force erupted as if two massive siege engines had collided. The ground trembled, sinking several feet within a radius of dozens of meters, and bricks splintered apart, creating a perfectly circular pit of yellow mud around the two combatants. Huang Zhejuan gazed at the calm Liu Gang, astonished, as he summoned his strength, attempting to thrust him away with a surge of energy. However, the overwhelming wave of his own blood energy erupted from his arm, akin to a dragon diving into the sea, silently dissipating. He was taken aback. What kind of force was this? It felt like grinding wheels. Liu Gang was equally astonished. Huang Zhejuan had been ambushed and severely injured prior, his ribcage likely fractured in several places, yet he still held his ground. Truly, he was an elite nurtured within the teachings of the Ghost Mother, possessing strength that was far from trivial. The relentless waves of energy erupted like roaring winter thunder. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of strikes, their murderous intent piercing the skies. From the eaves, Qu watched intently, bowstring taut, ever ready to intervene. Given his capabilities, he could not inflict harm, but could disrupt Huang Zijuan's escape. If he could create a distraction, his presence would hold value. Just as Liu Gang and Huang Zijuan clashed fiercely, Qu remained fully focused when a hand stealthily settled on his shoulder. Startled, Qu turned to find Su Zishuai, accompanied by Liang Qu, who was holding a dwarf. Su Shixiao, have you captured the ferryman? He exclaimed joyfully. Yes, Su Zishuai nodded, casually taking the longbow. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 86. 3 arrows determine the outcome. Su Zishuai, having grasped the great bow, shook the quiver and produced an arrow entirely black. He stood upright, eyes fixed on the battlefield, drawing back the bowstring. The ground beneath them, the entire Zhao residence, had been reduced to ruins by the clash of the two. A raging tide of blood, energy, surged like smoke, and under the moonlight, one could vaguely see a pack of wolves galloping, an intimidating sight. Just standing 100 meters away on a rooftop, Liang Qu felt a tightening in his chest. This was a result of the two controlling their strength, leaning towards each other. It was unfathomable to think of the destruction that would ensue if they were to unleash their full potential. A half-foot thick stone floor was reduced to powder, and a casually lifted pillar snapped in half, splinters shooting forth and embedding themselves into the ground, creating dark holes. The yellow earth, solid as brick one moment, crumbled into soft sand the next. The swirling dust mixed with shockwaves transformed this intangible force into something visible and terrifying. Huang Zijuan found himself increasingly beleaguered, his chest constricted severely. Battling beyond his realm was no easy feat. Even a small realm's difference presented a significant disparity. He was not a mere offshoot of the Tianzhu Dan, but an elite cultivated within the sect, which provided him the confidence to preside over the blood sacrifice despite knowing Liu Gang was still present. Yet, Liu Gang's unexpected strike had left him reeling, and the pain hinted at broken ribs. The overwhelming surge of blood energy felt like a release, leaving him drained and increasingly alarmed, desiring nothing more than to escape. Huang Zijuan discreetly summoned his energy, aiming to leap in a specific direction. Before he could dash away, the whistle of an arrow rushed towards him, and he could almost feel the air displaced by its trajectory. Suddenly lowering his head, the arrow grazed through his hair, severing a few strands. Cold sweat broke out on his brow. The precision was impeccable, yet its lack of force allowed him to narrowly evade disaster. However, just as he felt relief, he was confronted with a powerful iron fist. No, that was not right. The opponent's intent was not to kill, but to force him to submit. Liu Gang swung his arm, landing a precise blow to Huang Zijuan's cheek. The force erupted, penetrating deeply, causing his entire torso to rotate. In that moment, all of Huang Zijuan's blood energy surged forth, resembling a rainbow arching across the sky, crashing into his head and driving it downwards towards the earth. Huang Zijuan felt as though his skull was ringing like a struck bell, blood gushing from both his nose and mouth. His head felt as if it were on the verge of separating from his neck, balance utterly lost as it plunged into the yellow mud, the overwhelming inertia burying his shoulder halfway. Seizing the moment, Su Zishuai drew the bow to its full arc, the bowstring creaking ominously. Boom! Huang Zijuan's ears rang with thunder, but he had no time to react. Fortunately, the archer's strength was limited. The force of the prior arrow was insufficient to strike a vulnerable spot. As his body tensed, the arrow shot forth, piercing cleanly through him. A coin-sized hole punctured his entire body, obliterating his kidney. The arrow embedded itself into the ground, its feathers vibrating violently. Severe pain gripped Huang Zijuan's heart, leaving his mind blank, and his entire nervous system trembled. How could this be? On the rooftop, Liang Qu marveled at Su Shixiang's 2 arrows. The first arrow, mimicking Huqi's force, deepened Huang Zijuan's misjudgment while simultaneously blocking his escape, providing an opportunity for Liu Shixiang. The second arrow, unleashed with full power after Liu Shixiang's successful strike, came unexpectedly as a killing blow. Both were arrows, yet Su Shixiang's shooting technique belonged to a higher realm of martial arts, incomparable. Had he exerted his full strength from the outset, not only would Liu Shixiang have failed, but the arrow itself might have been dodged. The first arrow was merely a trap, while the deadly second arrow struck when Huang Zijuan was completely relaxed. Perhaps the first arrow had already accounted for Hu Xiao's earlier shot. Liang Qu suddenly realized how inexperienced he was, with much to learn. The searing pain spread throughout his body. Huang Zijuan's nasal bridge was utterly shattered, rendering him incapable of breathing through his nose, forcing him to emit a raspy inhalation sound from his throat. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Gang delivered a crushing blow to his neck. Huang Zijuan seemed to hear the mournful cries of the cartilage in his neck, now solely supported by his spine, surrounded by the sweet metallic scent of blood. He numbly opened his mouth, only to have it filled with copious amounts of yellow earth. His sternum fractured, his internal organs wounded, and his neck nearly broken. The outcome was already decided. Liu Gang hoisted Huang Zijuan, crushing his lower leg bones and then breaking his arm bones, confirming that his opponent's limbs were utterly incapacitated. Hu Qi leaped down from the rooftop, presenting a glowing green iron chain. The Qing Gang chain, designed to bind the wolf smoke martial artists. Liu Gang seized Huang Zijuan by the thigh and slammed him to the ground, binding his broken hands and feet with the chain. Liang Qu approached and discovered that Huang Zijuan's nasal bones were completely fractured, swollen, and bleeding, with a small hole in his abdomen gushing blood. Yet his chest still rose and fell steadily. Despite such grievous injuries, he exhibited no signs of impending death. This level of injury would be insurmountable for any ordinary person. However, the vitality of a wolf smoke martial artist is remarkably potent, their life force radiating with intensity, capable of instilling fear merely through their presence. Akin to an indomitable cockroach. With merely the assistance of a common doctor to set his bones, within a month he would be as lively as ever. However, the wolf smoke martial artist could not regenerate lost limbs. One kidney was likely ruined, but since humans possessed two, he would still survive. What should we do next? Liu Gang pondered briefly. First, we will head to the martial arts school to find Xiang Shidi, and then we shall seek out Shenyang. They must be quite worried, and once we assure them of our safety, we will rest for the night before dealing with the buried mountain spirits the following day. Concerned about Xiao Hongyuan's deceit, they devised a plan that divided them into three groups. Liu Gang and Hu Qi would seek out Huang Zijuan, one focusing on offense while the other created distractions. Su Zishuai and Liang Qu would go in search of the ferryman. Given the ferryman's strength, Liang Qu could manage alone. Yet the group worried about potential hidden traps or secrets unknown even to Zhao Hongyuan, prompting Su Zishuai to accompany him. Xiang Chongsong remained at the martial arts school as support, just in case. Liang Qu could not help but reminisce about the days of playing games with classmates, where even a novice could secure victories with the assistance of seasoned allies. It was truly advantageous to have a strong backing, with no dangers and all the benefits. Following closely behind his senior brothers, Liang Qu hoisted a large firearm, carrying a dwarf as they made their way to the martial arts school. The streets were desolate, with leaves swirling in the wind, scraping against the stone pavement with a rustling sound. Liang Qu felt quite hungry, yet found no signs of night market vendors. Every household had shut their doors and windows, frightened by the fierce battle at the Zhao residence. Indeed, who would not be terrified upon witnessing a grand estate reduced to ruins in an instant? Upon arriving at the martial arts school, they brought Xiang Chongsong along and proceeded to the Yang residence, waiting for Shenyang Su in the main hall after traversing 3 courtyards. The night shift maidservants poured tea and presented some snacks. Liang Qu, feeling famished, silently consumed most of the offerings, only to see Su Shi emerge from the corridor, yawning, accompanied by the familiar face of Nandi. What does that mean? Liang Qu scratched the back of his head, noticing his senior brothers wore equally perplexed expressions. Moments latte. Nandi reappeared, bowing slightly. The lady said that she does not wish to see several young masters reeking of blood. If there is no urgent matter, you should first take a bath. Pausing, Nandi added, I have already sent someone to boil water, so please wait a moment. Chapter 87. Su Clan of Huangzhou. A bountiful harvest. In the room, Liang Qu luxuriated in the bath, experiencing a wave of comfort. In households of martial artists, particularly those of wealth, bathtubs were plentiful. Each of the 5 had more than enough for themselves. The 5 brothers were like a group enjoying a communal bath, and the entire room was enveloped in steam. Liang Qu was taken aback. Was this made by Shirmu herself? How could that be possible? Su Zishuai chuckled. Shirmu is older now, with so many of us brothers. It would be quite the task for her to prepare a set for each, let alone multiple sets. The servants are the ones who do the work. Though Shermu occasionally makes us sachets, and her craftsmanship is exceptional, Xiang Chongsong interjected. The eldest daughter of the Su family is renowned for her skills. Su Shi satin is also quite famous. Su Zishui laughed heartily. Indeed, if I become capable in the future, I shall have Shenyang arrange a match for me with Su Shi. I find that quite improbable. Shenyang would never willingly push her own kin into the fire. You, what kind of talk is that? What's wrong with what I said? Huh? Su Zishui playfully grabbed Xiang Chongsong's head, bending his middle finger to poke him on the forehead, giving him another chance to rephrase. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Senior brother Lu, save me. All right, that's enough. Lu Gang emerged from the bath, yellow medicinal liquid dripping down. Lu Gang had sustained minor injuries in his battle with Huang Zijuan, soaking in a medicinal bath longer than the others. The two paused their actions upon hearing this. Brother Xiang, which Su family is that? It is quite normal for younger disciples still in their formative years not to know about the prominent families. Xiang Chongsong adjusted his clothing and sat on a nearby bench. Shenyang is from the Huangzhou Su family, which is undoubtedly a prominent clan, having produced cabinet ministers during the time of the founding emperor, along with several high-ranking officials. Liang Qu became inquisitive. How did Shenyang meet Shifu? Shifu served in the military during his youth, rising to the rank of Shaowei due to his valor in battle, and was recognized by General Su Wenju, who personally acted as a matchmaker for him. General Su Wenju is the third son of the Duke Su Youguang, so the person he introduced is certainly not ordinary. She is the daughter of Su Rongguang, a third-rank official in the Ministry of Rights, our Shenyang. It could be said that Shenyang was marrying down when she wed Shifu, right? Xiang Chongsong fell into contemplation. Hu Qi laughed heartily. If Shifu finds out, be careful. He might give you a beating. Xiang Chongsong put his hands on his hips. What is there to fear? Shenyang would intervene. Lu Gang rose, and the group ceased their chatter, returning to the hall. At this point, Su Shi had already taken her seat of honor. A large table had been set up at some point in the hall, laden with dishes steaming with heat, likely prepared just moments ago by the servants. Su Shi took a sip of tea and remarked languidly, "You come here in the dead of night, all covered in the stench of blood, bringing along a cripple and a dwarf. Do you intend to deprive this old woman of her sleep? Apologies for disturbing you, Shermu." The five brothers bowed in unison to express their regrets. Enough, seeing you all busy throughout the night. Xiao Jiu devoured nearly an entire plate of pastries. I had the servants prepare a meal for you, so please eat first, and we can chat while you do. Su Shi instructed, showing no need for formality. The brothers gathered around the round table, serving themselves. With insufficient preparation time, they could not manage to stew meat. Thus, the table was filled mostly with stir-fried dishes, yet all contained generous portions of meat, enough to accompany the rice. In the corner, Huang Zijuan swallowed hard. He had yet to eat dinner and had just fought a battle, leaving his stomach empty and discomfort, burning with hunger. Su Shi did not rush to inquire, scanning the scene until everyone had at least downed a bowl of rice before she spoke. Lu Gang took a mouthful and gestured towards the two bound figures in the corner. Just to inform Shermu, the Ghost Mother sect, or rather the Shui Mu sect, has been entirely eradicated, so we should be safe for the time being. The brothers, having seen Zhao Hong Yuan's letter, all felt that the name Ghost Mother sounded far better than Shui Mu and collectively altered their wording. Su Shi raised her eyebrows, revealing a look of unsurprised understanding. I told you, a person who accomplished nothing decades ago would still accomplish nothing decades later, sneaking around to engage in petty deeds while needing to send your Shifu away. One might say he is trapped in a corner, timid as a mouse, adept at hiding. But alas, each generation seems to be more feeble than the last. A mere stray dog. Liang Qu chuckled. Her words were quite similar to the description he had received during his first visit to Shenyang. Now, seeing it for himself, it was indeed the case. In the corner, Huang Zijuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, glaring with fury. Su Shi cast a sidelong glance. You brought these two. Remember to clean up after yourselves later, and do share the details. Consider it a late-night entertainment. Lu Gang surveyed the surroundings and said, Liang Shidi, please speak. You have had considerable dealings with the Zhao family. Liang Qu swallowed a mouthful of rice and began recounting from the moment he received the note from the Zhao resident's steward, Zhang Xiang, right up to the capture of Huang Zijuan. He also elaborated on his connection with Zhang Xiang, but notably omitted any mention of the matter involving the bald Zhang. The other senior brothers listened with astonishment. Su Zishuai laughed heartily. Zhengxiang certainly possesses discernment. You never mentioned this before, Shitty. Liang Qu replied. I simply thought it inconsequential. Hu Qi pondered. The rumors about Zhao Hongyuan's fondness for handsome men are widespread. It now seems likely to be a ruse. Fortunately, you did not agree at the time, or we might not be here today. He added. He must have fled quickly, nurturing countless mountain spirits. Who knows how many lives he has harmed? I certainly do not wish to encounter him. If I do, I shall take his life. Su Zishuai's words were laced with animosity. One must not underestimate the people of this world, Xiang Chongsong remarked with deep emotion. To have navigated the Ghost Mother sect for 5 years, while indeed benefiting from a life-saving grace, it is remarkable that no blood curse was cast. After achieving our aims, we managed to retreat unscathed. Zhao Hongyuan, I will surely kill you. In a corner, Huang Zijuan, who had silently absorbed the unfolding events, felt his eyes redden with blood. He finally comprehended why he had been inexplicably exposed, and in a fit of rage, he coughed up blood. Su Shi scolded, It's too noisy. Get him out of here. Su Zishuai swiftly tossed Huang Zijuan out the door. The severely injured Huang Zijuan landed heavily on the stone-paved ground, his wounds aggravated, and he writhed in agony. The others inside could faintly hear his cries, though they were considerably better than before. What do you all think? The decision rests entirely with Shenyang. Although Zhao Hongyuan shop talk was directed at the martial arts hall, the distribution of resources posed a significant issue. Even though the second senior brother and fifth senior sister were not in Pingyang town, their presence in Chaojiang County was also to deal with the Ghost Mother sect, and they deserved their share. Moreover, the absence of the first senior brother would be inappropriate. After spending so much time together, Liang Qu had already discerned that the first senior brother was indeed Yang Shizhang's son. Su Shi reviewed the land deeds and contemplated for a moment. Then I will convert it to cash. Xiao San will receive 300 taels, Xiao Si 200, and the remainder will be 150 taels each. Is that acceptable? There were no objections. Do you all prefer the shop or cash? Cash, of course. Shenyang, I also want cash. Everyone echoed the sentiment. Each had their respective duties. None wished to engage in business and squander energy. Naturally, cash was the most desirable outcome. Chapter 88. Plowing the fields and sweeping the holes. Acquiring spiritual weapons once more. Upon receiving consent, Su Shi instructed Nandi to fetch the silver, distributing it to everyone according to the agreed prices. The proof of land ownership in the Deshun era was similar to that of previous dynasties, consisting solely of a deed and land contract, kept by the purchaser, without duplicates or records. Typically, the land contract lacked the buyer's information, only listing the seller, intermediary, witnesses, and comprehensive property details. During signing, only the others signed. The buyer was exempt, resulting in a situation where whoever held the deed was deemed the owner. This practice was not due to an inability to register with the government. Deshun had this mechanism. Unregistered contracts were known as white contracts, while those registered with the government were termed red contracts. The only issue was that registration required a fee, with contract taxes ranging from 0.5% to 1.5%, along with the necessity to bribe minor officials. Thus, naturally, no one wished to pursue red contracts. With risk came risk. Liang Qu meticulously examined the contracts, all of which were unregistered. He suspected Zhao Hongyuan sought not only to evade contract taxes and trouble, but had also planned his escape from the beginning. Such actions facilitated his getaway, allowing him to relinquish any undesirable real estate to another. There would be no convoluted entanglements. What was in hand was in hand. These contracts were indistinguishable from gleaming silver, easily sold or awaited for profit. When Liang Qu received 3 ingots of treasure silver, the weight felt extraordinarily delightful. 150 taels. This was undoubtedly the largest sum Liang Qu had ever earned. Even upon leaving Yang's residence, he could hardly believe it. An ingot of 50 taels of treasure silver had a higher purity than regular silver, typically converted to 52 taels and 4 qian of standard silver, meaning a loss of 2 taels and 4 qian per 50 taels, colloquially known as 2-4 treasures. 3 ingots equated to nearly 160 taels. A farmer would toil a lifetime in the fields and could not earn such a sum. A fisherman would cast nets for 10 lifetimes and still not match it. Truly, it is no easy feat on the way. Liang Qu weighed the treasure silver and handed 2 ingots to Lu Gang. What is this? Lu Gang asked, puzzled. The other senior brothers also turned to look. Liang Qu scratched his head bashfully. The The spear you crafted for me, senior brother Liu, was rather costly. Previously, I lacked the funds, but now I have a little, so I wish to repay some, lest I feel uneasy. Liu Gang did not accept it, countering Liang Qu. Do you believe that is why I was able to acquire 300 taels today? Of course, it is because senior brother Liu exerted the most effort. Liang Qu replied matter-of-factly. Huang Zijuan, the strongest, was subdued by senior brother Liu, deserving the lion's share. Liu Gang continued. Then why do you think I exerted the most effort? Liang Qu was taken aback. Su Zishuai chuckled. Senior brother Liu implies that since you are still far from repaying that 100 taels, it would be wiser to reserve it to purchase more precious medicine, thereby enhancing your strength sooner and earning even more later. Liang Qu, you are so polite. Over time, it would surely be awkward to only repay the principal. You must add interest, right? Naturally, the longer you delay, the better. Senior brother Liu is surely waiting for you to repay a larger sum. Liu Gang shot Su Zishuai a glare. Speechless, I do not seek interest. Do not listen to his nonsense. Fine. Su Zishuai understood the gravity of the situation and raised no objections. After taking medicine, Li Libo recovered substantially within a few days and, like Chun Jiechong, obtained precious pills, diligently arriving at the martial arts hall early each day to improve. Liang Qu was uncertain whether to clarify, only vaguely stating, it is related to the previous mountain spirits. But it is no longer an issue. Though the two were puzzled, they did not inquire further. The next morning, Liang Qu entered the quiet room and performed a meat-refining exercise. As his vital energy was fully consumed, warmth gradually permeated his muscles and tendons, dispelling the chill of winter. His entire body felt as if it was gently writhing, growing, becoming denser and more robust, rendering Liang Qu's physique increasingly defined. He felt invigorated. With his vital energy surpassing the requirements for breaking through, Liang Qu sensed rapid progress in his breakthrough. Even before officially breaking through, his physical condition was steadily improving, strength increasing, and even his water control ability saw slight enhancement. Excluding the 200 pounds granted by the Huaiwo River's favor, he was still around 800 to 830 pounds. The fluidity with which he wielded the spear became increasingly agile. Upon completing his training, Liang Qu energetically hoisted the spear and set out with Su Shidi and Hu Shidi to eliminate mountain spirit nests. Without the invocation of secret techniques, all mountain spirits fell into a state akin to hibernation, oblivious to the outside world, allowing Liang Qu to effortlessly pierce their foreheads. Initially, it was somewhat entertaining, but as time passed, it became tedious. There were neither rewards nor training, merely the act of thrusting and withdrawing, turning him into an emotionless killing machine. Moreover, the distances between various regions were considerable. It took the three of them 2 busy days to clear all the nests. Had they known this would be the case, they should have let the other 2 martial arts halls handle the task.